difficult for you to move around.
Oh, here are the other picks.
Yeah, there we go.
They showed up. Okay. A Ember Spirit and a Skywrath, Shopify Rebellion pickup, and Enigma.
Enigma.
Yeah.
That was like the forgotten zoo hero, just with all the changes.
I
With
think
Wraith Pack being gone, we haven't seen this hero in forever.
I
And
think
he's got nerfed a million
this
times.
hero is usually like an answer towards the lane against Undying. Because Undying,
Yeah.
you don't really do anything to the islands, and you just pull the wave back, so Undying can't really do his job in the lane.
Is Techie's okay with that though? The only awkward thing I find about Rebellion's draft right now is I guess Bat could be a 4 as well. We don't really know for sure. Most likely it will be a support. But Enigma wants to play passive, right?
Yep.
Techie's generally wants to play aggressive. So these heroes don't match super well with each other in the laning stage, which is a little bit awkward.
You can always go tri lane, tilt the off laner.
Oh, there you go. That's bring back tri-lanes. I'm down.
Yeah, because the Enigma is going to pull the wave back, so it's easy for the support to actually go through the Twin Gate and gank the Visage. And Visage is very, very afraid of that. You know, he doesn't want to get killed too many times in the lane.
And you were speaking of Blood Grenade earlier. This Skywrath with Blood Grenade is also really
Yeah.
nasty.
That's very disgusting in the lane. I mean, that's
We're going to buy him off cooldown with this lineup.
that's one of the reasons why all these Skywrath Undying, like even Elder Titan, they're much better right now in the early game, all thanks to Blood Grenade. Like a lot of the kills that in the lane before you couldn't get, but right now you can actually get it because of that extra oomph you get from the Blood Grenade.
Shopify Rebellion taking out some carries from the pool that Mickey is going to get his hands on, which Faceless Void is still in the pool, and that was one of the more popular answers to Morphling, but he's not a very fast hero, and Liquid, the rest of their draft looks very fast.
Yeah, draft looks like they're gonna pick some Lone Druid kind of hero.
Ooh, I'd be super down for that.
Has to lane well against the Enigma. It's the only hard part. So they definitely removing the Naga was a great choice here.
How about Jug?
Versus Enigma? No, thank you. I think that one's gonna be a little difficult.
Okay.
How about Monkey King? Monkey King
Yeah.
is better against
Yeah, Monkey King
the lane.
fits the tempo. Or if they want to be really greedy, they could just pick the Medusa. Not great versus the Morph, but we've all seen Medusa. If it gets free farm, it normally just wins anyway. Stone Gaze can stop it. Split Shot's pretty good in the lane with the Snake against it. And Monkey King got banned. That was a good choice too. And you've got like unconventional picks if you want to pick like some Konka carry or something and really crush the lane, or Bristleback, but I don't think anyone's gonna do that this patch.
How about Bloodseeker?
That's good too, actually.
Good in the lane, good for the tempo. You join your team early to push. I feel like they just need the same kind of hero to allow the Visage to just be very, very useful in this game. Something to just play along with his timing.
Yeah, and his lineup is so good for his thirst. I don't think Shopify can really lane well against that. You're constantly just giving this particular boost, and they always know where you are. That's the thing.
The only downside of the Bloodseeker, he got nerfed a little bit on his W.
Yeah.
His Bloodseeker's,
The level 1 damage, right?
yeah, but every Bloodseeker just kept it at level 1,
Yeah.
right? So, like, now you kind of need to level up a little bit if you want to kill these Eidolons. That could make a big difference in this matchup as well. They're thinking about it too. They probably haven't seen Enigma in a while. This hero doesn't get busted out too frequently, and there's the Medusa. That one's, I think, is the safest pick to go for.
7.33D mainstay.
But
And
we do
now-
have Morph, though, against Medusa, which is always nice.
Steel Hirachi.
Yeah, but Medusa is like about the Manta Butterfly timing around 20, 21. And you group up with this lineup, and your Morphing probably still hasn't gotten to the stage where you can get the X plus your one more item.
Snap.
Mid Bat Rider, perhaps?
Or Snap.
Mid snap.
I think it's mid-snap
Yeah, it
against
is.
the Ember. You can really punish them every time Ember wants to come in. You just keep nuking them. Good damage for them. Good follow-up, I guess.
Yeah,
They also hit the tomb.
they have a lot of spell damage here. It'll be good to get a pipe on Liquid if they want to ball early.
Which is the plan still to ball early, because they last picked the Medusa, which is a little bit of the pivot from balling early, because you said the Butterfly and Manta timing is the main thing.
Yeah.
But also being against a Snapfire who can pretty easily discourage pushes.
That's
they
why
also,
you need somebody to buy the pipe.
yeah.
Somebody who gets a pipe, I guess one of the supports. If you have the gold, you get the Solar Crest as well, then you're just good to go.
Good enough to win game 1?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Good enough.
You like the Liquid draft.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Liquid on this one. The Medusa looks like it's gonna completely free farm. Visage should have a decent time, and I think the real question is gonna be how well is this mid lane matchup gonna be? Is Nisha going to be able to run around the map and make things happen? If he is, I think Liquid's draft is just gonna function a lot easier, as Enigma's more of a hero that's more forgotten and kind of a bit greedy, whereas Visage comes along much faster.
I actually vividly recall Saberlight talking about how much he thinks Enigma is irrelevant after the Eidolon nerfs. So I'm a little surprised that he went for it. Who knows? Aurora, which of these drafts do you prefer?
I'm here for Abed.
Okay.
Missed this
Pandering,
game.
I see.
Not Storm Spirit again.
You know, Shopify actually banned it out. It's character development from them. His Snapfire though, it's not as flashy.
He's one of the players that can play anything, you know. It's
Okay.
just you just need one game to warm up and he's like, oh, okay.
Which I'm assuming that these two teams have done a great deal of warming up against each other while they were boot camping, and now they're putting it to the test. But what, through 2 Liquids, 1 Shopify?
I think so. I mean, I'm on Liquid. I don't remember what everyone else said.
You said Liquid.
Yeah, I said Liquid.
Really?
I said
Yeah, two Liquid.
Shopify.
I mean, Shopify is definitely gonna need to like dominate the lanes to win this game. I feel like if they don't really do really well in the lanes with this Bear Island and Techies, they're gonna get run over by the Visage Undying.
I thought I heard Dota sounds off in the distance. Oh,
Welcome, everybody. That's right, it's our broadcast now. Shut the hell up, panel. Jesus Christ, let's get into the game. We got Team Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion, and it's going to be an interesting matchup. A good way to be able to start the major. Let's get into it, right? It's a good time to be able to talk about some Dota. We've got a couple of matchups I'm sure we want to get into. Throw the game anytime you want. We got Snapfire versus Ember Spirits mid lane. Avery, is Nisha in to get stomped by Abed? Is Abed going to come back and finally carry Shopify Rebellion to another finals?
Is the prophecy fulfilled? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
The final tournament that Abed actually gets to join here, it's a miracle. It's a Shopify miracle. Or did he just take all that time off so he could hyperbolic train and come back an even greater behemoth than he was before?
Or maybe he just needed to be able to take some recuperation time from trying to carry these guys.
That's also the most likely, yeah. I think he just was resting his back, but now he's in Bali, so he can rest his back at a beach resort.
Yeah, it's pretty
good.
nice.
Yeah.
And he's going to need the good matchup here because, well, frankly, Shopify Rebellion have not beat Team Liquid since going all the way back to Annie Major. They have gotten 2-0'd, 1-0'd, non-stop.
Is that true?
Actually terrible. Yeah, that's true.
Animation, that's not even the same
I know,
roster.
it's that's the team with Koifa. Ever since
If the last time you beat a team was when Koik was on it, you're in trouble. That's not a good stat. I mean, no flame to Koik, but that's a different era of Dota right there.
yeah.
So, yeah, that does not bode well. But of course, this Liquid, I mean, I feel like the last time we saw this Liquid, they were not in top form. That is maybe a positive way of framing that.
I actually think
They got Giga last
Gigalast, not just last. Gigalast.
at the Dream League.
I actually believe that's good for them.
Okay, well, tell me why that is good for them, because I think it's terrible.
I actually think it would probably be good if Liquid bombed out here too, but I don't think they will. I think having quite frankly a embarrassing performance at Dream League probably motivated them to get back in shape. I know a lot of these players are grinding players. They got to be able to play Dota nonstop every day, all day.
Come on, every
to
player in the
maintain a top
world's a
form.
grindy player. What does
Yeah,
that
well,
mean?
I'm saying they were.
It's like, oh, I know these Liquid guys. They
What that's
they
okay.
play
That's
pubs.
definitely not true.
They
That's
play pubs,
definitely
let me
not
tell
true.
you.
All right, I'm not talking about Nisha, for example.
Oh, yeah,
Nisha
I
is
mean,
not a
doesn't
grinder.
play- He actually doesn't.
Yeah, so you can't say every Dota player is a grinder.
It's true, but every good Dota player is a grinder, except Nisha.
Except Nisha.
Well, maybe he should start grinding, because honestly, his performance the last tournament was kind of underwhelming for me. Maybe the standard has just been set so damn high, but I'm looking for him to bounce back. I'm looking for Liquid to bounce back. I know you are. I mean, not too much, because I don't want to see Europeans in the top 3, but they bounce back decently, give us some competition.
Yeah, they can get a nice like top 8 performance, but you know, don't
Yeah.
spoil the grand finals for us, please.
I was just to say, let's get into the game. With the pause. Just kidding. That's not a pause. Crit says sorry for pausing. We just wanted to make sure Abed's actually in the game. He is. That is your mid laner, Crit.
Is he in the game? He's 17-0 compared to 16-1 in a matchup that he should win, right? I mean,
Yes.
Sapphire is supposed to dumpster it.
I think Nisha is winning this lane because this is a matchup I expect Snap to be ahead in at least a little bit.
Yeah.
But instead, even Nisha, top last sits on the board. That is a good position to be in. I expect Shopify to win these lanes though over time. I think you expect the Enigma to eventually pull ahead as long as you don't feed any kills down here. Techi's one of the better heroes versus Undyne on the lane. Dusa should free farm, but you are going to get denied over time. One of the downsides of Enigma in this meta, however, is I think the Lotus pool is really hard for this hero to contest sometimes, especially the first 3 minutes one. Because you're just pulling the lane back, your Eidolons aren't strong enough. So a lot of times you give up the Lotus, and then you have to win the trades later with Eidolons that are going to get beat down by a carry with a Lotus. I think that can feel pretty rough. That's kind of what's happening here. Like, Mickey's farming safe lane, killing your Eidolons, and he got early Lotus on a Medusa. Just feels amazing for him.
Yeah.
Still, I would expect eventually the Enigma and the Morphling to pull ahead in these lanes over the long term. I expect Arteezy Morphling especially to eventually start out CSing Zion the Visage. So that is the lane pressure Shopify want to create, and then create a situation where Abed has game potential, like rotating either of these side lanes. I think that is the ideal setup for Shopify. If that happens and they get into a really good position mid game going into late game, I think they're happy. Whereas if you're Liquid, you definitely want to build some pace here.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is good that Nisha is winning mid, because that is where a lot of their pace comes from. It's like having a lot of Ember levels. Just getting the Ember levels in this game is going to accelerate it the most.
Yeah, because then he can go ahead and like he could play with the Skywrath Mage, and they can get kills together and allow the Visage and Dusa just to kind of settle into the game, right? Just farm away.
I do think Boxy has done a very nice job top securing this lane for Zai. I mean, 0-0 for the board for Liquid in this top lane is at least happy. And he's blocked up pulls. He forced Fly to go to base and walk all the way back, so Arteezy got zoned off some waves. Like, this is a very nice start for Vista. Especially securing 3-minute Lotus both side lanes for Liquid. Winning the regen battle here very hard, winning the XP battle.
I feel like I would be pretty unhappy if I'm playing 5-position Batrider and I'm not conclusively winning my lane. In fact, I'm even going to be giving up first blood because the gank from behind by Insania with the Tombstone, and they're even going to force Arteezy to TP away. Now, on the other side, they did lose their carry, though. Mickey is going to die, so maybe it's worth it for first blood to trade support for carry?
Radiant's bottom tower.
I think Liquid are happy with that. I mean, first blood definitely helps. You got the Morphling. He didn't go to base, but he went to tier 2, I guess, and walked back. It's still expensive. There's a lot of gold being drained out of
This
top
is
lane.
raining in on mid, but never mind. Nisha, he got his level 6 in time, so I think Abed was hoping to be able to surprise him.
I'm surprised Mickey went down here, though. I mean, this is like, it was the level 2 idol on timing, but it was not the level 3. I guess it's just Malefice buffs. This spell does a lot more damage than it used to.
Yeah.
Combined with the level 1 Techie's Blast, it was enough. Still, he had Wand and Lotus, didn't get either off. Something went wrong down here. And Saberlight will gobble up his own, and if you can get another Black Hole kill on this Medusa before she gets out of lane, you're really happy with that situation. Fly is going to rotate down here. Look for the potential. This is a good timing to fight in for Shopify. Level 3 Eidolon's up, plus full Wand and Lotus on Saberlight. Happy to take any skirmish if the right clicks come through.
Yeah. A lot of harassment here. See, they go for the dive, and Mickey is going to be targeted. They're going to fly right on by, though, with Boxy TPing in. It seems like this effort is going to be completely spoiled. They're just going to have to give it up.
They get some mana out of Mickey, but that's about it. Nothing else here. This is kind of the downside of the Shopify support duo. I mean, their skirmish power is okay in the open areas when they can fight on runes and chase down people, but around these objectives, it's not great. You don't have a lot of significant burst damage early, unless you get ults on the 2 supports. I feel like a lot of times we saw the CIS teams run this support Batrider, particularly on solo. It felt a lot like they wanted to extend the laning phase and then maybe make gate rotations if the carry's up the lane. But the carry's just sitting under the tower like this, I think the dive is very difficult.
Boxy and Crit really going at it here. And Boxy gonna go for the deny on Ancients, doesn't get it. Crit gets the last hit. So he managed to get the Wisdom Rune and he managed to get a kill for that situation. Feels like more and more of these situations where the supports try and invade and take away the Wisdom Rune, people are getting way punished for this.
A kill is pretty even to the rune, to be honest, for these supports. Like, you don't feel bad if somebody steals and you get the kill in return if it's a high level support, because they also get higher level because they got the rune.
Yeah, well, I'm saying Crit got the Wisdom Rune and he got the kill.
Yeah, I mean, that's even better. You know what I'm saying? Even in the scenario where you trade, I think it still feels a little worse than it used to. Uh-oh. Black Hole on to Zai, of all people.
Yeah, it's going to be still a hard kill. The Familiar is still alive, able to do a little bit of drop here, but with the jump in from Crit, that'll be enough to finish him off. Heavy commitment to be able to get that kill. Meanwhile, mid lane, they go in for the dive. Do manage to finish up Abed and get the double kill for Nisha as they finish up Fly as well. So they may have won the fight with a lot used in the top lane, but Shopify Rebellion are going to be regretting losing Abed like that.
Didn't get the birds either. I think Zai is very happy with that trade, because again, you want the Ember snowballing this game, not necessarily the Visage. He's just going to give you the auras later, and if he keeps forcing heroes top, I mean, you're happy with that. Sure, you black hole the Zai here, you slow down his push potential, but you're not changing the course of this game, and now he's right back in the mid, and you just get another great Abed kill out of this.
Yeah, just back to back, he's going to have to walk out to lane, and they're going to be able to kill Fly, who is also going to have to walk out to lane, as I believe he TP'd mid earlier. So that's just rough all around. The Ember Spirit is really beginning to take off and doing it with the Skywrath Mage too. Now, Mickey is still going to be feeling the pain of an Enigma lane that is kind of, well, not kind of, it is totally free.
There will be that Helm of Dominator as well, so Saber really looking to play a fast game, match the Visage tempo, but you can't help but feel like Liquid are just getting the better trades on the map right now. This should be a tier 1 mid as well, off the Orbit Corrosion on top of the Ember with the birds coming in. I like that rotation from Zai, and that's the downside of committing the long cooldown Black Hole on him. It just opens up a lot of room for moves. Value Arcane Rune for Nisha too. He got 3-4 kills off that single rune trade in the river. Yeah, just did not go Shopify's way, and now Abed is very far behind. I mean, he's like 1,200 behind Nisha all of a sudden, off the one move, plus that rune. He will get a 10-minute rune as well here, which is Haste. Another fantastic rune.
Yeah, this is the part where it really starts feeling bad, right? Because now, because they're stronger than you, you have to keep conceding all these power runes, and the power runes just continue to make them stronger than you, and it's just a never-ending cycle of abuse.
I mean, this is why the early tempo here for Liquid is way stronger unless that mid lane went Abed's favor, which it did not enough for Shopify to rotate to it. It's also just the power of the Skywrath Undying here. The damage comes online a lot faster. The Batrider is struggling in levels. This is sometimes why you just have to farm on this hero or build the stacks so you can get the XP up. Because right now, I don't think you're skirmishing Liquid. Solar Crest already up for Zai. You have level 5 on both their supports, almost 6. A lot of nuke and burst damage that your cores aren't ready to contest.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
It's going to be maybe up to Saberlight to just create some space on the map with this Helm of the Dominator and try and open it up and force the trade so you can get into that later portion of the mid game. Then you'll be a bit happier. But for now, I think skirmishing is off the menu, especially with Haste Rune sitting on level 9 Nisha. He is in prime position to literally run this game over.
Yeah, he's pushing in mid pretty heavily, and with that rune, might be able to make rotation either up the top or maybe try and shut down the Enigma at bottom lane. I can see them, going for a tier 2 dive the way that Liquid is being so aggressive right now.
I mean, ideal for Liquid is they find these stragglers in the jungle right now if they want a quick smoke. This is kind of a dangerous smoke if you don't hit anything, but you do kind of know where Saberlight's going to be, and that's the downside of Enigma. You're pretty static on the map right now. Pretty slow.
Gonna go exploring here.
All right, don't even need the smoke. Maybe he wishes he had the smoke.
Yeah, straight up into the black hole. Crit's gonna be able to chain it with a blast off. Is that gonna be enough? It is. Blows him up. A haste rune wasted, and now Shopify Rebellion back into pretty nice space. Saberlight's just gonna go ahead and start pressuring that mid tower. Don't need a creep wave when you've got Eidolons and a bunch of creeps.
Well, Saberlight has definitely gotten value out of his black holes this game. There's no denying that. 2 big core kills off the cooldown that is the longest here.
Yeah, for an ability that you typically don't really use that much in the early game, it's kind of hard to get kills with sometimes.
And he shut down the haste room. So there's a lot of potential just went out the window there for Liquid as Enigma will continue to power up, go straight into help with the Overlord. Shopify just farming up. This is where this team becomes very obnoxious to play against. They're very efficient on the map. Their laning is very good in a sense of they won't get run over and they can stall these games out. Now you're fighting Centaur and Eidolons in the river.
Nisha messed that one up. He chains before the slight. Completely wasted that. As a result, you don't get the Mystic Flare. Now you don't get the fast kill that you were looking for. Nisha's just going to barrel on in here right in the middle of all of these heroes, try and finish off somebody, and it looks like he's going to go for a Saberlight. Might be able to get that with the help of Stone Gaze from the Medusa, chasing everybody away. This is actually turning out somehow okay for Shopify, despite the big blunder at the start of the fight. Running down Abed, double kill for him, a 2-for-3 exchange with a completely whiffed Slight Chains and Mystic Flare combo.
Just feels a little off by Liquid, but hey, they get the job done in the end, I guess, as they just run them through. No black hole to help you take that fight, and the Kisses is not doing enough in this scenario. And now Mickey is really happy.
Yeah.
Because he just gets to plow ahead on this net worth chart, and I mean, that laning phase, all that advantage evaporates here in a millisecond off one move, if we can call it an advantage. I mean, look, Shopify are still just trying to stabilize this game. They just want to go even. If there's less kills, they're probably happier. So Liquid, this is their time to strike. The next 10 minutes here, really important to squeeze as much out of the map as they can. And Wisdom Rune, Fly will pay the price. He wastes Lasso as well. Hobbit will get the return kill. At least he's continuing to find something, but it doesn't feel like he has the heroes to play with in these 3-on-3 or 4-on-4s. That's the concerning part.
Yeah. It's going to be a constant problem for them as Liquid continue get higher and higher on those network charts on all three of their cores. The Deuce is totally free farming, and don't really see, like, you've got the Rod of Atos on Snapfire. That is one thing I feel like with Snapfire core. I really like it, but I do feel like you really need to win your lane. Because if you start getting into this kind of setup for the Snapfire, then your magic damage isn't enough, and now you're just waiting for a very long time for, I think, your power spike, you know, when you start putting physical damage out.
I would kind of agree, yeah. And this hero does scale really hard in the late game, so if you eventually get there, even if you're behind, you're happy. But yeah, if you lose the lane with this hero mid, like, what is this hero even supposed to lose to mid? I don't even know.
Yeah, that is the thing. It's not
Sniper or something?
Right? Yeah.
I mean, it's probably Sniper Shadow Fiend, I guess. But
Sure.
versus all these Spirit heroes, I would go in this game expecting my Snapfire to get ahead. The fact that it just didn't happen really did hurt Shopify here. In those little skirmishes, it adds up. And yeah, now you're playing catch-up mode into Atos, into Force Staff here for Ovid. This just feels bad. Here's going to be a utility Snapfire. I guess you have the damage with your supports, Enigma, Midnight Pulse, and a Morphling coming in, but it just feels not greedy enough, dare I say it.
Top lane, Visage gonna get picked off. All of a sudden, the whole team is here. And in fact, Team Liquid are gonna respond with the same. They mass TP'd up to this top lane, and they're gonna try and chase down these heroes. Probably in part because there is no tier 1 tower, so they think they could do this, but Boxy, he runs in perhaps a little bit too deep. They'll try and get the fly kill, but even that is gonna prove too difficult to grab. Shopify Rebellion managing to hold their side of the map and prevent the Liquid invaders.
Decent trade for Shopify, for sure. Anytime they get these types of little exchanges where they don't have to necessarily commit the black hole especially, they're super happy with that. And Liquid just leaving their Visage in no man's land. This is a hero you kind of have to play around on the map unless you're super secure with the vision. They have like a couple deep wards, but not enough to protect him. Once more, Shopify get what they want and get the hell out. They're not going to linger. They're not going to give you a 5-on-5 right now, which means if you want to get it, you need to force the objectives, which should mean early Roshan here for Liquid. I think between the Flesh Golem and the Visage with an early Solar Crest, it is decently fast here. That will be the call.
That is one of the nice things about this Undying. I feel like he's a little bit deeper of a hero, I guess, in that regard, because of the fact that he's able to win your lane, but then also this Roche taking potential is so important. Nisha finds another pick off on Fly as he's creating a lot of attention onto the mid lane. I think this is really interesting, by the way, how what a difference this between them and like Gaming Gladiators. Nisha's the one creating space while they do Roshan, whereas Gaming Gladiators would do the opposite, right? He'd be playing the Dusa and he'd be farming like bottom lane right now, pushing that out while his team takes Rosh.
Is under attack.
Everything's a trade-off. He will come to this fight, though, and I mean, this Roshan did not go down.
Yeah,
It's not that fast without the big right clicker, so maybe he should have been here. Try and force the fight anyway with the Stone Gaze.
And Mickey trying to make himself a target. Shopify Rebellion backs pushed up against the wall here. This is a dangerous position to be in. Tombstone up in 15 seconds. They're going to start firing back with the kisses. But Abed, he's going to be targeted. Stone gazed up. They're going to quickly burst him down. And I don't think they really got too much in return. Tombstone is going to chase Liquid away, though. And Arteezy, that's going to start pushing forward. Nice light chains into the back lines, though. This is dangerous. They're getting chased down by the Familiars, blown up by the Mystic Flare. Crit's going to go back in with the bombs, but it's not going to be good enough. Can't even get a single kill out of that one. Nisha's running heroes down to the back. His Arteezy, he's going to try and wave for him out of here because he cannot TP out of here. They're just going to leave him be. Screw it. Let's just go take Roshan and let the water boy go.
I mean, this fight's not even remotely close.
No, it wasn't.
Like, the damage numbers are absurdly pitiful for Shopify. There's no way you're getting a black hole in this engagement versus Stone Gaze versus Skywrath Silence. A Tombstone sitting there, there's birds flying around. I don't know how you win this 5-on-5, especially with Abed going down first. He's all your damage. He's also your Tombstone killer. I mean, you get a stolen Tombstone, maybe there was the confidence for Shopify, but these 5-on-5s, I'm surprised they tried to contest this. That is just not a contestable fight.
Chains on the two of them. This is, okay, maybe with the blast off? No, it's not good. It's not good at all. They're lucky enough that Fly is able to get out unscathed.
December is a big problem in this game. 7-1, Maelstrom already up, and BKB is almost done here already. It's going to be a fast one for Nisha. I just don't know where you're supposed to kill the heroes through the pipe already being up here too. Like, that's a huge aura timing for Zai.
Yeah.
That is why that early lane going that well for him pays off here immediately. You already have pipe up for this Roche at less than 18 minutes or so. You're eliminating so much of the damage from Shopify. I mean, what are they doing into pipe in this game?
I mean, what are they doing into Dusa as well? Mickey just sort of like slowly pushed himself forward, and Shopify were like scrambling like rats. They were just trying to like, oh no, we can't fight the Dusa. Trying to find any kind of space to work with. Crit's doing a little bit of blast off action to be able to get away.
I mean, this is your big Dusa timing. And you get another Helm of the Dominator creep. This creep has maybe done more ill than good at this point. That'll be level 15 for the Dusa, so you get extra damage here. You still have an Aegis time for 3.5, and your Butterfly is, well, dead on Courier, unfortunately.
Yeah,
but it was getting delivered. That's a big Courier snipe, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, you might have been able to go high ground here for Liquid with that Butterfly. You still might be able to, honestly. The outspam is dreadful here for Shopify, and their lineup does not respond well to just being pushed down. That's why I think this Dusa pick was good. It's not about the matchups. It's just about what it does in the game in terms of the tempo and forcing Shopify to respond at a position in the game where they don't want to, because you need more Playnags. You need more items on this Enigma to take the fight. And Abed, he went 4-staff after 8 those here. He's not giving you super high damage scale. I think you definitely poke. This should be a Rax if you commit Tombstone. I actually don't think there's much Shopify can do. You have level 4 Tombstone already up.
It's going to be up to, I guess, Crit and Abed to try and throw enough damage to get him to back out.
I mean, there's nothing to throw in here. You have 2 lives on Dusa. You have Pipe and Drum already up on Zai. You have BKB for Nisha. And there's your Tombstone drop. You can't enter the fight. I mean, I don't see a route to actually take this. I think you should have just stayed on the map.
Yeah, Arteezy
They lassoed
back. Okay.
Oh,
huh?
I mean, they got that bird though.
But they didn't get that bird.
Yeah, but they showed that bird who's boss. You're coming with me, son.
Somebody's, you know what? Fly's been in the game for a while. You know, maybe he needs good vision checks. It's getting about that time.
Honestly, even if they lassoed a hero there, I don't.
Hey, good denies, good denies. You see that?
That's true. Yeah.
Abed denied the full lane of barracks, both buildings. What a monster.
Well, at least you did something.
The move of Lasso. Production already.
I mean, that was an impact move.
I mean, obviously he was trying to get Nisha there, but rough. Rough times. I wonder if part of that was intentional. You think there's in any world that like Zai is intentionally putting his familiars like over Nisha? Just to make the initiation more annoying?
No.
Okay.
I think he just messed it up. There's no way around it. I think even if they get the lasso, I don't know if it necessarily changes anything, but you probably have a better chance. Still, that is the timing that's coming out here, the 20-minute push without the butterfly even being delivered. Now Mick is just pushing towards the Scotty. He's going to have it pretty quick here. You really need Morphling Ags as fast as possible. That is the downside of coming back to those pushes, too. You lose net worth opportunity for the Morphling. You might have had another 1,000 here if you didn't have to go to that fight that I think which is not your fight to take. Lasso will find a hero this time, though still with wings.
Boxy does die, even if it is very close. The butterfly now complete. Now that the courier is back alive and able to deliver its payload.
So here's a question: you just go higher on again? I mean, do you care if your Skyrat's dead?
I
Do you
mean,
care if your
if they
game
couldn't
is
stop
off?
you last time, don't you just do it again?
You have 40 seconds here with the 2 lives from Mickey. Can he die once? I don't even know. He just got Blink done on Saberlight, so you have Blink Black Hole potential. Which in theory, if you catch the birds in Mickey, there's no cancel. Because the Skyrath is dead. So there actually is an opening here for Black Hole for Saberlight if he wants to commit.
I think they have to wait out the Aegis though, right?
Yeah, 15 seconds here and then you go. And this is going to be the play for Shopify. This is a very pivotal moment in this game. They can hit this. You have a lot of turnaround potential. And I mean, how hesitant are Liquid? They might just let Zai siege, not show the Medusa, not commit that Stone Gaze into the potential Black Hole.
Yeah, don't risk the Aegis expiring.
That's a very wise call here from Liquid, playing around that timing. They're just not going to give him anything. And now you have Vlad's finish for Zai. That regional boost Mickey up to full as he continues to explode on this net worth chart. And you're still looking for Morphling Eggs. Are you going to get Morphling Eggs before this game is over?
Well, if RTZ can collect some kills, that'll certainly boost it along. That's 500 gold for him.
Definitely a nice little goodie bag. That's the 6th death for Boxy. He has been over half of Shopify's kills this game. They're definitely finding him, but not much else. And this Scotty is going to be done soon. 2 lanes gone for Shopify. This next Roshan, I think if you let it go, you're in big trouble, because then I think you're getting Mega'd even if you win the fight.
Yeah.
And your lineup does not deal well with Mega. So you're going to have to prepare for this Roshan contest if you're Shopify. Take that fight, and that's your window back in the game. Just itemize to hit as strong a power point as you can. Looks like it'll be Crit trying to push towards the Greaves. Abed pushing towards a Crystallis here. Going into Silver Edge for as much early damage spike as you can gather. And that Ags is done for Artur.
I mean, Crystallis, but how close is he to 20?
Not very close.
Yeah. That's kind of what I figured.
I mean, the game's just too fast for him to get to the talents here.
Yeah.
And Liquid are just smoking back top.
Oh, they gotta go. Well, yeah. Just find anybody you can, I guess.
That scan clipped. Abed, he will get chains at 0.1 seconds. Woo!
Close call, but they do get him. Meanwhile, Zai will take the mid tower for them, so they can go straight into the base.
Yeah,
as soon as they get back.
Push mid, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's no way Abed has buyback here. I feel like you know that if you're Liquid. Again, you just drop the tombstone, you get the vision. As long as Mickey and the birds and Boxy don't get Black Hole.
That's a
lot of... should be impossible.
Okay, starting off with the lasso, but the slight chain stops him, and Zai doesn't even get pulled up the hill.
Another lasso that yields absolutely nothing here, other than a Stone Gaze gone. I mean, what are you going to Black Hole here, Saberlight? You have a Skyrath Silence waiting very far back.
I don't know. Okay, well, looks like they're maybe going to back up with Abed coming back alive.
There's no way you back here.
Not even with, like, because if you do lose this fight, you may be giving up Roshan.
Yeah, but Morphling Axe is out.
Yeah, it's true.
I feel like they have nothing. They have no lasso, they have no Morphling ult. Like, this is one of those pushes where you're like, okay, we could be disciplined and go back for Roche, but no. You push it. They don't have the capability to fight you right now, and this is Megas. You're going to force a bad Black Hole here out of Saberlight. It's going to happen in the next second or so.
Trying to just set up first with a blast off. See if they can cause some chaos, anything to be able to get a good Black Hole at this point in time, but they're just getting run over. Nisha's putting out too much damage. They can't get close to Mickey.
as long as Boxy doesn't show, there's just no way into this fight. That's your Helm of the Dominator Overlord creep as well. It gets denied again.
I mean, you gotta give it to Abed.
Yeah.
He's good at last hitting.
He is definitely good at last hitting. I've never seen a man kill so many of his own barracks before.
Yeah, what was that, 3 at least?
At least 3. That's half his base. I mean, which team's he playing for?
Most
He knows
buildings killed Abed.
He's not a liquid stand-in. Right? Maybe he's confused.
Maybe he wishes he was a liquid stand-in.
We all wish we were a liquid stand-in.
He's like, you guys want a Mikey back? Find somebody else.
I mean, he definitely did not get the Mikey treatment this game, I'll tell you that much.
No.
But he also didn't do any favors with the early laning phase. So Liquid will pull out a 25-minute Megas.
You saying to get the Mikey treatment, you gotta play like Mikey?
I mean, just saying, you know. See what Boba tells him after this game.
All right, well, Shopify Rebellion are going to hold out, surprisingly. Bing bong. I kind of would expect. Maybe they're just trying to wake up a little bit. You know the game's done, but might as well just take the time to click some buttons, play your hero a little bit more, so you're more warmed up for game 2.
Think about what you've done.
Also, it can't. I mean, that has to be a rough way to start your tournament, right? Shopify Rebellion, notorious for having slow starts at tournaments anywhere, playing the opening match of the tournament against a team that they have not beat in 2 years.
And you lose.
And
Or you
lose
get
game
Well,
one.
technically they haven't lost. We shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. But you get Mega to 25 and then...
I'm willing to put my reputation on the line to say they've lost.
Well, they have BKB Blink on Enigma, which technically is uncounterable here unless you get Stonegaze off. So they're going to try an all-in Mickey.
Okay.
We'll see if it pays off. Another Crystallis for Arteezy here, just maximize the damage. Of course, there is Grab Ally.
Oh, there it is. That's a black hole counter.
It is definitely a black hole counter.
Nullifier going to be used on Arteezy, who's still silenced, but eventually he'll be able to go back into his morph form. But again, that's kind of putting it on cooldown.
They're just getting chopped on the backside. Another Arcane Rune for Nisha with Lincoln's on top. Feels untouchable here. And the black hole, where is it? Just throw it out. I mean, at this point, just cast it so you don't get flamed by your coach after the series.
Lasso, pull him in, see if they can kill Zai without using too much. They're going to go for it. The black hole does manage to catch the Ember Spirit, and the Vintage is going to die on it. Oh, okay, never mind.
Well,
Boy,
that was the lowest damage black hole I've seen in a long time. They were piped. They just sat there. I feel let down.
Do you know? Did you expect anything different?
I expect at least one hero to die, and then we can hype it up, and then Saberlight will feel better about himself. That Enigma looked absolutely pathetic the entire game, I feel. It was slow as crap. It was just the worst Helm of the Dawnfire. The laning was okay, but it's not like you crush the lane so hard you just auto-won the game off it, and then you can't black hole anything for 30 minutes. By the time you can, your base is gone, because Abed killed half of it. This hero did not impress me.
Not amazing, but he did get some early kills, right?
I mean, I feel like a lot of offlaners can get early kills. Or even if you don't, you're still happy. Because I didn't get early kills, and he was...
Listen, I just placed more of this on... You didn't have a Snapfire in the game, really. You didn't have a Snapfire in the game. I feel like that's putting the cart before the horse. Snapfire should be impacting the game first before the Enigma does, you know? All right, well, we'll see what the panel has to say about this very exciting Game 1.
You know, some started their first game. I'm back. Some majors wouldn't have even started their first game by now. We're done with our first game. You wanted tempo? They gave you tempo.
Got it.
Got it. Got it, get it, ship it. Done. Boom. Aurora, what's wrong?
Maybe I bet should just play spirits.
It's one game, Aurora. Don't worry.
Yeah, but it's enough to tell the tale. Like, what was he doing for 10 minutes?
I don't know. Losing to Ember Spirit mid.
Yeah.
He was.
He was. And then for the last 10 minutes, which is about how long the game was.
I saw the Enigma TP and I'm like, where's the Snapfire? Where's the Snapfire? Oh, he's dead.
You know, SVG was talking a lot of trash about the Enigma.
He was.
And I agree with half of it.
Okay.
Like, it was a bad pick. The item build is awful, but he did a lot in the early game. He won his lane. Then after winning his lane, killing the Medusa, he TP top, killed the Visage. Then after that, he just kind of fed, but so did all of Rebellion.
yeah.
If we go back to Abed on a Snapfire, he didn't really do much either. But that's kind of showing like why Enigma is a hero that we don't see a lot of. It doesn't really have that mid-game where there's no aura item you want to buy on this hero with Wraith Pact being gone. They're all kind of awkward. Helmet of the Overlord on Enigma, not so great. You want to go into that black hole, you need a lot of items to get it, so they just canceled it every fight. And then it come to a point where the hero just couldn't find any impact anymore. But he had a good early game.
Which I suppose is what they picked him for, Winter. What was the motivation behind Enigma? Because was it team fight superiority when you're getting silenced by Skywrath and dealing with Tombstone on the side and stuff like that?
It was mostly for the lane. It's against Undying, and Enigma's one of the few offlaners that you don't really care about the decay, you just deny the creeps, pull the wave back.
But then what?
Yeah. But then what? Like, even if I was thinking whether he should get a mech, but like what Clinton is talking about, like on that hero, you don't really have a good timing in the mid game. It doesn't matter what you go. If you go the aura build, the helm, or if you are playing for black hole, then it's even worse because it's even slower, and it doesn't allow them to fight the early game. The early to mid game. That's why I was always suggesting they need a tower defender like a Tide or Underlord hero to hold the game together, because the game is going to come at too fast of a speed for their lineup to deal with, and they need a hero to slow everything down.
Yeah, this game looked pretty well up until the 13-minute mark, where the Enigma died for the first time, and Abed died again. I think they killed Crit too, and ever since then, Liquid just didn't look back from 13 minutes forward. It was a pretty one-sided game. That's why it did end around 20-something odd minutes, but I don't know. Rebellion's going to have to come back in this next game for sure and come up with, I think, just a better draft overall.
I think they've just been doing what they always did, and they probably should realize by now they can't just keep doing that. Like, want to play the late game with 3 cores alive. I don't think it works now.
Yeah, when you have Water Boy, you just have to play for the Water Boy. The Water Boy is going to do everything for the team, Like, that hero is just universally good at everything. So you just
he steals universally good at everything. He's agility good at everything.
He just needs his team to be holding the game together. You only need like 20, 21, 22, maybe 23 minutes until you get the Axe, at the point where you have Manta and Axe, then your hero's online. So you only need your teammates to hold the game for you.
And once you get the first Roche, game is basically over.
Well, we can take a look at the highlights for this game, for as short as it was. I imagine that there will be 4 clips. That's my prediction. Laning phase. Nope, we're already past the laning phase. Well, still kind of laning phase.
This was pretty cool though. I like how Boxy, I mean, it happened before this, but he like drugged the Ancients, used the concussive shot, and got more damage off on a crit. Almost killed him there, but then Fly came in and nabbed it away. I believe that was around the Wisdom Rune timing.
Yeah.
He sealed from here, so.
I feel
Good for
for
him.
him, though. I feel for him.
This is the fight that I was talking about that kind of like changed almost the entirety of the game here. Like, Saberlight was off to a really good start here. He just couldn't get the black hole off. They're not able to kill the Medusa either. And then all of a sudden you lose this Enigma who's top net worth now, right? Boom. You got Abed dead again too. Then all of a sudden, like, now you have 3 cores on Liquid that are in top net worth, and you just don't stop when you're in this situation. If you're Medusa, you keep farming, you start getting big, you get Roshan, you just snowball the game. And Saberlight couldn't get a single black hole after that.
You like the double solar, a Medallion and Solar Crest?
I don't think it's bad. I think it could be really good. They do stack on top of each other, and it helps you get Roche. You can burst down a hero really quickly. It makes sense.
Just rubbing it in was Shopify, honestly.
Yeah, after that fight, it was pretty difficult for them to contest basically anything on the map. They were just like kind of doing just split pushing, hoping for the morphing to get ready on time to take a fight. But unfortunately, they just needed way too many more items before they could be ready.
They just needed that, right? That big black hole, which they couldn't farm the BKB until that moment when they had no creeps available.
Do you feel like he should have just tried to get a BKB instead?
I feel like they just not pick Enigma. It's just too hard. Like, yeah, you need like this. You need something, the Helm Dom, you need a mech, whatever it might be. Then all of a sudden, mid game, oh, I need a BKB Blink. It's too much net worth. This hero doesn't make money fast enough to justify the pick.
The wrong universe hero.
Yeah. He's definitely not the best universal.
We're okay with the first phase, though. Morphling plus techies. There's no way that there's anything wrong with that. That's reliable.
Yeah, it's about the pieces.
Okay.
What do you put together with the morphing? Like I feel like the openings are okay. It's just what are the follow-ups. They need to decide what do we need with the morphing if they're gonna pick the hero again.
A better offlaner. You can't just win the lane. Maybe you're okay losing the lane. Who the hell beats Undying? Nobody beats Undying.
I mean, I think if you do want to play this Enigma, you have to be fine with one way or the other. You can either be like the Underlord, where you're just building all auras and you're not expected to black hole, or you can be like the Doom, where you buy like a Midas and you're the late game security. But then you need your mid laner. I think most of this game does come down to Abed. Like, he lost a matchup which they were designed to win. They picked Snapfire to win this. It didn't happen. And then all of a sudden, you don't have any impact from your mid laner. Now your off laner has to do everything. You have to do the early game and the late game, and he just doesn't have the net worth for it.
I feel like they could have just picked the Snapfire at the 18th slot. You can have the Snapfire and Tekis in one lane. Yeah, sure, that's Undying, but like, you do so much damage, right? It's not even about the decay anymore.
Wasn't you would have liked Snap as a flex pick, or you just wanted them to pick it for Abed earlier?
It's like we talk about the Enigma. No Enigma, and I think you can find an answer that's better than what you have.
Shame. Like, I was hoping that we would finally see something different from Dream League, and all the experiments failed. Enigma failed.
Maybe it worked for them in scrims, you know.
Well, this ain't scrims, Winter. This is the Bali Major.
But
You
there were
best come
scrims
correct.
for the Bali Major.
We're scrims for the Bali Major.
And sometimes your ideas just don't work, or you play against a team that isn't fully trying their best, or they're having a bad day. Or guess what? They're experimenting too. So your experimentation is against another experimentation, and your experiment wins, and all of a sudden you think your experiment is good, but then the other team starts trying. There's a real draft, and it doesn't, and unlucky.
And as you heard from Cap, this roster on Shopify, they're famous for slow group stage starts. So it's just 0-1, and we got a BO2 series for all these group stage games. So let's get into a game number 2 after the break.
Use your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BizNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukro Oven, seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Asik ya, Waiga.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid, where I demand more new picks. Enigma was a failed experiment. Abed mid-Sapphire, failed experiment. Now Liquid can have fun. Liquid, give me a Zai hero.
A Zai hero?
An exotic Zai hero.
Techies?
Offlane techies.
You want an exotic?
Okay. That's crazy. But I'm into
exotic?
it. Aurora, give me a weird Mickey hero.
Weird Mickey hero.
Yeah.
It's not really weird because he was a mid player, but Ember.
Okay. We have seen some safe lane Ember flexes before. Winter, give me a non-undying Insania hero.
Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden! Where has CM been, actually? Is she just objectively weaker?
Dumpstered by the patch.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's...
The nerfs are really too big. Like before I felt like she was playable. She can have a good laning phase and you can transition into the mid game. Right now the lane itself is already a big problem. With the nerfs to the Nova damage and the mana regen in the early levels, I felt that hurt her a lot.
But she can take advantage of Blood Grenade, I feel.
Every hero can.
Every hero can.
It's available for everyone to purchase.
It is true, actually.
So you still need good skills to pair with it.
Yeah, I guess she already has a slow, and then stacking the slow isn't that useful, and her right click does not hurt that much.
Not very good.
Is literally the current support meta purely determined by Blood Grenade? Because that's what you said, that's why Undying is so popular. That's why Spirit Breaker is so popular.
You need heroes that are going to be able to, I feel like, secure the lane. As a position 5, I feel like my main job is to make sure that when I pick this hero out, when I look to my carry at the 8th pick, he can tell me a lot of heroes. If my hero doesn't allow his hero to have a lot of options, then I feel like my hero is a problem.
But then there aren't that many options. It's just Morphling and Medusa all day.
I mean, Undying is good because you can just literally pick anything on the carry. It doesn't really matter. But when you pick all this CM, then you have to look at it. Can you be CK? Can you be Bloodseeker? You need like aggressive heroes that can allow the CM to capitalize on the advantage in the lane. But if you don't do that, you pick like a CM with a Terrorblade, you feel bad in the lane.
Yeah, that's true. That's a shame though, because I assumed that Blood Grenade was going to make range supports more viable. Because a lot of these melee bulliers would get like Orb Venom, and so they would have a slow anyway. And then giving the same move speed slow on a melee and a ranged hero, I thought that would be a buff, a Blood Grenade buff for ranged supports.
They would have to make it better for ranged heroes. Like,
you think
Orb
so?
of Venom's better for melee heroes.
So
Otherwise,
inverse.
I mean, otherwise it's just as good for melee heroes. It doesn't make it better for ranged heroes in any capacity.
I mean, do you think you should get more HP on melee heroes and the slow is more on the range hero?
Ooh.
More HP on melee heroes?
Okay,
Hello?
maybe
Yeah, it's true. You're buffing it.
because you're taking away the slow, so you need to give something back.
I guess
But it's already so much on the melee heroes anyway.
that's true. They still have their inherent
You're in
stout
the
shield.
range to throw it, you know.
Need to do more damage if you throw it if you're ranged.
Yeah, there you go.
Slow's good.
Because it gets more momentum.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
The more range, the more damage it does.
That makes
Wow.
sense to me.
Good idea.
All right,
Yeah,
well,
flow.
I hear heroes being selected, so we can get into draft number 2 of game number 2 with Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid. Because I think I heard Techies get banned.
No way.
He was like, "Duh."
You know his voice?
I know his voice.
Yeah. Watch enough Dota.
It's an audio game. The cues.
But they're just like grunts, you know?
Yes.
You literally learn the grunt of the heroes.
Oh, it was Timbersaw. I was wrong.
Oh, the wrong. You
Damn
didn't
it.
know.
They're both squeaky voiced goblins.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
that was the wrong one.
So Shopify is first pick this time.
Yep.
I feel like it's just easier to be first pick. At least for me, you know, I feel like if I win the toss, I want to be first pick right now. There's just way too many heroes that are so imba. You can pick it at either number 5 or number 8. And I feel like being the second pick, you usually have a hard time picking 6 and 7. And you see some teams like Gaming, when they're second pick 6 and 7, they just pick like 2 supports out. Or Bad Boom, you know, they like to do that.
And you don't find 24th pick to be a worthwhile trade-off?
And not as much as before. I feel like the 5 and 8 is a lot stronger right now.
I mean, 24 pick is kind of a joke right now. It's like, normally when you're offlane, you don't have these like Vino last pick gotcha type of picks.
True.
And you're a carry player. You just want Medusa or Morph anyway in the first phase. What's a last pick carry gonna do for you? So like, I really don't think the last pick is utilized very well. Maybe your mid lane can use it a little bit, but at the same time, we just saw a counter pick attempted in the mid lane. That didn't even work. So
Is
maybe
that
this 24 pick sucks.
Is that a result of being able to ban too many heroes? Or you feel like it's just about like teams changing the way they're picking the heroes?
It's a result of this patch being new and not enough heroes are good. That's what I think.
Namely, Enigma not being good, and he's being picked again. What the hell's going on?
Trying to teach,
More sample size.
Sure,
trying
yeah.
to teach them how to play Enigma.
Like I said with Enigma, there's 2 ways you can do it. You can either just be the Aura bot, or you can just be like the Doom and you're greedy and you're going for all these like late game security items. But you can't do both. Every time I see Enigma start as a support, then try to transition, typically doesn't end very well. And by support, I mean just utility.
Maybe that's what they plan. They're like, hey, you take game 1, I take game 2.
Gentleman's agreement. So you're saying support in terms of utility, but Evil Geniuses do flex Enigma. They gave it to Matthew one time during Dream League Season 20.
Yeah, but evil geniuses can flex anything.
That is true.
That is just their power.
Yeah. I'm sure C-Smile would play it on mid if he wanted to.
He would. He probably has.
He probably has.
He played like 21 heroes.
Yeah, during Dream League, he had the biggest hero pool of any player in all of Dream League Season 20.
That veteranship from him.
Yeah, and a lot of them were offlaners. He was playing Underlord, Legion Commander, all these things. But I will put on the table that Enigma has some flex potential. I wouldn't guarantee that it's either Zai or Boxies yet.
I like the Ember early pick. Not sure about the Enigma, but I think Ember is okay to be picked early. You're not really worried about like getting countered as much.
Hopes
And
are high. Mickey Ember, let's go!
I mean, the hero is just like a very useful pick in general. Like I like picking my mid heroes early right now compared to in the previous patch. I think a lot more offlaners are being picked early when they're really strong, like the Beastmaster, the Doom, and I feel like right now at the moment all those heroes are kind of not as imba as before. They're still useful, but in the right situation. You need to look at the draft and decide the offlane pick later.
I think they did both here. I'm not seeing a support Enigma coming out. It's probably offlane, especially because you see a Morphling. This is a good matchup for Enigma.
It is.
So you already have a good lane matchup. Unless Rebellion want to put the Morph mid against the Ember, which is also a good matchup.
Oh yeah, that's true.
However, Rebellion's a very... What's the right word for them? They're very... a team that doesn't want to adapt very
That is true. They are not very malleable.
Yeah, they are not. They're very stubborn
Mhm.
in what they want to do. And they think Morph is OP because Morph is winning. It's true. But then they see Enigma. They don't want to really counter it. They just want to pick the OP hero, which falls into Liquid's hands a little bit draft-wise because they do get the Enigma off lane. And now you get 3 bans if you want for the Ember to make sure his lane is good.
Liquid is not banning Monkey King yet. I feel Monkey King is so good against these 2 heroes, and
Who's going to play it, though?
I mean,
Mid
I'll bet
Monkey?
can, yeah.
I mean, I know Orbit. Orbit's a beast. He can play so many things, but he generally doesn't get the opportunity.
No, he does not.
So, I mean, he got the opportunity last game and didn't go so well, so probably Bulb was just like, nope, we're going right back to Storm Spirit. Good for Ember.
It is unbanned currently.
We'll see.
I'm actually surprised that they didn't opt for the Huskar also last game, because if you really wanted to lane counter Ember, then that was one option. And even like, I think in Berlin, we saw Omni Knight be one of the counters.
Yeah.
But instead they went Snap. So back to the Storm Spirit mines for Abed, I assume.
I don't know about lane countering the mid matchup as much. I feel like, at least for me, when I'm looking at the drafts right now, like if you're picking the mid heroes last, I would actually put a lot more priority on picking a hero that works with the lineup. Not just like thinking about winning the lane, you know, because we saw a couple of games at Dream League. Can't remember which teams they picked like a counter matchup. The hero gets like 20 denies at 5 minutes, and the hero with the bad matchup takes a rune, goes to the side lane, gets a kill, same net worth with the guy.
I think it was a Queen of Pain versus, or was it a Viper versus something? But yeah, the lane dominator.
I think it was like some LC mid that denied 20 CS, and we were looking at the network like, what the hell? He denies 20 creeps. The guy just rotates, gets a rune, goes to the side lane, 1 kill, and same net worth, same XP.
Gotta get that kill. But they do have a Lycan now, so I'm starting to not feel very confident about this Enigma being offlane.
Insania, Enigma.
Maybe, yeah, because you don't want to play carry Lycan into Morph, right? You don't want to lose 40% of your universal stats. You're probably going to Helm Dominator, which means Enigma's not going to the offlane anymore. And Lycan's also good versus Morph in the lane, same reason as Enigma is good. They're like doubling down on that, which is a little strange.
Yeah, then why go for Lycan over the Visage? Wow.
This looks like a pub draft.
Yeah, it does.
Like
a lot of creeps.
You eat my creep, I eat your creep, you eat my creep.
Yeah.
Let's get Night Stalker in the mix.
I mean, it gets interesting because this Doom is a hero that it was picked a lot to deal with the Beastmaster, Helm the Dominator, and that's something Lycan likes to do as well. So now you have interesting choices to make here. If you're Liquid, do you want to just put the Enigma offlane? Do you want to do a carry Lycan? Clinks is probably support against the Chen, that makes sense. Liquid's draft is looking really awkward. This is either going to be brilliant or it's going to be like complete dog shit.
Yeah.
That's what it's looking like for me.
Looks like one of the drafts from their science experiment.
Well, mad scientist Blitz is cooking something up. And Shopify are actually expecting support Enigma offlane Lycan because they're banning out a carry Slark.
Boss 5 Enigma. So I actually theory crafted a little bit with the changes to Enigma. Malphus was buffed. Midnight Pulse was buffed.
Blood Grenade.
Blood Grenade's the same. Not buffed at all. But you could play around the Malphus and Midnight Pulse a bit more and less around the conversions potentially. Uncharted territory, but the theory is probably there and could... I'd like to see it in action. Never seen it, at least.
Especially against a tanky hero like Doom. I could see Midnight Pulse being useful.
It's just the AoE. It's like the full wave, honestly.
I mean, do you feel like it needs to be paired in a kill lane for it to be useful? Like you want a carry that can allow you to kill the offlaner.
I mean, you're a universal hero, so your right click should be fine to just spam stats. Ideally, I don't know. I haven't played it even once. It's just like an idea that came to my head. And I don't even know if they're going to do it, so I might just look stupid saying all this. But hopefully we do see it.
I kind of like it, you know.
Yeah.
If you're skill stun and you have Midnight Pulse, maybe you get 1 point in the Eidolons. And you just run around. Maybe you rush solo crest, you gang people, you take towers. You're kind of like a Chen in a way.
It really depends on how good his right-click trade would be, but he is universal, so it might be decent.
Circlet 3 branches?
Yeah, because I don't see Pos 5 Clinks. I mean, the Clinks is most likely once going to Chen, right?
Yeah.
That seems more likely, so we're probably going to have position 5 Enigma here, unless we're having a carry Lycan and an offlane Enigma.
I mean, I think Liquid will probably take Alchemist here, and it's just when I see the draft, right, Alchemist just fits in the draft, you know, and they can play fast and they can take Roche, and the lane is not bad either, like whether you lane with the Clinks or the
physical damage
Enigma,
draft.
yeah, and you just make Shopify's draft feel really bad. Like, sure, they have a Chen and Tekis, but it doesn't necessarily mean you can take the tempo faster than Liquid, because your cores want to just settle down and, you know, farm.
And we were theorizing the concept of strength carries being good against Morphling, so Alchemist would fit that bill in theory.
There
Classic!
Came
Well,
a bit later than usual.
Aurora, you got your wish.
I
Or
mean,
was it your wish?
Not really. I was hoping he would do well on the Snapfire, but I guess
Bulbous
he
wish.
screwed it up.
Look at him standing behind Fly. You better pick this.
Oh no.
Oh,
The
no.
moment of suspense is too much for me.
What's the last pick gonna be? We don't even know.
Nobody knows.
But the Liquid has a 1 minute and 10 seconds to figure it out. And according to Shopify, they seem very confident it's going to be a last pick carry because they banned out the anti-mage.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Like I said, I don't think you want to play that carry Lycan into a Morphling.
And you're picking a Storm.
Yeah, you have a Storm. What do you pick here? That is a good question. Sometimes when I don't know what to pick, I always just say pick Faceless Void.
Especially against Morphling.
Yeah.
Well, I would
Good.
say that if you have the overall last pick and you don't know what to pick, you're probably already messed up in the first 4 picks.
A lot of mind games here. I mean, probably something. The Alchemist seems fine. A hero that doesn't. Of course, every hero of mine's getting doomed, but something that can deal with it, be a bit more tanky, would definitely help out. Or you just pick a hero that is hard to doom. Oh, we're gonna have it carry something. We don't know yet, but it's gonna be either the Lycan or the Clinks.
What?
Carry Lycan?
Probably carry like.
Carry
Yeah, I
Lycan.
saw Nisha on Ember.
Yeah.
There you go.
Carry Lycan against a Morphling. Seems kind of suspect.
Unless you end the game in 25 minutes.
It's all about the timing. Solar Crest and the game.
So it's basically the exact same concept as game 1.
Yeah, Doom is like an Enigma offlane. Like you
Yep.
need to farm a lot. Like, but he's better than an Enigma in a way where if you buy the aura items, you come to defend the tower. You're more tanky. You have the Scorcher, so you're more useful than an Enigma.
Ultimate's also more reliable.
True. But how about Abed being on a useful hero this time?
I mean, I was talking about how I want to see him being on a hero that he can make impact with, but Storm Spirit is kind of boring. Yeah, I can't be satisfied. Sorry.
Shame. Shame. Oh well, maybe they might win the game, or Liquid's gonna win with the same strategy 2 games in a row. Let's find out with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
Well, my expectations is Liquid is going to win the same way because Shopify, hey, well, they haven't really shown a whole lot of propensity for change.
Only took a 1 loss to go straight back into the storm. Let's all say it. Let's get it out in the open. They're already back where they left off at every Abed tournament for the last 5 years. Feels great to be home, man.
Guys, this tournament's all going wrong. we got to be able to beat Liquid somehow quick. Pull out the Storm Spirit.
They'll never see it coming.
It's like the emergency button, you know? break win, Abed Storm
God.
Spirit.
I mean, I guess they had a
But
break
was
from
jamming that button all the time.
because they had all the standings. They couldn't play Storm.
That's
They had to
true. That's
scratch
true.
that
They're
itch.
missing out on it.
Now that they're back, like, thank God we can play Storm Spirit again. It's what we were missing this whole time. It wasn't first pick Storm though. It was last pick.
Yeah, it was. It was.
yeah,
Is it good? Is it a good Storm game?
I mean, that's the problem. Like every time they pick Storm, I know why, right? Like they needed an initiator jumper here.
Yeah.
None of their lineup does it. They need somebody who can win the lane reliably so it can play fast because the rest of their lineup is again pretty slow here.
Yeah.
Like it's a good pick, but the issue is I feel like they also picked the Storm a lot because they need to bail out the rest of their draft. And I feel like Shopify are again in a position where their heroes just feel a little too slow to me.
30
I don't know
seconds
what
to
they're
battle.
doing to this Underlord ball when it hits, and it's probably going to hit because I don't see them crushing lanes hard enough. Sometimes Shopify get away with this because they can win the lanes really hard. I think on international land that becomes harder, and I think with these types of supports at least, like they're good at neutralizing lanes, but they're not that good at snowballing. Like unless you get really good chain creeps here and the techies is just chain killing somebody. So we'll see. We'll see how these side lanes go for Shopify. I think they want a fast start here so they can at least enter that mid game on par with Liquid, because if the auras start coming out from the Underlord and the group up happens at that 20-minute mark, yeah, I think you're looking at something similar to game 1 where like, what is your high ground defense? What is your tower defense here? I guess it's just Abed going 10-0.
Yeah, pretty much. They're once again pretty reliant on Abed winning his lane and creating a lot of pressure points in the early to mid game. We'll see if he can do better this time around. Storm Spirit versus Ember Spirit is another matchup that is favored against the Embers, so Hopefully Abed has woken up a little bit, shaken off the rust, and is ready to play. Meanwhile, I mean, we've seen this Lycan carry before. Are you a big fan of it? I really like it. I think it's sick.
I think it is very powerful, but I also think it does fall off a cliff at some point. So he's a very timing-based carry. It's not some carry you can just rely on getting 5-6 lots and winning you the game, which is I've seen some teams picking him like that, and I think that feels bad. This feels great for Insania though. Level 1 Malif is getting the first blood.
Yep. Him and Boxy just ran him down.
Nice little tag team.
Yeah, that is actually a lot of really annoying chase as we watch between the Tar Bomb and the Malphus.
And they started 3 up there with Shopify as well, so they left Morphling alone bottom versus the Underlord. Artor did win the 1-on-1 so far, but now he's going to get flanked in the 2-on-1, and this feels a lot worse. He's going to get a lot of regen burn.
Take a lot of damage on his way out.
And they're still trialing top for Shopify. This is a lot of commitment for the Lycan. Even if they get it, it's not first blood anymore. They should get it though.
Yeah, they're going to be able to run him down with the creep wave under tower, so if they can chase away Insania and keep him out of experience range, that'll be pretty hype, but they're not able to pull that off. They finally do TP away, so no more try landing.
Yeah, Crit wants to free up this 2-minute pull. He will perfectly get there on time, so that is super valuable bottom that they got that kill and allow the Tekans to go there, and they want Fly versus this Lycan Enigma lane so you can steal the wolves, steal the Eidolons, and power up those creeps. Looking for a kill bottom, but Zai is just too high HP, and Abed is doing a lot better mid this time around than last time.
Yeah, it seems like it. His CS is really good. He's a little bit low on regen, but Bottle will fix that.
This is why Shopify won it in game 1. Their mid laner getting ahead because he is all of their timing in terms of the early game, and they want him to be able to get the power runes, take it away from the Ember, and create space on these side lanes.
Yeah, power runes all these games. Huge problem in that game 1.
Yeah, they did a number on Shopify, so they're going to try and bounce back from that. They just need a lot of support levels again. They need these side lanes to go in their favor so that their cores that can deal with the summons push get online, because that is the big question. Can you deal with all the summons coming out from Liquid as well as just that ball timing with the other? Right. Not a lot of AoE clear to get the levels here.
Doom working towards that Vanguard. Once he has that, feel like that lane's pretty free, and then you can kind of go wherever you want as the Chen. Maybe gank the mid lane.
Wouldn't mind that. Or even just influence the Ember. Chen has actually a lot of good interactions versus Ember, even in the mid game. Ice armor creep really hurts that hero. Purge creeps hurt that hero. The sustain that comes out just from a divine favor point, some extra armor is pretty nice. They're looking for Insania. He'll get slapped. This is the 0-2-1 duo.
Oh, Abed does manage to get that mid kill.
Yeah.
Saw the last half second of that one. So Abed gets his revenge.
This is what we were expecting game 1. I guess that's why you picked the Storm.
Yeah.
And now he's pulling decent far ahead. Gets some
Blast off coming in. Firestorm does go out, and Arteezy took a lot of damage there. Fortunately, more strength outdoes the damage ever so barely, and they should be able to pick up this kill. Zai kind of doing what he can, and actually is going to be able to get the kill first.
He's punching him back.
He's going to go back.
Oh my god, he almost had it.
Jeez. That was a close call. All right, well, Zai's going to be pretty happy with that. Who else died? We saw somebody else.
Saberlight got run down in the jungle.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure how he ended up there or what. I mean, he chased Insania, then got caught at a weird angle. Boxy rotated. That's a lot of space for Mikke, though, in a lane that wasn't going super well for him. Now he gets a Lotus, finishes a Wraith Band up. He's going to be tanky on this lane all of a sudden. I feel like Shopify, we're doing well, but all of a sudden you're out of mana on Chen as well. Insania has played this pretty damn well in the early game, making this 5 Enigma look pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I guess we didn't really talk about that fact. The early Enigma pickup, which we heard the panel, I mean, doesn't really... Enigma is not a super favorite hero right now. Mid lane, it looks like they might be able to get the kill on Nisha again. Yep, he does it. Abed. Back-to-back kills on the opposing mid laner.
I mean, this is just misplay. Like, you have level 3 Flame Guard. I don't understand how he just dies like that. I guess it's just Abed things. That is 2 huge kills to get. You're opening up such a large experience differential here. downside is you can't gank side lanes because you're committing all these resources to mid, including teleports, but this is hella worth it.
Yeah.
Really slowing down the Ember progression, which is going to limit Liquid's aggression, which means the time it takes to get that ball in line getting extended here.
First hour of the game, finally. 6 minutes in. We've seen a lot of these Dooms go for a lot more aggressive builds. Oh, big kill. Nisha's just not going to be able to get 6.
That is
shut him out again.
The perfect gank for this game. Abed sets it up with the 2 solo kills. He's still level 5.5, and you just bring in both supports with that 6-minute power rune. It's a haste, which means Insania, you are probably also dead. And there is nowhere to run.
Nowhere to hide either.
And don't get the Eidolons.
Killing spree already. Eidolon kills. Yeah, he's level 7, big and bad. Zai has to come in to save this mid lane tower.
Might get another one.
Is he actually? Oh man, he's running down Boxy. Boxy. Nowhere he can go run. Where he can go. Jeez.
All right, he is dominating at 6.5 minutes here.
I bet it's like, wait a minute. I'm not some chump. I'm not somebody who just gets bodied by Nisha in an unfavorable matchup. I'm supposed to win these things.
I'm the greatest mid in the world.
And he's going to take the 7-minute Wisdom Rune, so he's almost level 8.
He is a chonky boy.
And I think Crit's, yeah, Crit just managed to get that Wisdom Rune. It did that weird thing where it says that
gets denied, but it
gets denied, but it didn't actually.
Yeah, so they have massive level advantage. Because these Liquid supports are in trouble.
And Mickey is going to die next.
All right, I guess you're supposed to ban Storm. I don't know. This looks insanely broken. Abed has just 1v5 this game, quite literally. Put the team on his back. And now you're in a position at Shopify where you have 2 level 5 supports versus 2 level 3 supports. I mean, the food trough has been opened. It's just a question of how much you're going to take.
And even with the Vanguard, Zai doesn't really stand much of a chance. And these supports are pretty useless when you don't win lanes and you're behind like this. Like, you don't have really point-and-click stuns, you know, to be thrown around. You got this weird Malefice. You've got...
Isn't Malefice a point-and-click stun?
It's not a good stun. It's not a real stun.
Okay, but...
It's not a killing stun.
You do technically point and click it on somebody.
Yeah.
Still, it's not that bad.
I knew you were going to give me for shit the moment I said it. Everyone else knows what I'm talking about.
It's not Lion Impale, you know.
True.
It's greatest stun of all time. Move on to Vicky. You're going to try and gate to save it.
I don't think they're going to be able to save him. Insania comes in from behind. Is he going to take out from the Doom? Maybe they'll stick around. Oh, the heal.
He's good. Virtuous Dale. He's not good. He's dead. You denied him.
Oh, Abed.
You absolute fools. You got baited by your own Virtuous Dale.
And is getting a 1v2 kill in the bottom lane, and they're going to run down Insania here in the top lane. This is looking like another 25-minute game just on the other foot.
Yeah, this has got absolutely out of control out of nowhere. Just off of mid lane. Honestly, that's where it all starts. Nisha gave up the 2 solo kills. He gave up the 6-minute rune, and Abed has created so much space, so much opportunity in this game. He is 6-0. He did lose some tier 1 HP mid to Nisha with that orb. Does have a shield rune as well, so he cannot die anymore, but it does feel like the damage has been done. And of course, Arteezy getting another kill bottom, just solo free farming down here. The experience is out of control. Actually, just straight up out of control. Oh, it actually tells you how many levels you get now. That's pretty cool.
Oh, on the graph, yeah, it tells you the total level advantage.
Yeah. So far, Shopify have 8 levels ahead of Liquid.
That's such a ridiculous number.
Absolutely absurd. 8 levels.
35% experience.
That might be the most I've seen in a 10-minute game.
We're
dead
10
again.
minutes in.
9 levels. You're 9 levels ahead in 10 minutes.
Sometimes lanes go bad and then they get even worse.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Abed, he knew what Nisha was up to.
Of course he knew.
Yeah, I know you're going to try and do some slaying. Steal the power rune.
Stop into full.
Zany, you're coming in with the black hole at level 4.
Yeah, good one.
He almost had me there.
Yeah.
Almost had himself. These supports are both level 4, by the way. This is why you should not give up Wisdom Runes, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I bet they're really missing the Tome of Wisdom right now. Don't worry, there's another Wisdom Rune coming up in 3 minutes.
I mean, if you don't get this one, just go next, man. Just go next. Don't lose the 21 as well, you know. You're just going to feel even worse about your day.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire structure.
And this is where the Chen feels nice. Because, okay, in theory, these two supports can kill creeps, but not when they're this far behind, which means now you just get to push towers to the Shopify on top of continuing to kill
Radiant structures
the little foodlets on the map.
Yeah, Boxy, 3 kill anytime anybody gets on top of him when he's still not level 6, still doesn't have that invis escape mechanism.
All tier 1s down here. Wow, this has been an absolute shellacking. Use that famous word. You've lost 3 tier 1s, you are down 7k, you are down 7 to 8 levels, and it's only 12 minutes.
Do
you think Liquid felt good after that game went? They're like, all right, guys, we're back in form. We're back in form.
Yeah, well, that's
and then they
Dota
just
2.
get shoved back into the dumpster.
Whenever you feel good, it's just an opportunity to feel even worse. As means you have farther to fall.
Man, that's a real Dota mentality right there. 12-minute power rune.
Oh, it's a regen.
It's a regen. Don't let him have it. Don't give it to Abed. My God. All right, Crit took it away before the Eidolons could deny it. Meanwhile, Abed maybe doesn't need a regen rune to get kills.
Did use his mana there, but yeah, he is getting a lot of resources given to him between this support duo helping him out with the kills. Arteezy even making a rotation. He'll go back bottom instantly to clean up the waves. Waste no time, waste no creep. And Lycan gonna ult here to try and get some wolf form action done.
I mean, they have to start getting some kills and turn this game around quick because they are the lineup that's supposed to be playing fast, right? This is the lineup that is supposed to end the game first.
Early objective taking has not even been close to an option here for Liquid, and that is a bad sign because, yeah, their lineup's a push lineup. It does not react well to getting pushed the other way around. So winning lanes here was huge for Shopify.
What would you give me timer-wise when you think this lineup is supposed to push high ground?
The Liquid one?
Yeah.
Well, this rate never, but...
Yeah, but like in a normal game, right? Like a like
yeah, I
you just saw the drafts.
If they win lanes, they'll go high ground to 20. If the lanes go even, you're looking at the 25 to 30.
Okay. So they just have, you know, a 10, 15-minute window to turn the game around, take an advantage, and use that advantage to push high ground.
Sure.
That seems simple enough.
I mean, you can go late game with the black holes. That's still not up, by the way. Any day now. And saying he will have a black hole. And then he will have to use it. As Orchid finished for Abed, that is a very fast Orchid.
I haven't seen a successful Clinks, by the way.
Yeah, it's a difficult hero to execute. The more I watch it, they did get double Wisdom Rune though.
Hey,
Liquid are back. That is level 7 for both their supports.
Holy crap!
That just erased 4 levels of the level advantage. Half that experience lead gone. There's some comeback potential for you.
Yeah, yeah.
And you got double damage on Nisha. So, hey, this next fight, a lot more firepower coming out all of a sudden. Maybe you can find a big core kill with this black hole and start to get back into the game.
Honestly, Dota Saberlight, something's not right here.
Yeah, but what is this doing for?
Yeah, he's actually, okay. Arteezy is going to come through the portal as well. So apparently he wants to join in on this fight. I don't think you're really doing much here, Artur.
Even Nanda got it.
Even Fly's coming through. They really want to take this. Crit trying to get some sort of opening, but Liquid's already gotten the kill and gotten out. So
it's a big core kill into nobody dying here.
And to all of Shopify rotating.
Never
oh,
mind,
we spoke too soon.
Yeah, Nisha really go down in the last remnant. Ooh.
Yep, just enough.
Didn't have a remnant out. It's just not fast enough. And that Orchid immediately put to use here.
Stupendous.
Still have the double damage when you come back up, but this Storm is just out of control. Somebody stop him.
I like these Storm Spirits lately that have been like winning their lane and go straight for the early Orchid. It's a nice throwback.
I mean, it's very good when you dominate the early game.
Yeah.
You prevent these mid heroes from being able to have any pressure on the map. They have to go defensive item. Nisha's already eyeing the Yules, but by the time the Yules comes out, this game might be over. And early penitence points will give them Roshan. A very nice touch here for the Shopify lineup. Normally, I think this would be a much harder objective for them to take in 15 minutes, but Solar Crest plus penitence online, they'll be able to put an Aegis onto the Storm Spirit. And that is even better because he is 7-0. That is the biggest kill to give up in this game, so to prevent that streak gold going into Liquid's hands, more of that comeback potential to move. Things are aligning here in game 2 for Shopify as they make the quick pivot back into the Storm Spirit.
I wonder what the Morphling's going to turn into in these fights.
He's going to turn into a game 3 that he probably wishes he had.
Oh, this light lasts too long. Still get him with the Minotaur stun, though, but they had no follow-up stuns, unfortunately.
And there's your double damage gone. So you did not get a fight out of that. And the early aura items are really coming online for Shopify. They have Mech, they have Penitence, they have Crimson Guard finish for Saberlight here. First item rush on top of Solar Crest for crit. There's a lot of early high ground potential for Shopify, which is a team that they like doing these early high ground pushes, even if they don't commit to them. I think this is one you might just be able to commit to.
Long dip in from the Storm Sphere. Going to be able to get that Orchid on Nisha. The blast off land, so that'll ensure the kill. All right, Shopify Rebellion up 7k. Still have an Aegis to work with. There is this annoying split push option for Liquid. They do have Lycan and they do have Clinks, both who are pretty good at being able to put pressure on towers and cut waves.
Do you like the Ags on Morph this game?
That's actually why I asked you who he's going to turn into, because I don't.
Yeah, it's not like a clear Ags. I don't think you need it. I guess it's like, what else do you go? You could have just gone Manta, Scotty, I guess.
Yeah, just old school right-click Morphling items, right? You don't have to go Ags.
This item's still like decently good. I mean, you get extra stats, so it turns into damage no matter what.
Oh wait, Lycan's a universal hero, right?
Yeah.
So it does the... It takes, what, 15% of each stat or something?
You get an extra 20. So...
I mean, I guess in that regard, I think if he was a strength hero, I would have said, okay, that I don't think that's good, but I'm actually okay with it just because he's a universal hero.
It's a lot of stats to take over. Like, I guess item always pays off, but I guess that's just weird to me that an item always pays off.
Yeah, that's true. Though I think if it was all strength course, I don't think it would be worth it, right?
No, I don't think the status resist is doing anything in this game. Hobbit will try and jump again, still has Aegis, and there's a move.
Yeah, they really want to make sure Nisha does not get to play Dota here, and we're not going to see a black hole, at least not yet anyway. Arteezy will actually, he morphs, and he will create some Eidolons for some extra farming power. Arteezy really does love his farm, so anything that can help him out in that regard.
Yeah, why not? Create some more summons, get some Spell Amp. Never mind, you don't get Spell Amp, because Enigma's also universal. But you get a bunch of his stats.
Ah, true. More stats.
It's really weird when you look at these like stats deals because you're getting a percentage of all of them, which sounds good, but then a lot of times the stats on these universal heroes are really low on some of the attributes. So it ends up being nothing. So it's like even if you steal 40% of all these stats, like, okay, Mickey has 33 agi. So you're getting like 6 agi. It's like pretty trash, you know? It sounds great on paper, but then when you actually think about it, you're like, it's actually pretty bad, you know? If it's not a right clicker or someone with good stacking, it's not doing much.
I mean, how's Lycan stacking? He's got to be okay.
I mean, his strength is 3, but his other stats are trash. Right, that's what I'm saying. So like the actual ag steal is kind of whatever from Morphling. You're not actually getting that many stats out of it.
I mean, it's still kind of potent in a negative for Lycan. Maybe the bonus isn't good for the Morphling, right? But you're still cutting down, how much? 20% of his damage?
Well, 40, right? You get
40% of his damage?
Yeah, it's still good. There's no world in which you cast this ult on anybody and you're sad about it. You know? I'm not arguing that. But it's not like stealing stats from a hero that is like 2+ stacking on everything. And you're gaining a bunch of attack speed and a bunch of armor and all of this stuff. You know, 6 agi is... Alright, you got some slippers, bro. Congrats.
slippers.
It's true. There's some nice slippers at this Ayana Resort and Hotel.
Hey, good shout out, good shout out.
You like that one? You
Yeah,
just slept
yeah.
that in. So you didn't even know that was a shout out. That was just natural conversation. That's how smooth I
Entirely
am.
natural.
I'm sure production loved that one.
Radiant are
9,000 net worth lead, and I feel like nothing's really happened.
Well, it's
Last
definitely
5
slowed down as Shopify are continuing to build up their auras. They bought a gem out as well for Hobbit, so this early gem has just become a staple in all these games. Gate will get thrown out. And
Alright.
runs away from Saberlight. Saberlight says, I can do that too. Never mind, he wants to go back through the gate.
Like, ah, this chase isn't worth it.
Hand of God to save the Centaurs. And Shard will go to fly, and he immediately gets a Golem creep. So now you have extra
Radiant's
Granite
bottom
Aura
tower
on top
is
of
under
all of
attack.
this. Man,
Yeah,
the
when you're
ball.
already going to struggle with being able to burst anybody down.
We need new words for
is
ball.
under attack.
I'm
For
sick
what?
for the ball. Everybody
The
calls
ball?
it the ball, the death ball. When
The
you say
snowball, death ball.
there's got to be something good.
The Urukai charge.
What the hell is that? What does that have to do with
I
anything?
was just thinking of sieging, and I started thinking of Lord of the Rings, and that's fair. You know, as a Lord of the Rings nerd myself.
Are you?
18 to
I
5.
don't think you are. Hey, that was a blatant lie to the viewers. Trying to salvage your reputation, are we?
My reputation as what exactly?
There's that guy who told you earlier. Lycan ult coming out. Yield nothing.
Oh, stop him!
Oh, Jesus. That Centaur got crushed.
That Centaur really got messed up, but Liquid not getting anything out of that rotation, shapeshift usage, and they're also having the map close in around them. So they really needed something out of that.
Arteezy is really aggressive here. He's just going in 1v5, basically. I mean, if you can connect the black hole on him here, there's nobody to help. Is this a throw?
Is it the Manta? Can you catch him with the black hole? They do. Oh my God, he's dead.
Yeah, that was
What?
an interesting play.
That yeah, that was.
I mean, he knew they were all there.
Yeah, he did.
That's why Fly TP'd out.
And he saw them use like shapeshift and stuff. All right, no, that was also another interesting attempt there from Zai. He tried to cut away, then go back through, but off
No,
in with Hurricane.
if this were gaming, we'd call that a Dirachi Oda. So I'm going to call that an Artichoke Oda. That's a good one. You got to give me that's a good one.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
The artichoke. I'm going to coin that term, dude. It's a classic artichoke right there. Abed continues to try and put the game on his back. We'll commit the BKB and get a nice little pickoff because that Clinks does have an Orchid to throw his way.
I wonder why I used BKB.
Because that Clinks has an Orchid.
Oh, I actually didn't even see it apply to him.
It's okay, you don't listen to me either. That Clinks has an Orchid.
I know he has an Orchid. I just didn't see it applied to the Storm Spirit.
It's okay. You pulled your own little artichoke. Such a dumb term, dude.
Yeah, that's what's happening in this game because Shopify Rebellion, despite having the lead, aren't doing the same sort of like end game by 25 minutes that Liquid did in game 1.
No.
And that's probably because their lineup is much better at scaling. They don't
think
need to
they're-
end the game. They can just
pretty
control
comfortable here. They got all the early auras up, so they're confident in the 5-on-5, and now they're just getting the BKBs and the scale out on their Doom and their Morphling and Storm Tricore, which, yeah, it's going to scale real damn hard here. There's no real Morphling answer in this game outside of the Black Hole, which I don't know how reliable. I mean, I guess there's not too many great cancels for it if the fight starts.
Instant Doom. They're not messing around. They want these kills on Zai, and they want him now, and they're going to be able to get him. And the Ember Spirit is going to work in the back lines. He does have BKB. Fresh BKB, so he should be fine here.
I mean,
Back, they're going to stick with it.
This is a hard chase, especially when you don't have Black Hole to back up the counter initiation.
Yeah, because Abed is still going to be looking, especially as the BKB wears away. He wants to kill on Nisha, but he's not going to have it. Stalls up Mickey, though. Mickey almost gets bursted down. Arteezy, oh, great. Tried to go for the blast off. Didn't realize that Liquid actually snuck through the right-hand side there and back to the base. Meanwhile, Boxy showed himself and quickly got himself killed. At least he got a courier for his efforts.
I guess it's not the worst fight here. You're going to stall the game out. Your Underlord was pretty much already dead anyway, but you still can't find momentum with this Clinks. You just can't stay alive in the fights. And if
Yeah,
don't
didn't
have
you
Black
say they
Hole-
needed to go high ground about now?
Yeah. I mean, you know, things happen.
All right, Liquid. Just make like a 20K turnaround and go end the game before Shopify get their late game online.
Well, technically they can go high ground at any point in this game.
That is true. I've seen my allies go enemy high ground when we're down by this much before, yeah. Usually they're missing their items when they do it, but...
Liquid think the Roshan is happening right now. They're going to make this like cheeky two-man smoke with Black Hole up.
That would have been cute.
They could find Morphling again with the Black Hole and get a Roshan out of it. That is a huge momentum swing, but it's going to be easier said than done. Rosh is up. Liquid know it. Stan will also hit as Fly brings in his big brothers here to buff up the squad.
Foxy slipping on by. I think he did not intend for that. I think he wanted to drop the ward, but then dropping the ward made him go visible, so then the skeletons came out, so then they knew the ward was there. It's kind of awkward.
Nisha's BKB out. Has one of his own, so it's still very strong. Mickey on the flank.
Flanking onto what, though? What does he want out of this?
I don't think he's going to get anything. I mean, you just need to set up for the Black Hole here.
I mean, Zai's trying to get some sort of vision out by just barreling forward. He's getting targeted and probably going to die here, but Fly is going to be picked apart by Mickey. So at least they got that much going for them. 1 kill.
And your Black Hole is gone. Because he has been working it and brought down, and he did not have Blink for that fight. That is just a very difficult spell to get off. Shopify give him no openings. So once again, it's a Chen for nothing.
Yeah, I think as soon as you don't catch Shopify in the pit midway doing Roshan, that fight is automatically lost. Any normal fight is just not going to work for Liquid right now, because...
I mean, I like the idea of taking out the Chen first, because it's one of the better supports in the game to remove from team fights off the bat and remove all the ores, but being able to stick in this type of engagement is way too difficult if you don't have, like, at least Blink on Big. If Insania has Blink here, then maybe you can, like, Blink Black Hole to Storm +1 or something.
Sure.
It's
yeah.
okay, but that is very tough to find.
You know, one thing to note, though, is that the Lycan Shard that Mickey picked up very early, they have a fight like that, but the other lanes still get pushed in. I was going to say they definitely would have preferred just pushing out the lanes in exchange for Roshan, but that happens anyway.
There's 3 wolves going up on this bottom lane, another one coming in. They don't always require somebody to come back. Get some innate lane. I mean, Liquid can rat this game. The Storm pickoff is the problem, but in theory you can do it with Clinks and some wolves and Ember. Like, you have very good rat potential. I just don't know what you're really stalling for.
Yeah.
I mean, you're stalling for Enigma, but if your stall backup is a 5 Enigma, it's a rough one, man.
You better upgrade him real quick.
Yeah, give him some extra farm priority here. Insania, you are now the one. Congratulations.
Pretty much. You kind of need to do that, because I'm not sure how much more gold the Lycan needs to be able to come online in a game you're behind, but I don't think Lycan ever really comes online when he's behind.
No, he is not going to be threatening these cores.
But when he's ahead, he looks sick, though.
That's true.
Behind.
Although I think anything looks kind of sick in Dota when you're ahead, to be fair.
Yeah, but some heroes look more sick when they're ahead than others.
You know, it's like Shadow Shaman, 10-0. That's like the sickest hero in the game.
What is your obsession with Shadow Shaman?
You mean he's a staple of the scene?
Like, nobody talks about Shadow Shaman except for you.
That's why he's gone.
Okay, very fast kill. Can they get out? Can they back themselves
That's
away?
a nice
I mean,
one.
Saberlight, that's going to be a Black Hole onto 2, but instantly stopped as Abed comes in with the Orchid, and a blast off onto 3, beautifully set up. Crit, they're going to be able to run down Insania next. Mickey's going to fall very quickly. He cannot handle the damage. The disarm stops him from finishing off Saberlight. That is just...
You pop back to get killed again.
Oh, yeah.
Abed didn't even have to use much mana for that because he had cheese. So he gets the instant refill. that's just the game.
Yeah,
was
that
done
really
for our
is.
tour at the right time. I mean, that was about as good a black hole you're going to get, but it's impossible because Abed literally does not have to engage ever until he sees it. Way too much freedom for the Storm Spirit in this game. Since minute 0, he was killing people. He will end this game with a nice little 13-0 for the Abed Storm.
Wait, you think they're gonna GG up before he gets another kill?
Well, maybe not. Yeah, I guess maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah.
Well, that's what he has so far. He'll finish up a Sight of Ice. Man, he is big. He is big.
And they still have 2 minutes left on the Aegis too, so go in the game.
I guess we all learned a lesson today, huh?
Yeah, what's that?
Don't make fun of the Shopify stores.
I thought you were gonna say nobody beats Shopify Rebellion 9 times in a row. Or 10 times in a row, rather. Excuse me.
I mean, technically they didn't beat him, it's BO2.
Yeah, but I'm saying they hadn't won a single game since we play Ayana Major.
Maybe they will win this game then.
Yeah, exactly. Managed to get it done. Nikkei is struggling just to be able to kill a Chen, so it's not looking great for good old Liquid in this one. Maybe Crit dies? Maybe?
No.
Oh no, he doesn't die either.
Double buy to try and do something, but one of those is a Lycan with no ult.
Yeah, that's not going to feel very good. When
Still have no black
comes in
hole.
and melee right-clicks people without his wolf form. Look at him, he's challenging Arteezy. He's not even getting through the Crimson Guard block.
And the fountain on Nisha. Even the regen cannot save you. I mean, he's trying to save Saberlight here. He got him. Sent the
Yeah.
message.
Yeah, he did. I think part of that is just because Abed literally didn't move for the fight.
Yeah, he actually didn't do it.
I think did Abed DC in that fight or what?
Well, he's deep into fountain. He bought an E-Blade. He's a stat patter, you know. He's like an endgame stat patter. He likes to have flashy items or drop items or buy like 60 some item. I respect it. That's probably what he was
Dropping
thinking out
items
there.
is the opposite of the stat pattern, to be clear.
Well, no, because that's like the show-off version. You know, you have nothing in your inventory. They look pretty content here. I feel like that's a good start for Shopify. Because like you said, they're a slow team. They're going to be jet-lagged day 1. They're probably at the spa yesterday, too many massages. They're too relaxed. They got to get in the zone. So if you go 1-1 on day 1, you're probably looking good. And I feel like Liquid looked better than they've been looking a long time.
So they both walk away winners. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think they both exceeded my expectations here.
I don't know. I feel like that game too made Liquid look kind of bad.
Yeah, they looked pretty bad in that game, but I think we'll chalk that up to like, you know, weird draft, some weird support duo. They're not going to do that again.
Okay.
Boxy had a really rough series though. That doesn't bode well, but once they're in the meta, smooth sailing.
Yeah, maybe not that Clink support, maybe not Enigma 5. We'll see what Liquid figures out. Maybe our panel has figured something out. Hey, Shopify won.
They won, but perhaps it's a slightly double-edged victory because, yes, it looks good for them, but Fear, how did they get this victory?
How did they get the victory?
With which hero specifically do you think they got this victory?
The one that turns into a ball and flies across the map and goes beyond godlike. It's 2 solo kills in the lane. Abed Storm Spirit.
That's the one.
That's the one.
Is that a good thing, though, that they have once again pulled the Storm Spirit ripcord in Game 2 of Day 1?
You have to be a little worried because they picked it later in the draft here, right?
True.
Are they going to go back to first picking it? That is the concern.
And you're saying this is a concern for Shopify fans. This isn't for other teams.
I mean, Game 1, Abed got to play something new, the Snapfire.
Yep.
It didn't do well. He lost his lane in a matchup he should have won. Game 2, it's like, go back to your comfort. They win. Will they just continuously go back to that comfort? That's the concern. We'll have to see.
Other than that, there were other consistent factors as well. Aurora Enigma continues to be useless no matter what role he's in.
I think that's the hero that helped Shopify win.
Yeah.
They realized that, oh yeah, just give them the Enigma, we don't need it anymore. But, I mean, I just really want to ask Abed, you know, like, are you happy?
Are you happy?
Are you really happy? Yeah, you won, but at what cost?
That's a championship mentality, though. You gotta do what you gotta do to get the dub.
Yeah, I mean, like Phil said, it's in the late phase, so maybe it's just what they think is suitable at that phase. It's not something like, oh, you're jailed, you're gonna be playing Storm Spirit for the entire tournament. It's not something like that, you know, so I have hopes.
And Liquid did look a little bit outclassed, but I think You initially said you were a fan of the first phase, the Ember plus the Enigma.
I don't know, like when I look at Nisha for game 1 and game 2, it's like his switch just turned off, you know. He was dominating in the game 1 and then game 2 is just like, eh.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been playing well for quite some time, at least for me, you know. Like I feel like his landing phase has been hit or miss the last 2 months at least. And after that, he does like some weird stuff in the game, and then he just dies. But mainly the laning phase has been particularly underwhelming for someone of Nisha's caliber.
Yeah, we'll see if this may be the turnaround or if they're saving the Nisha power-up for TI, because ultimately that's what Liquid has their sights set on. But in this draft, even though conceptually it was similar to their Game 1 draft, the pieces weren't as strong.
The Clinks, Enigma, they didn't really work out.
Yeah.
Liquid. Like the support duo, SVG mentioned it during the cast. It's very greedy. It's hard to pull off, and I think both these supports, if they have a good laning stage, can take off, but they're going to need a lot of resources. Clinks is essentially like a carry. You go Solar Crest and like Nullifier, you go kill heroes. But if you don't get off to a good start on Clinks, you can't help it. You're going to go 0-10, you're going to feed, and that's exactly what Boxy did this game.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the kind of supports where you need your mid player to actually do a lot of work in the first 15 minutes. And I feel like because the mid player had a really bad game, the Ember had a bad start, then everybody can't do anything. So they lost both recent wounds at minute 7. At minute 10, both the supports were level 4, and your Enigma and Clings. You don't want to play the game, man.
And it's like you're playing for a Lycan carry against a Morphling. It's just, for me, it's just demoralizing. If I'm the mid, it's like, oh, I have to do all this for my team, and then once I fucked up, and then, oh well, the game's over. It's very pressuring, you know, for everything to be on one player, and then like he can't make any mistakes, and then when this keeps going on for a while, it's just really sad.
Especially against a deathless Storm Spirit, as we see Abed 14-0-15 against Nisha's 1-8-3. Back to the Storm Mines. He's just too good on the hero.
He is really good on the hero. And maybe that's the difference between like game 1 and game 2 as well. He played versus the Ember as a Snapfire, not a hero he plays a lot of. Didn't do very well, but he's played Storm versus Ember a billion times by now. He probably knows this matchup better than anyone, and really just crushed that matchup and took that game single-handedly by the throat and just slammed it to a victory.
Yeah. That's a very graphic description.
That's what it felt like watching it. It was a very graphic game.
It's also because Shopify is more used to just having Abed being the one that moves instead of Saberlight. Because game 1, Saberlight did a lot. He really did a lot. But then it feels like the team is not very used to it. Because how can the Enigma be like ready to TP to a fight, but then your Snapfire is dying on the other side of the map? Doesn't make sense to me.
In this one, I guess Underlord can go to the other side of the map while your mid is dying. I don't think it's a good replacement, though.
I mean, I just don't want to think of it as we only win because of this hero, you know. I want to think of it as we win because of how we are more comfortable with the playstyles. But, I mean, coming into the third major, you probably should have figured that out way earlier.
And we don't really know how much of this game's meta was determined by the scrims that they were having together in Utrecht over the past 2 weeks, so I don't know how indicative this will be of the rest of the tournament. But that's fine, because we have more games that we can look at as we get ready for the rest of the tournament, because this was just our first BO2 of the day. We have 4 BO2s total, and our next BO2 is going to be Quest versus Bleed. So stick around and we'll be back with the second series of the day after a break.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai BizNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru. Woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Asik ya, Waika.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai BizNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru. Woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. perfect your strategy, and make your goals reality.
Asik ya Waiga.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukro Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukro Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Asik ya Waiga.
Get in the game. Make it count.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second series of our day number 1 group stage, where we got Quest Esports going up against Bleed, two teams that I don't believe would ever have faced off on international competition, because Quest has never been to a major, and Bleed has never been to a major. So perhaps you're wondering, who are these two teams? Well, Fear, I'm told that you are a Quest expert, a Quest spurt.
A Quest spurt.
Yeah,
I guess we could say that. I do enjoy. I'm a Quest enjoyer.
You're a Quest enjoyer.
That way. That team has a lot of cool players. Most notably Amar, of course, and he's laning with Omar as his boss for. That's always fun, and they have really good synergy too, just like their names. But also TA2000, their carry player. As I was watching him through the DPC, I dubbed him as one of the best carries in the region. He's an incredibly fast farmer, and his decision-making on items and where to be on the map is really good. And this is part of the reason why this team is so successful. It is off the back of Omar and Amar making space, doing good things, and TA just being a stable carry player.
And this was the team that some of you who may have been paying attention to the Western European DPC, formerly known as Uradu Thunder and Tour 2. And also they had a different offlane. They had Waiter as their offlaner for Tour 1 and Tour 2. But now they've brought Amar into the mix, took him from Enigma Galaxy, and it's been good times ever since. They are, I guess, exceeding expectations by even showing up to a major in the first place.
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of people didn't expect them to qualify, but it was just so close in the DPC. Like, we didn't know who was going to make it, and in the clutch, they did it. They finally got those points they needed and went straight to the major.
And we'll see how successful they are as we can take a look at our current status of the group stage as we've wrapped up our first series. I'm not sure if there are many other results. Oh, there are, actually.
All right.
Invictus Gaming got a 2-0. I need to reference who their opponents were.
Must have been Execration, right, at the bottom, 0-2?
Yes, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Excellent deductive reasoning, my
Yeah,
friend.
no problem. That's what I'm here for.
All right, then Tundra getting the 1 win. Who'd they get it against, then?
Oh, that one's difficult.
Is it Aster or Beast Coast? Tell me.
Beast
I think it should be
Coast.
Spirit.
It was Beast Coast.
Oh.
I'm so good at this.
Tundra and Beast Coast split their 1-1 series, and after that, we have our fourth series, which was Team Spirit going up against Aster, which currently Spirit are up 1-0, but we're in the middle of game number 2. And then Group B is going to begin later on in the evening, but for right now, we're still focused on Group A. So that's Quest. What about Bleed? Us three know quite a bit about Bleed because we were covering the Southeast Asian DPC. And, well, Winter, let's not beat around the bush. What's your opinions of Bleed Esports?
Amazing side lanes.
Okay.
Mediocre mid lane.
And that's the summary?
Tour 2 they've been carried, you know. Tour 2, Tour 3 they've been carried. Actually, mainly Tour 3. DJ and Ice, they are popping off definitely in a lot of the games that they are winning from the start. They always have a lot of priority in the draft. They pick really strong lanes for the 3 and 4. I think that's part of their big success in Tour 3. And Misery, obviously.
Yeah, that's the other thing. So formerly it was Forev coaching Bleed for Tour 1 and Tour 2. And so the change from Tour 1 to Tour 2 was bringing Ice and DJ. And then the change from Tour 2 to Tour 3 was bringing in Misery as the coach. Which, how much credit are you giving Misery versus, I don't know, Talon doing worse? Has Bleed just gotten good, Aurora? Is that where you're at?
I mean, I think Misery being there is just saying, okay, we're not gonna try things with Cordon. Like, just let him cook with his own heroes, and then we're gonna do the changes on the side lanes. You can see that because from what DJ played, he played like, what, an ocean of heroes?
Yep.
As long as he can scale. That's what I see from their draft. As long as DJ can scale, it doesn't even matter if ISSS can't farm the creeps. We had one game where ISSS was on the SB and then DJ was on the Ring Ranger, and he just gave up the farm. He's just like, I can't hit creeps. You can have it. It was either the SB or the Abaddon, but yeah, it's like...
It was the Abaddon.
Abaddon, right? Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, and then DJ just ended up being like the second highest damage dealer in that game. So it's quite dynamic from them, and yes, their opponents will be Quest Esports, some faces that, well, actually, most people would only recognize ATF. I don't think any of these other players, Omar, Noob, TA2000, or Kaori, have been to LANs before. Maybe Kaori, but other than that, this may be their first LAN event even.
Potentially, yeah, but this team, like, are talking about maybe potentially the weak link is on the mid lane.
Okay.
Bleed, but Noob, he's also a player that is hot and cold. So it might be a volatile mid matchup there, but the side lanes, you talked about amazing side lanes. They have such good side lanes as well on Quest Esports. Talked to Omar and Amar. Their laning stage is great. And Amar's the type of player that if he gets... He's always going to win his lane almost. It's almost guaranteed. It's about what does he do after that.
Yeah.
And his hero pool has been expanding. A lot of people meme about, oh, he only plays Timbersaw and Razor and Mars. But he played offlane anti-mages against Medusas, and he was going ham, completely ham. The last player I want to highlight is TA2000. He's looked really good from the Western Europe region. He plays very hard carries. He loves getting all the space, and Amar and TA2000, they won't work together because Amar farms a lot. Amar's been adapting his playstyle. He's been all over the map, he's been making space, and TA2000, he's been playing the Terrorblades, Morphlings, just AFK farming, and eventually coming in and stealing the games.
I like how they play Phoenix a lot, like on Kaori. Actually, I'm a big fan of that hero.
He likes rushing Hex on almost every hero. Like
Really?
first item.
Yeah, he's also always playing the dead lane. I like how they like prioritize which area the support should be playing and how they are moving each heroes across the map. And Kaori is always playing the very dangerous area, and he's always trying to get farm on those kind of dangerous places. And that's why I like the way he plays a lot.
It's funny you mentioned that because remember when we were watching the SEA Games, there's one player playing the Phoenix and doing the same thing, except I would say that he bought all the wrong items.
Not Hex first.
Yeah.
Kaori is so funny to watch. He, like, if he plays Phoenix, right, he rushes Hex, he farms all. That's what Phoenix does, right? And I watch him play Silencer. First item Hex on Silencer, farming the side lanes. Like, he's got to find a middle ground, that's for sure.
But I guess in this head-to-head with DJ being his... Well, actually... How do you rank the farm priority on Bleed? Because oftentimes, Cordon does not take the second highest farm priority.
He's the 5.
He's the 5 sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes I feel Dubu is taking more farm than...
Right? Yeah. And so, I mean, like, is this just how Bleed is going to play? Because it brought them success. They got first place in SCA DPC, but can they do that against international opponents?
They should do the same thing. I think Cordon's just really comfortable with that playstyle. He likes to move around the map, he likes to play for his team. Just let him do his thing, you know. You don't want to put him in a position where he's playing the hero that needs to take a lot of farm and then he's really unsure of what he should be doing in the games, especially when he was drafted a couple of Tinker games initially during the start of the season.
Yep.
That's where I felt like he was really uncomfortable.
I think he's the mellow version of ISSS. Like, he can die in one corner of the map, but then he wouldn't be like, oh, it's not worth it. He'll just be quiet. Yeah, okay. My team is farming. It's alright, you know. But ISSF would be like, oh, they're all here. They're not supposed to be here. It's not worth it.
How is this good for them?
Sounds like Arteezy.
It does sound like Arteezy.
Yeah, he actually says that, Daryl actually says that this is not good for them to just let them kill me. He will tell you beforehand, I'm gonna die here. Don't come and help me. Just do your thing.
Well, at least he's recognizing it. And they are blazing through this draft. Let's get started for game number 1. Morphling Medusa, banned out by Bleed. Beastmaster Pugna, taken out by Quest. They first picked the Enchantress. And a 6-7 response of Timbersaw and Wind Ranger, which has been consistently a DJ favorite during Tour 3.
This is kind of like their 3 and 4, I think. I'm not
What's his
sure.
item build on Wind Ranger?
He'll usually go damage, so he'll get like a Gleipnir.
Oh, just straight into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think one time he got like a Lincoln's if it's like situational, but I mean, this is DJ we're talking about. The man likes to be a core from the 4 position.
He has to be a core on this team.
Yeah, I think this matchup is going to be, if C is the same as it's always been, they like playing for the late game.
Yes.
It's going to be very similar for Quest. Quest is one of the European teams, Western European teams, that they like playing for the late game too. So we might have ourselves some long, explosive games. We talked about Kaori, he likes rushing these hexes. Amar, he doesn't like buying auras. He's going to buy the items that makes him scale, right? So I think both teams might be doing this, and we'll have ourselves an interesting game if that is the route both teams do decide to go.
Oftentimes, I'm not sure if SCA likes going late or they just don't know how to close games early, though.
Either way.
Because
how do they itemize? That's the real question. Do they buy a lot of support items and auras, or do they just buy?
They buy damage. They buy fun items.
I feel like the games are just long sometimes because both teams are making way too many mistakes. They're not playing correctly. So then, if you are given that kind of environment all the time, you just tend to draft more late game because it gives you more security in the game.
I think because also C players, like every player in the team, most likely have ideas, and that's when they clash. It's like, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that, and then for some reason you see a 5-man draft, but there will be people dying across the map at the same time simultaneously. Like you just be wondering, I thought this was your idea, but it's just C, you know, like they do that every single time. Doesn't matter what you draft.
Yeah, it's really important that the 5 people understand how the 5 heroes combine. Like, I think you see it more obvious on like teams like Gaming Gladiators, Tundra especially. You look at how they are playing on the map, who's being placed at what position on the map. You can tell like it's similar every game, and you understand that the 5 people, they are very clear about what they need to do in the game. Like, whereas for SCA, most of the time you feel like it's just random movements. You know, it's not like pre-planned. Like the guy.
I got spells. I'm strong.
But sometimes, depending who you play against, will change how you play. So we'll have to see if they can mellow down a little bit more in this one. But I did want to talk like the Timbersaws. Like, you took Timbersaw away from Amar, right?
Yeah.
Surely he knows what's happening. But then I remembered, Ice Timbersaw. He has literally a Timbersaw set in the game. He does love this hero. That's one of his signature heroes. So highly contested hero for this series. But not enough to first pick, because I think Enchantress is a hero that generally can be really good versus the Timber, right? With the Impetus.
Yeah, and I like that you brought that up to Clinton, because when this team usually when they get success in the 2 or 3 games, the DPC games, it's when they pick Cordon's hero early and they save the offlane till later.
Alright.
Because
does he play Timber at all mid?
It's not his playstyle.
Okay.
He usually wins with 3 heroes, either Puck, Pangolier, or Ember Spirit. And maybe a 4th hero will be Void Spirit, but there's no Void Spirit now anymore, I think.
Yeah.
And what happens usually if they don't pick his hero early, the other C teams will just ban the 3 heroes. Like, you have 3 bans in the second phase, they just ban all this.
All 3 of them?
All 3 of them, yeah.
Quest didn't get the memo.
No, I guess not. They only picked 1 out of the 3. Puck is out of the pool, but Ember still remains. Void Spirit still remains.
And I do like Bleed's bans quite a lot. They've done the research. That's probably because Misery's coaching the team, right?
True.
So he knows these Western European players. That's his region. Banning out the TA, I mean, it's TA 2000.
You gotta ban it.
You gotta ban it. It's
in the name.
Unironically.
You gotta ban it 2,000 times.
He's really good at TA, no surprise, right? Because Medusa's really good, Morph's really good, and the last hero he plays a lot that he's really good with is the Terrorblade. He likes flash farming. Yeah. He likes going for that late game, and he is really good at it.
I mean, Tia is also really good against Timber on the side lane. I feel like you get melt early, it's pretty difficult for Timber to play that lane, and I feel like with Bleeds opening and how much we understand them, this Timber is probably not going to be a flex pick. It's probably just going to be Ice playing the hero with the Wind Ranger on the side lane.
We see the Jug ban on Bleed now, Clinton. It might seem like a little bit of fangirl moment, but I just want to ask, because to me, you are like the best Juggernaut player when you were still playing carry.
Thank you.
Okay, why is Juggernaut so prioritized in this meta? Because I feel like he's not doing as much as other heroes as compared.
I mean, his late game is really strong. The level 20 talent with the Blade Dance crit heals you. Like, you just get 1 Omni Slash off, you buy the Aghanims, and you just full heal.
Does it heal before reduction, right? That's why he heals so much.
Yep.
Yeah. So he comes out of a Swift Slash or an Omni Slash. He's really hard to man fight, even if you're man fighting him with the healing down and the crits. He does a lot, but he kind of sucks in the early game. He's a very good late game carry, though.
I think the fact that they changed the BKB thing, so you actually still take damage from spells when you spin, as long as they pierce. So it's not that great. Maybe that's why he's not even like as good as a Morphling in the lane.
Back when I played Juggernaut was like an early game carry. He was super strong in the early game. It's the opposite now. He's a late game carry.
And the only counter was actually Enigma. Stop your tempo, and you can't do your thing. But now Enigma is, we can see from the first series.
Not a hero. Not the best hero. He's definitely, clearly still a hero.
He's in the game, supposedly.
Supposedly. Every game that we've watched.
Not this one for Quest, though. Their offlaner is going to be Doom, most likely. And Bleed respond with, most likely, their carry Monkey King.
Yeah, we saw Quest. I talked about TA2000. He loves his ultra late game carries. Get your Faceless Void in there. Good versus the Timbersaw. I think more than anything, this hero, you don't really pressure the Timber in the laning stage whatsoever. However, you make it very easy to gank him with the time dilation. So if you do hop over with, I'm not sure what's going to be mid. Noob does like his mid snap, so we might see the return of that in this game. But that's still open for depending on how they want to put these supports / mids.
I mean, I guess FV and Snap is like a great combo whenever you have your ult. It's just really good, you have your chrono and you always wonder like, where am I going to get my damage from? I'm not having a really smooth lane anyway, but yeah, I need to kill this person when I chrono, and Snapfire is like great for that.
Especially if it's a mid snap. Like this mid snap can just walk to Faceless Void's lane every single time and kill this Timber quite easily. But if it's not snap in the mid lane, they'll pick something that can do something similar, I would imagine.
Queen of Pain.
Potentially.
We'll see what Bleed opt to ban out. Right now they take out the Viper and Quest, expecting Bleed to last pick Cordon's hero, which again is not what they usually did in the DPC. Usually they would pick Cordon very early on.
Yeah, what's remaining? Like Pango is still remaining for him, but it's not a very good Pango game.
It's hard, yeah.
So he's probably going to have to play something different.
Oh, they banned it anyway.
They banned it anyway, so they kind of got the memo.
Oh no, Cordon's panicking. Let's bring back the Tinker. How's the Tinker?
Oh god, no, please.
Does he have any like special heroes that he doesn't play much in
Dragon Knight?
DPC, but looks good?
Dragon Knight. I think
Dragon Knight.
Yeah. But it would depend on what's the mid matchup.
Right. And he'll potentially see it. There is a world in which they can still hide the snap and pick a support that could also potentially go mid. Not sure what that would be off the top of my head, but you could do that. Or they're just going to show what their mid is right away. But I think
it's the DK. Look at their bans.
Yeah, I think Amar is still on the train.
Don't you feel like whenever you don't have the overall last pick as a mid, like Snapfire is like great for that,
It is, yeah.
You don't care about the matchup. That's why he's good.
I would agree. What are these Viper and Razor bans?
I don't know. They're banning out like offlaners that would
it's for the
lane
DK.
against
Not gonna
Monkey
lie.
King.
Yeah, it might be.
Because all three of their cores.
But DK against Snapfire sounds like a pretty damn hard lane.
It's not that bad.
Can you survive the lane?
You can, because Sapphire can't one-tap you. Like, compared to other heroes like Pango, I would say Pango, Puck, like, they really can't stand Sapphire at all. But DK, you get some stats. Maybe the first 2 levels are a little bit difficult, but afterwards, you're fine.
I think if you pick DK, you have to snowball this game super hard, because ultimately, DK, I love the hero. It's just a Enigma tier hero right now, just mediocre. Maybe even worse, in fact. And then later on in the game, you play versus an Enchantress who's going to be spamming you. Mortimer kisses. It'll be hard. I don't know what this last pick for Bleed will be. Is there a Storm in the game or something like that? I'm getting inspired from Rebellion here.
Queen of Pain still.
The actual core is DJ.
No Queen of Pain, please. I'd rather he play some tiny,
Also, what's up with the Shadow Demon last pick from Quest? I feel like
it's their thing. It's their thing. I studied their draft, and they would really pick SD in first phase if they want to. If they understand the opponents where they know they can't do anything towards SD, they're just gonna first phase it.
Yeah.
Isn't it that just for dispelling either the Wind Run or the Axe on the Timber?
And Monkey King.
Yeah, and Monkey King.
Dispel this game. I mean, a lot of the Western European teams do like the Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised to be picked up. And this game, it has extra value. You can, as you mentioned, I even forgot about the reactive armor. If he gets Ags, you can just get rid of that. Win run, easy kill. And then Monkey King, he'll just never be able to proc his Jingo, and that takes out a lot of his damage potential. So a very annoying support to play against.
You can also threaten the Chen because of the creeps, and you have your poison.
Yeah. There's the Storm, and when in doubt, just pick Storm.
The Shopify vibes were right, although we have not necessarily seen too much Corden Storm before.
He played it a couple of times during Tour 2. Some games it was okay, but some games when they needed the Storm to win the game for them, those are the games that he struggled with. This game, I feel like it's kind of the same, you know. I feel like the Storm is like the win condition here. I'm not entirely sure how the Monkey King and the Timber can carry the game on their own. I feel like it's going to be down to the Storm, and every time the game is down to Corden, he just fails, you know. So.
Yeah.
But it's been a whole 3 weeks since we last saw him, Winter. Think of all the growth that could have happened.
Yes, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Please. Does that mean that you'll go with Bleed for game 1?
It's a good Storm game.
Okay. Does that mean that you're going with Bleed for game 1?
Yes.
Okay. Good. I'm glad. This is character development for you, Winter. I'm proud of you. Aurora, which way are you going?
I mean, I mentioned during the TPC games, I want to see Colin grow, you know, coming to the major. I really want him to realize, like, what he has been doing, it's not really enough when you're against, like, all the international teams. And I really want them to win. I really want to see him kill his old self and become a new
bias panel.
He will be reborn. Fear.
Yes.
Which way are you going?
I'm definitely going for Quest here, because I think mid lane it's going to be difficult versus Snap. In theory, he's going to get a lot of that harass off on you. You can't beat Omar lane. It's just not possible.
True.
And then in the safe lane, I think the Faceless Void is favored, and this one in the late game is secured for Quest. And I think that's always a good thing.
All right. Well, let's see which way this international matchup will go in game number 1 with Cap and SVG.
That's right, we can always trust C2 Flames. C, the C panelists, shutting down Corden a little bit there. I mean, they still backed him in the end when it came to the draft. They said, Winter
forced him to.
Yeah, twist his arm a little bit. You're going Bleed, right? Yeah, he did eventually go Bleed after saying that normally with the game, if the game is reliant on Corden, he usually fails. Goddamn, Winter. You feel like that's true?
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I know what he's saying. Like, it's Bleed do not play through Corden as the win condition.
No.
This team is about the DJ Ice off lane and about Jackie being like a hybrid carry. I mean, depending on how much he can get done early and like winning his lane off of Duru, it's a really hard 5. He usually plays a very lane-winning hard 5.
Yeah.
That's where I feel like a lot of the action is for Bleed, and then Corden's just there. His hero pool's pretty small, tends to play the same heroes. They're always like the Space Greater Rune abusers, like the Ember Pango type hero. He's kind of going to do that all the games, but he doesn't just go like 15-0 and destroy the whole game. So I think that's what Winter was saying. Winter just phrases it how he wants to, which is, you suck. But, you know, I guess that's the harsh reality of Southeast Asian Dota. They all tell each other they suck, and I guess that's why they brought in a Western coach.
Time to get good.
Misery probably doesn't tell them they suck.
Have you interacted much with Misery?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I feel like he is exactly the kind of guy to say you suck.
Yeah, but he won't say it like that. You know.
Yeah, he'll say it with a Danish accent.
Like, let's watch these, let's replay, let's see what we did wrong. You guys did this and this and this and this. And then if you like argue back from like, you know what, you were just worse than me, you need to listen. And that's when it'll come out. But it'll be an elegant version.
I see.
You know, well, tell you you're gonna fail. What kind of coaching is that, Winner?
This is going to be at a very important, I would say, setup for Bleed. I mean, when it comes to Southeast Asia as a whole, I would, you know, with Town obviously not being able to make it to this major and then being the most successful C team, now it's time for Bleed, I think, to step up, right? I think a lot of the hopes are put onto Bleed, Execration, you know, not expecting top 8 results out of them. Maybe they'll surprise us, but, you know, given what we've seen so far, probably expecting somewhere in the bottom 8. Bleed, I think, is the team that could crack that top 8 and get some DPC points for the region. So let's go ahead and get into this game 1 of Quest versus Bleed, and we can talk about some of the matchups we're going to be looking at.
I also think Bleed have not been able to go to these lands all year. So it's like, now's your chance to actually show you're good. You're not going to get another one. I mean, this is pretty much it. Yep. So there's maybe some pressure on them to actually show up with the big names they've had on this roster. Quest, on the other hand, have already been showing up, right? I feel like in the small amount of time this team has existed in the current iteration, they have basically impressed everybody and been pretty dominant, considering, again, how short a time frame that has happened in their rise. And I guess a lot of that goes to Amar. Like, give credit where credit's due. This guy just seems to elevate every team he's on, outside of Nigma, which was unelevatable, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah, maybe that team was a little bit too.
But he
rough,
wasn't playing offlane on the team, so
yeah,
we can't really fault him for that. You know,
that was a different situation for sure. And you're not wrong. Quest is on a crazy 6-series win streak, including a best of finals, or best of 5 finals that they won as well against Secret, 3-1. So they have been looking very, very good. Watch some of their games. They look pretty damn clean, man. I know some people have them hyped up where they're like, these guys are going to get top 3. I'm not totally convinced by that, but I am expecting like definitely a top 8 performance out of them. More likely in that like top 6, maybe 4th. That's kind of where I'm expecting them to land. But
that's a pretty high expectation, I think, for a team that hasn't really played on a major LAN at all. But I can see where you're coming from. If they can keep up the level of gameplay they've shown, then I think that is an expected outcome. However, that's a big question mark, because doing it against the teams they've been doing it against, reasonable. Doing it on international LAN when teams are adjusting to what you're playing and looking at you a lot more and analyzing better, that's a tougher story. So we're going to see if they're going to make those adaptations and adjust and continue to improve their gameplay. But in terms of individual skill and the team synergy, yeah, that's been there. And that is a good place to start. So I expect great things from this team. I always expect great things from Amar, but his other 2 cores have also stood out on this squad. TA2000 and Noob have it.
Yeah,
really
we've got some specialty heroes. I mean, Noob is a Snapfire mid player, and TA2000, this is probably his most prolific hero. I think it's his 2nd most played and easily one of his highest win rate heroes, the Faceless Void. But he's also matched up against a classic hero player combination, the Ice Timbersaw.
It is truly a dominant force. But is the Ice Timbersaw better than the Amar Timbersaw?
Right now, no.
So, haha.
I mean, Ice, I feel like in general, this is not his peak as a player, and I hope he gets back to that place. But
it is definitely not. I think for me, that was maybe TI6, TI7 type era, even though he played carry at TI6. He was still really good at that tournament. I think he hasn't found a meta that suited him too well since some of those older ones, and I also think he's been on a lot of teams that have... He's been thrown in the team as opposed to the team was built with him.
Yeah. You're talking about the Shopify PG team.
Yeah, I mean, that one he got thrown into, the Secret version he got thrown into.
Yeah.
Some of these C teams he got thrown into. I mean, there's a question of, like, did he even want to keep playing because of his family and all that, so it's cool to see him still playing. Still a very exciting player. Still a wild card of a player.
Yeah, still one of my favorites to watch for sure.
He pops off for sure.
This guy, I mean, this was the guy who, like, really showed me, I think, like, in that 2015 era, like, how to really abuse full aggro, you know? He was, like, one of those offlaners.
He is a big aggro player, now that you mention it. Oh my god, I remember laning versus Ice. He's so annoying with it.
Yeah, you would try and get, like, pulls off on him, and he would always be able to aggro it off of the neutral camp onto himself.
He just constantly pulls aggro.
Yeah.
Oh god, you're bringing up disgusting.
Oh man, I've unlocked a core memory for Avery here.
I mean, I hate spam aggro offlaners. They're like they're the worst breed of offlaner.
Why?
Because it's so mindless. It's so low skill and mindless. You just sit here and spam aggro on some other lane, or even on your own lane. You just do it over and over. You drag down, and basically, you can never win the lane doing it. It just neutralizes it. But you're always a little behind because you give up range creep trades. And it's if the enemies are good, they can punish you on it. But a lot of times people aren't good enough to punish you on the spam aggro play, so you get away with it. That's why it's disgusting. It shouldn't work, but people are just lazy.
I will just say that offlane has classically been a role about abusing mechanics. So, and Ice has done that offlane role
and
for
lane
a few years.
Always been a role of abusing skill.
I don't know about that, but Corden really drawing it close here with Noob. Is he going to win this fight? Fairy Fire goes off and he gets it. First blood for Corden. Take that, winner.
Yeah, winner. Now who's failing on the panel.
Dire's middle tower is under
And he's going to get the double water room, so that is actually a dream. He's going to be back up to full HP, full mana pretty much. Jackie, meanwhile, 5 stacks. She's going to fall. Nothing Dubu can do to stop this coming in this late into the
How do you
fight.
get 5 stacks? It's level 2 poison as well.
I don't know.
And they were winning the Lotus battle, as that is on Omar. He will regen straight back up. Early Frost attack creep for Omar as well, as he went the 1-2-0 build, not the 0-2-1 build. So opting to get some extra strength in terms of the early fighting power. And I mean, the Frost attack's nice versus Monkey. Move slow's good, attack slow's good, sure. It's actually not the worst little creep to have picked up here. He would have wanted the Harpy, but beggars can't be choosers.
Oh, look at Jaggy abusing the pull aggro by pulling the lane down.
Okay, it's okay to abuse pull aggro. I'm talking about the guys who go there and spam aggro on every wave non-stop for the first 5 minutes. Those players deserve to be reported. I'm just going to say it. They deserve to be reported. It's mindless, and mindless things in Dota should not exist in the Dota ecosystem.
The same go with pulling behind, going behind the tower and pulling creep wave.
Yes, nobody liked that. That's a perfect example.
That was the worst.
Who enjoyed that? Only 33 enjoyed it. If only 33 enjoy something, then we should remove it from the game.
Well, that feels a little targeted.
No, it's just a good, like, you know, benchmark. I'm not saying remove everything he enjoys, but I'm saying if he's the only one who enjoys something.
Take all love of Dota away from him. Noob going to be ganked by DJ here. Not that I think, well, actually, maybe they can't get a kill at all.
There's just no resources on Corden.
Nice cookie.
He wanted that 6-minute rune and did not get it, as the Golem will fight Omar for it. Double damage. And I feel like Quest is getting away with this lane phase. I mean, they have the Doom and the Faceless Void, and they're going even slightly better on the 3 lanes. I mean, Corden had the big solo kill mid, but it hasn't slowed down. Noob was just spamming out the waves in pretty even CS, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like overall, Quest are kind of happy with this. The next few minutes are going to be telling, though, depending on how the supports can combine, because you do have Enchantress, and Enchantress is pretty bad at playing into the Faceless Void lane, unless you're willing to bring a lot more damage here. However, he is getting the 7-minute Wisdom Moon. That is going to be nice here for Quest, that they get both.
He does leave the support out of lane, and Corden goes for the punish here on a TA2000. Ice, though, isn't going to be able to help him out too much at only level 4. And Noob's going to do the counter rotation. Shane is not going to be there in time.
Oh no, Winner was right. Winner was way too right.
What? That had nothing to do with Corden. Corden was the one who won his lane. It's the side lanes this time that
Try round 2.
Yeah, this time they're bringing Jackie into the mix. Bringing everybody they got. Really great cookie, though. Not enough. Time walk being such a long cooldown. Corden is a little bit low, but looks like Carry has already been pushed away by DJ's involvement. And
Try and get out of here. These shards go.
Yeah, Dubu.
God damn. I don't know what that Timber Chain was aiming for.
Oh, that wasn't aimed at a whole lot. Not sure what that was either. DJ is gonna die. Blasted down by Noob.
This is a lot of XP for the Quest supports here, and not a lot for DJ. DJ is really going to be suffering here. He's probably just going to have to take mid or something. I mean, even Ice is level 4.
Yeah, they really underleveled. And they involved all 5 heroes from Bleed and did not win that fight. And Amar's just been chilling in the bottom lane free farm.
He's just farming it up. I mean, he got through the worst part of this laning phase for the Doom versus the Monkey King, right? He got the Vanguard, he got to level 6, and now he's a threat versus Jackie if he just dooms him with a support rotation.
Cookie once again trying to help out, but this time Omar will die. Corden picks up the kill.
Nice little action continuing to be found here by the Storm Spirit, as this hero has looked pretty dominant today, honestly. I mean, it has been later picks, which definitely help it. This was last pick Storm, so you see everything. You should have a pretty good game. But it's looked pretty solid on lane. I guess only Ice is really losing out of this laning phases. He will finally finish Vanguard at 9 minutes, but this is a super delayed Timber Vanguard, and he's playing into Time Dilation, Doom, and Shadow Demon, plus Snap Mid. Not the easiest Timber game.
Also, do you still like Vanguard on Timbersaw since the change with Octarine and stuff?
I mean, you still have to go it, right? Because the reason it's heroes in the meta is you don't have to go a bunch of armor points anymore. You can level up the chain and the whirling death and just be way more active and have a way larger early game damage power spike. So you kind of need Vanguard to balance that out. I'm not sure what you do if you don't go Vanguard. I guess you can go just straight Octarine with higher armor points, but I don't know if the hero feels that great doing it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dubu's Courier
Dire's
slain.
top tower is under attack.
I don't know what he was buying there. Probably Arcane
Dire
Boots.
are scanning.
But the creeps are
I
mid.
hate that this is still a thing.
Are fortified.
What?
The old backdooring tier 1 towers with skeletons.
Radiant's
It's
structures
actually
are
ridiculous.
fortified.
He's pretty much going to solo this tower at top.
What are you talking about?
Radiant's
Oh, this
bottom
thing.
tower
Yes.
is under attack.
I mean, yeah, he got him. I mean, that's just high skill right there.
He did 90% of the tower with 1 creep. Amar, you're going to be in trouble. Corden continues his rotations around with Storm Spirit. He's being very active.
Under attack.
I can't help but thinking, though, I really wish that they had a Cuddle or a Pugna.
You guys feel better.
Corden, like, he's making a lot of good active rotations right now. It's just you can't keep that up with Storm Spirit without having somebody to refill your
Yeah, I mean, that's why you want the battery here, because we're seeing it in the net worth. He's 4-0, he's made the moves, but the problem with making these moves when you run out of resources is you can't farm anything up, and then you're just dead on the map.
Yeah.
So it's not really making Corden's game that good. He's actually falling slightly behind as he makes these plays, but it will be very nice for the supports on lead, as both of them have gotten a lot of gold out of these kills, and it's caught their XP back up, which was really important. This was for sure the correct thing to do, even if you wanted to play greedy. And once more, the push comes into mid off of that Ench creep. No resources on Corden to contest a fight here, though, and maybe Quest know it. Time to play aggressive if you want.
Oh, I like that. Look at that. He pulled the creep wave. So the Siege Wagon, they're going to have to tank for the Siege Wagon.
Yeah,
Now,
but he
Noob
has
does
the
have the
shield
shield room. That's going to help a lot.
This is a lot of tower damage getting done.
Dire's bottom tower
The
is under
Hadouken's
attack.
going back as well.
Radiant's middle tower
And they still
is
have, like,
under attack.
Disruption if they want to use some illusions or something.
You don't even need to commit for the tower. I think you're very happy with this damage. Forcing a little bit of rotation, and then you're still getting all the CS here from you, whereas Corden is still sitting on low resources. In fact, you're going to get the tower.
Yeah, tower's going to die.
No deny. That was like the easiest deny of it.
Yeah, he just really wanted to kill instead. They'll be able to set up on Noob, so at least they'll get that bit of a punishment, I think.
Will they?
Right? Uh-oh. He's
Will they?
actually going to be able to walk away from that. Oh, man. 2 port gank and a support in there, and they get the Chronosphere onto 2, being able to kill 2 heroes with it. Boy, that could not have been worse for Bleed.
The tankiness of Noob right there. Almost having the full Atos plus that Bracer and one.
Yeah.
Just walked it all off. And that was the downside of no resources on Corden. Imagine he just gone to base and healed and come back. Instead, he lingered for so long. Really cost him there. Big time, as now you're giving more XP and gold to a Faceless Void who had a pretty decent laning phase. That's just too easy of a chrono.
It really was.
Man,
Dominating streak being given away there, so 600 plus gold.
about the same. My man, TA2000, he's looking like Yatoro out here, but maybe Yatoro's looking like TA2000, you know what I'm saying?
I guess we'll have to see. I know Spirit is doing okay for themselves at the start of the group stage, so who knows? Maybe we'll get to see them. Are they in the same group?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like Faceless Void is pretty good. I don't know why I think that, but I think if you abuse early time dilation, the hero's pretty strong. As long as the rest of your draft isn't too greedy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it doesn't require a lineup that isn't too cooldown dependent, right? Which is kind of interesting that Quest have 3 different long cooldown ultimates on their cores.
But their lineup doesn't feel slow. Snap mid.
That's true. Snapfire, even though it's a long cooldown, this hero is still very active, right? Pretty fast.
That's what I'm saying. I think when Void is in these drafts where you're fine taking fights even without the chrono, which I think Quest easily can here. Like him TPing to a fight that someone gets purged in, someone gets kissed in, and he just jumps in and dilates people. I think that's an easy fight for TA 2000 to join. And I think those are the Void games that feel the best.
It has to do with like maybe some of the kill formula. Like when Chronosphere just kind of guarantees kills in a team fight. That's pretty hype for a hero that goes late game better than anybody else.
That's very true. Especially if people aren't picking chrono saves. Like,
Yeah.
Wyvern isn't in the meta, Oracle, Shadow Demon kind of are, but a lot of times the Faceless Void will see the supports first, so like, what are you really afraid of? And I feel like a lot of the summon or the Void abusing offlaners fell out of it. Like Geno, we don't see this hero at all.
Sure.
Night Stalker,
Yeah,
he doesn't
pretty
exist.
dead.
Beast is in the meta, but Void actually is a safe laner that does better versus Beast now because it's an Axe-based Beast, not a Summons-based Beast.
Right.
So Dilation and Leap are good on lane. Like, we've seen people pick the Void into the Beastmaster. I mean, that hero's just insane. The Timbersaw you're fine with. So I don't know. It's like, what offlaner do you want in this meta versus the Void to really just, like, insanely punish him?
Yeah, that is a good point. A lot of the heroes are just out of the meta.
Bounty Hunter?
Necro is another one that's out.
I mean, I'd say, like, offlane Wyvern probably destroys this hero, but
That's true. We've seen a little bit of core Wyvern here or there. The how's Ice's Timbersaw doing? Because I feel like Bleed need a way back into this game, and I have to assume it's going to be playing through this guy. He's got Arcane Boots, Soul Ring, Vanguard. I feel like that's close to go time.
they're going to force it without him.
Yeah, like Jackie is being super active, which is his MO, and which is going to get him killed here. He's going to keep taking damage from the kisses, and eventually somebody is going to put the damage to He's going to be the one. Dubu, caught up by TA2000, free kill. I feel like you should be more active with your Timbersaw than your Monkey King at this point. Am I crazy for thinking that?
I mean, Ice does get a lot of space off this. Kind of wanted the time to catch up. I feel like that move was just a little too aggressive. I don't mind that 3-man smoke with the Monkey because Jackie's an active carry player, but it's just too hard of a position to go in, like, at this point in time. I don't think you have the strength of the supports. Maybe with the Storm it's better. That did feel very awkward.
Same thing with when it came to defending the mid tower, right? Jackie went to defend the mid tower when they went for the kill on Noob, and Ice did not. So we're gonna watch DJ get picked off.
God, the Kobold killed him.
The Kobold killed him?
I think so.
Dang.
It looked like he got the last hit. Well, I'll check it out. It doesn't even show.
They get a lot of items coming in. Ether Lens already for Omar. So he is looking very good. Noob's got his Boots of Travel, and the Octarine was finished up by Amar as well. So Octarine, Animitis, like, they are going to be cooking. And Bleed, they need to react soon. They want to have any chance of being able to play this game. I feel like you have to start winning right now.
It did kill him.
The Kobold actually killed him?
He got last hit by the Kobold for 11 damage.
Nice.
Get wrecked, son. Everybody lending a helping hand here.
That's the true gold generation.
Or what were we talking about? I was trying to find the Kobold.
Really obsessed about that Kobold last hit, huh?
It just looks so funny.
I was saying
We
that
gotta replay the Kobold last hit.
I don't think they caught it in the first place, though.
What do you mean? They definitely caught that.
I was saying Bleed need to start winning the game right now.
Oh, yeah, they're in
up
trouble.
against Hanamitis, Octarine, Doom, and a late game Faceless Void.
Yes, that's exactly what I was about to say. The Octarine Might is already kicking in for Amar, and he is getting big real fast here.
Mm-hmm.
You're in trouble. You are in big trouble right now if you're Bleed. You are not going to learn.
Gordon! Oh no, we got hit by the Rod of Atos before he could get the zip away, and they're going to use the Chronosphere just to ensure it. They actually did get a bash, so they may not have needed it, but
why not, right?
Better be safe than sorry. Yeah.
Are you afraid of getting tempoed out in this game?
No.
Hell no. So you may as well just use this Chrono as you want on who you want. Let's continue to spread the map here, play with their 3-man hit squad.
Ooh, kisses for this one, huh?
Just exerting some pressure.
Yeah, it is some pressure. They're not going to kill anybody, but they did do damage.
I like this idea, though. Like, just going mid and throwing some spells, getting reaction on Bleed, because look at what's happening on the map. You have Doom and Faceless Void clearing up the side lanes, and this is your time when Chrono's down. This is not the Kobold cleanup. This is the Chrono cleanup, though.
Like, Bleed smokes up, they run into Kiori. Not a super great kill to get, to be honest, but better than nothing.
Didn't cost him too much, at least. And continue to look on the map. And we're still waiting for Ice's impact in this game.
Yeah.
Like, he first phase is Timber, and if first phase Timber gets shut down by Face's Void pick this hard, it's not a great first phase. It's gonna try and turn it around.
They're gonna go back on Gordon here, completely out of mana. Not completely, had a wand, maybe he can zip. No, he goes in place to try and do damage. Nice kill on Omar though. Ice did manage to time that well, gets the burst damage. Jackie defends himself up against Omar, who goes for the Doom, got him on top of the trees. He's gonna hop down and run away while Ice comes in with a cleanup kill. Jackie actually came back into it. Omar is not dead just yet, and DJ can't finish him off. Meanwhile, his cores are all gone.
You just arrives in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, he does.
Even gets DJ
Radiant's top tower
with the
is under
courier
attack.
delivering the spots at the end. I mean, Ice made his impact. Like, he dealt the most damage there, but it just gets put on this Doom who has 2,500 HP. Way too tanky, man. And again, the resources for Bleed, the resource management has just not been there this game. This is a fight where your Timber's basically out of mana. Your Storm jumps and gets nothing done and is out of mana. And Wukong, it chunks him more, but it does not finish him.
Yeah,
That
frankly,
is a
that part of the fight was probably better for Bleed than it should have been. And it still wasn't enough. Game is looking real bad.
Yeah,
real bad for Bleed.
This is looking like winner's prediction coming true. As all that early game momentum Corden built has evaporated here. And he's almost getting surpassed by Kiori on this edge.
Yeah, who has done a crap ton of building damage, by the way. He just keeps on fighting these trolls and keeps on summoning a giant skeleton army with all the rally.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's annoying.
All right, that's not all right. He has done far more than 177 damage. That is just him right-clicking.
Listen,
we include his. It cannot be including the summons. There's no way. Because he soloed a tier 1 tower, basically.
Oh well, that's
Radiant are scanning.
something for JJ to look at.
Get it fixed, JJ.
While he's looking at adding, you know, some of my other recommendations.
Yeah, we might have a few suggestions. 6-14, 11,000 net worth lead for Quest.
20 minutes. Why not? Chrono's up. That seems very difficult.
If you roast this early with a Faceless Void lineup, you got troubles. You got problems.
This game is just feeling
very much so.
I mean, you went Deso on Jackie too. This is itemization you need to be finding the fights to power it up. Work it for Corden, even more so. You're just leaping on TPs that aren't there. You're out of resources again.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of TPs canceled. Not all of them, though. Still enough to be able to defend this tower. So Bleed really didn't get anything in return for losing that Rose shot. They're going to drop the Wukong Shaman here, but it's done on a 2. They're going to try and blow up these heroes, but the Orchid isn't going to be good enough. The BKB goes off on the side of Amar. Corden does manage to jump away, but he's going to have to leave. Oh, he's not going to be able to jump away. TA-1000 still able to run him down with the time walk, and the Doom is eventually going to wear through our Monkey King from Jackie.
Amar's just too tanky.
Runs him down. He is.
Like, Doom is way too much HP, even has the strength fan brace on top of BKB, which was finished for that. Just baits it all out. He knows he cannot die. At the start of this fight with 3,000 HP, they throw everything on him. This feels like the game fight in a way. It's like, this is the fight you need to win right here with your Orchid Deso timing.
Yeah, 100%.
You didn't get a single core out of it. The dispels are already online for this Orchid. This is where we go back to that game we watched earlier from Shopify where Abed got the Orchid on Storm because he was snowballing. This is not a snowballing Orchid Storm.
Yeah, it's not really, you don't really see that many Orchids anymore on Storm Spirits. And it used to be a snowballing item. If you're going to get it at all, it has to be a snowballing item. I don't think there's ever a comeback Orchid.
I mean, the dispels are already up for all 3 of Quest cores, and both their supports, in theory, have a save. I mean, Shadow Demon is killable here, but Amar already has a blink, so it's not that necessarily straightforward. As Amar is fighting without the Doom, he does not care.
Yeah, and he might actually be forced. Yeah, he is. The Boots of Travel is going to come in. Rod of Atos locks down Jackie.
Tips are flying. Amar says it's great to be back on land.
I'm sure the entirety of the rest of the professional scene is very happy that Amara is back and going to be aggressively outplaying and out-tipping them all the time.
I mean, I'm glad he's back.
Oh, me too.
Radiant's
He adds a
middle
little
tower
spice
is
to
under
it.
attack.
But if I was a player, I'd hate it.
Yeah, probably. I don't have to play with this guy, so I'm glad he's back. As the Skeleton Boys are back to work,
Radiant's top tower is under
hammering and rallying their way through another tower.
Radiant structures
You're
are
right, he has definitely found a lot of these trolls. Let's put him to work.
Radiant's courier has been attacked.
Gotta be his favorites on it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Another early high ground for the day. 25 minutes. A Faceless Void takes your tier 3. That is very terrifying.
Well, your solution is you have to go late game now.
What is your late? 6-slotted Monkey and 5-slotted Ranger support.
And Storm Spirit with that Aghanim Scepter to set it all up.
I guess in theory, yeah.
Yeah, it's not the worst.
I mean, actually, technically, I actually think Bleed kind of win late game if they were full slotted, but are you ever going to get the full slots?
Probably not.
Amar is going to taunt Ice here. Refuses to dupe him, but we'll give him the high five. So he's in good spirits. Wow, he canceled both Timber Chains. That was...
I actually didn't realize this is an interaction. Ice, 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 and Amar. Something about that. You know, the guy who's like aggressively BM versus the guy who just like probably gives the least shit.
Chrono. And he evaporated.
He died so
The
fast.
hell? He just got bashed. So you have to get bashed.
He got Manta bashed.
Man, he dealt 1,500 damage in
Radiant's
2
middle tower
seconds.
is under attack.
That's a lot of damage.
Against a hero that has pretty high armor.
Radiant structures are
At least Storm Spirit
Yeah.
has high base armor.
I mean, a lot of it is like
Radiant's
time
top
lock,
barracks are under attack.
Maelstrom. He's just mega fun, man. He already has Scotty down. Yeah, this game is pretty toasted.
Radiant's top barracks are under
They're gonna find Jackie in the tree and hurricane him down.
Roasted, toasted, and burned to a crisp.
Radiant's top
That's going to be
barracks
Elena
are
Barracks dead at top, a carry dead at bottom.
They're gonna look for Cubot. Might be able to get him with the jump.
BKB locks it up. Okay, noob, yeah.
No BKB for you. Haha, you may have gotten our racks. But we got your Snapfire and the streak. And that is a 1,500 gold kill.
Reasonable.
5x streak there. I mean, you're only down 20k.
Yeah, you can get a Kaya and a Pipe and a Maelstrom pretty soon for the Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got this.
Things are looking up. I mean, I've seen worse deficits for a C team.
Yeah. Got him. Disruption. Slowing Jackie down. He has to use the Wukong's command just to try and survive this, but Amar, he's going to pounce for it, push him out of the Wukong's command, and then walks away. That's very nice.
Man, double purge request just makes this game so straightforward. As Amar will bots, probably a distance he could have walked it shorter, but he doesn't want to use his legs. Save the effort.
Yeah, gotta save that for game 2. Because game 1 is very much over, and Bleed are finally gonna call GG.
I think there's a world where Bleed can win this game if they like really outplay them on the lanes, but this draft just seems so quest favored. Like you're playing Wind Ranger, Monkey King to double purge with the Shadow Demon, and then time dilation kind of destroys your supports plus the Timber. You can't really kill the Enchantress on the map. She's outpacing your Chen. And then Snapfire, in theory, has a guaranteed good lane mid, so you're not going to be able to play to that advantage. I don't know, this game just looked too easy for Quest. Like, your Timber just got thrown to the wolves. Maybe they have to go and play through ice better, but I feel like they did try that, and it almost made it worse. So, not much going for Bleed in this game 1, but Quest look great, and that's a good sign, because this team is pretty fun to watch. They do a lot of cool stuff. They're very mechanically skilled. They're all on the same page on the little things.
very strong laning phase team, pretty good late game team with Amar leading the helm.
And for going back to Bleeds, I mean, our coverage of them during the DPC compared to this performance now, what's missing? Because they got here in the first place through the DPC.
Yeah, I mean, I was not convinced by that DPC. I think this team still has a lot of things to fix, mainly their offlane. I still look towards Ice's DJ offlane. Yeah, it's big names, whatever. Put that aside. Even this game, the impact is just not there. For a first phase Timber, you got to make something else happen with it, or enable it more, or put Ice in a better position to snowball. Yeah, that is just a black hole of network.
All right, well, I'm sure our panel has lots of suggestions for Bleed.
I can't wait. My ears are open. I'm coming in with this with a blank slate, because Cap was right. They got here. They got first place in the Southeast Asian DPC. So clearly something fundamentally was going for them, but maybe part of it was what wasn't working here, because a great deal of it was Ice, and DJ doing well, and that did not happen this game.
Yeah, on to experiments again.
Uh-oh. Why are we experimenting?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like they already know the formula. They need to pick Cordon's hero early and not show the lane of Ice. I feel like he's going to be like a very key role in the team. He needs to get a very good start. And I don't think they should be prioritizing Timber as much, because they are not swapping him as a flex pick.
But Timber's top tier.
I know, but not for them. I don't think it should be a top tier hero for them.
And you're giving Amar Timber.
True. You gotta pick your poison.
Fans.
If you don't pick it first, then Quest is gonna pick it.
I feel like the problem is, if you want to take the Timber away from Amar, you cannot pick Wind Ranger. Because ISSS and DJ, right, they need to be doing different things. Otherwise, they're gonna end up competing, for the resources, the farm. And, I mean, obviously, Cordon didn't really move towards the side lanes. As we saw, like, he got a solo kill. Like, it should be all you need to move people.
He didn't go to the silence at 6 minutes. But he actually got Ice killed when he rotated top.
Yeah, so it's like his understanding of the timing to rotate to silence is still very wonky, like we see from the DPC games, like he's just going there to, like, oh, I have spells, I can do this, but you're not understanding that how can you, like, make sure if you can't kill them, you have to kick them out of the lane. He's not doing that, so I just think like having DJ and ISSS compete against each other, and then like Cordon not knowing what he needs to achieve with a hero, is just putting them in a very bad place.
Okay, so those are some symptoms for Bleed. What do you think Quest did well, Fear, in this game number 1?
Pretty much everything except for this solo kill here on Noob. I mean, Noob has always been hot and cold. We talked about Cordon versus Noob in the mid lane. Cordon, he beat him in the mid lane straight up.
He did.
All there is to it. But the side lanes, that's where Quest is known for their strengths. Ulmar, Amar, they didn't necessarily win their lane, but in a way they did, because Amar got all his farm versus a Monkey King, and that's all you need. And that's just what he does. He doesn't buy auras, he goes straight for the Midas, he goes in for the Octarine, he goes to scale. That's what I talked before. He loves scaling, and TA2000, complete free farm on this Faceless Void. One of the greedier heroes in the meta right now to play in the carry right now, because he's not the strongest laner, but his late game is one of probably the best late gamer in Dota right now. And he had a free lane. And absolutely, TA2000, he shows up to every single fight, gets all the Chronospheres off. The synergy is just so good with Quest. This is one of the teams that I think I enjoy watching the most right now, of all the teams that are up and coming, because they look like they have so much potential.
Yeah, their team fights are in concert every single time. And like you said, I was very pleased to see how trigger happy this Faceless Void was, because we've been holding Faceless Void in regard as being like one of the best late game carries, but even Aurora, you were like, Time Dilation is one of the most annoying spells in Dota right now.
Toxic spell.
Toxic spell, that's right, that is the word you used. And oftentimes I don't hear people complain about Time Dilation. Most of the time it's like, why am I getting bashed 7 times in a row? But this game, Time Dilation was incredibly irritating.
I feel like only the side laners can talk about the Time Dilation, because they get it straight away from the laning phase, right? But for me, when I see the game as a whole, I just feel that spell, like you need to lower the radius. It's too broken. Like he's already going to land the spell, but like he shouldn't.
That's the least of our problems right now with morphling in the game.
Well, we need the solution to it.
The Time Dilation or Morphling or everything? The Dota solution. In this game particularly, though, I think I talked about Quest loving to play the late game. Southeast Asia, they're supposed to love playing the late game, but they're playing Chen Monkey King. Monkey King is going for a Desolator build, not going for that late game. They lost their lanes, and all of a sudden you have this timing-based tempo versus a team that has better late game than you, and you have no tempo at this point. You're losing every single lane. I don't think that's the route you should go for if you're going into game 2 as Bleed. You should try and match the late game, try to fight them in the late game. Maybe that'll work.
Is there any world that you do pick Chen and think that you can go late? Or as soon as you pick Chen, you're committing yourself, we gotta go tempo?
I'm not a fan.
I think it's just Jackie not very comfortable on this Monkey King. I feel it's one of the best Monkey King games ever. Like, you count all the heroes and you feel good in fights. And your mid laner also got a solo kill. But the thing is, like, he's not very active in the early fights. He wants to be the one, like, you know, sitting behind and farming. Yeah. And then, like, maybe his first appearance would be the kind of thing that he did at the mid lane, where he TP in and tried to kill the Snapfire. That's what he does best. But then Monkey King is like, you actually can move even earlier than that. Like, you realize that you're not stopping the Doom from farming already. There's no point staying there. You need to go and, you know, like, try and do what Cordon should also do, kick someone out of the lane. And then that way you can at least secure 50% of the net worth. But losing all their lanes, like Fear mentioned, he lost the lane against him. Doom. I would say he definitely lost. So it's like, why are you still, you know, like, persisting there? You know, like, you should just move.
And this is something that I remember during the SCA DPC, we were very proud of Raven for doing on Blacklist. We were like, he's playing Monkey King and he's just leaving the lane whenever he sees that there's no more purpose there, or that he's more useful with his team.
Yeah, you have to unlock your off laner. Like, I feel like a lot of the carries, what makes them differ from tier 1.5 and tier 1 is about knowing when you should be moving, you know, in the early game, the first couple of rotations, because you need to unlock the lane for the Timber. Your Timber is not having a good game, so you need to first understand that, and you have to go there and figure out when you should be going there and what you need to be doing, because they did make a move with the Storm actually went top, but when the Storm went top, the Monkey King didn't go top. So it would have actually been okay if they all went top together at the time and they caught the Void.
And that's how Quest are playing. Quest are playing perfectly in sync for their debut major game. Can they turn it into a 2-0, or Bleed being a Southeast Asian representative, they gotta make it competitive? We'll find out after the break.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai BizNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Asik ya, Waiga.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. One
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of Bleed versus Quest Esports, where Quest are continuing the trend that we have so often learned to accept in 2023 Dota, which is just Western European dominance. They just roll up to every single tournament, make fools out of all the other regions, and have us be wondering, why are the regional allocations for TI so lopsided?
I mean, pretty sure it's both sides, play a part. So,
Okay.
for C teams, I mentioned a lot of times, I don't think we deserve 3 slots. And yeah,
It's tough love.
I mean, Western Europe's terrible. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Really.
I mean, it's just Gaming Gladiators. Name another good Western European team.
Well, 3 out of the 5 qualified for TI are Western Europe. Tundra, Liquid.
That was the beginning of the year.
Oh, I see,
Like,
I see.
it's,
Now things have changed.
Things have changed.
No.
Yeah, after that video of them arguing,
Yeah,
And there you go.
there you go.
The cracks are starting to show.
They are indeed.
Maybe non-DPC Western Europe, like Dream League, Western Europe doesn't care as much about that. They're always TI focused. So,
Oh,
Berlin, Western Europe did fairly well. It was the same grand final that we had for Lima. South America popped in with an EG top 4. Who got 3rd at Berlin? 9 Pandas.
Yeah. I mean, we're in Bali now, so I don't think the Western Europeans are going to deal with the humidity.
Exactly.
So it's not going to be their tournament this time around.
How about NA?
But Bleed should be used to.
We should be
Maybe.
used to it.
I don't know. I'm trying to save him here, but I don't know if I
Trying.
can.
only Misery can save them at this point. Like, he needs to figure out Let's go back to plan A.
Okay.
Let's skip plan B and throw plan C out of the garbage can, into the garbage can if you have a plan C, and just stick to plan A.
Okay. And plan A is first phase Corden.
Yep.
Ignore the fact that Amar might get his hands on Timbersaw. Or ban it.
They had the Undying just now.
Yeah.
They didn't pick it. Maybe stick to the Undying.
Okay.
That's funny enough, because I also agree that similar to Winter, but not as specific, but for a lot of the C teams in general, skip the middle phase, which is just skip the mid game.
Okay.
Play the early game. Don't pick heroes that are supposed to be good in the mid game, and just play for the late game.
Okay.
And just don't play tempo lineups. I just don't think C teams are really meant to be playing these tempo lineups. I mean, you can get better at it, of course, but if you want to win, I feel like they should just pick hard carries, win the lanes, go rat a little bit, make it chaotic, go to the late game, and have a hard carry.
I'm with you.
Yeah, we don't have a strong enough captain to allow you to play a tempo, like a very specific tempo. Like nobody has that kind of authority in the teams. And we don't really have a position 5 players that are like that. You need somebody like Puppy to do that.
True.
Yeah, they have the spirit to like keep things chaotic, but they don't have the discipline as to why we want to keep things chaotic. So like I mentioned, the Monkey should move, right? He doesn't understand that all he needs to do is just kick the FV out of the lane, and then he can go back to chill, you know. It's not a C thing, but like in the other teams, you can see they are doing this. Like even TA 2000, he's literally like epitome of that. He's not very useful, but he's just like, guys, I'm here. I'm just gonna go in and like eat some spells. You guys can carry me. Let's go.
Time dilate some fools.
Yeah.
That is something I feel like Ame does a lot. Like even with Spectre, I remember watching one of his games. He literally has no items. Like he had a pretty bad lane because he's Spectre. The enemy is pushing mid tier 1. He TPs in front. He tanks.
Wow.
He tanks the fight. And guess what? Because the CM is level 6. So they focused the Spectre, and the CM came in, freezing field, won the fight. They defended the tower. Yeah, sure, he died, but they won the fight. Like not every carry does that.
Ain't no Spectres doing that in my pubs. Also, ain't no pro games where you first phase a Rubik Snapfire. Bleeder. Crazy. Timbersaw utterly ignored in this first phase because Beastmaster Pugnaban, Morphling Enchantress.
I wonder if the Cordon hero got expanded to one Snapfire right now.
Okay. Abed didn't do too great on it in the previous series, but we've seen Dream League Snapfire mids do well.
Hey, Noob just won with it.
That's true. Noob just won with it.
Didn't look... I mean, the hero looked good. The laning was just an individual error.
But is he noob?
Is Corden noob or is Noob noob?
Very sensitive question, guys.
I mean, it's in his name. His name is...
It is his name.
Or it's
no exclamation.
No oob.
I think Corden excels in heroes where you can just move your hero in front, do some damage. It doesn't matter whether you die or not. You done the job. You open the fight. That's all you need to do. But I don't think Snapfire is exactly the kind of hero to do it. I just think when I see these two heroes in reaction to this Undying, right? It's just we either kill the tomb or we steal the tomb. That's all that ran in my mind.
Yeah, otherwise I don't know what would motivate a first phase Rubik. Because Rubik's not getting banned out in second phases either.
I mean, he might be just Bleed doing their thing again at second pick. They're just picking the 4 and 3 right away. Like a neutral offlaner, which could be a Snapfire, and a position 4 hero. That's what they did the last game.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm a fine carry player connoisseur. I really like it when I see a nice carry player. And right now, TA2000 to that is just that. He's exquisite.
2000 was a good year.
Yes, it's an amazing year. The TA2000 year. And his Medusa right now with 3 bans and a pick like that with nothing to counter it, in my head I'm just like, it's GG. I feel like it's GG already just because this guy is so good. He knows his heroes, and he has a big hero pool as well. We mentioned a lot of them, the TA being one of them.
Sure.
Terrorblade. I forgot about his Faceless Void, but he's also really good with it. But you're going to probably see this game how fast he can farm. And his decision-making of when to show up to fights, it impresses me every single time. And now Bleed, they're going to have to deal with this. And Medusa is a handful.
Elder Titan. Put
It's
her to sleep.
potential.
Yeah, but who's the carrier though? Because Jackie has to play something.
I think Sniper is good here, but I don't think Corden can play that hero. So it's gonna be up to Jackie, and it's not a great hero to be on the side lane.
I mean, they do go for Underlord, which is quite decent against the Medusa.
Mitigation is not enough. You have to kill her.
And that's not up to the offlane hero. It's up to the carry or mid hero. There's not many good options there remaining. I mean, there's still Phantom Lancer, which could be decent against the Tomb, against Dusa.
No Morph, no Anti-Mage. How you beat Dusa?
I don't know. Dreamlink didn't find the
hard.
solution out of these two heroes. I guess Terrorblade, potentially?
Even
In
Terrorblade.
theory, but I normally see Dusa win that one.
Same.
Yeah. The game just ends like around pre 30 minutes and your Terrorblade's not even ready to fight the Dusa.
We saw some Jug attempts. Some successful, some
I
unsuccessful.
think it's very difficult, especially when you have Tombstone on your side. Like when you get that Manta and Butterfly timing, you're just way too strong with the Tombstone. Like in fights, you literally
There's
can't.
Techies too.
Yeah, you can't lose the team fights, you know. And what can you do? And Medusa wins that portion of the game, and she just sits on top of your high ground with her Aegis. Like what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with Medusa. You can theory craft all these potential counters, but you have to assume that these heroes have relatively the same net worth, which is almost never the case when playing against Medusa. She always has that 1+ item on. Oh, I got my Diffusal Blade ready. I'm ready to go with Manta. Then all of a sudden, Butterfly's online for Medusa. Another layer of issues.
I mean, you can pick like mid hero that counters her, like Wind Ranger. You buy Diffusal, but
You know, I feel like she can't even fight the timing.
yeah,
If the Medusa has a proper lineup, and
Butterfly timing is too strong.
the Medusa can also go diffuser and fuck this ranger up. It's like, oh, you think you can, you know, like spam your spells on me? Nah, you're not gonna have any mana for that. Reverse Uno. So they are going to just pick the Techie's Ember. I was thinking about that because you're 16, 17, right? You don't want to pick anything that would jeopardize your Medusa because you are trying to protect your Medusa, but you can't protect your 16, 17 because the other team has the 18. So there's no point. You should just pick a stable duo, and I think the best was Techie's plus Ember.
Now, are you worried
Or
about?
playing mid then.
Yeah, are you worried about the lane though? Ember against Snap.
Nah, it's like the thing about Ember, right? He is one of the most stable mid heroes to always hit the level 6 timing, like when you need to. Maybe you're not that fast, but in average timing, you can still hit the level 6 timing. And that's all he needs to do this game, because I feel like if this Rubik and Snapfire are supports, they literally can't do anything to this Ember later on.
Will one of the mid laners be able to do something to Ember?
I mean, we talk about the Ember versus Snap in Liquid versus Shopify's game. I just think Ember is not a hero that would just get kicked out of the game if it's not Monkey King or Huskar.
It's a pretty good Monkey King game, right? You
Yeah.
pick Monkey King, you win the mid lane, you buy Diffusal against the.
But is it a Jackie hero? In this type of...
I mean, called a
Wow.
hero. I was thinking of
Does
putting.
Gordon play? Oh, there's her. I was gonna say, does he play in Huskar at all, Gordon?
Not that I
no.
know of.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure he can play the hero, but in the officials, they've not
Can't
picked the
just
hero.
win your lane with Huskar.
No,
It's not
you
good
gotta
enough.
finish the game.
You really do.
So who's mid? Is it Snap mid or Underlord mid?
Probably Snap mid. Then the side lane will be Rubik plus Underlord, then Elder Titan with the carry. That's what I'm assuming. Just looking at the drafts, like Rubik plus Underlord is a much more stronger lane.
But just say good enough against Undying, because like I feel like the lane is strong,
Just
but
pull the wave, you know. I don't think you can do much, you know. Pull the wave.
you're just gonna give TA 2000 free farm on Medusa. So what's your answer to that later on in the game?
I mean, there's still a Phantom Lancer. I think that could be a decent one.
During week 2
Stumped.
of Tour 3, we were very impressed with seeing Elder Titan as a Medusa answer.
Yeah.
But then, whenever we went to Dream League, like, no one considered it. No one it doesn't matter what region. Everyone just forgot that ET can deal with
Yeah.
Medusa.
Theoretically, it's good, but in an actual game, practically, it's not that easy to execute it.
Is there any counter plays?
Is Arc Odin good
We
enough?
can wake her up.
Like you could before you'd play like a Oracle or something, and that could just stop the sleep with the Purifying Flames.
Yeah, but I think on Medusa, I actually don't know how that works. Does Purifying Flames hit her mana shield first?
It should, right?
I would
Yeah.
assume
Yeah.
so.
Oh, that would suck then. But you can also queue it off too, I believe.
That's true. It's a light, weak dispel.
But do you want an Oracle when you have a Techies Undying? The answer is no,
No.
unless Amar is going to bring out the offlane Oracle
Dude, hell yeah.
at the Bali Major.
Quest are banning out Jackie carries. They take out the Terrorblade, they take out the Naga Siren, and Bleed, as suspected, have left nothing but Amar heroes. They took out Timber, Doom, Tidehunter, maybe his Mars as well. Yep.
There it goes. I'm telling you, Amar, he's humbled a lot.
I think so.
And over the time, like, he's starting to play new heroes. I saw him on a Magnus a couple of times.
Okay.
He was playing anti-mages in the offlane. He loves Slark offlane too. I don't know if he'll pick it this game blind. That wasn't so good when he picked it blind, but when he sees his matchup, he's building his hero pool. And I think that's a good thing for the team, because a lot of his past teams, I think, were not so happy with the fact that he had such a limited hero pool. And he's on Quest, he's been building that hero pool up, and for the most part, it's been looking pretty good. But in this situation, I'm not entirely sure what he's going to look for. He doesn't know his matchup.
Yeah.
He has a Dusa, so...
Not many options remaining. A lot are banned. The good neutral heroes that are banned. Oh, that's still good.
He's building his hero pool. We've been talking about, but I did not expect
Micro? Is that a thing?
This man has been training hard.
Okay.
In the time chamber.
What do you
learning
do?
how to micro.
Don't need to micro if you don't take your ult.
Or we're going to get a 1-1.
But he's not out of the chamber yet.
Yeah, what do you do as Bleed? You need to pick a hero that can lane against Brood, and it also must be
And
good
carry
against
the game.
And yeah, it also must be good against Dusa. That's still
Yep, you lost me there.
Slug, PL. Those are the heroes that are available, but they're not even that great.
They don't even have damage to
Slark is probably the one, actually.
enable the slug, yeah.
There's still Bloodseeker, but I don't know how good that is against Dusa.
It's the worst matchup in
Yeah.
the game for Bloodseeker.
Intriguing.
How about Elk? Oh,
I mean, like, the thing is, Medusa, her HP never gets low for Thirst.
That's true.
You get ruptured.
She doesn't want to walk around
Doesn't
anyway.
really give a shit.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they were left with nothing else but Monkey King, which the defusal build is still viable, but how does it deal with Broodmother in lane when you're missing all of your attacks?
I feel like he should just go Maelstrom and farm. I don't think he should try.
agree.
I don't think he should try to fight early. Like, early is going to be very difficult against the Tombstone. You don't want to be going those items and thinking that, oh, I'm going to be able to hit the Dusa. Then in the team fights, chuck the Tombstone down and you can't even touch the Dusa. Then why even bother, you know?
I feel Quest's lineup is good at taking the Roche, but Bleed's lineup is good at attacking the team that takes the Roche. It's like you're focusing on getting the Roche, right? And then they can find a way to kill this Undying first, and possibly this Tekis as well. So I feel Quest heroes, like, the cost without their supports are nothing, you know? They can't really chase, they can't really, like, burst someone, they can't even, like, make someone stay, like, you know, like, yeah, there's chains, but, like, when are you gonna get level 4 chains, you know? It's not gonna be enough.
Based off scaling and execution, Quest severely outpicked Bleed here.
Yeah.
I think Bleed's draft is very difficult, like 10% chance to pull this one off, but if you play better than an opponent, maybe it can work. Like, this Monkey has to have perfect arenas on top of the Medusa, dream scenarios. And if that doesn't happen, we're going to see something like last game where it's just, you feel like you can't do anything. And then the game is just going to slowly slip out of your hands. So Bleed just can't step off the gas in this one.
I like my 10% odds. Let's see if Bleed can pull it off for game number 2, or if Quest are going to get themselves a 2-0 with Cap and SVG.
Ooh, 10%. That is incredibly low. Avery, surely it's better than that, right?
Yeah, it's better than 10%.
Yeah, what's it at?
Did I convince you?
Not really, no. Especially if you don't actually give me a number.
I'd say it's like, I mean, it's got to be at least like 13%.
Okay. 13%.
No,
Very optimistic.
It's higher. It's higher.
Come on. On the other side, we have a Mar Broodmother who's actually has played Broodmother once before, but only once. This will be a second game of professional Brood.
I mean, Amar on Brood means it's got to Bleed have at least a 40% chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though Broodmother is more of like a right-clicking hero and actually kind of scales
That's a
really
question.
well, which actually really fits Amar's
Yeah, it does.
pool.
And I haven't seen him play it in pubs.
So maybe it's back to 13%.
He has been grinding the hero. Yeah, maybe. I mean, he can also just not
30
skill. Though.
seconds
That's
to
fine
battle.
too. We'll see what happens. The one thing I like about the Bleed lineup is the Monkey. This Monkey King will deal with the Brood and in theory deals with the Dusa and has a good matchup versus Ember, though that isn't really a factor. But the one combo I like is you can sleep the Dusa in the middle of the Wukong. And that is nice.
Yeah.
It's real nice, because then you're just stuck there and you can't wake up for 5 seconds. You're getting hit by all the soldiers. That really helps skew this matchup, like a lot. You can even just run in with the ET and remove all our armor. She evaporates, so that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I was about to say, that doesn't matter.
But once she's out of mana,
but yeah.
then she's gone, right?
I mean, your first point made a good amount of sense, right? We could defuse a blade, stomp the Dusa, run up Wukong's command. She's right in the center of it.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah.
And you throw an Earth Splitter on top. It's a nice combo.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, the reductions on Dusa do matter sometimes in the later game when she has a because she gets up to 1500, 2000 HP, and a lot of times Dusa lives off the HP and then she like cheeses up or she gets Lotus. Or, you know, I actually don't think it's insignificant. I'm not gonna say you should pick reductions into a Medusa, but the Elder Titan one is not insignificant, especially the way the Elder Titan plays in the team fights and stuff, where you go in with the sleep and you're trying to kill her off that burst. So I like that combo from Lee. If they can get their cores going, I do like their draft. I think their draft is fun. Like, you have to play fast from the enemies, you have to execute the lanes well, but if that happens, I think you can punish the greed from Quest in terms of they want all 3 cores to get a lot of items in network. And, I mean, is a Mar Brood a thing? It is a thing, but is it actually a thing?
Yeah, are they going to be able to beat not just Div 2 teams? Are they going to be able to beat major attending teams?
Well, this team was kind of a Div 2 team for most of the year. Yeah. So I don't know. That was
DJ almost had him there. TA 2000 almost got put up on the cliff.
But he did not get put up on the cliff, and that's what matters here, is he'll finish up his Bassi, give his Undying some extra mana regen. I like this idea.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Continue to farm. We'll see how much farm T2000 can get after Fear's high praise. That was very high praise. I don't think I've heard Fear praise any player as much as he praised TA2000 in that last panel. It almost makes me suspicious, like, this guy got a payoff or something.
Yo, bro, I'll slip you a 20 if you talk good about me on panel.
I mean, okay, that was... Look, when has Fear ever praised a player like that?
No.
A fine connoisseur of carries? What is he even talking about? He's like, oh, this is the best vintage carry. This guy played with Sumail, got carried to TI by Sumail, and if you ask him how good Sumail was, he's like, yeah, Sumail's pretty good.
Yeah, he's alright. Nice first blood for Carry. So this lane is already going very well. Just being able to get first blood means probably you're going to be able to get the Lotus. The Lotus just means, I mean, it's really powerful on Dusa, or you can use it on the Undying, who could definitely use the mana to win this place even, this lane even more.
I mean, this is a tough lane. You have a Rubik into an Undying. It's already a pretty heavy lane matchup in terms of the Undying. Can kind of do whatever he wants here. You have to pull ways. But again, I go back to this. This bleed off lane just continues to not impress me overall. I mean, we're still early in this game, but I feel like the lane is... I don't think I ever saw them win their lane in a lot of these.
Yeah.
There's something about it. It's not clicking at 100%. We'll see if they can make it up in the mid game. As Jackie is also going pretty much even with Amar, but that's not necessarily the greatest sign in the early waves for Monkey King. Another snake comes through bottom.
Yeah, another time the Monkey King has not been able to actually win his lane against Amar.
I mean, this is the big timing with the level 2 Jingu. This is like the early monkey power spike on the lane. The Brood is just very fast, and double Wraith Band already up as well. A lot of extra armor going into the Brood Mother with level 2 web. I don't know if Bleed are going to be able to extract anything else out of this lane. I think Amar is just going to freeform up here, and that is very good news for Quest, because they're winning their side lanes pretty well now, and Noob is doing fine mid. Like, again, the Snapfire with the Spirit matchup is not getting the punish you necessarily are looking for in an ideal scenario. It's just getting traded out. I mean, if you have this start and you manage to get stacks up for the Medusa, then I think you're cruising in this game.
Tombstone's out. Telekinesis toss away. DJ actually needs to commit to the Tombstone, and it's probably going to die for it. Yeah, they managed to get the deny on the Tombstone, and then shortly after, DJ falls. So, very clean kill for Quest as they continue to win their safe lane.
And TA2000 just having a dream start here. Free farm, shared first blood gold, and another kill. He hasn't even had to buy any regen. Literally zero of his gold has gone into regen. You can't ask for anything stronger.
That's true. That is the dream carry laning phase. Not having to buy any.
Jingu gets stunned. Ola.
Keep fighting this one. Jackie trying to help out, but it's just not good enough.
Didn't even get Jingu.
Yeah.
This game is already looking rough early.
What about mid? Sure, let's look away from... Oh, God, we're going to watch Ice, Ice, Ice. He's going to maybe die into this decay. It's level 2. Yeah. Yeah, it's
level 4. Hero down here. Absolute monster.
What about mid, though? Surely mid's going all right? Yeah.
Yeah,
we're winning mid.
Even. I think you want to be up a little more, but
yeah, that's true.
It's good enough. You'll at least be able to play to the Snapfire here. Or I guess you will have to play to the Snapfire here as you don't have a choice. What is happening here?
I don't know, but a very awkward situation now that he's got boots.
Oh,
Gets it.
Got denied.
Oh, got him with the Fade Bolt before the neutrals can go for the deny. Meanwhile, Amar kills Jackie here.
Not able to get the Jingu up. Just goes down to the burst. I mean, if you got that neutral creep deny, honestly, is that it? Is that is that the series?
Just tap out.
I mean, you have to get kills with the kisses, it feels like, because your side lanes are going real rough.
I know, like, I believe this is legit and everything, but it is very funny that Amar gets a kill and then immediately has to pause the game.
It is legit.
His team is backing him up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We'll never know. I like to live in a world where it was Amar beat Amar.
Yeah. Just decided it was time for a BN pause.
Yeah, that's the reality I prefer. As Quest are going to bring 3 heroes mid with a ward. They are looking for Corden. No kisses online, and that is Stone Skirmish.
As long as they get the blast off to follow it up, that should be enough. The Fade Bolt's actually going to help a bit here, slowing down the right-click damage, but Quest gets over the line eventually.
Another successful rotation. Solo XP for both side laners, and Bleed cannot find the punish. Monkey King pick has not yielded a single kill in the early game. Not a good sign.
No, I would say it's a pretty terrible sign.
I guess you do have this like Fade Bolt, Atrophy Aura, double base damage reduction to fall back on.
Yeah, I mean, if they can actually hit him with a Fade Bolt and get the Underlord on top of the Dusa, her damage is going to be extremely low.
It's nice for Sedusa, it's nice for the Ember. I mean, you have 3 right-click cores for quests that don't do well into the double minus base damage, but the Brood also has bonus damage. Ember might not be in the range for it. And sometimes Dusa just doesn't care because she hits her timing too fast. So there are ways Quest can get around it. However, if you get those levels up on Bleed, it will help you in the mid-game for sure.
Yeah. You combine all that with a Crimson Guard, you're invulnerable.
Good. It does sound pretty good.
Sounds better than 13% to me.
So I'm not going to rule Bleed out of this. Jackie is going to go Battle Fury. It's going to be slow. It's going to be a slow game for us. Like, you're building Battle Fury on a Monkey King who's 0-1 and 0, and your other lanes didn't go amazing. Ice is continuing to get pressured here. Body blocks for days.
Just not having a good time. Now, there are 2 heroes rotating around from behind, and the Monkey King's going to TP in.
Yeah, that snake was not the biggest. Yeah. T2000, he might just go down here.
I think he is. If Dubu can somehow get in front of him, he had some regen to be able to cut through. Oh, man.
Ooh,
Don't
tree
tell
cut.
me. Oh, nice tree cut, TA2000. He just keep himself alive with that. They're going to stomp him. Okay. Now he's got to be dead. Jeez, that took a while.
Well worth it, though.
They did trade off heroes to Snapfire Dying Day.
I mean, Jackie getting involved, just a necessity at this point. He's going to gate back top to try and deal with the Brood. Of course, Corden did go down mid despite having 1,500 HP early on the snap. The Techies connection proving too deadly, and now you're taking a bunch of mid-tower damage. Nobody wants to defend this for Bleed. Don't even have the gate point up yet. Price is holding it. We'll find a Martop with double.
Can they punish him? The lifesteal versus lifesteal. He's trying to stay in melee range of... Oh, barely got clipped by that one, but he was probably dead anyway. Nowhere he could really run to.
So we are going to sacrifice mid-tower to get that Brood kill. I think that's an okay option here. I would have liked if they could have done both. If Ice could have had the resources to go mid and defend this tower, because I don't think the threat was too high there, but This Brute kill is pretty nice for Jackie again. Pushing his XP up, helping him get to this battle fury timing they're going to need.
Omar already level 6. So,
Yeah,
again, the experience advantage for Quest.
They are up 2 levels here in this early game. Continuing to apply the skirmish pressure between those two supports. I mean, how many times have we seen Techies Undyne in the last month? I feel like this is the de facto support duo.
Dire's top tower.
I actually feel like I haven't seen it on the same team that much.
What are you talking about? We just watched an entire Dream League tournament where it was first phase Undying Techies from Gaming Gladiators for 30 games in a row.
Well, that's just because Gaming Gladiators won the game. Won the tournament.
Dire's top tower.
Well, they could have picked something else.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
2,000 net worth lead for Quest. They're taking early towers. Amar is, despite that gank, free farming. I feel like Jackie versus Amar might be Amar's like wet dream. There's just not a carry in his lane. He could just sit there and farm and get big.
Flesh Golem on Flesh Golem.
Yeah, a little bit
bigger than the other though. You get the tombstone out of this, so Bleed take a successful skirmish. With Jackie continuing to farm.
Look at him still playing for kills. They're going to jump down on Corden. Oh no!
That's a double damage.
He did not expect them to be this aggressive. But there's nothing really to punish him at this point. Now that Corden's dead, look at him just diving past the tier 2, no problem. Okay, Glyph's going to be used. That makes it a little bit harder to dive. Let's chill out.
I mean, Corden is the early game. This Snapfire, if he goes down first, you take all the damage out of the fight. Especially when you have ET, who's an amp hero, who wants to amp the spell damage from mid. I mean, they removes 2 heroes for the price of 1. DJ, he's had a quiet game on this Rubik. This is the time where you have ult up early to try and get him involved. Let him win you the skirmishes off the spell steals, but he needs the mid to combine it with. So every time Corden goes down on the snap, he is at 3 deaths. It costs Bleed so much in the early portion of this game, especially when these 2 Silings are just being out-farmed. Like the Dusa and the Brood are accelerating way faster than your Underlord Monkey here.
Sure. That's just natural. Broodmother's going to do that. Monkey King can't possibly keep up until you actually have your Battle Fury complete, but considering how active he's been and hasn't actually resulted in many kills.
Yeah, Jackie's had to stem the bleeding.
Yeah.
I can't even put his network on him, and he's still the best of his team.
Yeah, I feel like Jackie is always having to stem the bleeding.
It does not help his game a lot of times. As a quick smoke will come out. I mean, this is a smoke intended to bring the gate in with Underlord, find the Brood, lock her down off a stomp.
Bounty.
This is an expensive smoke, though. This is a lot of time, a lot of movement for a low probability connection, as Amar is just eating up Lotuses. It's not even close to him.
Slight reveals, Corden. Stomp's going to come in. That's going to create a little bit of a diversion here, allowing them to reset, focus on the Tombstone. Once they dealt with that, they can deal with the Undying in true form. Omar is going to be in a bit of trouble as he actually jumps into that blast off and is going to be blasted away. Boundless Strike and Mortimer Kisses. So both supports die in that engagement. Thinking perhaps too little Bleed's rotations or something, but Bleed more than willing to bring numbers to fights like this.
Gate maybe caught him off guard a little bit as Bleed can bring all 5, whereas the Brood and the Dusa were nowhere close to that fight. Just gotten severely outnumbered despite hiring a Tombstone. So Bleed will strike back a bit, wear out that haste from Noob as well. He doesn't get a lot of value out of it. But T2000 is starting to go to work on that triangle. And this is where the Dusa is really going to pull ahead if you can't get the Monkey Battle Fury online or you're not winning these fights.
Cookie stun, another nice pick off on the supports. And because they're together, Noob is actually struggling to be able to get picks in return.
This is where the 3 heroes for Bleed are very strong. Like, when the Snapfire has resources, you can go in with the Atos setup and throw the ET and Rubik spells on top. Level 4 Sticky Bomb for DJ is going to be super nice here. This is when the single target damage kill threat is incredibly high, and Quest are not going to have an answer to it because the sustain is not there yet. This is when you would like to get more of those. They will also trade Wisdom Runes. Very nice for Dubu as he wants as many levels in natural order up as fast as possible, I think, this game. And they're even going to find Amar on a Wukong.
Okay, can they lock him down long enough. It's going to be close, but he does get out of the Wukong's command. And the Stomp's going to come in. Amar actually dodged back around it. He wants to go for the kill. He's trying to with the, oh man, that lifesteal just healed him up to full almost.
What was that?
He did lose his micro though, so it looks like DJ was able to, or excuse me, our Elder Titan was able to get away. Amar is still being chased down by Jackie though. He's running out of webs.
Definitely suspicious.
Wow, you missed that boundless strike. That's rough. Meanwhile, Isis Eyes, Stone Gaze trying to get in front of him, but they don't actually commit that much. He's gonna need some TP rotations to save him. In fact, TP away, and maybe Corton can just be left with a kill. But Kiori's already gotten a lot of decay stacks, so this is not that easy. In fact, Noob is gonna join in.
Come back, brother.
Where'd he come from?
Ice. I should have gone with you.
Maybe he should have.
Another Snapfire death. This is the one hero you don't want dying in this part of the game. And your tier 1 tower is dead again too. Just something that happened game 1. Or that we saw earlier, sorry, in the Shopify series. Like when you lose all of your tier 1s this fast by 15 minutes, your map just collapses. You're down 3 tier 1s to 0.
I feel like particularly your offlane tower.
Yes. Especially with a deep observer they have. They just see everything down here. It's going to make every move so easy because you know where the numbers are for bleed. That was like the one thing that was working for them. This game 2 is looking as almost one-sided as game 1 already. 6k gold lead. TA2000 is absolutely out of control. And Battle Fury just finished for Jackie. So finally he can start to keep pace, but he's been on spider duty the whole game. And there's nobody else who can really stand here.
Yeah, considering the fact that Jackie has been kind of your bulwark to stem some of the early bleeding that's been happening. He's been a tourniquet. Having him stuck in this lane against Broodmother, that's not going to feel too good.
Not doing him favors, and he's dead.
Especially if he's going to die like this, which nothing you can do to stop that, really. You don't have any saves on the side of bleed. Now Noob's going to be able to catch DJ, but he had the Rendant Steel still, so he's good.
You're going to have to combine heroes here soon for bleed. Cannot give Quest this much space with the cores that they have. You just slurp it up.
Nice telekinesis onto the high ground.
I think he's actually out though.
Oh no, he is, isn't he?
That feels bad.
Oh, that feels terrible.
I mean, that is Undying. This hero is very tanky. He's a lane-winning melee hero with decent strength gain, decay, and ult. That is why he is first pick. Not a lot of melee 5s that can do what this hero does.
And gives you roach taking potential, which Quest are getting to a point that I feel like they could do it at any time. They're maybe not the fastest at doing it, but I think Undying, Tombstone, plus Golem, and then whoever else wants to hit.
They could definitely do it anytime they want.
They could definitely do it.
The brood damage, you have little orb corrosion from the Ember, the Flesh Golem amp. The zone control in the pit is really good as well between the Stone Gaze and the Tombstone. So yeah, they're not worried about that. I think they're just happier getting what they're getting off the map right now.
Yeah, just better not to let Bleed get a chance back into this game. Not even a couple minutes of farming. Not even 30 seconds.
Even got his courier. I mean, DJ can Remnant, but his chicken can't.
And Amar's cleaning up top lane while they're getting these kills at bottom. They are literally just winning everything. What is this? Corton dead? Is this a team wipe? That's a team wipe.
I feel like this game's just over, dude. Like, what are you doing in this game right now? You're doing absolutely nothing. I'll tell you what you're doing. You are just...
You're dying.
You're just giving better stats to Quest right now.
Tap out now before their KDA gets too big.
I mean, it's a 12k lead. It's doubled in the last 3 minutes here as the entire map collapses. I go back to you're losing 3 tier 1s pretty early here. You have nobody who can really fight the Broodmother top. I mean, maybe the micro wasn't outstanding from Amar, but it doesn't goddamn matter when his hero just outfights everybody anyway.
Yep.
He's so ridiculously farmed. He has a full BKB done. You don't have BKB control here. Manta is done for TA2000, so now he's going to be able to aggressively scout and shove lanes more. You just got to group 5 heroes and hope you get a team fight. I don't see any other way in this game. Abuse natural order as much as you can. They're going to find Yori, but he already has a 4-staff done.
Yeah, they definitely didn't see that one coming. Omar goes for the blast off. I think that is suicidal, but he does enough damage that the cores can slip in from behind and kill one at least. They'll get DJ as well. So Jackie and DJ both fall. Quest have total control over all the lanes, and Amar is hitting the tier 3 already with his spiders.
I don't even know if he's going to have to use his BKB in this game.
Yeah, it does seem pretty free. Boy, what a demoralizing loss this is going to be for Bleed. Like, how do you start your tournament this way and feel just over? Yeah, GG. Wow, sub 20-minute game.
There's not much to say. They got eviscerated. From the lane stage to the mid game to, I want to say, the late game, but we never got to a late game in these games.
We never got to a mid game.
Yeah, barely anything. I feel like Corden just got outclassed in these like 3-on-3 fights. It's not only on him, but I go to Corden and the 2 supports here for Bleed. They never got anything going versus Noob and what he was able to do with the 2 supports. And then your 2 side lane matchups are pretty bad in the vacuum. Like, Jackie can stand against Amar, but he's not out farming him. He's not stopping him. And then at some point, the Brood's just killing your monkey. It becomes a pressure point that should have been the one area that wasn't. This offlane Underlord did nothing to stop TA2000 getting to an incredibly fast Manta. They weren't even close to invading Triangle. I have nothing good to say about Bleed's performance this series. They need to step it up, or it's going to continue to be embarrassing. Best of luck.
Yeah, you don't want to be going home early here in the Bali Major. So Bleed, they're going to have to do a total 180 after this series, and I wish them the best of luck. Meanwhile, Quest continue their domination. I believe they're up to now 7 series of W's in a row. Looking good as we clear off the first 2 series of the day.
Hell of a streak from Quest as they continue the dominance that they showed in the Riyadh MENA qualifier. Meanwhile, Bleed, you gave me 10%.
It was too high.
It was too high. You were being optimistic when you said 10%.
No, I mean, the game kind of went as I expected.
Yeah.
If you had one thing go wrong, one piece of the puzzle didn't fit, everything's just going to fall down. And that's exactly what happened. The Monkey King, he had to have a good laning stage. He had to, in my opinion, get a Diffusal Blade and chase down this Medusa. But he lost his lane, went for Battle Fury. It's only a matter of time.
And now we can add another hero to a Mars list, I suppose. You can play Broodmother. Who would have thought?
I mean, I think... Sorry, I'm just very bothered by the Fury on the Monkey King. He take me back to the Natsumi era. Like,
oh god. Why did you invoke the name? I see Winter's eyebrows twitching after you say that.
I won't even go there.
Okay.
but then it's enough to switch it on.
We're being harsh enough as it is. That's because we have high expectations for SCA and an SCA Major, and this was not good.
Not me. I mean,
not you.
Everyone, I guess the casters, you guys all watch a lot of SCA,
yes.
But I watched Western Europe and Quest. They're a damn good team.
Sure.
Right? So, like, we'll need more sample size to see if Bleed is really that weak right now, or is Quest that good?
That's
That is going to be the question. And Quest might be that good. We'll see.
But the fundamentals also for Bleed are lacking a bit.
Yeah, the laning especially, I felt like the laning was really bad, especially the ice. Like, he got level 1 aura. I felt like that lane shouldn't be that bad. Sure, it was a hard lane for him, but he shouldn't be so far behind the Dusa. Like, it should be at least close to a 50-50 lane. You can't stop the Dusa from farming, but you should also still have your own farm in that lane. So what I envisioned was supposed to happen is you get the Firestorm at level 1, you shove off the wave with the Rubik Fable, you make sure you secure the range creep. Either one of those 2 heroes can go pull. Even the Underlord could do the pulling. Just drag the wave back, let the Rubik last hit the lane. There is no way like the lane should have gone that bad, at least for me.
Yeah, even DJ lost his magic. He died trying to take the tombstone last hit. I'm like, what is he doing? As if the lane is not bad enough.
This is like the sad part about after watching the draft, right? And watching the laning stage. It felt like no matter what happened, even if that lane went well, things are going better, the game's even, it was just hopeless. Just purely outdrafted. Completely and utterly outdrafted in that game number 2.
Also because even as the heroes were getting picked, I was like, oh, Quest are picking a very 7.33D lineup, and Bleed are picking a very Tour 3 DPC lineup. It seemed outdated, like the way their first phase, not picking the freaking top tier Medusa and Undying. Undying was first pick, so you're not going to get that one. But not going for Medusa or Timbersaw after that seems crazy to me.
I mean, there was no Timber either. That was
Oh, that's true.
banned.
Timber was banned also.
They can't take the Medusa because then Amar would pick his his offlane anti-mage. They just had him checkmate from the...
What about techies? They could have taken techies.
Yeah, they could have.
Techies.
But they still would have taken Deuce and got checkmated there. I think they just strategically just were outthought there, I guess.
I suppose.
Outsmarted.
Yeah, and I mentioned that this Ember don't have to be the star in this game. He just needs to do what he needs to do. It's the Medusa is a brute. The brute came in last, but yeah, it's about the Medusa and the brute, and all he really needs to do is just secure his 6 and then just be the warden for one side of the map. And in this game, it wasn't even either side because his side runners won so much. He didn't need to do anything for them, but he's also kind of like gatekeeping lead at the mid, you know, like he's one person taking the mid lane farm and then just being in Bleed's jungle. There's nowhere Bleed could go. And on top of that, the Monkey King went for Fury, like there's totally no hope, you know, they can't even take a fight.
You know what I've learned?
Tell me.
So far in 4 games,
Snap.
we watched 4 games, right?
We have watched
And
4 games.
Every game has been like 20 minutes
Yes.
about.
They've been
And the
quick
team
games.
that experimented have all lost in 20 minutes.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
The Enigma, both games in the Shopify Liquid series, the Enigma's lost, which I consider experimentation. In game 1, what aspect of Bleed's draft was the most experimental?
You're just giving away better meta heroes, and you're picking like the Monkey King carries, which are still okay, but they're not cream of the crop. You know, they're not the meta heroes. And then same thing in this type of game too. Like they're still heroes within the realm, but they're not picking the OP shit. You know,
Yeah.
that's the problem.
So-
OP stuff is winning.
So I mentioned Timbersaw at the first phase. What I actually had in mind was, why didn't Bleed first phase Broodmother? Can you get away with that? Or no? You're all giving me very skeptical looks.
I think the problem is they are overconfident in themselves. I feel both games, the first game is they pick the Timber Sword and the Wind Ranger. Like I said, the 3 and 4 can't be competing against each other for farm. But they felt that good because they banned the Morphling. Like they felt like, oh, no one can counter us now. But that's not the case because now the problem is you can't play with your team as usual. That's not what you usually do. And then in game 2, it's like you pick Rubik and Snapfire, and I already feel like DJ is kind of stuck. He's stuck on either of those heroes. He can't be the playmaker for the team, and I feel Bleed has gotten so far because DJ is allowed to cook. And DJ hasn't been allowed to cook for both games.
Put him back in culinary school. Maybe that's
Put him
the
in the
solution.
kitchen.
Put him back in the kitchen.
I mean, they need to play the lane. If they can't play the lane, I feel like it doesn't matter what you draft, you know. Like, you're just gonna lose, you know. If you lose all 3 lanes like this, they just need to figure out the fundamentals of what they have to be doing in the laning phase and just try to start from there. You know. They need to start somewhere, and the laning phase is a good place to start.
All right. Well, I can't hear anything, but I'm assuming we have another series to get to soon. And unless you have any more thoughts on this series, thoughts?
I mean, do you want me to have thoughts?
No, I don't think we need thoughts. Instead, we can get ready for Tundra versus Team Spirit, which will be the next series on this stream after the break.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BizNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya, kelar. Wih. Nah ini, Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Asik ya, Waiga.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Good afternoon and welcome back. We got more Bali Major to go through. We're halfway through the day and we got a fresh panel for you to do this with. I'm joined by Jack. You want me to call you Jack or KBBQ?
Jack is easy.
Jack sounds way easier. Resolution.
Hello.
Okay, and BSJ. Brian.
Call me Brian, yeah.
You guys all have names that I have to change.
It's true.
Ever thought about like rebranding, Brian?
The BSJ was kind of already a rebrand. Banana Slam Jamma doesn't like...
Roll up.
Yeah, Banana Slam Jamma, how do you feel? I don't know, it didn't work too well.
Resolution.
Roman. Just call me Roman. I'm a simple guy.
Okay, so we're just gonna go first name. That means that every name that everybody's gonna see is actually incorrect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jack, how are you doing today?
I mean, once you have the promo code, you can't rebrand. I don't have such issues to deal with, so maybe I'll think of something while I'm out here in Bali. So, yeah, we'll see. Any ideas you have, just let me know.
I mean, Jack is fine.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah, of course.
Just go by first name. Now you all try to pronounce my first name.
Jorian?
That's actually pretty good.
Jorian, is it?
Yeah.
Jorian.
I feel like I should know. I've been with my family.
I prefer
Yo.
Yo is easier. You guys can call me Yo. It's all good. It's all good. All right, we're going to go through some Dota 2 because we're going back to Group A. So we had Group A series, Group B series done now too. Back to Group A, Jack. We got Tundra versus Team Spirit.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. Well, these two teams, they're actually both pretty close to making the TI cutoff. So, and then they're also headed to Riyadh. So maybe there's some sense of, I don't want to say like agree to like mess around. I think that's really bad as a team. But like you can try some stuff here. Maybe just a little bit less pressure on them. And I think these teams also both have very unique offlaners. Obviously, with 33 and Collapse, and like offlaners are so important at such a premium in this like game these days, evidenced by the fact that Mr. Pomanov and BSJ have both played. You both played offlane in DPC recently, right? So
you did?
You guys.
I thought you were carrying.
It wasn't recent. It was like 2 years ago.
He was not enthused about that. Yeah.
No, but I agree. These two teams have like one of the best offlaners out there, and the Collapse. Like I was pretty impressed by the first game they played this tournament already. He was like top 1 net worth the whole game on the Batrider. I was like, I really want to watch that game. You know, I want to learn how can he do that on the Batrider. Yep. Especially when Yatoro had such a good game, right? Mm-hmm. Like he was like beyond godlike and stuff, and he was still first net worth on the Batrider.
They were doing great. At least for one of the games. We have the group stage standings ready for you guys because indeed both teams have already played a series. Both teams tied their opponents. We had indeed Team Spirit played Aster, they went 1-1. And then Tundra also tied Beast Coast with a 1-1. So they kind of, you want to be on the top of the leaderboards, and in the middle is nice. But both of these teams have higher expectations. Tundra, though, Jack, they are already secured for TI, so maybe a little less pressure for that. But I mean, to be honest, Team Spirit, Brian, they have 1,000-something points. It's not 100% guaranteed, but that's pretty likely, right?
Yeah, but I think you'd like your fate to be in your own hands rather than hoping that no underdog comes out of nowhere, one of the teams in like 16th, 17th places. We saw that out of the top 20 teams, 18 of them are here, so you definitely have to be careful. And yeah. My only concern for Team Spirit is Laurel. I think we've kind of talked about him all year. He's just inconsistent as a mid laner, and it feels like it's hard for them to plug his somewhat limited hero pool into the draft. And since so many of the high priority picks right now are in the off lane, we mentioned the importance of the off laners in this game, then what do you exactly do when your mid laner doesn't have the biggest pool? He's usually getting banned out in the second round, and you don't want to first round his hero because the high priority cores are off laners.
Yeah, but just imagine the pressure this guy has. Like, he's going to the, TI winning team, and you already have, like, so much stuff you need to prove on after Toronto, Tokyo, And I think he's doing a decent job, but it's just, like, this team has a big leadership in the face of Yatoro. I think he's talking a lot in the game, and he's kind of, like, pulling, team towards him, and that's why Lara can't take, like, as much responsibility as he would like to, I think, in that team.
And to address Brian's point, I think you've seen the solution kind of in the first series, that you just first face the guy's hero, right? If it's just going to be a limited pool of heroes, kind of the Abed solution, if you will. Just give him something that you can rely on. And they've been doing that with, I think a Legion Commander, they first phased once in that first series, and then they've run it mid both games. So that's been something where it's like, hey, you're gonna get some tempo out of this hero, doesn't really get destroyed in lanes too much. Just let Laurel play this, and then let's save a juicy last pick for Collapse, which is something that they've had in their drafting philosophy for some time.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, I just want to address that this is indeed Team Aster, but Team Aster's not the team playing. Team Spirit played up earlier against Aster for a tie. And we will see Tundra versus Team Spirit, just to avoid any confusion.
Really good there, though.
Doesn't everybody? I just saw the pictures of Tundra obviously as well. I feel like everybody looked really good.
Well, we were
good.
we were having like a little piece on beards during Dream League.
Okay,
and so I was mentioning Sumail specifically because he was one of the highlighted where he's been clean shaven. He's had a big, girthy beard, and there he kind of had like a somewhere in the middle.
I mean, it's a little bit longer than the 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Right. I personally like the 5 o'clock.
For me, that's like 3 months. But
yeah, I was gonna say it's not even close to Tsunami tier, but it's Rezo's a little bit closer to that, I guess, right?
What is my tier, guys?
I don't know, you're closer to where Sumail is, and you have like, is it naturally red as well?
Yeah,
Like,
for some reason it is. I don't know why.
That's crazy. That's awesome.
Some people dye it that way. I don't know. People do. What are you aiming for?
What do you mean?
With the beard.
With the beard? I usually want to keep it this way because like the more it grows, the uglier I look. So it's like kind of the perfect solution for me.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Well, nobody has a beard on Tundra, and I do believe nobody at the moment has a beard on Team Spirit.
Yeah, Toro had a little bit.
I mean, he had a little bit of 5 o'clock going on.
I don't know what is 5 o'clock.
Was it more of a
5 o'clock?
beard?
The 5 o'clock. It's like the 5 o'clock shadow. It's like you have the stubbles, but not really a beard. It's a
It's something you weren't really working on. It was maybe like a lack of,
It's like after half the day's over, you're where BSJ is. That's the 5 o'clock.
Exactly.
Okay, I get it.
All right, so going into this series, these two teams, obviously, both teams, TI winning teams. We got Tundra and Spirit consecutive winners. And they have quite the big history, Resolution. Do you want to take a guess, or do you know what their record is in 2023 alone? Because it is, I will tell you, spoiler, it is quite even.
The record?
Yeah.
How many games did they play total? Like,
There is one difference. There's a well, actually, it's not an even number. I have to do the math. It's 13 games played. This is going great. 13 games played between the two this year, 2023 alone.
Yeah, but I think it's about in the favor of Tundra. I think personally.
One game.
7-6. Really?
Yeah.
Only one game.
Only
I thought it was
game.
bigger. The number, the bigger.
No, it's actually pretty crazy. They beat each other in group stages a lot, and Tundra did beat Team Spirit 2-0.
I think
at TI 11. So if you add that, then yeah.
I think it also relies on the fact that Tundra was a little bit. I mean, I would say a little bit lazy at the start of the season. They weren't taken as hard as they were that last season. So this may be like why Team Spirit got some games in their favor by that time.
It could be. Team Tundra has been pretty dominant, especially towards the later half. 2 or 3, Jack. They were crushing it. I don't know what that was. It was so good.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta pick the right time to peak, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask Roman some more because you played against Tundra at TI. You played against you know these teams both like very intimate. So from a preparation perspective, like what would you guys talk about it when you're facing these teams? And do you think that's like changed over time?
I mean, Tundra had really good strategies and understanding of the item builds, I would say, on TI, because like I think their coach AUI, he talks a lot about like the small things, about details in the game, and they were really
used to be our coach. Anyway, go.
He used to be our coach, yeah. And he was really good at explaining. Like I think he became like way better as a coach, like with time, and especially like in Tundra he picked. And he explained like this little mechanics to the team. So every time you play against them, like you understand like every catapult wave, like they would pull the wave, they would kill the catapult, they would push the tower to you, and like they're so good at improving at that. And also they had like a really good time playing together. Like they had 2 years together, right? And they stick together, they improved, and they just confident in one TI. And I think after that TI, they kind of like set up a strategy for themselves to like chill a bit, like for the half a year, like rest a little bit, like play, but not as hard as they can. And after that, like when TI comes close, like they would pick again. And this is what we see right now from them.
That seems to be the usual TI winner strat. Maybe Spirit was doing a bit of the same thing, right?
OG too, right?
Yeah.
Now Spirit, of course, when they went for their double whammy, didn't really play out the way they wanted it to at TI 11. Are they looking good enough? Are they looking in the TI form, Team Spirit?
I'd say they're looking like a top 8. Like I think they got 9th through 12th, right? At TI 11.
I believe so.
Okay, so yeah, I think they're a top 8 team. I think that the leadership of Maposhka as a captain and overall like the team dynamic, if they can figure out like you mentioned that they've already done so far this tournament, if they find like a hero like Legion, something to put Laurel on in the mid lane, I really do think that's their biggest problem that I've seen them consistently struggle with. And so if they can make him feel comfortable in the draft early, then I would feel much better about their chances.
Yeah, because they're struggling, and a lot of teams are struggling with how to work in the mid lane and the off lane to give both of them priority. And I feel like when we're talking about both of those lanes, Rezo, both of those lanes rely heavily on rotations of supports.
Which lanes?
The mid and the off lane. Like where does the position 4 go? You know, you got to help someone.
I mean, I think it all depends on the timings, and like 6 and 8 minute marks runes are like super important because they set up the tempo for the game. And usually supports are doing like, you know, in the favor for the mid lane right now, the rotations, and whoever has the strong mid lane, like whoever has the already like a small advantage in that lane, you know, kind of sets the tempo.
I feel like the momentum on the map right now is why so many teams are snowballing, and you're seeing such massive like 4 to 6K leads at 12 minutes, and that a lot of that does stem from the mid lane. And I think that little oomph can be like a shield rune where suddenly, say you get the 6-minute rune and you establish a little bit of a lead. Right now, I think the runes are very oppressive. It's like you see a haste, you see a DD, and now you add the shield rune. There's just no playmaking potential at all on the guy that has that. Yeah. And I think that's why they're so important now.
Yeah. I also see like a huge pattern in these games where side laners are just like keep staying on the side lanes even more than the previous patch, and this like trio of like 2 supports in the mid lane, this is like the guys who are doing like moves for like from top to the bottom, and like they're setting up the, you know, the movements of the team.
I feel like as a carry player specifically this patch, it feels really bad to go mid, just because it's like because of the twin gates, you feel so connected and open, and your options are available if you stay in the 2 side lanes. But the second I TP mid, if it isn't like a fruitful rotation, like say I try to help with the rune, or say I try to counter rotate with like a Faceless Void, those rotations mid, I feel stranded now. There's no like natural farming pattern back towards my lane like there was in the past. It feels very treacherous to go through your own jungle.
Because the jungle is awkward, right?
Yes, it's super awkward. So I think that's why the mid lane is so important, because no team really wants to put their side laners there. And you're mentioning the supports, so it ends up being a 3v3, and it's difficult to bring the numbers. So if your 3v3 loses to theirs, then you're kind of shit out of luck.
Yeah, we're talking a lot about the nitty gritty, the in-game mechanics, but I want to take a little bit of a step back, because there's been a couple of series today, but obviously the series that this stream had before, it was 19 minutes. It wasn't very long, and when you have it, it's not the shortest game that we've had so far, Jack. There was a 14-minute game between Gaming Gladiators and 9 Pandas, and it was rough one. The whole series was a rough one for 9 Pandas. But these fast games, do you think that, like, why do you think we have quite a couple of those fast games at the moment?
So I think already people notice this patch is like very snowbally, and I think to like play off their point a little bit, I think at the start of the patch you were seeing a lot of people would run their supports through the twin gate to get to the other side lane and just play through that, because like mid is so distant, seems so isolated. But I think that's moved more towards teams saying, instead of moving through that, let's go and secure the mid, because we want our mid to be the super scary, you know, Freddy, if you will, that just goes to the side lane and kicks people out and makes them have to leave there. So I think that element of like, if you lose a couple, like a fight or 2 mid or bad rotation, all of a sudden the other mid laner gets out of control very easily. And I think that's what we saw. And that's what some of these heroes like Ember and stuff just do exceptionally well. Like if you're behind as an Ember, it feels terrible. You feel useless. You feel like no one's afraid of you. But if you're ahead in Ember Spear, it feels amazing. Like you just have so many options to reinitiate, to start fights, to chase people down, and they can't do anything in the sidelines. And that's why some of these games end up just getting out of control really quickly. Same with these Timber Saws, even these Snapfires. Yeah, these spirits.
Yeah. Yep. And in that game specifically, I saw that it was going on like through the mid lane. Like the game basically ended on the mid lane, because Tinker was dying over and over again. And that's the hero who cannot come back if he doesn't have a good lane. And like, you know, Gaming Gladiators exploited on that topic very, very, very big. And also like to add on the point of the mid lane, by the time I was sending for the bet boom on the, you know, on the Bali Major, we didn't agree with the coach about like the overall like the gameplay, like how we should be playing, and he was saying that we should control the portals a lot, because like this is like where the movements happen. And I thought at that time like we can't leave the mid lane, because like from the mid lane it's like easiest to rotate to the side lane still, because like it opens up a lot of map for you. Like mid lane is always like the most important thing in the game.
I feel like maybe it shifts a little bit, where like you emphasize more of the portals once the Roches are up, once that's actually a threat. But for like the
I think it's after like 15, 20, like 25 minutes after that. Yeah.
Specifically at nighttime, I think it's underestimated how important that 30 move speed is for heroes from the 5 to 10 minute mark.
Yeah.
So you're mentioning like the twin gates being more important later. I think at 10 minutes specifically, they become more important because daytime, it does severely limit how fast people move from one lane to the other. So I think if you have the rune secured, if you have the mid lane area controlled, whatever team feels more comfortable to like roam free on the map at nighttime, I think it's just night and day, literally difference.
Yeah, that's very true.
Pun intended.
Nailed it.
Yeah, I do think that the snowbally nature that we talk about, and especially the mid lane in that regard, maybe this series between these two teams, we're going to see a little bit of a different game. I do think that the both teams go toe to toe quite well. So I'm hoping for a sub 20-minute game. Okay, we're in the draft here. Of course, Tundra is playing on the Radiant side, Team Spirit on the Dire side. First pick to Tundra, and second pick to Team Spirit. And we have Undying banned, Morphling banned. I mean, we haven't really talked too much about the usual suspects in the draft, but I don't think it comes as a surprise to see these bans so far. Timbersaw is the odd one out, I guess, making it through, because normally he is first phase banned, and the Doom Medusa banned on the side of Team Spirit allowed for that to happen. They open up with the Pugna and the Storm, and then we got Enchantress, and of course the Timbersaw coming out from Tundra. Brian, do you have any favorite openings of this one?
I'm really big Pugna Storm fan. I myself underestimated how much Pugna does on the map. I played literally one pub, had no idea what I was doing, and all my cores were just full health, full mana all the time. And with Storm, he's probably the best hero in the game to utilize that. That's always been one of the shortcomings of Storm, is that when he would go for kills and be aggressive on the map, that he would have to go back to base and refill, and that is just not a problem anymore. And against heroes like Inch Timbersaw, they're definitely going to need the gas in the tank, the gas station Pugna to fuel him up and allow the long fights to go out, because these heroes are very tanky. But my concern, or not concern per se, but what I want to see from Team Spirit with this opening is something to follow up in regards to the damage, because you have the Storm, he's going to jump him, the Pugna is going to be nice utility, but you're going to need that extra oomph, that gusto, to bring down those first two heroes.
I think it's already a good answer to the Timber, because they have a lot of magic damage for him. I mean, I'm not sure what's going to happen after he buys Hood or something. But and the mid lane might be rough for Storm as well, because after some point Timber becomes like kind of uncontestable. And that's the one thing I want to mention about like these mid laners, that 9, he has like such a unique hero pool out of like, you know, pretty much any mid laner on this tournament. He's playing Dark Willow, he's playing, you know, this Timbersaw a lot. I just love seeing him like being creative. Like Bounty Hunter mid was his thing as well. Like I just love how they create an advantage from the mid lane, that because like 9 has you know, this creative nature where he's exploring heroes. He doesn't care about this his rank as much. He's like usually ranked 200 or something, but he brings to the table a lot of, you know, unexpected heroes.
Once you win TI, you know, MMR is actually just a number at that point.
I mean, we've discussed this before. This is like probably the nerdiest team in Dota. You have Aoi, who has like very specific little efficiencies, things that'll find regions, the map, whatever. Like, and then you have 9, who people consider to be kind of like almost like a knockoff Thompson for a little bit, right? This guy just kind of plays his own heroes. He believes in the stuff. But once they enable these players that have unique concepts and understandings of the game, if they're either ahead of the meta or if they're setting the pace that other teams have to react to, it becomes pretty hard to play against them. And it's really fun to watch too. Like 9, there might just be an Arc Warden or something, and all of a sudden it's a perfect pick for the game, and you're just screwed, right?
That's true. And we had that thing against them as well. Like we played against his Arc Warden in the finals. It was hard to deal with.
Yeah, what I like
off Thompson. Sorry. Imagine winning a TI, but you're considered knockoff Thompson.
Well, that was before he won a TI. So, but yeah, now he's a little close. Maybe just imitation now. Not
yeah.
The protege. Yeah, what I like so much about Tundra is something they kind of instilled in me was, I think so many players in Dota have like MMR elitism, where like you're higher MMR than people, you're better than them, and it's only for them to learn from you. But one thing that Tundra does is that they scout out like 6K or 7K players that have like 1,000 to 2,000 games on a specific hero, and they're like, it doesn't matter how good we are at Dota, it doesn't matter that we've won a TI, this guy knows way more about Phoenix than any of us, because this guy's played 2,000 games of Phoenix. So they'll actually like add them on their friends list and like chat up the guy, and they've learned that like these people are always super happy to like talk about their favorite heroes, and they like you guys mentioned these little catapult wave timings that they go for, these like little nuances of the game, but there's things that only players that have played a ton of games on a hero would be like, you should abuse this mechanic on this hero, it's super good. And I think that's part of how they like know what to do on every single matchup, even or like lineup that they play, even if some of it's a little bit like wonky.
Yeah, I agree. I was doing the same when I was learning Broodmother. I would just add the guy who played 2,000 games with Broodmother and just ask him about like some specific tips about how to play the hero. They're really helpful because like you find a Bruce Lee who's doing the one punch over and over again, and you just want to learn from him.
That's a good one. That's a good pop culture reference right there.
Yeah. It makes sense too. It's invaluable knowledge. So we have Sports Duo complete by Team Spirit, Pugna Disruptor.
CIS special.
The CIS special on both of them. They do play the Pugna position 4 mostly. The Disruptor position 5. What do we want to see out of Tundra? They get the double up right now with the 3 and the 4 pick.
So I think Nouns picked pretty much this exact same opener earlier against LGD, and they got last picked anti-maged. I'm not sure because this lineup looks very juicy for an anti-mage right now. I don't know if they would take it here or wait for later on in the draft. But Spirit, I think we agree, needs a lot of damage follow up into this. Probably Yatoro next, and then something obviously good out of Collapse to set tempo and like give them the pace that they want to play at. They're kind of like I feel like they're one of these like sort of still traditional like 4 Protect 1 teams, even if that style is like not as popular. I guess maybe by the necessity of the players that they have or how they're comfortable playing.
You mean Team Spirit?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course they are. This is how they play. Yatoro is the man who finishes the game, the one who they're waiting for. I'm surprised that Lion is popping off so much in this tournament. Like, what are the changes for him?
He's been like steadily buffed, right? There's like the Earth Spike buff. There's like just like little bits and pieces, like the talents. I feel like they've just been steadily buffing him because he was so bad.
His Earth Spike is his level 1 spell, right? That's the one you always take, and it's been buffed so many times. It's like way faster. It got girth. It got damage at level 1. So I mean, this hero's like always been known to just be a terrible laner. And I've like not felt like he's a liability anymore. He's not necessarily super broken or anything, but the fact that he's not a liability in lane, a hero with like 6 seconds of stuns is just conceptually broken in Dota. So.
And a huge nuke, yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Like he's been buffed a lot, and he's right now at the point where he's actually like a legitimately good hero.
I will say it does look like maybe Tundra's gonna struggle a little bit dealing with the Pugna ward, and I do feel like Lion is gonna kill himself on that.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that they went for the Darkseer this game because Darkseer doesn't really have a good combination of a supports to play with. I mean, Lion will, make him a good lane, but against Disruptor and Bloodseeker, they're gonna suffer, I feel. This is not an easy lane for the Darkseer.
He doesn't have that fast melee core that he likes, and also like he's gonna get counterpicked as well. I think the Lion mainly is just they wanted some lockdown to be able to deal with Storm because they basically had none before.
Yeah.
So if it comes down to him, dying to finger, so be it. That's just a line.
Yeah. What if he fingers himself in the process? Because the thing is, the Pugna ward damage goes off before the spell, so
yeah,
he might just do the, but then just blow up, rather than actually finger him. I'd like to see that one. That one's pretty funny looking.
The question is Tundra still gonna look for the anti-mage after this Bloodseeker pick? Because the 3 heroes Shiro mentioned, like they're really good for the anti-mage to be picked in this game.
The only concern is that Anti-Mage's lane might suffer. He does have an Enchantress 5, pretty good for securing, but Anti-Mage as a hero, I think, is usually countered from the offlane. Like, usually the Legions, the Slardars.
They need to ban Legion.
Yeah.
I want that. But I think they're gonna go for some, like, CK or, like, something like that they usually pick.
Now, I wouldn't even mind something like Wraith King, to be honest. Like, similar idea. Melee stunner, get the hell in there. Team Spirit does pretty much just have one volley of crap that they throw on you with the Disruptor ulti, the Bloodseeker Rupture. I don't know if the hero's even viable right now.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. Like, how do you think that hero is right now?
Yeah, I mean, the thing was, when the patch originally came out, I was like, he's one of the best level 5, level 6 junglers in the entire game. He's going to abuse those camps. He's really hard to gank. I don't really know, like, why this hero is so bad.
The question is, how do you ward, because, like, there's a warding wording for the Wraith King where you put the wards and the skeletons go from camp to camp. So what are the wording patterns right now?
Well, if there's
for him?
one team that would know that, it's Tundra.
That's true. There's still maybe an illusion carry. I guess the Naga's banned, but I don't know how you feel about a PL or something like that here, because then you basically have 1.5. Well, the fourth pick is already out for Spirit, but you basically have one pick to address that right into your offline.
What I like about their picks or their bans on Team Spirit is I think the best carries in Dota against Bloodseeker are just sustain ones that sustain themselves. They heal their team as well. They have Infest. They had Healing Ward. So like that was like why I thought Wraith King might be considered. Is you're just never going to be low HP. Oh, Ursa. Okay. That's a really bad matchup for Bloodseeker. My concern for Ursa this entire patch, I actually think the hero is really strong, but his first 8 or 9 minutes is atrocious because you don't have the Ring of Health build up in lane anymore towards the Battle Fury. You tend to go Battle Fury still, but the Cornucopia being 1200, you can't really afford to rush it in the past in like a somewhat suboptimal lane matchup. So most people are just rushing Wraithband Treads and then going Cornucopia later, but that leaves you susceptible to just getting harassed. And I've actually ran out of tangos before on Ursa, where like you go to queue up more tangos and they're just out of stock. That's a problem that feels really bad to have in the patch right now.
Are those issues kind of solved because he's probably laning with Enchantress, which is the strongest laner out there at the moment?
Perhaps.
Forget him with some dying again.
Yeah.
Depends what they can come up with on the Team Spirit.
Yeah, what do you think here? Is this like a Magnus type of hero?
Yeah,
is
this
this
collapse Mars,
damage
baby.
out of it?
Karlov's Mars. I mean,
nice Mars.
There's a way where they can pick like a Viper or something here and completely destroy the lane, but I'm not sure that's gonna happen against Enchantress. I think that the hero makes Viper life a little bit harder, for sure.
Well, we will not know. I was gonna say we'll never know it, but there's the Mars.
Let's go.
There's the Mars. Nice call. Why is this the best Mars game out there, Brian?
They do lack a little bit of damage. I'm gonna say that, but what I like about Mars is he's basically a ranged melee hero. He has like 250 range, so it's not as easy for Ursa to rack up the Fury swipes in lane. And then it also gives them pretty reliable lockdown against the mobility spells that Tundra has, the Darkseer Surge, the Timber Chain from Timber. It basically is going to let them really control the area in which they're fighting, which when you have a Pugna, when you have a Disruptor, I just think that's really important.
Who's going to take the game, Jack?
I think overall I still like Tundra's draft a little bit, and I think the Mars has its pros in this situation, but I feel like they're going to lack a little bit of damage in this game. I think they had a good amount of lockdown already, so I like Tundra's draft a little bit more.
I think Tundra as well because of the mid lane, because they can put a lot of pressure with Enchantress and Lion, and Team Spirit supports are not as fast in dealing with that pressure.
I'm a bit concerned for Team Spirit's like first 12 minutes. You guys have already mentioned a lot of reasons why. I just think that if they manage to take the fights that they want, like if they manage to get out of that early game where they can group up efficiently with like 3 or 4 heroes, it's easier for them to connect to fights. And I feel like Tundra is much more reliant on having all of their heroes in one place because they need Lion for the stuns, Ursa for the damage. So I'm going to go with Team Spirit. Screw it.
All right, let's find out what's going to happen. The first couple of minutes, very, very important, but we're going to have to see the game to see how it plays out. Let's head over to our commentary duo. It's ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, very much looking forward to this one. Tundra versus Spirit. Folk, we've heard the panel's opinions on the draft. Did you sort of agree with the overall sentiment? Maybe a bit of an easier start for Tundra with the opening they have on their lineup?
Man, I'm kind of torn too, because I can see all these points, like the limited damage perhaps for Spirit, especially when Darkseer gets auras, but I'm also looking, I'm like, maybe these lanes can become a bit too potent and just the constant, like the overall like team fight prowess that Spirit has in comparison to Tundra. Like, they have tons of team fight on the side of Spirit. On the side of Tundra, it's going to take time for that team fight to really kick in. It's where the Darkseer brings everybody involved for a team fight. So, I don't know, I'm torn. I just don't know how Ursa's going to really do. That's the one I'm really concerned about, because he just takes a lot of time. I don't know how he's going to deal with the harassment in lane, and I think Pugna's just absolutely amazing versus this hero, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, overall, you know, you start the lineup as Spirit coming in with this Pugna Storm. Do you think that's been answered well by Tundra? You know, what does it seem their idea is against this incredibly strong opening combo to a draft?
I think it's the auras. I think that's why they wanted this Darkseer, because in particular when you saw them pick it, it's like what they see. They saw Disruptor, Pugna Storm. So you're seeing maybe, you know, he's got support kind of qualities with the Storm, with these two backing up and feeding him stuff like that, but they're limited on damage. So if he gets like a pipe, they won't have damage to kill him. But he didn't see like a core matchup where it's like, hey, wall is amazing here. You know, the lane's amazing here. I have a melee partner. No, he just saw it, you know, a bunch of magic damage. So he saw something that, you know, it must be that, at least from what I'm seeing, is just some sustain to kind of deal with that kind of big lack of damage that Spirit can hit.
Yeah, what do you sort of make of the Lion coming into play? It doesn't feel like this is one of the hot supports right now, but Saxa coming into action with it. He's going to show us how it's done.
This is the time to pick it. You know, we're in group stages. Hero's gotten buffed significantly. Your stun is actually pretty damn good now. It's gotten literally last like 5 patches or something. Stun's gotten buffed. Hex got buffed, extra cast range. Versus the Storm and Pugna, you're gonna have multiple disables to control the Storm, but maybe also control the Pugna. So definitely could see some pretty cool stuff from Saxa, and of course we'll have to say it is the potential for the Ags Lion Finger vacuum, which probably won't happen. But either way, the vacuum Lion stun is something that could come into play.
Yeah, if we get to the Ags action, that'd be pretty awesome. But I guess if this game falls to the point where it is going to be sort of that timing where, you know, say it gets crazy late, we're getting these crazy items on the supports. Is there a lineup that feels a bit better to play in a elongated game?
That's a good question. Spirit has a ton of team fights, so I kind of like theirs. The thing is,
was that the Wombo?
Yeah, it's just like the Wombo combo that comes out from Tundra, and then the core matchup, the Ursa versus the Bloodseeker. Like Ursa, it's a good hero to play versus the Bloodseeker, as BSJ was saying.
Mirror. Be a big cover there. Just one more impetus from Snaking. Might have done it, but Mirror stay hidden in the tree will mean that Collapse loses Courier here to Snaking, already causing some annoyances down bottom.
Yeah, this is the lane to watch for me in particular. Like mid, I think we've seen this Storm Timber matchup that they farm versus each other so often. This is the one where I think the most volatility is going to happen. Who's going to die? Who's going to get shut down? Is Skeeter going to be able to get that farm up? What item choice is he going to do also? That's the thing I'm curious about. It will be Battle Fury, or will he deviate? Maybe. I don't think he'll deviate, but...
Yeah, Phil. It's just one of those heroes that's still kind of risky to not go the Battle Fury, right?
I'm just like, we haven't seen it, so I'm just wondering, like, maybe Skeeter's like tried something that worked. I doubt it. It'll be different than usual.
Top lane up. We're going to get First Blood. 33, and Saxa able to run Miposhka out of the lane.
That is one I would not have anticipated, to be honest with you, with the Bloodseeker backing up there. A very good start for Tundra up top. That's level 1. Like, when did Darkseer get First Blood level 1 without a melee support also, too? He's got a line, so... Yeah, I didn't actually get the glance how he died up there.
I mean, if the kills start to roll in on this top lane, does it get pretty difficult for the safe lane of Spirit?
No, I mean, Yotaro, I think he's always going to free farm.
Okay. Like, he'll just have some sort of enough self-sustain with the passive.
Yeah. Miposhka might give up some kills, but yeah, I think Yotaro, he should just be overall fine in this matchup.
Radiant's top tower is
Dropping
under
the kinetic
attack.
field here, but not quite in a position to get aggressive onto Saxa.
No.
Don't have the damage at this point.
I'm just watching. I keep looking at bottom. Top, I didn't anticipate that kill would happen. I was saying, like, bottom. I think these heroes are constantly just going to be sitting low. I've seen what Skeeter was doing, though. I think BSJ, we talked about it on the panel also, is like the regen in the early laning phase can be difficult. So Skeeter's actually buying his own salves and stuff like that.
They might be able to go for this. Decrypify has already been used, so Mira's not going to have any way to protect himself. Tundra. So they'll find themselves a second kill already. Collapse stepping forward. Got to be a bit careful. He's got Fairy Fires to play with. So just teasing around with Snaking here, but still being kept consistently low. Really good space being secured here for Skeeter to farm some freely.
This is big. He should be able to get that good time, and we're definitely seeing the Enchantress factor. 3 minutes hits. Healing Lotus has been picked up. Top's doing great. Mid's actually doing excellent. And bottom as well, too. Yeah, Tundra. Setting themselves up for success in this early game. Skeeter, a little careful, but a little aggressive.
It's a bit low this time around, and the Blood Grenade has come out upon him. See if he can continue to run. They set up with the Decrypify fight into the blast. It's still not quite enough. Skeeter able to escape. Gets back under the safety of the tower and won't quite be able to kill him.
Collapse was 2 mana short. Didn't quite have enough for the spear. And these wands are definitely paying off massively bottom, playing versus a Pugna and versus this Mars. 4 spells that are constantly being spammed onto. It's definitely helping Skeeter as well as Snaking down here. That's a very ideal start. And now Skeeter, he's got Raindrop. So yeah, rather than going for that just straight cornucopia at the least for the Battle Fury, it's boots so he can play aggressive with Snaking. So they can go for these kills and shut down Collapse. While also, yeah, he's got the defensive capability of the Raindrop and stuff too to sustain. A hot start.
Yeah, they're trading back really well against the spells that Spirit throw at them down there. Top lane.
Top 33.
They've got the glimpse.
Should have.
And that should indeed be a dead Darkseer 33. He'll try and trade some damage back with the Iron Shell upon him. But he will be going down. Miposhka take quite a bit of damage in return for it. And oh, wait, hold up. Saxa's turned up. 33. He's actually able to walk away.
taking literally
All
zero
right.
damage.
Well, there you go. I think, yeah, Yatoro and Maposhka are going to be rather disappointed with that one. I think they thought that they had him. I think everyone thought that they had him, but they didn't.
Nope.
33 walks out alive.
Damage, but Maposhka even, I don't know if it was him, but somebody dropped, I think it was Maposhka dropped a branch to kind of protect himself because he was like, wait a minute, we're not killing this. You might actually turn it. Tundra, all 3 lanes, as we said, looking excellent. Laurel, level 5. Timber, he's 5.5.
He's going to hit the 6.
Laurel's going to have to probably move away from the lane as soon as Timber hits 6
he's
to get some jump.
going to have to get the 6, elsewhere.
Yep.
For sure, once the chakrams are out for 9.
Those denies make a big deal. 33 and 11 on 9. Universal, baby. That damage.
Yeah, he's going to be at least a full creep wave of XP ahead.
Full arcane boots. I mean, he's gonna get it like pretty much right here.
Yeah,
one more creep.
2 more. So, gonna be a bit of an awkward spot for Lyle in that mid lane. We'll see how safe he does play it. He does leave the area.
The real scary thing is it's power rooms in about 20 seconds too. So yeah, snaking.
I mean,
he's
Mira.
making a move.
He's going to have to crepify up in a few more seconds. Snaking, if we get one last impetus, he would have him, but not quite having the range. So Mira's able to live, but yeah, this middle lane, 6 is there on 9. Not the place to go, really for anyone on the Spirit. They've got to just sort of accept that this tower is just going to get a bit of a beat down here from the Timber and the creeps.
Oh, this is devastating. 6 minutes, he's going to get power ruined. The supports are now just leaving their lanes isolated. They have the Darkseer Vanguard top. Ursa's feeling good.
And look, Snake has come across and he knows that Lyle wants to try and find a 6 around these jungle camps. He's not going to let him have the sort of peace and quiet to do so.
And they see him. They have the ward down.
They know that Lyle's struggling. They know he wants the 6. He's trying to find it somewhere. He's not going to get the chance to. Snaking and Sax are coming across towards the mid lane to help set up and allow 9 to take down Lyle. And by the looks of it, take down this tier 1 tower.
And top 33, he's getting gone on, but already having this Vanguard, he's just tanking through it.
They can't.
Toro just can't touch him.
No. Maybe, of course, once the 6 is there, but then TP play is always going to be available if 33 is able to bait out a glimpse.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Not easy, really, to sort of see areas on this map where Spirit can really make any sort of plays, considering how this opening has gone so far, very much in the favor of Tundra.
I mean, this mid lane is absolutely ridiculous. How
I mean,
one-sided it's done.
Maposhka, he's got nowhere to go here. Looking for a courier, doesn't even find it. Another kill for Tundra, and bottom lane collapse. He's in trouble. 9's coming with a rotation to help out Skeeter and Snaking. If Collapse can get away from this, 9's still got plenty of mana to play with. Another Chakram comes in. Another kill for Tundra. 5-0, 3k lead here at 7 minutes in. Tundra, they're just completely smashing through this opening.
Yeah, and this could snowball pretty quickly with the, Timbersaw being super tanky. We already the panel talked about it multiple times. That Spirit could run into some damage issues. Auras are going to come online really quick for this Darkseer with a Timber, who's already going to be very tanky, and has, at least versus Collapse, versus Amaris, he has free kills every time he goes bottom. Some concerns for Spirit now already. 7 minutes in, a huge lead. They're going to have to try to help Laurel get back in this game, maybe get some stacks going for him, and at least try to secure a power rune. I see the two supports making the rotation over toward mid. But at this point now, 9 is... I don't think you can really threaten him at all until you get these level 6s on the supports.
Absolutely not. 9 has nothing to fear here.
Sox is even getting aggressive with this haste rune. Laurel actually lets himself get hexed.
He's not got a huge amount of mana either. Whew. They're just able to walk up with the combo, Lyle. He's able to zip out in time, but living on the edge there.
His Pugna's not even, they're not 6, I mean, it's only 8 minutes in, obviously, but they're getting rotated and pulled so much now toward this mid. These supports are going to suffer on levels, and you really want to get that early 6 on your Pugna so you can start fueling up this storm.
His quick moves from Tundra as well.
They're going quick.
Straight towards the bottom. You've got pretty much 4 of them around here. Saxa aggressively looking to set up beyond the tier 1 tower. Mirror will drop down the ward, trying to dissuade them from diving in for more. Lyle TP's in. He's going to look for Saxa, but the Hex is at the ready. Still got mana to play with. Will continue to commit forward to take down Saxa. Will get the kill.
They'll get 9.
I mean, the question is if they can get out. They do indeed get a second one with Yatoro swinging over. So Team Spirit, they bring in the numbers to respond to this aggressive play from Tundra. They're able to stop it. Snaking, pinned to the wall. Spirit finally finding themselves some favorable action here as they bring the team together and take the team fight that Tundra was trying to force.
Smart way to try to recover things. They're like, okay, you know what? We need to try to reestablish stuff in these first 9 minutes. If they want to try to bring numbers, we're going to bring more. It does cost all 5 heroes to make the rotation over, which means 33 is farming during all of it, which I think is like a triple ancient stack. But either way, they need to make these moves right now after this laning phase. So good type of recovery here, taking out 9. And that's pre-6s actually on the supports. So that's actually That's pretty damn solid. But either way, I don't think Tundra's going to be too fussed about it because they're just going to back right back up. As you said, you know, the Darkseer is free farming and Skeeter's chilling. But a good move at the least.
Yeah.
Collapse, he's going to be able to get 6 off of that, and the support's also getting closer and closer.
Really good involvement from Yatoro. They're definitely one of those kind of tough decisions, you know, pre-10 minutes when as the carrier, like, do I have to leave my farm to try and join the fight? And in that case, absolutely. So very much worth for Yatoro to be a part of that.
Yep.
And they needed him. They needed him, otherwise they weren't going to be getting the kills that they did. So
their best real damage is going to just be coming from Rupture at this point, it feels like. If they can do some type of, like, Rupture glimpse play, which I think, I didn't see if it was actually what pulled him, but either way they glimpsed him into the situation where the Bloodseeker was, then they could actually put some decent damage. But, yeah, I don't know, 5-3. But I think Tundra, yeah, super happy, because they just pulled 5 heroes all the way to that side of the map. 33, he's getting these ridiculous item timings, and it's an Ursa who, you know, BSJ was saying it. It's a good core-to-core matchup versus the Bloodseeker, of course, and Ursa's worst time in the game, it really is like the first 9 to 10 minutes. He's made it through that.
he's doing all right, yeah. Well,
Phase Cornucopia, he's chilling.
top 4 net worth right now. Level with Yatoro. I mean, he was ahead, of course, but Yatoro did catch up with that involvement he had in the fight just now. So, no, we'll see. Yeah, Battle Fury should be on at good time. And, you know, for Tundra now, the game has resumed, so you'll be able to get that on your screen, so you won't have to suffer through watching this anymore. In terms of what Tundra do next, you know, they went for that kind of 4-man play. Didn't work out. Do they just sort of get back to farming, or can they still continue to keep going as 4?
Oh, keep going. I think it's Nine's game to just play as aggressive as possible. He's a Timbersaw versus, as we said, like the limited damage and stuff like that, so I think he can play as aggressive as possible. Skitter, he probably wants to sit back and farm a little more, but the other 4 on Tundra, I'd imagine they can, yeah, they want to look for fights. Spirit can fight back, though. They're level 6s. It's starting to get online, as we mentioned. They have good team fight. That is what they did set themselves up with this Mars, with the Pugna Disruptor. Trying to get themselves some push started too around mid. Oh, Mira. Still not 6 on Mira.
And they'll just bring 9 in. And as soon as he's here, it makes it a bit tougher for Team Spirit to make the move to continue to pressure the tier 1 mid.
Yeah, that was a bit of an interesting smoke there from Snaking. It was totally spotted. 9 was on a creep wave in mid, but I guess he just really wants to make it to top faster. They want to start pressuring.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
So they can get Val does find 9's courier, so that's the cloak on.
He's found Miposhka up top.
He did just TP up in Miposhka. Some of the rupture on a Saxa, but Saxa's able to stand his ground. Miposhka will go down, 33. He wants to continue to chase on towards Yatoro. Skeeter, he has joined the fight as well. They want to try and find this Bloodseeker. Yatoro with the Jukes does have a TP available, of course. There will be ways to cancel it. And they've just got the straight up raw damage to bring him down. So Yatoro and Miposhka taken out the top lane, the tower to fall. This time round, Spirit, they weren't able to respond with the numbers.
And look at this move. 9, he's already making another move toward bottom to set up for collapse with Skitter.
And this is quick because Spirit, they're smoking up with the 2 of them to maybe see if they could join forces with Collapse. But indeed, maybe unbeknownst to themselves, they're going to be walking into a lot of members of Tundra. They're going to try and burst through 9, and they will manage to be successful. Despite Tundra coming in with the backup to prepare for that sort of move, they weren't actually able to do anything to stop this Timbersaw just getting blown up.
Really heads up move, honestly, from Spirit. Whoever made that call, like they're like, oh, they're definitely going to be going through the rifts. Like, Collapse, be careful. He actually distanced himself as they get there. That's the 2 heroes. Oh, actually, they have quite a bit they could do to kill this Timbersaw. That's the 2 good magic damage heroes at least. That Pugna and Storm.
Some nice moves from Tundra, for Spirit, but still not quite enough to close the gap. This lead that Tundra have.
Up top, Static Storm, and
they really was Saxa dead.
That's some hate.
They have had enough of this Lion.
Good lord.
Goodbye, Saxa. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, when they're pretty, you know, they're probably feeling a little bit behind, so they're probably like, we got to get like some kills just to get Yatoro some space to farm up here. He is Maelstrom. It is finished up.
See that move again down bottom here. As you say, Collapse just sort of pulling the action further up the lane, so and pulling 9 a little bit further away from the potential backup that he did have. Nothing to be done there to save him. Great setup, great bait from Collapse.
Yeah, really really good call, whoever made that call for the movement. Collapse, he is going to be rushing the blink, so going for that second type of initiation so they can get the catch and stuff like that. I'm definitely feeling the concerns, though, as the panel was saying for Spirit a bit. Lanes, of course, had gone in the favor of Tundra. Darkseer is going to be huge, and he's gonna build these auras.
He's got his pipe done, right?
Yeah. So pipe versus Pugna, Disruptor Storm, even versus Collapse. A lot of his damage early is kind of magical. Share of Rebuke is physical, but yeah, the other spells, of course, will be magic. It's going to block a lot. And they have a lot of team fight.
And I think was so that last move as well they made bottom, was that at a point where Nine still didn't have his cloak because it was on the dead courier?
Yeah, it was dead.
So maybe if he'd actually had that and Lalan sniped his courier early, they might not have quite killed him, right?
Maybe. I mean, they still had a lot of damage.
I guess. It would have been close.
Miposhka?
Been close.
He was trying to go for some cheeky Wisdom Rune steal play, I guess. If you live for it.
He's out.
He doesn't get the rune, though, but does get a nice glimpse of it. So. 1 for 1. And there's, I believe, Battle Fury's done.
Yeah.
Peter also, of course, he did that rush just a bit earlier. 100. Look at the macro game for them. It's just a little bit quicker for Spirit, even though they did make those couple nice reactive moves for Spirit. Mira.
He's going to get caught out here by Saxa. Quick setup and a burst with the finger. Get himself a juicy finger stack.
My real big concern is just like how Laurel, he's starting to recover. He's 1600 behind the other mid. It's the game that he's set up for. Because he's playing into this Lion. When you're playing behind a Storm Spirit into this, it can be incredibly difficult. So I'm just worried because of how one-sided that mid matchup really did go. Maybe they can set up here for 9 though. This could be a pretty big kill. He's got a lot of wand charges.
Enough to save him. Yeah, indeed, as he's ruptured. He will still pop the one, but no saving himself. 2B had there with the ult drop down upon him.
It's a nice move. Laurel didn't have to commit too much mana. He's got the Pugna here now too, so they can keep the ball going. Keep the ball rolling here a little bit here. 20 seconds till Timber's not, until he's going to be back up. And they find another big kill. Their lineup definitely thrives up, just like getting a kill into continuous kills, because they do have that disruptor, of course, with the Storm. So they have a ton of different ways to chase if they do get that first kill.
Skeeter showed down bottom.
And he's practiced, so.
Yeah, with his Aegis, he's going to be feeling very safe for the next few minutes. And indeed, with the solid timing on the Battle Fury, highly likely his farm is going to skyrocket. So on the side of Spirit, a bit more emphasis on Yatoro needing to be involved as a Bloodseeker to keep on par in being involved in kills, being involved in action.
Tundra's super ready to fight. As you said, Pipes online, even went back and finished the Vanguard on top of it afterwards too. They are feeling super strong versus any team fight that comes with them right now.
They're going to go straight towards Yatoro. He's on his own right now. He's close to the tower. Saxa, he's able to get the setup. TPs will be coming in. See if they can burst through Yatoro quick enough. They certainly can. In fact, TPs are cancelled there. They know that Yatoro, there's no chance of saving him.
I think that was the 25 cast range hex buff, I'm not going to lie.
I was going to say, it definitely came in at kind of an unnatural sort of range, so I imagine that is just sort of the feeling, as you say, of having that extra bit of reach, because it was close to him maybe getting into the trees and being able to fog.
Oh, and this is devastating. Glyph is on cooldown. They are going to lose a tier 2 as well as losing Yatoro right before it. Tundra snowballing massively in these last few moments. 9-6, 5k lead, setting up for another kill perhaps.
Saxa, he's ready and waiting to open in onto this, but Collapse, he's already out with the blink. Miposhka still hanging around in the tree line. See if Saxa's able to close the gap. Jumps forward to Tundra's toy, but backup's in. Love zips forward aggressively on the wall. Saxa's able to turn and get the Hex off with the Static Storm. The Arena and the Kinetic Field will trap the 2 of them, allows them to bring down Saxa. And with the 4 of them, they'll be able to have the damage to take out 33 on top of that. Jump forward for Collapse, they're looking for more. Drag back with the glimpse into the spear. One tower still alive to be able to trap Snaking, but still looks like he's run out of ways to escape. Double kill for Yatoro. Spirit able to push down that tier 1 and find some big kills there.
Yeah.
Get Yatoro continuously involved in this action that he needs to be.
A 4k swing, pretty much. A 3 or 4k swing just because they have the numbers prepared down there. Tundra, they rainbow TP, but they get caught in a weird kind of 1-by-1 sequence, and they don't have their Ursa or Timber to actually join and back them up. So great spell coverage, great spear combo. They're coming out from Collapse again.
Yeah, I mean, the reality of this game was, as the panel said, right, the start of the game, it had the chance to be very difficult for Spirit. You know, Tundra, they were kind of setting themselves up to have this early advantage. But Spirit, they're dealing well under the pressure, and they're certainly starting to take away that lead that Tundra were growing. Another fight like that, and Spirit they'll take the advantage.
No, absolutely. And it's really important that Laurel, I think he got 1 or 2 of the kills down bottom. Yeah, he got at least 1 of them, but gets involved massively. He is pretty much totally caught back up.
Yep.
So I had some concerns for him. Quickly it gets changed from that movement, and of course he does have that Pugna who's constantly keeping him topped off. And Ult's gonna be coming back up pretty soon, so Tundra, they're also ready to fight. It's all gonna be about these auras and who gets initiated on. Is Skeeter with Blink leading the charge.
And he's just gonna go throw himself straight in towards Maposhka. Decrepify's there from Mirrors. The finger from Saxa. Just enough range there to finish Maposhka off through the Decrepify. Claim another finger stack.
Worst feeling ever as a disruptor. You just get jumped on first. Never the situation that Spirit really wants to have happen. Spirit needs to have like pretty good positioning in most of these fights, just with Collapse being at the right place at the right time, or Laurel getting that jump initiation himself. So I really like the way that Collapse is kind of built for himself this game. He's just building for the team. It's just kind of standard, but pretty important. Just straight Blink and then BKB, just so he can show up to every single fight. And now they're going to have BKB on Yotoro too, so some timing's being hit on Spirit to take these fights perhaps.
And who's sort of Yotoro going to kill off this Enchantress? As they've got easily enough burst, in fact, there with Lal getting the setup. Snaking not standing a chance.
Big moves, and that's like, yeah, they don't commit anything for it either, so they're going to look for another setup. Perhaps Laurel pump back up to full for Mira. Hey, what are you asking the Bloodseeker? What's he gonna like be?
Yeah, who's he going for in the fight? So you just popping this BKB as Tora and just going for the supports, or do you want to try and mess with one of the cores?
Depends on positioning mostly. I mean, if he sees a positioning where he can just get the Darkseer silenced and killed instantly, that's gonna be huge. So maybe the Darkseer in a lot of situations, or the Timber, those are probably the 2 most likely, because the supports should be hidden in theory. Another kill. Spirit's racking him up.
They are. They're finding these openings that the Tundra's kind of leaving. Skeeter be able to solo this Tormentor.
He's scared.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't want to do the last hit.
He's afraid. I think he thought he was going to die. Now he might die for it himself.
Out with the Blink.
They're on him.
They're chasing him. He's going to go for the TP out, but they've found him.
And they're going to go
they certainly are half HP. They could commit him with the 3 of them.
So
I mean, the question was,
do they know because of the thing? Do you still see the graphical bug when people are hitting the Tormentor on sometimes?
That's a feature.
Sorry, do they still see the graphical feature that happens when people are hitting Tormentor? I think they did.
I think you might do.
They pinged him.
The question is though, was Skeeter's math correct? Would that last hit have killed him? Or I think he would have had it. I don't think it would have killed him.
I don't think it would have killed him.
He had about like 500 HP. It would have been very close.
Maybe he was scared because he was dropping in thirst range, and he was like, "Oh God, if this hit doesn't kill, then I'm gonna be in thirst."
But when you've committed that much, I think you just accept your fate. You're like, all right, well, I mean, I'm gonna die, but at least I get the Tormentor.
Either way,
yeah,
Spirit's happy because they now took the Wisdom Rune. They took the Tormentor. They're gonna get their Wisdom Rune. Yotoro is gonna be top net worth in a couple of seconds here, and the whole game has swapped around Spirit in a very comfortable spot.
For sure. I mean, you kind of rewind, about 10 minutes or so. It looked like this one may have been set up to be a kind of 20-25 minute game.
Yep.
Absolutely not the case now. So we're back to even. The Skeeter, he went for it, and then he didn't go for it, and then they went for him, and they got him, and they got both. They get the Tormentor as well. I don't know. I think he would.
I think he had it.
As I said, even if you're not having it, 1 hit away, you just roll the dice. You just hit it, and if it was enough damage to kill you, it was enough damage.
Yeah, like what's the worst that happens? Right?
We've just seen players out of the game for 30 seconds or something at this point, and it's slowed down a bit.
We've seen everybody die to Tormentors. We've seen carries die to Tormentors. We've seen players get dunked from axes as Medusa. We've seen literally everything. So, Skeeter, that hurts. That's a pretty massive momentum kind of swing too, because that was the double BKB timing for Spirit. They got like 4 or 5 consecutive kills. Tormentor, Wisdom Runes, etc. Now they're gonna. Laurel might just have a BKB of his own pretty much right after having 2 items picked up freely after these last few engagements. So triple BKB. The control is going to be pretty limited for Tundra. They don't really have much to actually catch these heroes unless the Lion gets a Blink initiation, and Soxa still doesn't have that Blink. And yeah, Mira, I mean, Laurel's just always full mana, so always ready to fight because Mira's literally just hugging him this entire time.
Seeing if they can set up for anyone to come in and defend this tier 2 bottom, but doesn't look like Tundra's going to be sending anyone down here anytime soon.
This next timing for Tundra feels like it's going to be a bit difficult. They have the aura, so perhaps they can sustain it if the initiation gets a bit weird. Then perhaps they can look to take over the fight. But there's triple BKB timing on Spirit. So these 3 heroes are going to be pretty threatening to just walk in and just go for these backline heroes and focus fire whoever they want. So let's see which team looks to force the issue a bit more here. It feels like Spirit have a timing to force a little more here. But as we know, Tundra, very good about playing the map, looking to avoid timings until they feel like they have a timing. So let's see if Spirit does get the connection for themselves with this triple BKB. I think that ward actually caught the smoke. It did. So Tundra, they know. So let's see if they can find Skeeter, because I think, yeah, during that time that they went to the left side, they did place a couple of wards. So.
Yeah, no, Skeeter's just going straight back to base. He's not taking the risk of trying to farm the triangle right now with the fact that Spirit's sweeping across the map like this.
In a typical Tundra fashion. They have like really good wards placed around the map, so they get good information, so they can split up and wait for timings for themselves. Next timing, yeah, Roche gonna spawn in 5 seconds.
Oh, it's perfect for Tundra.
They're gonna get it.
Yeah, Skeeter straight over to this area of the map, snaking if he keeps vision upon it, which he will. They'll know it's here. And yeah, this is after Spirit's made that whole smoke movement towards the top, so a lot of time wasted for Spirit, and Tundra getting things back on track with what looks to be an inevitable Roshan.
And now Tundra, they could maybe even smoke out of the pit here and look for a fight themselves. They do have a bit of item timings also. I see 9 has completed his Octarine with a Kaya-san. She's got a greater healing Lotus also. Pretty big deal. Let's see if they do look to take the fight. I think Skitter, yeah, Blink and BKB is also done.
Jesus, they're aware. 9.
This could be
He'll grab that as well.
This could be a pretty deciding fight. Whoever comes out ahead of this one could just snowball a bit here. Let's see who gets the jump.
It's a tough one for Spirit to take, but not a fight that they're scared of taking.
No.
As they're coming at them with the smoke.
Didia on Laurel. He gets jumped first.
It's going to give them some information here. The question is if Tundra are still going to get jumped by Spirit now that they've sort of spooked each other.
Both teams want the initiation first. Soxa does have the blink. Will they get the vacuum combo? Not easy to do this versus these BKBs.
In fact, Tundra's headed straight past them.
Yeah.
Across the river, they're going to check out the triangle. Spirit still on Tundra's half of the map.
Ooh. I like this from Yatoro. This is a cool switch up in the build. He had the Mjolnir queued up, and then he just goes straight Nullifier. So just, of course, playing versus Darkseer, but even versus the Ursa, this might be an item that actually enables him to be able to just stand toe-to-toe. This and Basher, right? This, Basher, Butterfly, and stuff like that eventually, maybe if he wants to go down that route. This could be cool. I'm looking forward to see this Nullifier. The Crimsons, Auras, etc. It could be strong. Spirit, they're walking up.
They are. Maybe Collapse can get a jump. Skeeter's going to show he's going to make the jump first. But immediately Miposhka throws him up in the air with the Yules, drops down the kinetic field. Coming to the stun, the BKB's popped by Collapse. Drop the arena down, they managed to catch Snaking. In fact, 33's just getting destroyed here by Lal and Yatoro. The heals come out. Yatoro's going to continue to push on with the BKB. They're taking out the 2 of them. 33 stacks are taken out. They can look for more here, Spirit. As 9, who will manage to get up to the low ground with the Timber Chain. Collapse turning towards Snaking. He did manage to live through this all so far, but the Vortex comes in from Lal. They drag him back. Lal picks up another Yatoro. He's got the movement speed to step away. 9 tries to get in range, but the Glimmer Cape's up onto Yatoro. He's able to sneak away. As Spirit, they come out on top.
Who got the gem? Did you even? I didn't even see where it went. Gem. Okay, Miposhka did recover it from here. They controlled Skeeter the whole fight. They got the 2 main heroes inside the wall. They got the Timber and the Darkseer. A perfect kind of initiation again from Spirit, even though the Ursa Skeeter jumps on backlines. He got full control. He got Yulesed, and then glimpsed back, static stormed, etc. He wasn't able to do much of anything. Spirit, an ideal fight for them with the double BKBs.
Yeah. Definitely seeing the strength that Spirit were aware that they had, you know, to be able to go at this fight into an Aegis on the Ursa, into a Cheese on 9. They knew that they could still take a team fight like this, even coming from the awkward angle, right? Yep. Coming from this low ground, they're still able to get that set up in a way to start things. Toro's goal continues to flow in as he's picked up a completed Mjolnir.
Tundra used the cheese. They didn't end up, of course, like, committing the Aegis, but like they had to use the cheese to try to protect, and they still can't. Yeah, they can't even come out ahead in the fight. And now, I mean, Spirit, everything's coming back up. Yeah, pretty sure they're going to be ready to fight again. And Toro, he's becoming quite a beast.
Oh, for sure, we're definitely going to see Spirit look for these fights even more frequently now. They're starting to get this momentum here, 27 minutes in.
He gets an Elven Tunic, probably the best neutral item he could have found here versus the Ursa. Level 18 also being hit. Spirit playing these last few, what, 10 minutes or so, incredibly clean.
Yeah, they keep coming out on top of these fights. You know, when it comes to hitting the creeps, you know, sure, Tundra, they're getting the farm, but when the action kicks off and these teams go head to head, Tundra have been struggling to come out with a clean victory in these fights.
33 absolutely needs this item. He needs this BKB, so he does have it finished now. Because like I think what 2 or 3 fights in a row now, they're just throwing everything onto him. Yeah, sure, you're popping your auras and stuff like that, but you're dying inside that arena every single time. So that long fight's not going in your favor.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Push going again. Arcane ruined up on Skitter. Still has 1 minute left on Aegis. He doesn't have his nullifier just yet, so once he gets that on Skitter, it's going to be easier for him to try to focus fire some targets and just blink BKB and just go for them. Without that, I mean, the glimmers, the decrepify is going to be very frustrating. Top, they get the Hex.
Close to the base, though. They're still going to try and commit in for this. Collapse, he's protected and able to get the BKB off. They turn around, they completely destroy Zaxa. Trying to look towards Skitter as well. He's trapped in by the arena. He's going to get blown up for once. See if they can do it a second time. They have close to the base. With the nullifier, but Skitter, he's already away. He will manage to live, but once again, these sort of fights that the Tundra aren't really finding anything themselves out of. Team Spirit, they deal with the Aegis on Skitter, and they keep everybody alive.
I feel like every time Collapse has been there, it's been so beneficial for them. All of his ults have worked perfectly. All of his spears have been perfect for the team, really. Snaking, looks like he's going to be the one who gets left behind here.
Yeah, they'll leave Snaking to be left on his own. Team Spirit, they push back Tundra's attempts to get close towards the base. And Tundra, yeah, they're really going to have to rethink about how they want to proceed in this game. Like, do they hold things back again for the next Aegis? But obviously that's going to have the concern of this time passing, that the Spirit seem to be getting stronger and stronger within. Now, what do you do now if you're Tundra? You're really struggling to kind of proceed past this point.
I'm trying to think maybe they need a blink also for 33, and you have to have the double
go for the one
initiation.
combo.
You go for that type of blink vacuum stun from the line, but things definitely feel like they're getting difficult. And like we said from the beginning of the game, I mean, Spirit's draft does scale very hard with the double cores here, the Bloodseeker and the Storm with that pump up. Definitely feels like the Ursa is going to get to a point where it's going to be him versus the world. And yeah, he's got the good core-to-core matchup versus the Bloodseeker in theory, but the itemization so far from Spirit is amazing. I love the way that they've itemized this game. The Yules on Miposhka, of course, always amazing versus Ursa, Nullifier, as we mentioned before. Every little thing just feels incredible. And Laurel now, I mean, a lot of these are standard big pickups, of course, but now he's going for Hex. So it's another incredible item, of course, versus the Ursa.
And I guess the thing is now, 30 minutes in with the way that the game's going, next Roshan, it's probably not going to be a free one for Tundra. You'd imagine the Spirit, they will more than happily bring the fight over towards the Roche pit now.
Very close game on the gold front. You definitely feel Spirit, just they've been powering up for, yeah, like how long ago? It feels like a very distant time ago, like 16 minutes ago or so. It's like the Tundra was actually the ones being able to get successful fights back to back to back. Since then it's just Spirit every single time having that edge. Full Hex now though, for 9. Level 19. And he is still scaling, that's the one thing. Just, will it be enough to scale versus Spirit's strong scaling course as well? We'll have to see.
Decent ways to save one another though, so not going to be necessarily a guaranteed Hex into a kill if Spirit are around as a team to fight back.
No, Laurel super confident, playing with a shield rune up front. Doesn't feel like he can't get burst down, and now they're smoking. Everything's up.
Tundra, they probably do not want to take this fight. They're smoking in towards it.
See what they find. They get a big grab.
They see Yatora at the start. Spear comes out. The Hex to follow up onto Yatora, but he's able to put the BKB. The heals are coming in with the life drain as well. Yatora, he can look to turn. They've surrounded Skeeter. They'll take him down low. They'll finish him off. Lol with the double. And now they can go for more Tundra. They've got to bail their way out of this. But the Kinetic Field, the Static Storm, they've caught the Timber. They've caught 9. They put a stop to his TP. They take out the 3 of them. And it really does feel that Tundra, they're just sort of banging their heads against a brick wall for the last 10 minutes. Every single fight, they're getting absolutely nothing. Team Spirit just continue to outplay and just sort of demonstrate that this game, even though the lead, it's not massive, but it's starting to feel rather impossible for Tundra to do anything.
And they get a pretty good initiation, so they just don't have the damage. He gets decrept, gets saved immediately. Just, he's fine at that point there. Oh boy. And this is an issue, of course, too. I see Skeeter, he went for Basher, so not having the Nullifier, this decrep, he's never really been going for focus fire plays like that's going to be incredibly difficult.
And of course, these fights going as they have been, Miposhka creeping his way towards the Aghanims, and once he has that on a Disruptor, if he's getting the chance to cast as he has been this game consistently, it's not not a game where they've been finding him very easily at all in these team fights. He drops that down on some of these cores, and then Tundra, they're really going to have no options to survive in these team fights.
It's pretty much the GG for Nursa. And once this Aghanim comes out, the thing is you have to pre-BKB to jump the Disruptor, because otherwise you get Yuled and then instant Static Storm and you're gone. Like, the fight is just completely over from there. So, yeah, this is going to be pretty tough if he does get that time in there. And he's very close, so. Tundra, what's the plan from here?
It's got to be frustrating for them.
I think
the fact
that
that every single move they've made in this second half of the game so far is just, it's not worked. Spirit, they've been prepared.
And you can imagine, like Tundra, they probably did feel like, yeah, we got to get these snowballs. These like little things add up, like Skeeter dying, giving the Tormentor up, like all these things.
It did start going downhill from then.
Yeah,
it really did.
I still have to give a big amount of credit though to Spirit for the way that they like kind of recovered and especially recovered Larl's game. Yes, it wasn't like 20 minutes of him getting stomped or anything like that, but the first 15 minutes he was struggling, and then he just gets kill after kill after kill. Mira is just sitting behind him, draining him every single time, life draining. He's 6-1 and 12. He's 18 out of 20 kills on this Storm Spirit after he got kind of bullied and lost his tower early. So very good stuff.
Let's see what they can do here. Coming to that point of the game where Roshan will be returning just a few seconds until he's back up. Both teams, of course, now at this point are going to have an interest in this.
Oh, I'm getting blessed. I finally get to see a Bloodseeker Blood Mist game. Every time I wanted it, they never buy it. I've seen like the Bloodseeker versus PLs, they don't buy it. This game, Yatoro's feeling it.
This is a little awkward for Spirit though. They were hanging around here, but pretty much as soon as they left the area, Roshan did respawn.
Seconds.
They're coming back down here, but it's only Mira and Yatoro right now. They don't have the full team with them. So it will be a bit of a chance for Tundra to go for this Roshan without interruption, and indeed they'll get it. Spirit just sort of pulling back from the Roshan at a bit of an unfortunate time, just at the moment that it did respawn. Tundra able to get lucky with that spawn time.
They might still fight. I think they might still look to go for it here. The Hex instantly collapse.
They try and turn it on towards Mars and collapse. They'll get the BKB off the spear there as well. They've trapped Skeeter. They're going in straight away for 9. Trying to eliminate the Timbersaw first. They'll find it. See in return, Maposhka, he is able to bounce away. He's been decrepit. He yawls it up into the air. They can't commit to kill the Disruptor. And now Spirit, they can just swing back in and look to continue to take down further cores. They bring down 33. They get snaking. Once again, nobody dying on Spirit. As, they tried to get this Disruptor, but Decrepify gets thrown out his way. Maposhka then uses himself up. It's a lot of time trying to get a kill that just completely avoids them. They can't even kill the supports.
No, and Collapse, they actually pre-clicked him with the Hex when he jumped in, and it still doesn't matter. He gets every spell off, they get the connection. Yatoro does 7,000 damage. He gets all 3 kills. Skinner now also, puts himself on display.
He's trying to make a move here, but I think this is kind of happening because they know that, they haven't been able to fight them for the last 20 minutes.
Nope.
It's probably not going to change. He'll put the BKB.
Rupture, it's back up.
And Skeeter, indeed, not even going to be able to crawl back to the fountain. The push will come in on this bottom lane. 7k lead, not the biggest of leads whatsoever, but definitely a game that feels way, way more out of control than the numbers imply.
With the way that they're getting the jumps, every team fight, right? The supports are playing freely on Spirit. Every single time I'm just watching Mira, full health pool, draining his type of allies up. If they get Laurel here, just kidding, he's fine. Yatoro runs in.
Yeah, BKB's out, and Yatoro, he's going to go straight towards Saxa. Saxa taken down. Yatoro still looking for, but BKB's starting to come to an end. The Hex upon him, he has been coming. They're bringing it low, but indeed there's the turnaround. Maposhka's made the delivery here with the Ags. They do lose Yatoro. Sivachi is coming out for 9 as he'll heal back up, but it's 4 dead again on Tundra. See if 9 can continue to do anything more on his own. A buyback will come in from Saxa. Lyle,
he gets caught.
He's still got mana to play with Lyle. Jumps in. Look at the spear to push back the 2 of them. Lyle's able to live. The arena's back up. They've caught the 2, but the finger's back up. They try and tap Lyle. He uses his last bit of mana to zip in, kill off Saxa, but it was his last bit of mana. He's doing his best here to dodge the spells of 9. He's got the vortex back up. Lyle's still alive. Finally dies, but it costs 9 his life. A messy fight.
Messy.
Finally for Tundra they get something, but it's of course still not a lot as the lead continues to grow for Spirit. They're pretty much the only fight where Tundra's found something in the last 25 minutes, and it's still a bad fight.
I love how they, like, Spirit's keenness on just continuing to want to fight, even though they don't really need to continue fighting down there. Disruptor gets his Ag, and he's like, oh, 3-man Ag Static Storm. And then Collapse gets his Refresher delivered, so he's like, oh, I'm jumping in as well. They go for the kills. I mean, they get them at the end. But it is quite a bit giving up, of course, too, because 9, he has hit a huge timing. He actually got the kill before he died, I believe, right?
He was,
so he's level 25.
He just died to a Remnant, I think. That was the final bit of damage as he chipped away.
So now he actually has double Chakram.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the start of this fight, he's level 21.
Yeah,
so
he got 4
four straight levels from that fight.
So I'm going to be looking at him to actually clear heroes. I think now there's actually burst potential for maybe if they get these Hex catches on some of these heroes.
Maybe there is a bit of hope for Tundra here.
Maybe small, very small, of course.
I mean, because how's the Bybit situation? Well, it was just Saxa, right, that used his?
Yeah, it was just Saxa. And he got pretty unlucky, too. He, like, jumped to get the Hex, but the Storm got glimmered as he jumped, and then he got turned and gone on. But then he got lucky, because then the Spear actually pushed him further into the base, so they had to chase him, blah, blah, blah. So it's a funny little fight there. But that was, I believe, also Aegis Cheese that was used during the fight, of course, and I believe the Aghanim Blessing for Skeeter, he did pick it up early in it. He couldn't really do much of anything. He was fully controlled inside that fight when he got chased through, so. Now he has Nullifier. Now maybe he can actually focus fire some heroes through the deep crit.
Okay.
We'll see.
They've got another Hex picked up on the side of Spirit now. Mirror's got his.
Oh my lord, he is huge. And I mean, Philosopher's Stone.
As the supports are having a great time on Spirit.
Both of them did have Phillies. They both still do have their Phillies.
Looks like they're setting up again to bring this bottom wave round and maybe try and pressure for the high ground. Still, tier 2 in the mid lane, but the 2 side lanes are open.
Collapse is playing. Collapse is on fire this tournament. I got to watch at least, like, it's of course very early in the tournament, but I got to watch some of his other games earlier, and he was kind of carrying Spirit. I think this game he's not like carrying, but the way his spellcasting, so he's carrying in like a support kind of role as this Mars. He's owning so hard.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely working out to be quite the last pick to their draft.
Yeah. And it's a hero that I think a lot of times, like, we see it, and most people see it like last pick, and it falters pretty hard. Collapses having quite a game. 8 seconds until his Refresher's back up. The Spirit's about to look for this fight.
They got try and focus 9 first. And that's about half HP. 33 jumps into the BKB as well, trying to turn things around. 9's able to take the chain up to the high ground, but Lal, he'll be quick to chase him. Take him out. 9 out for 100.
That's trouble.
Lost my posture on the side of Spirit. Spirit, they're still ready to push on for more kills, more cores. Skeeter, no saving for him. 9 and Skeeter out of action for 90 seconds without buyback.
Now they do way too much damage. Yatoro does more than like everybody in the team fight combined from both sides. He just eviscerates heroes. It wasn't even the cleanest initiation. They actually did not get the Ag Static Storm before the BKB of the Timber because I believe the Ascetic Cap procced, so he got status resist. Either way, they kill him anyway. So Tundra in a situation where Spirit maybe messed up a slight bit of that initiation, doesn't matter.
Just dropping the wall here, 33 to try and make some illusions and push them back because he knows he's not going to get the backup of Skeeter or 9 for still a full minute.
Tower's dropping. Rack drop fast.
Bottom Rack's not standing a chance here. Spirit this time round having no struggle, taking away a full set of racks.
25 now hit on Yatoro as well, so now he's got the double ruptures, which is always going to be the dream versus this Timber, Darkseer, Ursa. 25 also hit on Collapse. And yeah, we did see, unfortunately for 9, of course, even though he did hit the 25 right before that fight, he was just absolutely, not like fully controlled, but he was on the full retreat kind of in the fight, so wasn't able to actually utilize any of his damage. Spirit, 13k lead. Pretty much all the important spells going to be back up in a second here. Static Storm's at the ready. Already on 30.
They find him in the trees here, Mirror. Catches him with the Hex opening. That's another core dead. 33 does have buyback. May even forced to use it here because they're going to bring the push down the middle lane.
Snaking.
Well, using a huge amount of mana, but not to be worried. As Mirror is ready to top him up. It's alright. He's ready to dive in. Skeeter's going to come in and return with the bashes. Lal, he'll zip forward to finish off snaking. BKB being popped now by Yatoro, who's on the retreat with double buybacks come out from snaking in 33. It's not to catch anyone right now. Yatoro getting healed up there by the life drain. 9 trying to find the Pugner.
Yatoro?
He's getting low. The impetus is not quite enough for 9. He's able to cut across. They bring him down. The arena's here in return as Collapse and Lal try to tap, but the Fury Swipes are stacking up for Skeeter. He's brought down Lal. Now they can look towards Collapse. BKB's back up. So they can chase down this Mars. It'll be a huge kill to find already on top of Yatoro and Lal. As 33 keeping his distance. They're surrounding and kiting Collapse. They'll come in for the kill, and Tundra They will manage to strike back here. They push back Spirit. Does cost them the 2 buybacks from 33 and Snaking. But again, they're keeping this game alive, Tundra.
Needed buybacks. Absolutely needed. Good damage. I mean, a bit of an overcommitment, it did feel like. Spirit, they maybe got a little eager there, rupturing the Enchantress, diving into the base. But Tundra, they're able to punish this time around. Buybacks come in, they get some good connection. And honestly, Snaking, he did a fair bit of damage there to Yatoro as he's trying to run away. Gets like, what, 7, 8 impetus shots onto him. And Skeeter, level 25 hit. If it's toe-to-toe, standing straight matchup versus the Bloodseeker with this Nullifier now, he can take those fights.
I see how much damage they can do. 3 heroes dead on Spirit. So quite the opening that Tundra's managed to find. The first fight in quite some time that goes in their favor.
It's expensive.
They'll back off from this.
2 buybacks.
I mean, Roshan's back up. Skeeter's going to be able to get in. So another great opening here to step into the Roshan and claim what will be, I believe, their 4th Roshan. They've managed to seal themselves to this game, Tundra, 43 minutes in.
Okay, now the question is, do you give the Ags to Saksa?
I mean, who else is needing one?
It's probably the Timber is obviously honestly like the best one, but I'm like, okay, they'll give it a 33. All right, okay. I mean, I was obviously joking a little bit about the about the line, but okay, interesting. They'll give it to the Darkseer instead. And yeah, Collapse. It was instant response.
The Roche timings have indeed been very, very, very good for Tundra. The last 2 in particular, right? That one coming in at the kind of the one point in the game, in the later half of this game, where Tundra did get a good fight under them, and then of course that last one coming at the exact moment that Spirit kind of gave up around waiting at the pit and leaving it.
I mean, because honestly, like, if you look at the whole game, really, if Tundra didn't have these Aegis, this game would have been kind of a stomp from Spirit, it feels like. The Aegises have been keeping Tundra in a place where they can actually potentially come back in this one still.
I mean, that's
I can understand Collapse's frustration for sure.
I mean, that's Dota 2. You know, there's RNG involved, but it's RNG that you can plan for. And Tundra, they've managed to secure themselves those last 2 moments around Roshan.
Have you seen Miposhka's inventory in the last few moments, by the way?
What's he going for now?
Look at he's got 4 obs and 10 sentries. My man is ready for the warding mission, and he is ready to find the opportunity to seal this game. But Tundra, they're definitely still making them work for it, and now Aegis, G's, and everything too. It's another extra layer that could just be difficult for Spirit to just barrel right through. 33, it looks like he probably wants to buy his item, because he did, of course, use that buyback earlier. Could be another big one. I mean, Lincoln's, of course, versus these Ruptures and stuff, they're still big.
He's out of that.
He's hungry. He's big, 25. A wildly close game, even though it was, 15, 20 minutes of Tundra owning, then 20 minutes of Spirit kind of owning this whole time. It's kind of back to a state where initiation is going to be a big dictator of what goes down for the most part. Still feels like Spirit in quite a comfortable position, of course, but if they make a couple mistakes, you can definitely see Skeeter take advantage.
Arcane room for Skeeter as well. Always a nice one to have on this Ursa. Really enable you to pop off in the fights between all the Earth Shocks and Enrages.
Let's see if he gets Yules immediately, though.
That's true. And that's what, that's Miposhka's job. Oh, there is indeed ways to mess with him.
Skeeter.
To take this all away from him.
He's in.
You get a glimpse of him here as he shows his face. Just going to try and push back onto Lal. Kites him out. They bring the Skeeter down pretty low. Won't quite be able to finish him off the once. This will be protected as Skeeter's going to be able to safely stand to the side and heal up here.
That's 1 Rupture used.
Good look to go again, Tundra.
Spirit also, I mean, they still are very ready to fight. I mean, they expected a Rupture, so they still have another one.
Yeah, they've got the Refresher ready to go again on Collapse. They've got the double ult. And they actually get the Hex open. Quick damage done this time round. Not a chance here on the first life. Skeeter Collapse jumps in. He's trap snaking. The spear comes in, and indeed the Static Storm laid down. A Hex to follow up. Skeeter not a chance on his second life as he goes down. Saxa just trying to steal some mana on the way up. But he is indeed going on the way out. He's out. 33 as well. Finished off by the spear. With that, 4 heroes gone.
And that might just be it.
This is going to be a big push coming down the middle now. Spirit
they're so good at fighting this game, honestly. The perfect target they go for. They get the Ursa, they bait him. He doesn't want to kind of pop too much of anything because he has his Aegis, but then it's like, oh my god, why didn't I use BKB? I'm respawning into an Ag Static Storm.
Yeah, no, very well prepared for by Spirit. I mean, honestly, we've seen the frustrations that Spirit may have had for the timings of the Aegises that Tundra got this game. Every single Aegis fight has pretty much been a fight that Spirit end up taking against Tundra.
I mean, honestly, like Spirit, it's so wild that this game, it kind of is a stomping game for Spirit in a way, but Tundra has made it look kind of close, all things
Yeah, they have. They managed to extend this one. And it's still not over yet. You know, we're going to have Saxa back up in a second. 9, he has got buyback. So they'll be able to keep this game going a little bit more here, Tundra.
Ag Static Storm is back up, though. So as soon as they do a respawn, they could just get caught inside of it again from Pushka. And they are going to have to play versus Megas.
Sproach picked up by Lal as well. Let's see if they get a chance for one more fight. Spirit, they've had enough. They want to put an end to this one. Saxa is going to get caught by the arena. A Spirit claim another life. The fortifications there, 10 seconds until we're going to have this Ursa back in.
It's over.
But the Ancient's exposed. It's just 9. He'll throw himself in to try and push them off. He is in with the Hex on Yatoro, but bring him down pretty low. Collapse is trying to finish up the Ancient here with the Aghanims. That's 9 gone. No buyback left on him. Skeeter back in action. Tries to come in onto Collapse, but Spirit, they're just closing it up. Onto the Ancient they go. GG is called. Spirit, they will take this game 1. 49 minutes in, though. You know, Tundra, they made them work for it, but Spirit still not struggling to close it all up in their favor.
It was a bit of a weird game, right? I feel like Tundra, I think they had to play this game kind of like super clean overall. I feel like those mistakes, especially the couple slip-ups there from Skeeter at that like 20 to 25, is what allowed Spirit to get that triple BKB timing and then just cruise and take every single continuous fight. But either way, I mean, the game still looked kind of close because Tundra, they know how to play this macro, they know how to play the map. I know people hate it and stuff like that, but they got a bunch of rushes. But this was, honestly, this was a pretty clear victory from Spirit for the most part in this game. Every fight was theirs.
I mean, what was that down to? Was that always going to be a bit of a difficulty for Tundra considering their lineup, even if they did, did indeed get this sort of lead in the early game? Just something about the way these sort of heroes clash that we're going to cause issues for Tundra then?
It's always going to be a case like with like Lion and stuff like that, where sometimes you can lack this type of initiation. Your Darkseer, he plays a little different from offlane. Spirit, they have clear ways to initiate and take fights, and they did get that like multiple times after that 20-minute mark, getting continuous kills with glimpse, etc. So yeah, I think initiation is always going to be a big thing to look at.
Oh, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Impressive stuff here from Spirit as they'll manage to take the first game of this series against Tundra.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fog. Yeah, this was a very fun game to watch. Pretty back and forth. We of course talked about how it all would start in the laning phase, because if Tundra was going to get a big head start there, then Spirit might not have a good chance of playing their game. But they were able to play their game. I'm joined by Jack, Resolution, and Brian. Sorry, Roman, I should call you Roman because you asked for that. So we are first name based here. And Brian, you said it exactly that. You believed in Team Spirit. You said, you know what, laning stage might be tough, but Team Spirit, they are able to fight. That's what happened.
Yeah, there's a reason why I knew they were going to pick Mars. That's not just a Mars. That's a collapse Mars. There are some pretty sick plays. I also want to say, like, hats off to their execution. I believe in the, while we were watching the game, Roman, yourself, you said that was just a skill issue.
Yeah, I don't think he ever missed a spell on the Mars. Like his spells were on point, and I think in that game, like I predicted the first 12 minutes going into Tundra's favor, and it was like that. But after that, they kind of like made a mistake of trying to get more of the map than they could have chewed, and they kept tipping to the bottom lane, and they kept dying there, and that's why like Spirit got this momentum going for them. And after that, they kind of snowballed out of the mid lane because they had better pick-off lineup for the mid lane fights, and. I don't know, it's just like Storm Spirit from Lara was on point as well. Like they had this combination with Pugna, Storm Spirit, they were on the resources all the time. They just kept making plays while Tundra had to, re-engage. And also Darkseer, like I didn't see that much of an impact from him as well, because they weren't playing with Ursa as much. And also item build from Skitter. It was, I think he needed Lincolns, and I think he needed Nullifier earlier on. We were talking about that, and he just bought the Basher instead.
Yeah, Brian was just like, sell the Basher, just sell the Basher. You ever think about it?
Well, you were like, why do you backpack as Basher?
Yeah, over the battlefield. So, Shiva, you mentioned not wanting a stop, so we didn't get that. Instead, I think we got what's probably going to be one of the weirdest games of the tournament. It felt like these teams played very much their identity. Like, it felt like for Tundra, it was like, play the lanes, play the map. That's what they're good at. That's at their peak. That's what they're so strong at. And for Spirit, it was it's like, play the fights, right? And like, that's what the game came down to. Even in spite of all those fights and all those sort of disastrous engagements that Tundra took with their lack of lockdown, they still managed to secure 4 Roshans in spite of that. That kept the game close. But every time there was like a big team fight that just had to happen one way or the other, it felt like Spirit got the execution that they needed.
Yeah, and also props to Boschka Disruptor. That guy was like legitimately on, but like his item, like he was very high net worth the whole game. He had the Axe pretty early on his hero, and also like he had 4 stuff and Eul's. Like he had such an impact this game. That was incredible.
We saw Roshan being taken by Tundra 4 times this game. I kind of feel like if you're running an Ursa lineup, of course, people are going to expect you to go for the Roshan. It's normal. But why wasn't Spirit able to really... Because that seems like something that they would want to contest, because they like to fight. Why weren't they ever able to do that? Was it just the Roche timings that they got unlucky with? Because it can't just be that for 4 times.
I have to believe it's something to do with like the lanes or the map, the way they felt comfortable controlling areas or not, because every fight that Team Spirit took, they would even proceed to take fights after they gave the Aegis up. So I think they had a lot more priority on information and who was going to get the jump on who. And maybe, like, I would have to watch it back, but it might just be that the map didn't look good for them to hold that area at that current moment. And that we saw it collapse. Ulch had nice timing on the road. So that might have been something that he's, like, feeling in the game where they're like, oh, we have to go deal with lanes.
Multiple times.
If Roche doesn't spawn in these 30 seconds, we're fine. And then it keeps happening, you know?
But I think it was a good job from Tundra, though, to keep the lanes into them, like with the Darkseer and Timbersaw all the time. So they had to react to these laning issues, right? And because of that, Tundra had such a good time, like just getting this Roshan, and also maybe it was a little bit of luck as well, because it was like their earliest Roshan spawns as well.
That's the play the map strength of this team, right? They deal with like lane pressure, like wave pressure as well as anybody, and they also find often in draft, whether obviously the previous Zoo drafts that 33 made his signature, they have ways of shoving lanes that don't require the heroes to actually be there or they have the mobility. So they of any team are going to keep track of, we need the lanes to be like this in case Roche comes out. So that's their strength.
There's something I still need to bring up as we see the scoreboard. So we talked a little bit about Lion when it came out in the draft, because it's a hero that was out of the meta for a very long time, slowly began getting buffed and buffed and buffed and buffed and buffed, until now being picked every once in a while. But always the weakness of Lion has been that he's so squishy, and he did die an awful lot, because it's a very, especially for a Storm Spirit, it's such an easy hero, Roman, to jump straight off.
Yeah, they had 2 of the best heroes against Lion. They had Mars on top of like with the Storm Spirit, and Lion had no play. Like basically the whole game he was just.
But it was picked into Storm Pugna. I feel like that was like setting up Saxa for fail almost.
I mean, he's generally good against Storm because you can be the first initiating on him, but they had Mars as well, so it was like way harder.
Yeah, if him +1 goes on the Storm, then you have the Mars threat. That's what I liked so much about the pick, was that Mars Arena is, we think of it as being countered by BKB, perhaps good against the cores in the early to mid game, but it actually just screws support heroes at like every stage of the game. They want to buy Glimmers, 4 stabs, stuff like that. They don't want to go BKB. Yeah, maybe Lion had a shard at the end of the game, but even then it's like, it just completely ruins the way they want to play the game. And I love the way Collapse on Mars started to prioritize even just arenaing snaking on Enchantress later on in the game. He was relying on Hurricane Pike for survivability, and he was also seeing how Yatoro was getting taken out of the fight by getting pelted by the Impetai.
Yeah.
So being able to arena her, even if she doesn't die, snaking won't be able to hit people.
So, Jack, you did say everybody played to their strengths. We have Tundra, of course, doing well in the lanes. Did they do well enough, according to you? Like, they came out ahead, right? They came out ahead. They had like a 4K lead, net worth lead, which doesn't sound like it's enough to be considered actually hard winning the lanes.
It was a pretty big lead. I mean, I don't think you can ask for much more than that coming out of the lanes. I think actually the offlane picks we're talking about, it almost feels like if that pick instead of the Darkseer had been the Mars before Spirit could get to it later, it would feel like it would just be a much different game. Again, we talked about the Darkseer's like seeming lack of impact. Like, they just lacked a little bit of catch early on. So you have the Timbersaw coming out of mid, you have the Darkseer. They weren't able to leverage their net worth by forcing good fights. You saw a lot of like just kind of wild goose chase running around, and that gave Spirit the time to set up and punish them for it. So I think they lacked that component to be able to put their foot on their opponent once they had that early lane advantage.
Yeah, I also want to mention that either lineup didn't have like very good push potential, and that's why like it came down to whoever like takes fights better. And Spirit definitely, like with their heroes, they could initiate better, like play the map a little bit better, but you know, they still dragged the game super long.
They really did. We're going to, of course, see what's going to happen in the next game of this series. It's a 2-game series. Can Tundra tie the series, or will Spirit walk away with the 2-0? We're finding out. Stay with us. We'll be back after a break.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet Home. Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru. Woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru di oven.
The world.
Welcome back to the Bali Major. We are getting ready for game number 2 between Team Tundra and Team Spirit. And game 1 was taken by Team Spirit. It was a little bit of a back and forth. Tundra definitely has some points to take away from it, but so does Team Spirit. As we saw that they did not have the laning stage they might have wanted. They obviously did come out ahead, so they can also use that experience to see what they can do in game number 2. But game number 2 should be coming our way any moment. I'm joined by Jack, Roman, and Brian. And going into game 2, Roman, what main changes would you like to see from the side of Tundra? Because were they according to you draft issues, or were they just more philosophy issues on how they approach the game?
I think it was more of a philosophy issue. I mean, I'd like to see them have more of a team fight, because against Team Spirit it's very important to not lack that team fight mechanic against them. And I think like they need to chill out a bit in a way that they want to play like, you know, they want to be greedy with the kills and they want to be super aggressive. But Team Spirit is not the team that, you know, gonna afford you to do that. They're gonna be ready, they're gonna be baiting, and they're gonna be, you know, fighting back. And this is what this team is trying to. Like, they are very good at fighting.
Well, what Team Spirit, you mentioned that Team Spirit's going to bait you. What they do really well is the counter rotation. Like every single time that Tundra took an advantageous fight top and then proceeded to lose the fight bottom, it was because while they were killing Yatoro underneath its tier 2, Pugna and Storm were smoking towards Mars, you know? And it's like, that's the type of play that I think Tundra is maybe not respecting them enough for, because sure, if they go on collapse and Pugna and Storm take an extra 10-15 seconds to connect, that might work. But in this case, Team Spirit's like already ready for that follow-up play, and I feel like if they just didn't give them that, I was thinking the same thing before you gave your, like, they need to chill out. I was like, if I'm Aoi right now, I'd say, hey guys, like, we were owning. Can we just like accept that we're owning and not try to like steal everything from them?
Yeah, exactly.
It just felt forced.
Seems like a luxury. Maybe they. I mean, you can. I feel like you can chill, but I feel like they couldn't chill either. Like Team Spirit didn't let them chill, Jack. They just went. You gotta be prepared for those fights.
I mean, they let them chill when it was Roche time, but
yeah,
other than that, not really. Yeah, I think you don't panic too much from this game. It's like, hey, you know, we got what we wanted out, like, for the most part. I think maybe a little bit more synergy between the offlane pick that's coming out and the mid, because again, if you want this Timbersaw, and you mentioned not having like a melee support that naturally pairs with the Darkseer, not really having like an apparent use for the Darkseer until the last pick, other than for the lane, I think that probably hurt them a lot in this game. So like you said, they weren't really taking the towers, they weren't really able to force the fights that they wanted and leverage their strength. So maybe if there's any adjustment in the draft, that's the point that you look at.
Yeah, wow. Darkseer is a very snowball hero, and he needs, you know, he needs partners to do that. And I really like this this morph ban. It's such a respect for Yatoro morphling.
I must say, well, Team Spirit banned out Enigma. We've seen Enigma picked up a couple times as an attempted counter to the Undying, and sometimes it kind of works. But I guess Tundra don't take the bait. They don't ban the Undying. They ban out the Enchantress instead, meaning Team Spirit will get it. We also have to keep in mind that Timbersaw and Medusa both in the pool. Compared to previous game, there's quite a bit left in there. And it is Pugna that Team Spirit is opening with. So Undying.
Everything you just said made no sense now, because you said it all based on Undying.
Yeah, because everybody always wants Undying. Why don't they pick it?
Because they want Storm 8
yeah,
big.
If they want Storm, it's still available.
Wouldn't you, if you're Tundra, wouldn't you go Undying Storm? Or is that not feasible?
It's not the same, right? It could be. It's absolutely something they're probably considering, but...
Like, can steal it.
The question is...
Is Nan really a big fan of a Storm like this?
No.
Is he kind of played at one Storm like this?
Could you ever just go, like, Undying Medusa?
Yeah,
like,
maybe just take Medusa here.
Yeah, I was going to say,
yeah, Undying
maybe
Medusa
make
is
them
a good
pick anti-mage.
good
Team
one.
Spirit would be a team to do it, though. But then they
Right
wouldn't
away?
get Storm. Techies...
Timber.
Wow, Undying making it through the first phase. Potentially.
Are there more combos with the Pugna, or do you really want the Storm here?
I think you really want the Storm, but maybe...
I think Storm is the best. There's a Lash Strike also, but it's not as powerful, I think.
Yeah, we saw it lose in lane to Timbersaw, so they might be concerned about that again. But even though it lost its lane, it's still owned.
Yeah, in the game. Yeah, that's why they're thinking the same way.
There it is.
I'm glad that from the Bali Major, like, I played with Bad Boom and they still, like, making the same, like, we had the same priorities back then, and people still, you know, keeping up with it.
The Pugna Storm priority?
Pugna Storm, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this gas station has been, it's been running for a while in, like, all regions, you know, and I think in the Chinese region, you saw it, I think it went down as the DPC season went on. It felt like other teams could, like, beat it. Like, I remember Astra was, like, running this combination all the time. But looks like Spirit still believes in it. They won game 1, so...
What about Keeper of the Light? Did they like play Storm Cuddle, or just Pugna is the only one that they go for?
I think Tundra picked it in their earlier series in the second game. I don't remember if it was with the Storm though.
Was Pugna banned, or was like, did they prioritize the Coddle higher?
I don't recall the whole draft.
The thing, I mean, come on, this is your job, Jen. I mean, I think why people like Pugna more is because they nerfed Blinding Light level 1 for Coddle, and then over the course of like 4 or 5 patches, Pugna was given like a free Ether Lens on his Nether Blast. They just kept giving it an extra 50, 100 range. And I used to be like, when you play Pugna, you have to stand in front of the guy to hit him with that blast. You had to be close enough for like a melee hero to almost hit you.
Yeah.
And now you're just sniping range creeps. Your attack range is about the same as your Nether Blast range, so you're suddenly winning all these trades in lane. Super cheap mana spell. So I think not only is this hero at the gas station we've been talking about, but he also secures most lanes. So kind of just does it all.
Yeah, and there's no Enchantress to punish this game like we saw last game, right? As Roman mentioned, just constantly pelting him with the impetus in lane, and then grabbing those creeps early on to grabbing the creeps early on to rotate, take the tower mid. So they won't even have that point of pressure this game.
Yeah, talking about the small details, remember that I mentioned that because Skida was strafing towards that Pugna, Snaking was able to get a good trades out of it. So it's really important for your lane partner to be able to help you in those small engagements where your support can outtrade the other support, and it makes such a big difference in the laning.
I just want to hit creeps. Are you saying I'm supposed to help my support?
A little bit, yeah, sometimes. Selfish.
No, that's something I'd say specifically in Europe. Like when I moved here, I noticed it a lot more in lanes. Is how often the carries are being hyper aggressive level 1 and 2. I not to flame an A or anything. That's just something I didn't see nearly as often, and it's something where it's a lot of times they're not even doing anything, but they're consistently posturing. Like they're just walking at the guy, and the enemy support has fear instilled in them, which allows your support to get those extra few hits, which is what you're saying, I believe. So.
That's the first thing Fogged taught me when we laned together. Assert dominance.
There you go.
Because the moment they know that you're the boss, they will walk away from you before you even start hitting. You don't even need to do anything.
It's the same thing with bears.
That's what Puppy told me. when I started playing, he's like, you need to assert dominance right away. You gotta throw the first spell right away as soon as you join the lane.
Walk in the lane.
No, but it's very smart. I mean, I've been using it on my own level as well, and it works because people are just gonna.
It's psychology.
Yeah, it is psychology. It's like, okay, they are the stronger lane than me, which might not always be the case. You just happen to have more mangoes or tangos on you.
Well, you might be questioning who's the strongest lane now because you thought it was you.
Yeah.
And now.
That moment of doubt is just. I love this conversation between former NA carry players turned NA off lane, or not NA, and we're off laners now. So is this carried over as an off lane plane as well? Do you also try to assert dominance now, or what?
I mean, of course, this is the most important thing on the lane if you want to win the lanes. Like you gotta show who's the boss right away.
That's why Undying is so good and now banned, because Undying is a hero that does instill fear in people because you're never gonna kill him.
There's no such thing as establishing dominance when the other guy's Undying.
Exactly.
Like, you can have it.
Yes,
I'm
exactly.
sorry.
You can't even take the fight. So Undying, just by being Undying, already asserted dominance. That's why you see it banned so much. Just like Enchantress, we're gonna find out which other heroes the teams are gonna draft instead of the ones they banned. Though we got a Tiny picked up. Are we thinking this Tiny is gonna attempt laning a Storm? Is that the plan, or what's the plan with this Tiny?
Could be a 4.
Could be a 4 actually, yes. And they might go for some Darkseer again.
Oh yeah, yeah. They could do that. The first thing I think of when I'm against Tiny is a carry that doesn't mind getting displaced. So I like that they banned the Faceless Void already. That's like the #1 go-to.
Yeah.
The idea being similar to like a punch hook. You get thrown out of position and you want to be able to reset your hero's positioning. So generally I don't like ranged heroes as carries against Tiny, so I'm wondering what Team Spirit elects to go for. They might want to see more information since they don't see where this Timbersaw is going just yet. Even though it's likely to be mid since it won last game against.
They might go for Betrider again.
Yeah, it was banned last game and still in the pool here.
Yeah.
4 ranged.
It's just very good against these heroes, against Timber as well.
I like that with that Tiny pick again. I feel like they've secured the sort of mid roam again, because if you go over there, you're dealing with this Tiny and like techies that can just toss you around, can pretty much kill anyone. And so especially before level 6, that Storm has to be careful. Again, that last game doesn't repeat itself.
I like this pick a bit more just because I think Bat would have been better as an individual hero, but as a lineup, I feel like they needed a guy to rotate to, and Bat Rider generally likes to push out the lanes and rotate to you. And I feel like they already had a bunch of those. Like, Rubik pushed out the lane, Storm pushed out the lane, and then rotates. So they needed a guy that's willing to just sit in an area and just, like allow his team to. It just makes everything simpler. It
Yeah.
simplifies the map, I think.
I think Terrorblade is a good pickup for Tundra here.
That is nice.
Just for the laning, you steal the aura from the Beastmaster. You have a really good win condition, and also it leaves the Timber open for the offlane as well. I don't know if 33 plays it, but still, it's good to leave it open, just because you can have a last pick that you can counter pick either the Storm or the carry here that Team Spirit is gonna choose.
Does 33 play Timbersaw?
How do you guys feel about like a Jug or something here as carry players? Would you
I don't love it against Beastmaster all that much, but I think the problem with Beast, I suffered against this hero for a really long time, by the way, is that all of his matchups that are bad on Dota Buff, on paper, are bad lane matchups. Like, what that's basically saying is this hero gets off to a good start, you lose, the hero gets shut down, not so much. So, you mentioned Terrorblade, it's really good in lane. Slark, it's like a similar idea where they're wanting to punish this Beastmaster. They don't really have a way to like peel you off of him right now. Like Rubik Lift is okay, but it's very long cooldown. It feels really bad to use just to throw him away from the Beastmaster. You have the Dispel from your Dark Pact. The Tiny, I think, is looking much better as a 4 now with the Slark pick, because you have a offlaner in the Timbersaw potentially that can be left alone level 3 or 4, and Slark is a very good kill safe lane, and often if Slark gets that advantage over Beastmaster with like 1 or 2 kills, the whole threat of what Beastmaster does, where he applies pressure on the lane, he makes like Tundra have to either evacuate that area or bring like 3 or 4 heroes, no longer exists anymore.
Yeah, you just kind of have to play on the stacks and just be passive and farm your slots on the Ancients.
It's still like you could still win doing that, it just doesn't feel nearly as strong.
Yeah, of course, because you give the enemy carry its free farm, and it doesn't feel weird to do that ever.
With the Bloodseeker Void bans also.
Oh, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah.
One interesting thing for some of these heroes that even like Timbersaw, but also Beastmaster, is the trees are like really annoying at a lot of parts of the map. So I feel like one of these Beastmaster benefits would just randomly like start cutting down trees, whatever. In addition to the vision that the hero already gives, it's just like hugely beneficial. It just makes it feel a lot better when you're chasing someone, when you're about to take an engagement.
Yeah. Less places to hide, which is especially in the current map, very good.
Which Slark loves to do.
I love the Darkseer ban as well. They have a really good lineup for the Darkseer this game. They have 3 melee heroes already. Good laning partner with Tiny, Slark enjoys being shelled and surged as well. Oh, and the Broodmother ban. I think they're gonna go for something like Visage on Tundra. You get that feeling.
The bat we talked about earlier is still in the pool, so could we see 33 maybe go for this game?
Yeah, it's not as powerful as it used to be with the Vanguard into Octarine build, but it's still like super nice.
Well, it's going to be Team Spirit first, selecting a hero for Yatoro. There's quite a few carries still in the pool. Naga Siren Juggernaut removed. Any that come to mind, Brian, for ones that you'd like to play?
Yeah, I'm thinking like matchups against Slark. You usually do like illusion heroes, like Naga PL, but Naga's already got banned out. They even elected to ban it when they see a Timbersaw on the enemy team, so that's kind of like how much Tundra respects how bad of a matchup that is. I wouldn't mind like a Yatoro PL right here. I really wouldn't mind it. They banned out Darkseer already.
Should be, yeah.
That sounds nice to have a PL in this game.
Gives you the win condition. You'd be a greedy lineup, but even if Beastmaster's playing a bit chill, I think your 2 supports plus mid have some playmaking potential. You are the win condition of this game 100% on PL. You're a carry that doesn't mind getting tossed. Like, it's very difficult to shove you out of position.
And the Terrorblade is off the table.
I don't like it against Slark very much.
Okay.
I think it's still nice. It just gives them very clear win condition of like pushing lineup with Beastmaster and Terrorblade, just get all the objectives.
Oh!
Wow. That's an interesting one.
I absolutely think that hero's garbage.
Oh. In this particular lineup, what would be their logic? Like, why is it garbage and why here?
What happens is, every time I pick Ricky, I think, this hero's sick. Like, I'm going to have a good lane, I'm going to buy an early Diffusal. And then what ended up happening, Jenkins could attest to this, is I lost my lane and bought a Midas. So last time I saw a Ricky carry, it was in the Berlin Major, and I said, man, whenever I play this hero, I lose my lane and buy a Midas. I kid you not. At 12 minutes, he was the lowest net worth core in the game. He had a Midas queued up. So that is exactly what we're going to see here.
But does he win with the Midas?
But he's no, of course not. This hero's a hunt and kill hero. Like everything buffed about him is level 6. Go kill people.
If it's a hunt and kill hero, like the only one you can hunt and kill in this game seems to be techies.
Yeah, I mean it's like you are really good against Slark because the cloud is really annoying for you. You can't pact it off. But what like I have a problem with is you don't see your laning opponent when you pick this Riki. Like you don't know. Like if you're like counter picking Mars or something, then that is a different story. But Underlord should absolutely free farm this lane, and then I'm telling you, Team Spirit, like they just shot themselves in the foot with his last pick. I absolutely hate it.
All right, so Brian thinks this is gonna be a tie. What do you think, Rizzo?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a tie as well. I mean, I would prefer to have 33 on Bounty Hunter this game because it absolutely crushes the Riki as well on the lane. But you know, Underlord is still very nice. You have a lot of auras, you have very tanky heroes, and Riki is not particularly good against most of them. I mean, I'd say he's good against Slark and Takis, but other than that, I don't know why he's picked here. So I'd prefer, you know, having PL or Turboblade here. But you know, we'll see. Maybe he has something up their sleeves.
I feel like there's a lot of heroes that could crush the Riki, and then that's another reason to pick an illusion hero there, because I feel like it might limit the offlane pool a little bit. But this Riki is just like, here, take whatever you want.
Yeah.
So it could be kind of rough. Well, Brian, question is, you think there's going to be a Midas this
There's going to be a Midas, 100%. Don't you guys worry.
I respect that you played it and you saw it being played, but were any of those played by Yatoro?
The Riki? No, it was not. So he's got.
If anyone can make it work, wouldn't
this
it be
guy one TI
with the most carries played over a TI ever?
I don't think any of those were Riki, but I'm down.
They're like 13 heroes.
It was like 19 or 20.
Yeah, you don't think any of them were Riki?
We'll have to fact check between the games.
Actually, maybe not, because Riki at that point wasn't really played as a carry.
Yeah.
Final thoughts on the Underlord, by the way, because of course that was the last pick coming out from Tundra. Do we like this one?
I love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
It fills the last gap in their lineup. I guess there's a little bit of lockdown. You can go get those auras, take those objectives early. I think it cinches their lineup pretty well. And you have the root for the Riki as well.
Yeah, and I feel like they also maybe plugged some holes from the lack of team fight they had in game number 1. Now they can actually go toe-to-toe in the fights. We're going to find out how many of those fights there are and who takes game number 2 as we head over to OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 2, Tundra versus Team Spirit. Fogged, what do you make of some of the final picks where we have from the panel? Riki coming in for Yatoro. They don't seem very hopeful about it. Would you sort of agree this is one of those last picks that you're like, surely there was something else?
Yeah, versus Slark, I'm trying to think about it. Versus Slark, it's one of like the better carry hero matchups in a vacuum. That's not the way Dota is, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to be impressed. I like the other 4 heroes. I think that's going to be the thing I'm mostly going to be looking at for Spirit to do to make space and timings to get Yatoro his defusal. If he's able to get that defusal, I mean, maybe. Just being able to, like, snipe some of these... Snipe this Slark and just be really annoying with Cloud, but I don't know. This is a weird one.
Oh, it's going to be exciting to see. Exciting to see if you can make it work.
I mean, the other 4 heroes are fantastic. That's the one thing. Like, they have Beastmaster, they have Storm with the Pugna, they have a Rubik, which is pretty comfortable, and they have a Rubik, and they picked Underlord into the Rubik. So I'm going to be looking at Mira to get, like, Firestorm steals, how much he's going to be able to do, because Firestorm is amazing this game, right? Versus Timber, versus pretty much everything. It's going to be great. So I'm going to be focusing on that instead of just harping on the Riki the entire time, but then we're going to have to go look back and see how he does do and how he's going to recover versus the tanky heroes that will come out from Timber and
I mean, how should his lane be in terms of the setup? Like, is he going to have a decent lane?
It's versus double melee, and he's got a Pugna, so in theory, he definitely gets some farm. I just haven't seen this hero really play too much in this type of position. I just think if it was Underlord and a ranged hero, I would be a little more concerned, but the fact that he's a tiny, I actually think Yatoro might just be able to farm. He's got great base damage, he's going to be able to get charges and stuff, and he's just got Pugna. I think Pugna is the one that can just make the difference down here, just with all the harass and trade. But that being said, I think 33 is just going to free farm too, but we'll see how it all goes down.
Yeah, and talking about the tiny as well, what do you think sort of was the reason why Tundra wanted to bring this back in for Saxa this game?
That's a really good question. Maybe it's something versus the Pugna that they were seeing, because you have multiple different disables and your Avalanche can cover an area where the Pugna's kind of like going for this type of stuff. Not sure. It's that, or they're looking for like early pressure with movements or flexing heroes. Because we did see the Timber, the Tiny, we saw the Storm, so there's potential for them to move the Timber off lane, the Tiny mid, etc. But I think just yeah, mostly just like going to be trying to stop Mid-Pushka with multiple different disables from getting any drains and heals. Let's see how mid goes, right? Because 9 last game, he did kind of own the matchup. He had like what 11 denies or something pre-level 6, so he was able to get that timing and take the tower. But then Laurel owned the overall game state, so we'll have to see what ends up happening this time. If Laurel has a better matchup overall, better actual lane, pop off again.
Trying to go for him here, Saxon 33, and they're going to have him. First blood to go to 33 down in the bottom lane.
That was... he played so far up, he just got Blood Grenade. I guess because they didn't have the stun on the Tiny, he went for this. Just gets Blood Grenade. You're very fragile on Pugna if you play that far up. Punished. Ricky's still farming, though.
Yes, yeah, it's all right. 7 and 2 down there, 33, 8 for 0. They're both getting similar amounts of farm from that bottom lane. Top lane, I mean, how's things going to be going for Skeeter here with the backup of snaking? Is he going to be okay, or is he going to be feeling some pressure from Collapse and Mirror?
And there's going to be a decent amount of spam that's coming up, but I'm just looking at the regen and stuff like that, and Snake's got more than prep, so I think Skeeter should be able to sustain through this.
Snaking.
Snaking could be in trouble, though. 9
for this one.
10 stick.
The lift up, but then he's snaking. It's going to be perfectly fine. Skeeter's been able to build up a fair bit of essence shift there with the right clicks. Collapse will manage to get the deny on the ball.
At least they got the board. It's a deny, but it's dead. So it's like, you know, he doesn't have that for the lane to be able to put pressure onto Skeeter. So Skeeter's definitely happy. And the lane setups, they have the... I always want to talk about this versus like the techies and Rubik thing, because you want to lane this Rubik versus techies always, because you have this lift, of course, to stop the blast off in laning phase and for later on. 33, he got the first blood, right? So yeah, that hurts, to be honest, because now it's like you're not pushing him at all. No chance. You probably weren't able to anyway, but...
Saxa.
They might be able to get Saxa, though.
Looks like he's going to be okay, unless Shatura can find a way to jump in upon him. 33, sort of standing there as this wall, punching back at both Shatura and the Poshka as they try and push forward towards the Tiny.
Now that 33's got some levels, this is where the Ricky is... The last hitting, at least, is going to be a little bit more difficult because that base damage coming in from atrophy and everything too. Reduced damage on Ricky. Underlord has a good 15 or more damage on top of him.
Yeah, hard to CS and hard to get aggressive on towards the Underlord.
But he's getting the farm. You know, gotta be honest. Yotaro, it doesn't. You know, PSG, you're listening. I don't think we're gonna get a Midas this time from him. Let's see if what he's going to do with his defusal timing. That should still be pretty decent.
Yeah, because I imagine the game plan is when you run the Ricky carry, that as soon as you have that defusal right, you're full on hunt mode, right? You're looking for kills.
Oh yeah, you're hunting. You're going to like the Slark. You're setting up for him. Saxa, Mid-Pushka might just be able to chase him out with the move speed. So low.
He's going to look for the deny, and he'll find it. Not quite enough damage there from that blast on its own. Saxa able to deny to neutrals.
He's able to distance himself. Waterrune though, getting claimed and taken away. 9.
Well, try with a bit of setup. Give him from the Poshka to back up. Not enough damage to burst through the Timber at this stage. They'll get him low.
Good harass though. He's gonna have to get a refill, which he will get from that death from earlier. But Laurel having an infinitely better time. 31-1. There's actually only one deny this time around on 9. So.
Top lane Skeeter. He's got the 1 charges. Okay, perhaps we're still on cooldown, but 1 to the availability for him.
They're out of regen up there, though. He has Raindrop to at least tank through some of these spells, but they are very low. Now Skeeter has to be a bit careful. But he's finding pretty much the same farm as the Ricky.
Super close start, really.
Yep.
Outside of just that first blood falling into hands at 33, it's looking very, very even everywhere on the map.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see what the Ricky's going to be able to get if he does get a game, and what he's going to be able to do. Because, as we said, you know, on paper versus this Slark and versus Timber, it can be a bit annoying. It's just, is it actually going to end up working out?
I mean, if Shatura does get that good diffusal blade timing, starts to get the lead, is this a game where a Ricky can become rather out of control, or will Tundra always have measures to be able to trap and blow the Ricky up?
They'll have a good amount of measures, but he can snipe and always be very pesky for the Slark. So he could just make Skeeter have just a horrible game if he just plays on top of the smokescreen and stuff like that, and they get the pickups themselves. And they have a lot of vision. That's the one thing I do want to mention. Even though Tundra, they have this night vision that's going to be beneficial from Slark. Looking at Spirits, the way they can move around the map, it's like Ricky's going to be scouting. They're going to have Hawk and stuff like that, and they'll have Storm to jump and catch. So they do have good ways to get on some of these heroes and get information. Power Rune, what's it going to be?
Vortex here to control him, and indeed Lyle will be able to grab that into the bottle. It's the illusion rune. 9 turns the chakra, and they've got the combo of Saxa, but not enough to take down Lyle.
Big deal though. 9 again, not going to be getting that fill up. He's constantly getting pressured. Gonna get the P ward.
Really good opening. We saw Making. Coming in for the gank on towards Mirror. And indeed with the 2 supports ready to help out. 9 will manage to take Mirror down.
Good kill.
Mosquito left on his own, not having the funnest of times against Collapse. Collapse very easily able to bully the Slark away from the wave. Nice micro here with the balls, just consistently staying on top of Skeeter.
Both of these safe laners are not in the happiest position, I would say. They're not miserable, but they're not really super happy with kind of the situation that they're put in. They're not really, I mean, Bricky in particular is not a hero that farms. He doesn't just farm, he wants to farm off kills. So we'll have to see how much he's able to get. Yeah, both just getting slowed down from these pressure that's coming up from the offlaners.
Collapse got a nice wave coming in from up top as well.
Yeah.
So farming very nicely on that top lane.
I mean, important is his timings. He's gonna have this game. We actually do have natural push that comes in from the lineups. Unlike last game, where it was just like about dictating who wins the fights. Got him.
Some of a bit of action onto Yatoro, but he's a tough target to kill when the Posh goes around. Sure, they have that initial burst, but the Crepifier's there and no further right clicks come through. Yatoro's out.
He's all good. I think he fed him. Did he feed him a healing lotus? I think I heard there too. Maybe a decrep lotus or something like that. Push. 33, 6. He's not commencing it. You see his skill build. A little unorthodox, of course, from the Underlord. It's a 1-1-3 build, more focused on lasting in lanes, but wants the pit, and they're making a move top.
Let's see if they can catch him. Skeeter starting to begin the attempt. They put the pit. The mine thrown down onto Collapse as well, but backup's coming in. Mirror. As well as Poshka ready to turn things. Lyle, he's in with the zip. He's closing the gap on a Skeeter. They get the drag back. They take Skeeter down, and Lyle, he's still got mana to play for more. Zips in, takes out Snake King.
Oh,
33. I mean, he's lucky to get out in the last few seconds of that portal being set down, but losing the 2 of them there. I mean, Tundra already in so there's 8 minutes. That first move starting to run into some of the same issues that they were having in that game 1. They look for the plays, they look for the fights. Team Spirit, they're just ready for it.
And Beastmaster's going to be able to force towers a lot easier than something like the Underlord. Yeah, has his timing here for the Hum already. And we saw there, Mira, I think that lift was literally instant, right? The blast off was not even like, he didn't even lift up. He got the lift onto him almost immediately there. They get the full counter engage there. Spirit, I mean, both games, the macro play was fantastic.
I mean, it sort of just as the team that's going up against this, it's just got to be really tough, right? The fact that you're having this struggle in game 1, and now in game 2, it's a close start, but that first coordinated move you make, Spirit showing that they're not skipping a beat. Once again, coming into this game 2 after that very, very impressive game 1 performance.
And Yatoro, he's gonna have I mean, he might die here actually first, but he should have a pretty good timing overall on his defusal.
Still alive. He's able to jump over to the creep.
No way.
He's going to be off the mark. Yatoro, he'll walk away alive.
Oh my goodness. Actually able to sneak himself. I thought he was dead for sure there. Chakram off the mark at the end, and now they're gonna lose Zoxa for it.
Era. Didn't get caught either. So Nine's not able to find him. Indeed, Saxa left behind on the high ground. Yeah, just continued movements that Tundra are attempting to go for. And Spirit just coming up, coming out of them on top every time.
Not killing Yatoro, he's having just a little bit better game than that Slark. The Beastmaster's having a good game. Storm's having that good game too. A recovery for Skitter might be a bit slow here this game. He's gonna have to, of course, play versus that matchup of the Ricky once he starts getting Cloud and hunting him. Spirit, so far, pretty good for these first 10 minutes. And I think for the most part, from what I've seen Spirit, they tend to go like 1-1 a lot. Mira, he's gonna get chased down here.
Tried to stick around the power rune to mess with Nine being able to grab it, but wasn't able to stop him. Nine's able to bottle up the double damage, chases down Mirror, gets the kill, and also able to take away a bit of a stat.
And Yatoro is also just, honestly, he's able to get a ton of farm bottom. The push is happening, but he gets every last hit on the tower. So that's almost a defusal done.
Radiant's middle tower.
And what's sort of the kill combo that the Spirit have? Like, who's Yatoro teaming up with? Is he just joining sort of like a full five-man plays from Spirit, or is he going around with just +1?
They can set up with +1s all over the place. Like either Beastmaster Storm or even the Rubik. He provides a lot of damage when he has defusal. Laurel.
On the mana. Saxa's having a setup with the combo. Lyle, he's still got just enough to play forward aggressively to look for Saxa. Saxa's able to hide in the trees. Saxa still alive. Lyle will die. Finally, Saxa falls to the blast of Miposhka. So 2 for 1. Nine trying to see if he can pick up more here for the favor of Tundra. He's going to go for Miposhka, but indeed Miposhka heal it up.
Oh, and he says thank you for the full mana.
Yeah, Nine's out of there. He does not want to stay anywhere close towards this Pugna any longer.
The dream really for Pugna in that situation. Level 7 now, Miposhka. He gets 2 of the kills. The dream also just getting filled up like that. It's like sometimes you have to go back just to get mana, but if you're able to be full HP, get that drain off, you can just pump up your teammates. So Yatoro, it's a bit low bottom, straight back up to full. Can continue his lane down here versus Yatoro, or versus 33 apologies.
Smoking up here, 9. As they look towards the mid lane, it's not
the easiest.
Not really easy, yeah, already. Kind of the focus being towards the bottom.
Kind of how Snaking has to play here, sneaking with smokes to get situations.
Poshka is healing up. This time, not quite fast enough. They've got the damage to take him down through the sustain. Yatoro is going to attempt the chase. They'll set down the pull to get the 2 of them out of there. Saxa, oh, he's not going to make it. Yatoro
mid lane
takes him out with that last attack. 9, he's going to be covered by Snaking with the jump forward, but it's not enough to keep him safe. Both him and Snaking taken out. 3 dead on Tundra. As again, Spirit.
They're going for more.
They certainly are. Yatoro, he's been able to swing across from the bottom lane. Lal in with the setup. This time round, no way for 33 to escape as Spirit take down a 4th.
And Diffusal's done already, and besides just versus the Slark, look at how much effect it can have versus something like Underlord. Sure, he's got mana boots, but the little bit of mana burn, it's annoying. Yatoro getting himself involved, and now they get a tower push here too with this Beastmaster. Big kills for Team Spirit.
As really looking good again here from them in this game too. Spirit playing very nicely today.
That was a crazy whole thing that happened in the mid lane too. They put so much emphasis to killing 9, and it ends up actually working. Even though I think Snaking got like a 2 or 3 man blast off, they end up still persisting forward and getting these kills.
Yeah. And you feel what if the Spirit can keep this sort of lead up right now, that by the time Skitty gets his items so that he's prepared to turn up to the fight with, they'll have ways to deal with the Slark. Like this Slark is unlikely to be that scary. I mean, it's a lot of catching up to do. You see Skeeter at the moment sitting at the bottom of the core net worth.
And it's a lot of burst damage he's going to have to deal with too. And they will have, in a lot of situations, they'll have vision. If they just get the cloud on top of him, they get any disable, he's 100% dead if they get that type of grab. So yeah, it could be difficult for Skeeter to recover.
Sure. And Jay, she said, well, just the AoE damage as well, right? Even if he does get the Shadow Dance off, they can still finish him off through it. And top lane, see how low that just the 2 of them bring Skeeter down. He's going to have to pop the Shadow Dance to try and go from here. Nearly dies to the Stolen Timber Chain there. As Skeeter, he's got to back off from this and heal up.
Barely able to survive versus all this.
That was just with another heroes. And he's in beyond the tower. Yatoro using the gap to Saxa.
Support coming in.
It's going to be back up. Yatoro won't be able to quite kill Saxa off. Saxa able to turn, tickles him with the avalanche. Back up coming in as they look towards Yatoro. They'll catch him in the pounds. And this time, Yatoro getting a little too aggressive. With the strength that he felt that he had with that Diffusal, diving beyond the tier 2. Tundra, they very easily respond to that one, and they'll claim the life of the Riki.
And it's nice that they have Fiend's Gate too, so they don't have to, it's a commitment with a lot of heroes, but he's immediately back toward bottom, so can continue that move. And yeah, Yatoro gets punished. But this is a playstyle you have to do as Riki. You cannot farm on this hero. You need to go for these type of fights and just going for these kind of crazy kills. If they don't get it on Skitter, it's going to hurt Yatoro. Skitter able to get some recovery.
A well-needed move there from Tundra.
Yep.
Cannot allow Spirit to get away with those sort of plays.
Wisdom Rune, Mira isn't able to get it, and he gets deleted.
Another kill for 9. Closing in on getting his Kaya Sanj completed, so we'll still have decent damage to throw out.
Yeah. They're still super strong. The Reeves are almost finished on 33 also too, so these auras will start coming into play versus the Riki. A lot of damage mitigation. Oh, that's a lot of bounties. 4 bounties now going toward the way of Spirit. Quite a bit of a gold shift there. Yatoro.
And they're back on the hunt for Skeeter.
Not the one there, Skeeter.
More trying with the setup. Shadow Dance is there. Skeeter back into the tier 2. They've still got mana to chase him though. He's going to need TPs here, Skeeter. And he will get them. Saxa, he's in. And has the Avalanche to hold the 3 of them back. They could turn for him instead though. In fact, with the Roar, they'll certainly find a very easy kill. Over in the mid, Yatoro tries to Snaking. Did not have enough damage to finish him off. Snaking still alive. Will survive as 9 comes in to back him up and force Yatoro out of the mid.
Super close. Almost actually ends up finishing off the techies. I guess that's a kind of a cool thing is the tricks of the trade versus techies. You can actually focus him without getting.
He's actually going to be able to go back in.
9.
Because 9, he's stuck around. He's very low on mana. The drag back's there from Lyle with the Vortex. Maposhka and Yatoro chasing down. He's got enough mana for a very long Timber Chain up to the high ground. Skeeter also able to pounce up there. I mean, that a fantastic chain there from 9.
Yeah.
Anywhere else, and he gets caught out, taken down, but able to just reach up and pull himself up to the high ground and pretty much max distance.
Collapse though during this time. Full tier 2 gets dropped down quickly. Did I miss it? Did they not use glyph? I didn't get to see. I think they I think I missed it, but I don't know if they used it either way. It dies. Big move from Collapse, taking that pressure. Sure, they don't get the best situation in mid, but yeah, gold. 2K lead now, and Spirit all comfortably playing around each other. Firestorm has been taken. Right, the best spell that he can steal.
I mean, something else to just throw at the Slark, throw at Skeeter if Skeeter tries to get involved.
Oh, they're just gonna go Roche. I mean, Firestorm, it doesn't do as much as the ridiculous era of Firestorm just killing Roche by itself, but this is more than enough to be able to enable, and Ricky kills Roche quick.
Yeah, they had enough for last game, you know, this Tundra getting 4 Roche Shans back to back. Spirit, they want to have a look at the Roche Shan a bit, and at this point of the game, if they hear Tundra have, they know the chances that Tundra would look to try and contest this is pretty low. It should be a pretty safe Roche for Spirit here. As Aegis goes into the hands of Lyle.
That's big. I mean, Laurel having it. They even do see bottom set up right now, so perhaps they're going to look for a play themselves on Spirit. They're going to be able to find the Hawk. It gets scouted, so Tundra, they know this is coming from south. They have a blink now on themselves, who Tundra Saksa. He's not near the fight bottom, but now he's TPing. Okay.
He's had some good moves so far with the Avalanche, keeping his team safe.
He doesn't have it on him, though. The blink's coming on Courier. Laurel's hunting.
Lyle, he's going to go straight towards Saxa. In fact, Saxa's having a turn at the Avalanche. Skeeter jumps in. He gets burst incredibly low. He's got to be careful. In fact, he might just... goodness, nearly dies. Manages to get up to the high ground. He'll get away, but 33 and Snaking, they're gone. And Spirit, they're not going to stop this chase. They're going to go on beyond the tier 1 tower. Saxa jumps in with the Blink Dagger reveal, gets the jump on him at Poshka, but it isn't enough burst to immediately kill him off. 9 will manage to swing by with the Timber Chain to take Miposhka down. Yatoro gets back in, helps them take down Saxa.
Gets away.
You can catch Yatoro, he's already got the smoke screen out. Lyle, he jumps back in aggressively over towards the 9. 9, he goes back in for him, but that's going to go back into his death 9. As 9 tries to turn to threaten at least the Storm Spirit, but he does not get away with it. He's gone. Snake King's gone as Mira gets the cleanup. They take another tier 1 tower. I mean, Skeeter, he's still looking for Lyle here.
Skeeter?
I mean, he's going to try.
Skeeter?
He's in with the jump, but Yatoro reveals himself. He gets the kill, but it costs him his life. A big cleanup for Mira, who takes a triple.
Oh,
I don't know if that was worth going back in for.
I don't think they knew that Firestorm wasn't theirs. Mira rained it down on top of them.
So much damage.
He did the most by far in the fight.
Skeeter nearly died at the start of it.
Yep.
You know, trying to fight through his Shadow Dance. He was taking so much damage through the ultimate just because of how much AoE was just getting pounded down upon him from Spirit.
I mean, Mira with, godly. He had the Firestorm from the previous fight, stole Remote Mine, set a couple up, got some spell up, and then he steals Shock, or Whirling Death at the end and gets the cleanup as well.
I mean, look at this from Yatoro as well. He's just immediately up to this top half of the map.
Oh, yeah.
He knows that somebody's going to be up here. Saxa hiding in the trees.
They're running away a bit now.
Should be deep enough to stay safe, is Saxa. See if he reveals himself, though. They're very close to one another. And Yatoro won't quite find him. Or maybe it will.
Maybe he will.
Actually, he will.
He actually showed.
He sticks around Yatoro. He catches him out. He goes straight for the TP. Ooh. And he will make it out. Goodness, that was as close as he gets there. Saxa will live.
Saxa does live, but I mean, a huge hit Spirit. They're looking for the fight again. Everything's back up at the ready. They've gotten so much momentum after that last team fight. And again, look what spell Mira has. He stole it right before the fight starts. He's got Firestorm at the ready.
It's so much,
it destroys.
It's just a nightmare for Slark, yeah.
Slark, even Timber, all 3 cores really don't want to play versus this. Well,
pretty deep for this one. For 9, and we'll find him, get the opening. That's just quite a bit of mana for this one, but Miposhka turns up. Miposhka, he'll actually get burst from 9. 9 able to quickly turn the chakra, but the roar's there. Onto 9, they jump forward, but indeed the heals come through. 9's able to survive. They've taken Miposhka, can they get more? Lyle, out of mana, so he'll have to reset for now. Tundra focused towards Mira, they'll chase down the Rubik. This time they'll kill him off. Yatoro's going to look to try and finish off 9. 9 healing up and down to the low ground with the Timber Chain. He's away, turns, lands the chakra, gets the slow off onto Yatoro, sets up a Saxon, come over the Avalanche. 9, he gets back in with the chain, takes the kill, and walks out alive.
Huge. Distances himself toward his team. The pull doesn't come out instantly. I believe Firestorm doesn't connect perfectly either. Tundra. This time striking back.
Yeah, I mean, some good moves from 9.
Great
and
things 33 to the Greaves. I think that actually saves
it did.
was right there.
Coming in just at the time that was necessary to enable that fight to fall back in favor of Tundra. I mean, Spirit, they may still have the lead this time round. This game too, Tundra showing that they've got a much better chance of responding to these team fights and having these cores, have the Timber Saw such that, if the right spells don't fall into place coming out from kind of Mira with the steals that they're able to get, these heroes are still very tough to kill, especially this Timber with the farm that Nine's got.
Yeah, and if Snake, I mean, I think Snake also too, like taser stuff that's gonna have to always be something they have to think about too, is if you don't kill him like immediately, it's gonna disarm, you don't have this continuous damage, so. Tundra. Looks like Tormentor might be the next choice for them. And let's see what the difference of Greaves versus like a Helm of Helm of the Overlord is going to be. We do have like different types of auras, of course, on both sides here. Oh, that is not the one they wanted. That is unfortunate. Probably the most useless shard.
I guess when you're playing the old support Tiny, not a very exciting one for Zax to have.
And the thing is, too, it's like if the techies gets it, I actually think Snakings is amazing in this game. It's so good just to be able to throw Taser onto these people. Could make the difference in a lot of these type of situations versus the Ricky and Storm. Arcane Rune is not going to be able to steal it. He will. Does pop the BKB, though.
I was very scared there. I just didn't want to get kind of roared into a full magic combo from Lyle.
Top. Stay on the hunt.
Some nice little picks here on whoever shows on their own.
And Collapse actually switches it up a tiny bit. He had the boots to bearing. Now, instead of doing that, he's going to go for pipes. So trying to match a little bit of defensive aura that's coming out from Tundra in these 5v5s. 33, he has the Greaves and the pipe now, so a lot more mitigation that's going to be coming into the fights.
Yeah, they're very much ready to take
sure
fights. Ag's done on Skeeter now, so Tundra, they feel strong.
Yep, Snake has good levels too. Snake's actually level 12, so level 2 mines are online.
Sax are ready with the initiation. Upon anyone he knows the Collapse is here. Jump in under the tower, gets the toss back. Collapse will be able to put the raw. So he can separate himself from them. Skeeter closes the gap here with the axe pounce as Collapse. He's still alive, finally falls. Now the question is if Spirit really want to stick around with this fight. I think they've got to bail. Yatoro splits away from them.
He's pounced.
Maybe they get the connection. It's going to be long enough for them to lock him down. Not quite.
He's out of mana.
As indeed Skeeter's got another pounce up, using the Shadow Dance, get a boost of movement speed to closing upon him. He's down to the low ground, but there's nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Lyle's gone.
What a godly initiation. They just got they got a glimpse of him for like a quick second over there, and they just get that insane toss play from Saxa.
Yeah.
Super worth it. 2 cores dead.
Now Saxa knows that if he can just kind of get that gap closed between his teammates and the target, get that Beastmaster thrown right into the center of them all. It's a high chance that will set up the team fight for success, and indeed it does. Tundra closing the gap, starting to take the lead, and they'll take the tier 1 top.
And we definitely see how important, even though, highlighting so much about how much Miro was able to do with his stolen spells, we see that Collapse is absolutely the most important hero on the map. Last game, he did some incredible stuff on his Mars. This game, he's really big on his Beastmaster, and he's the thing that kind of brings that whole team spirit lineup together. Without him, you could see that they're just like, wait, we don't really have damage, we don't have ways to control heroes or anything too, so it's kind of just panic from there.
I'll check it again here. Saxa immediately ready to get in. And TP reactions were very, very quick from Spirit, which did give them a bit of a chance to fight back. Of course, nothing could be done to save Collapse.
Heroes are getting tankier and tankier. 9 Octarine now finished, besides having this pipe and Greaves that we mentioned on the Underlord. Damage definitely going to be a bit of an issue here on Spirit, unless they can get the situation where he has Firestorm and they have it just like raining multiple different waves on top of them. Tundra, they are very much so on the hunt. Toro.
With these sort of lines. Sax is in. He's going to get the grab onto Mira. Mira will manage to get forced away towards the tower, but 9 and Skeeter close in upon him under the tower, take him down. They're ready to go for more here. Spirit, they've got to back away from this tier 2. He's going to get caught in the pit. He tries to enter here from the high ground. Lyle attempting to jump Saxa. Skeeter's committing him with Shadow Dance. Yutoro is waiting behind him, ready for the ult to finish. Jumps forward, caught by the pounce. They're focusing the slot. The Dark Pack's there in time. He's away from the Roar. Skeeter, he'll live. He's able to start healing up out of vision of Team Spirit. Yutoro, he has to back away. They are a little low on mana, Tundra, but still tough to get the kills. They'll go for the squishy one, though. Snaking.
Good punish.
Left behind. See if they can turn this into anything more. Spirit, Yutoro and Collapse. They're ready to chase down Lal. He's refueled. He's ready to close the gap in. Onto 9. Drags him back with a Vortex. 9 pops the BKB. He's looking to try and timber chain his way out of there. He's up the high ground. Lal continues to chase, trying to take him out through this BKB. But 9, he'll be back to the tier 2, and he'll survive.
Oh, man, they want the big kill. They could have probably settled just getting one of these supports, but they wanted to get one of these cores. They're still chasing. 33.
They might still find something. 33. He's tanky. Able to turn with the pit, hold back the summons.
It's not the one they want to go for.
And it's a bit difficult again under this tier 2, especially when they know that Sax is ready with the jump toss combo on anybody who attempts to dive. Spirit, they'll hold back from chasing for more.
Some big damage issues absolutely coming into play there for Spirit, though.
They do know that Roshan's going to be back up. So
okay.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for them to go for it, though, because Tundra, they're all back up. They're smoked up. Tundra, they are well and ready to take any fight that they find. So they're going to be storming straight up towards this top half and look to catch Spirit out.
They're not cooldown reliant at all, so Tundra can just immediately react. They can go toward there. They know this play is happening. Spirit, they're not starting the Roche, though. They're looking to set up
Thinking
for the
about
fight.
it.
This looks like a tough fight for them, though. 33 just waltzing in. Tundra.
Stay. They're going to get this jump onto the techies. Roar's there as well. They take a snaking out, and he does not have buyback, so no chance for him to rejoin the fight. Astral Skeeter comes out over towards Lal, but Lal's able to get up to the high ground. Yutoro, he's just going to get burst from 9. 9 pretty much catches him in the full combo. That's Yutoro out for 50. He's not here for the fight. Meposhka.
Hey, they just walk into them.
I mean, he's trying to hide in the pit, but 9, he's got eyes on him. Glimmer Cape's there. No detection on the front line, so Meposhka will be able to juke him.
They're thinking about re-going in here on Spirit, but everyone's still healthy on Tundra.
Yeah, both teams down a hero, but Spirit down the bigger one without their Ricky, without their carry.
Well, he's going to try.
Well, they've got it. They've got the catch onto 9. Trying to burst through this Timber Circle. BKB on cooldown for 9. They're bringing him low. Lal with another jump for Skeeter. He's in with a pounce. Straight on top of Lal. Lal's gone. And Spirit, they're now down 2 cores. There's no fight for them to have here anymore. Skeeter, he's ready to continue the cleanup.
They're resetting too. They're going to go heal up and bring more. Here comes Snaking.
He's back in with his second life. Connection onto Meposhka. Spirit, they've just got to bail out of this one. Meposhka trying to do his best to survive as long as he can. Another round of the Glimmer Cave. It's only going to mean they're able to turn their attention towards Mirror, get the Rubik. Actually able to save himself on the Pug now. He's out with a TP. And of course, overall, that fight massively falling into the favor of Tundra. Saxa, he just sticks around on his own a bit longer than he needed to. Collapse and Yutoro will actually find him on the way back round.
Okay.
Might make things a bit complex for going for the Roshan themselves, Tundra. So Roshan will prevail, will still stand on the map, and both teams will get the chance to get back up as full 5-man and see if they can contest that Roshan pit once more.
I mean, this fight's going to continue. Tundra, they're smoking
straight
again.
back up there.
They don't have any cooldown reliance, as we said. Yutoro has to be very careful with his positioning here.
Both teams down a member. No Rubik for Spirit, no Tiny for Tundra.
I mean, Mira is trying to do as much work as possible. God's work, really, with all this Firestorm steals and whatnot. But Yutoro, he kind of tickles heroes at this point versus this Greaves plus just the aura that's coming up from the Underlord. It's definitely proven to be problematic. The other 2 heroes are doing pretty good. The other 2 cores on Spirit, but Yutoro is definitely running into some issues now.
Has to be careful as well. If he jumps in and gets caught by any sort of disable close to 9, 9 just blows him up at a full combo.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can see the ease of the fights too. Like Tundra, for Team Spirit, it feels like it's like literally like 5D chess. Like they have to make everything work, like pick off heroes, take like these crazy spell casts. For Tundra, 33 can just waltz into the fight. 9 can just waltz into the fight, give all this free information as fight bottom.
In the opening here. Built to the 2 of them. Skeeter looks towards Collapse. Collapse able to get away. They turn over towards Meposhka instead. See if they can chase him out. Lars go over the back lines. He's closed in onto Snaking. Snaking will die. Both teams to lose a support. The push forward continues over Skeeter as he's starting to build up those essence shift stacks. It's going to be another one as they take Mirror out. Yutoro, he's trying to run, but he's caught in the shack from another pounce throw for Skeeter. They've trapped the Ricky. 3 dead on Spirit. As Tundra is starting to grow this lead, get a little bit out of control as Spirit definitely beginning to have some of the struggles that I believe the panel sort of expected. Trying to fight with this Ricky carry, it doesn't seem to be having nearly the same amount of impact as Skeeter is able to have on the other side here, surviving throughout it all. 9, of course, once again, cleaning up they just don't seem to have the answers for this Timbersaw. 9 he's not if he's been there already, but getting into this unkillable territory.
All 3 cores feel unkillable. Even Skeeter, who it took him some time to perhaps
30,
recover, but
37 stacks from that last fight. Skeeter just able to build it up throughout it all.
He actually does stuff.
Who do you go on if you're Spirit?
The 2 supports, which we saw, they cleared them out,
get
but
the
then
supports.
that's it. They actually cannot focus fire anyone else at that point afterwards. The Slark just get the Slark. The thing is with these fights, with the Slark, he gets stronger and stronger the longer and longer these fights go.
Yeah.
For Spirit, their steam, they just run out of steam really quickly. Beastmaster Roar is done, Storm runs out of mana, and Ricky just doesn't have the damage to persist through all this. And now Aegis is claimed, the Cheese is claimed, and I see Yotaro, yeah, he's pinging the Underlord, and he's probably feeling the frustration of the aura, the pit, like everything in combination.
Yeah.
That he is just providing for his team.
I mean, as you say, it really does feel that Spirit's game plan at the moment is kind of kill the supports, and then what?
Yep.
That is definitely the struggle they're running into this game at this point. 22-23, but they're down 6k gold. Tundra getting that Roshan secured. Aegis on Skeeter. I don't think Tundra will be scared to take any sort of fight that gets presented to them when there's a full 5.
No, definitely not. They just way too, 3 cores way too tanky, too many auras, too many things having to be committed from Spirit just to take out the supports. Yeah, long fights. Timber's unkillable, and Slark just ends up literally getting way too many stats stolen that he becomes a huge menace to everybody. For Spirit, Future kind of thinks to bring them back in this game. It's going to be difficult, in particular for Yotaro. I mean, the Aghanims plus the Storm, I guess that's going to be their next big timing. You jump inside the Storm, he tries to just clean up heroes, and you just keep playing like that. So you're not actually playing in the fight, you're playing inside someone, but let's see if that does work. Saksa, he will get picked off. Laurel uses a lot of mana.
Still a BKB TP though, and at this point, there's no answer for that one.
Okay, nice pick. Getting themselves, some time to finish up this here for Yotaro. He's 400 away from the Ags. Let's see if that'll be a difference maker, because he doesn't have to play it in the fight then. He's inside of someone, so he's not actually able to get focused too much.
It's just still a question if it's going to allow him to get enough damage out.
Sure. I mean, I'm grasping at straws a little bit,
It's
but
hard.
Let's see.
It's very hard.
That is the next timing for them in particular that they would be able to fight. And then after that, I guess maybe an Ags on Laurel if he feels like he can go for that, but I mean, I'm seeing him queuing up Shivas, and I don't blame him because of how tanky that these heroes are and how much sustain they do have built in. You do need some type of reduction.
Yeah, they've got to sort of slow down that ramp up of power that Skeeter gets in the fights.
Not easy by any means. Down 9. He'll get this shard. Yeah, 9 has just been a total nuisance. 12 and 2. Just the damage is just not there to bring down these cores. And woo, 4-man Fiend's Gate.
They really want this dragon gone. They want this dragon gone. And 9 will be the one to end up that. 54.
They get the Tormentor too, so you know what?
Yeah, that's true. Map objectives. Best to stop Spirit from being able to get any in their favor.
I believe that is. Do they have all of them now? Yep, they've got all 5 shards now. Getting bigger and bigger.
Spirit, what do they do? I mean, as you say, Yotaro's got the Ags, but it really does feel like he needs that damage item on top of it.
He did hit 20, so he does have the backstab multiplier, so a little bit more, but yeah, definitely needs another one, definitely needs that crit at least.
See if
they
he can, should be able to take Saxtra outright, especially with Lala coming in. Not a chance for Saxtra on his own. Lane. And they're trying to hold back 9. Of course, they just have to run. There's no chance of fighting this Timbersaw.
Literally just holding him back. But getting these pickoffs, small gains, that's how Spirit kind of has to play this one to come back in. Laurel, as we see, Shiva's and Ags queued, so just waiting to look for their opportunities. Of course, probably waiting at least for the Aegis and Cheese to go down before they look to take a straight on 5v5. And then Poshka playing pretty deep. Snay, he finds it.
Sora was hanging around the Wisdom Rune, didn't end up checking it out though. Could have maybe grabbed that for himself. But, TP's back, was a little scared that Tundra could have been heading his way. As Tundra may be ready to try and see what they can do in the form of attempting a high ground push around this Aegis Cheese.
Well, show which one he's going to go for first. It is going to be the Shivas, okay. So he's going to go for that heal negation. I don't blame him, it's good. It's very good this game.
Yeah, just something else that might catch Skeeter off guard, you know, when he falls low and wants to rely on that big boost of heal to keep him alive from the Shadow Dance.
For sure.
He's in.
Oh my god,
he's going in deep.
He's gone.
All right, he decided he didn't want that Aegis anymore.
A stolen chakram.
As the Aegis is gone.
Tundra on retreat.
I'm going to force out the fortification.
That was I mean, he killed himself. He harpooned himself in there. And
Yeah,
it just
he was going pretty
exploded.
deep for that one.
Whoops. Forced him back to base.
They'll back off and look to deal with the creep waves on the other lanes.
Spirit's going to look to catch them on the retreat here.
It's the time to chase. You know that the team's falling back. There's a chance that they're split up to deal with the multiple waves pushing
They see
in.
Skitter in mid. Dark Pact on cooldown.
Can they blow him up? They're
This
in.
is the target.
They get the opening, and they've got him.
Oh,
A big catch there from Spirit. Tundra not quite in position to protect Skeeter. 75 seconds, no slug. This is a great opening for a team that was behind. Get some damage done.
That is so. I can't believe he showed himself in mid after that too, and used the Dark Pact. Like he just set himself up to get caught from this blink lift. Maybe he didn't know that they were going to go for this type of play, but the rest of his team were on full retreat. He showed himself.
I mean, can they try and push out? Obviously, the buyback's not there, but at least Team Spirit may try and push it out if it's potentially there. I mean, it's 50 seconds, no slug. 2 minutes still to a potential Roche.
I mean, this timing though, it's going to buy Yatoro time to catch back up in gold.
He'll get his Daedalus run.
He might be able to finish it. Yeah.
Okay, still needs about 1,000 gold, but yeah, it's
he'll finish it. The Slark's gonna respawn. He'll have Daedalus, and they can maybe go for another move. That will definitely give them the damage to probably burst these heroes down.
Yeah. I mean, we did see there, at least for the Slark, if Steeler's not able to press his spells, they still kill it.
Yep, and they're getting a lot of pickoffs here. The Hawk Vision is doing wonders for them. Skate
coming in, but Saxa, he's already gone.
He is dead.
Nothing to be done here with the Fiend's Gate. Nobody's going to be coming through that one.
Oh, Laurel does pop a BKB after the fight is done. Does end up wasting that one.
I mean, Maposhka and Mirror, they've got their eyes on Snakey. Won't manage to take him down. Won't go chasing any further.
Spirit.
A good bit of a punch back, sort of a moment where Tundra caught out on a couple of heroes. Skeeter in the mid, Saxa in the bottom lane. Gives Tundra a bit of a shaker.
Maposhka. Laurel does not have that BKB, so has to be careful.
And a very early BKB there from Skeeter. Pops it at full HP. Was concerned, I guess, after the last engagement where he got blown up so quickly in the mid lane. But he just pops it straight away. They will catch Maposhka, put a stop to his TP out. Maybe 9 can set up for more of a chase. If they put their eyes on Mirror.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The creep wave has been cut though, so nothing to push with. All waves pushing in onto Tundra's half of the map, so despite getting the 2 kills onto the supports, won't manage to find an opportunity to look for any high ground objectives during this bit of downtime for the supports of Spirit.
Yatoro is getting pretty scary again now.
Daedalus is on his way, right?
And it's also, we have the neutral items that are going to be coming out soon. Like, his neutral item right now is pretty horrendous, I would say, on Ricky. The Elven Tunic doesn't really provide you too much, so let's see which big one he gets. Let's see what tier 4.
What's the dream one? Penta?
Nice. Spell Prism's pretty nice, too.
Okay, going for the cooldowns.
Yeah, then you just play inside the Storm Spirit a lot of times. You're playing around, just jumping in and out of the fights constantly.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, your cooldowns are going to be really nice to play around.
I mean, this item compared to an Elven Tunic on Ricky is just, there's no comparison, really. In this type of game, especially with the items that he has. Game's still definitely looking at... I mean, Tundra in a little bit more of a comfortable position, but Spirit definitely showing ways that they're bringing this game back together for themselves.
I mean, the main thing really is that Skeeter he can't get caught out on his own.
He
can't go alone. If he goes alone and gets killed off, then this game really will open back up into Spirit's favor.
I like that they passed him over a gem, because he has to be wary of this cloud and everything like that. Even if he has BKB, it's just any type of instance.
It's a scary game to play solo as a slot.
Okay, looks like, I mean, not really an aura, but a pseudo-aura, I like to call it. The Martyr's Plate. I think this is an item that is actually pretty busted. It's just very hard to realize what it does inside a team fight, so I'm going to try to keep track of it.
How much damage are you able to redirect?
You redirect 20% for 8 seconds. It's a lot.
Yeah. Definitely save some of your team.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching how much he can actually absorb.
See who gets the jump with the smoke.
Firestorm is stolen before the fight. That's it.
He's going to try. Start things off here with Saxa. Saxa's in with the avalanche on collapse. Fiend's Gate coming in as 33.
Big roar.
Try and catch him in the side, but indeed they focus 33 straight away. 33's getting low. Lar pops the BKB that's still trying to finish 33 off, but he's going to get healed up by the Death Shroud. The safety's there for him to back off. Nobody even fall as of yet.
Snaking.
He's still rather low. Lyle also out of mana. Sax is in with the combo. He's able to throw Lyle back over towards 33. Lyle tries one more Vortex to drag by 33, but 33's back up to full HP. Lyle, he's out of mana. Will manage to dodge the first bounce from Skeeter, but with no further way to get out. Lyle falls.
Things are getting a little awkward right now. Spirit don't know where to go. The two supports are caught.
Poshka hiding in the pit. He'll manage to slide out of there, but the pit's back up for 33. They'll catch him. A little bit of a life drain. Not enough to save him.
Snaking. He's baiting Yatoro a little bit.
We'll be able to dodge the avalanche. He's popped here for 9. He wants to continue the chase over towards the Ricky. Yatoro trying to jump back over to the safety of Collapse. It's 9. Attempts to stay on top of him, but Collapse has got the roar back up. Down onto 9. Double buyback.
Doubles.
From Spirit.
They want to go for this fight here.
They don't want to allow Yatoro to die. They know that if they can enable the Ricky in this fight, Yatoro can kill.
No techies for 70 too. Like snaking bought back and pretty much insta-died. Roar on cooldown for 20 seconds.
See what Tundra want to do here. 4 versus 5.
Full Hex on 33 also was just picked up.
And if they can cause these buybacks from Spirit to not find anything in Spirit's favor, then I'd be rather happy. Doesn't mean they'll get rushed.
Yeah, they're going to probably force the rush, and Tundra's going to have to react to that. They're smoked and looking for a positioning here.
It's a risky fight, but a big fight. If they can stop Spirit from getting Roshan after using these buybacks, specifically that one on Lal, this would be a big win for Tundra.
9%.
Starts things off with the jump on a Collapse, starts to bully back the two of them. Skeeter's in as well on a Collapse. Collapse able to get back in the pit, turns with the Roar onto 9. Skeeter jumping across, won't find a connection this time with the pounce. Yatoro is attempting to go for Saxa on the back lines. Yatoro sneaking up to the high ground. Lyle pops the BKB, continues to stay focused in on towards the trying to get the pullback with the Vortex on the Saxa, but it's not enough damage to kill Saxa. Saxa, he's going to be fine. Up to the high ground he goes. They get the Hex on towards Yatoro. Avalanche from Saxa as he's back in. The Mantis pop with the pounce is there. They trap the Ricky. Yatoro stuck in the pit. Finally able to blink strike. Back to safety with the tree from Saxa. Chases him down. 9 closes in. The Vortex there to hold him back with the burst damage. Takes Yatoro out. He'll buy back immediately.
Oh my god.
9's getting low, but the BKB's up. From 33 holds Lyle and Mirror up on the high ground. Stolen Timid Chain here from Mirror as he tried to get back close to 9. 9 still low, but he's out with the blink. Saxa jumps back in. He'll die, but he gets the combo set up to take down Mapochka.
They're resetting. Fiend's Gate's up.
Smoke screen. Missing on the Skeeter. He's caught by the Vortex, Lyle. He's bursting low, but the Hex is back up. They managed to Hex Yatoro. Stops some of the physical damage output from this Ricky. Yatoro trying to sneak away with the Roars. Back up for Collapse. They've taken Yatoro down. No, they take a Skeeter down. Yatoro, he's still alive, but they're losing their teammates. He's just down to Yatoro and Collapse. As Yatoro, he's attempting the cleanup, but again gets caught by the Hex. Naked turns around with the jump. Sax has got the combo. 4 dead, 5 dead on Spirit. As Tundra, they'll take the fight. Buybacks used across the board there. They're not even going to bother for Roshan. They're going to go by the looks of it straight for the push, maybe. Are they going to grab the creep raise? They'll take Roche. I mean, this is a huge window. Everybody dead.
Everybody dead.
No buybacks. They'll take the luxury of the Roshan, but you can imagine after this pickup, they're going to be going straight down these lanes. Still tier 2s available in 2 of the lanes, so it'll only be the bottom one that's available.
This fight looked again like the past fights that Spirit was having with Tundra. These 3 tanky heroes, they're just waltzing around. I think Skitter had, what, 50-something essence shift stacks at how long this fight. It was like a 2-minute long fight, and he's hitting people, and the 3 cores are able to just
I think we saw sort of 3 roars from Collapse at least through how long that sort of back and forth went, and yeah, just there being able to take down Skeeter. Immediate buyback. Skeeter knows, at this point they're just running out of steam. Spirit, they've only got so many more lives that they could throw into the action, and now they're ready to end it. Or at least try to. No buybacks here, with as much as Spirit invested in that fight around the Roshan pit.
9 has been an absolute beast.
That's another kill. Straight up towards the fountain. Mapochka's gone. 10 seconds, they'll have the Rubik back in play, but that'll be it. There's going to be no one else to help hold back this push from Tundra. As GG is called, Tundra will take this game too.
All right. I mean, for the most part, Tundra absolutely pretty much all this game leading. But Spirit definitely showing some prowess in it. I don't want to blame the Ricky too much. It definitely had some issues in the game, but I think it did better than most of us had anticipated.
It wasn't bad. And Yatoro, he had this struggle sort of in the mid game where he's kind of stuck at like the lowest in net worth, but he was climbing his way back in.
He did good.
We saw at the end of that fight around the Roche pit, still a heavy amounts of damage done by the Ricky. So I think it definitely did better than it was kind of given credit. At the start of this game. It just was, overall, of course, wasn't good enough. Tundra with the outplays.
Yeah, Tundra with the outplays, and I think 9 and 33, they did like some pretty heavy lifting this game. 9 in particular, 20 and 2, but 33 with some very standard kind of stuff. The way they utilized the Fiend's Gate constantly. Even in that in the middle of that fight, he literally was like, putting it down, guys go back to base, come back into the fight, reset. So a lot of really cool plays from him besides those auras that let them get that kind of lead, even though Spirit, of course, fighting back a little bit. I think Tundra, yeah, those are two big things that I want to highlight.
Yeah, I mean, a very fun series. You know, game one, very much impressed by Spirit's performance, and then this game two, Tundra, they step it up, and that they pull out some of that top-level play that we know they're capable of as well. So a very fun back and forth here between the two teams, which will settle as a 1-1 here between Spirit and Tundra.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fogged. A 1-1 between Tundra and Spirit. I think Tundra was definitely showing that they learned a lot from that first game of this two-game series. Team Spirit, little lackluster there. I do have to instantly go, Brian, to you because you were very, you were very vocal about your opinions and your thoughts on the Riki carry. Having seen it in action, it did not completely get stopped.
Yeah, so when you're in the draft, you're talking to your offlaner about like what they want to pick, right?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do if the guy says, "I'm feeling Pudge this game"? You know, when your offlaner says that, this might be a real story from Jenkins. I mean, I'm sorry, not Jenkins. This is arbitrary. You know, just
arbitrary situation.
Yeah.
Sometimes
exactly.
you gotta trust, bro. Sometimes you gotta trust.
That's the kind of pick where you say, "Okay, great. Anybody else know what we should pick for the off?" That is what Ricky is when your carry player says to pick him Ricky. You go, "What do you want, Ricky?" Okay, anybody else have any good ideas? Because the hero just, like, the whole point is he was a 9th pick, so he's going to get lane countered, right? So we're not expecting him to have a good lane. Like I already said, I don't like Ricky's lane, but it is what it is. But then it's your job to be like the seal, the glue that like brings your entire strategy together, like a TB or a PL that's going to end the game, be the win condition. And he's just a Ricky.
Yeah, it wasn't a really good finish. And even though they had really good momentum in this game, they had a really good fight on the bottom lane, and I thought they could actually snowball this game, like out of control. But you know, Tundra managed to get some really good fights, and they smokes went on point too. Like the moment when they caught Beastmaster in the triangle was also like a very big point when they turned the fight. I don't know, they just like they had such a good team fights, and Ricky at the end, like he can't farm as fast as the other carries, so they kind of like had all the networks in the Beastmaster, which was like building auras and like, you know, just passive items, and they couldn't translate it into, you know, in the big win.
Yeah.
After all.
You're saying that Tundra had good fights. Jack, 9 had good fights.
Yes, well, there were some questionable ones. It was a pretty similar theme from last game, right? They did okay in the lanes, and then there were just a series of bad skirmishes that kind of brought Spirit back into it. And then 9 eventually just scaled into this complete monster. And talking about the Ricky, it really felt awkward for the reason also is like, it felt like his timings were almost the opposite of what his team needed this game. Like, it felt like he fell off when they needed more damage, and like he didn't really provide that sort of late game answer that he might have been picked to be to the Slark. So it just felt very strange. But this, I feel like this might have been one of the best series of the tournament, even though it's early on. Like a lot of back and forth games, like too many things to even just talk about like a single fight. Just wild fights breaking out over the course of several minutes, a lot of back and forths, and some really high skill execution as well in some of these team fights. So this, again, we might have just watched the best series of the tournament, I feel like.
Well, it definitely was the best series of this stream that you guys are watching right now. As we had some pretty rapid ones all across the board, but there's of course 4 streams going on at the same time. We're squad streaming, so make sure to check all of them out. Although this is where you want to be. Turning into a tie, though, I mean, Tundra, I want to give credit to them also for just adjusting after their second game. I feel like after the first game, game number 1, we talked about how they lacked the ability to go toe-to-toe in these fights, and especially this last fight. This was supposed to be, Brian, where Tundra was the least favorite in these clutch fights, but because of the way they played and their coordination, they outfought the strength that we said Team Spirit has, their team fight.
Yeah, they baited them a lot with these resets from the Underlord Fiend's Gate. Slark's one of the best reset heroes in the entire game because of his ultimate giving him all of his health back. Like, we're seeing how much damage Skeeter effectively tanked throughout the course of this fight. And yeah, maybe he ends up going down at the end, but at what cost, right? He has buyback as well. Spirit's already invested like 3 or 4 buybacks to get to this point in the fight. And I think the Underlord Fiend's Gate, we've already mentioned it a few times, that was like the game changer for me, because the problem when you're playing Slark is you're usually the only hero that can do that. Like, you're maybe ready to go again, but your team needs to reset. But in this case, by the time that he was ready to go again, his team is now ready to capitalize on the fact that he just tanked like 6,000 damage.
Especially in this area, like where they took a fight, there's no like immediate towers to TP into, you know, after buyback, and the Fin Gate gives them ability to join the fight right away. But instead they would be like TPing on tier 3 and walking all the way down there, and it's like it would be super slow. I also wanna like say that how well like both teams executed the fights and how like they would both jump in the supports right away, and like, you know, so supporters trying to escape. Like, I don't know, I love seeing the fights from these teams. Like, it's very well executed.
Yeah, and it's very back and forth, which makes it a lot more fun to watch, because indeed,
Yes.
both of the teams try to go, they try to walk the line of the balance of how far they can go, and it's giving some very entertaining fights. We see here the scoreboard 31-38 in the end, of the kill score 30 kills, the amount of kills that 9 has been involved in. I do think that if we're going to give an MVP for this particular game, it would be him. But if we can't, Jack, if we can't give it to the Timbersaw.
I mean, I think it's got to be 33. I think you see the obvious impact. He died twice this game. There were a couple fights, that last one where they tried to kill him and he got off the cheese. If Pugna is the gas station, this guy is like the mid-air refueling jet. You know, just like just take the whole team back and come back and we're all full. Obviously, the damage mitigation. Someone mentioned, one of the casters mentioned that they were just pinging him in the fights, like out of frustration, on the side of Spirit. So he was just like so important to sustaining these fights and just making them last long enough so that Stark could get his stacks up. So I'd give it to him, I think. Although, I mean, he got that just juicy last pick and he delivered.
100%. Sometimes you gotta give the props to the guy who's just, you know, just being there, you know,
Yep.
the Underlord. And that's a very like flashy hero that you can give a highlight or like MVP to right away, but he was there. He was not making mistakes. He was helping his teammates out. I would say that's him, other than, of course, 9, who had a blast game.
Yeah, he had a fantastic game. I think Tundra can be happy with their performance. A 1-1 doesn't really put them on top of the list, but they also keep Spirit down with that. That means both Spirit and Tundra have a 1-1 at the end of their first day of group stages here at the Bali Major. Because Group A, for now, we're going to leave it until tomorrow. We're going to move forward to Group B. We're going to take a bit of a break, but we'll be back with more Dota 2 here from the Bali Major soon. Like a 15-minute break?
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai BizNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia.
Hello, welcome back. You're watching the Bali Major, and we are about to start our final series of day one of the group stages. We're going to watch PSG.LGD taking on Bleed Esports. I'm joined by Jack, Roman, and Brian. How natural is it introducing everybody with their first name? It only took me a couple tries. We're good.
You're getting better. People won't even know who we are without our nickname.
No, KBBQ. Yeah, actually, you guys are terrible. Why don't you just say,
Yeah.
But Jack is KBBQ, Resolution, Roman, and BSJ, Brian. Okay, so PSG.LGD versus Bleed. This is a series that, on paper, Jack, is looking pretty one-sided.
On paper and from what we've seen so far in this tournament, yeah,
Bleed's gonna crush it.
But that's what we thought for the LGD Now series, right? And it ended up being a split, so that's why they play the games. That's the saying, how the saying goes.
Yeah, nouns became a pronouns in that second game, dude.
There you go. There you go. Welcome to the big time. This is also for Bleed. This is also a major debut. Obviously, some of these players are not new to the stage. We're talking about Ice Ice Eyes, Dubu, DJ, sort of the old Fnatic squad, I guess, coached by Misery. But some of their newer players. Well, Jackie actually also, I think he was like the first player from his country to make a top 8 ATF from Laos or something. But Corden is pretty new to the stage. Relatively new player to begin with. I feel like going back and looking at his record, it seems he hasn't played the high-level professional matches since the end of last year. So he's pretty new. It's an interesting team because they kind of put him in this sort of Laurel Abed on the old EGSR position, if you will, where they have a set quick early hero pull for him and they kind of just sacrifice him. But I think that's what happens if you play with Ice 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 as the offlaner. That's just inevitable.
Yeah, we do see here, of course, Quest did earlier beat Bleed 2-0, so Bleed should be 0-2 there on the rankings. And the reason why we are saying this might be a bit of a one-sided series is because when Quest faced Bleed, their total amount of series time, the actual play time, so excluding draft and stuff, was probably just over half an hour. The second game was 14 minutes, our shortest game so far, 14-minute GG, which is, that's pretty rough. That's actually the wrong game. I'm thinking of the wrong game, guys. I was thinking about the Kiyotaka Tinker that was beaten in 14 minutes. That's the shortest game. But it was still not a very close series.
Yeah, but
19 minutes.
But it might be just because Quest Esports is just too good. And
Could
it's going to be happening to every other team
could be.
where Amar plays in the game.
This is Amar
It's not
patch,
about Bleed.
Doom, Timbersaw.
Yeah.
Time to shine.
It could be, although we do see Timbersaw banned a lot of the games. We'll find out, though, this game. Let's focus our attention on PSG.LGD first. This is a team that is, well, they've obviously played a lot of majors. They played in every major, but this is the first major that they play with New, who they have added right before their third tour that they played, and they did very well. They came first in their tour. Roman, they have played very well to the point where people are starting to, I don't know how this keeps coming up, because it's every time PSG.LGD, obviously with Y in the team, they kept being referred to as having flares of wings.
The favorite, yeah, of course. I was talking to Zayats a little while, back in a while, and he was saying that Neo actually gave them a fresh breath in this team because he's playing so good, and they actually started being a new team completely, and he made a lot of plays in that team as well. He's playing very solid, and I also watching his replays. He's quite nice, I would say. Yeah, he's a very good addition to this team.
Yeah. He's the milk to their cereal.
That's very fitting. Do you know? Or
Yes.
Was
yes.
this? Yeah.
Yes.
He was.
New in Chinese is a cow. So he's we have all these metaphors for the gas station. He is the milk to their cereal. That's how I start to think it out, because cereal itself, it's okay, right? There's some decent flavors out there, but once you put the milk in, it completes the entire feel of cereal as the crunch becomes just a little bit less. And that's what I see when I see this team. Is I love watching them play. I think their drafts are by far the most diverse and interesting. And we're talking about LGD here. On the side of Bleed, though, what I saw earlier in the one series of Corden, this guy gets a lot of hate. I feel bad for this guy, to be honest. After seeing the chat, seeing the panel, seeing the games, I feel like he's getting picked on a lot. I want to see this guy shine. I'm rooting for him. But he had early performances where he solo killed Noob on Sapphire when he was playing Storm, and he just didn't turn it into anything. And that kind of made me sad. You're supposed to take that early momentum on a mid. We were talking about how important that is.
I mean, it also depends on how well your support duo are playing, right? Because if you're there alone by yourself and nobody's helping you,
But he was
Okay.
rotating to side lanes. Like, he would rotate to a level 4 Ice on Timbersaw, and then the result was Ice getting killed by a Chronosphere.
Yeah, I think it's probably because he's not very confident in his own playing, so he's kind of like following his teammates' advices in the game, and that's why like it does make player like look bad in the game when he's not like following his own instincts and he's following what like other people are calling him to do.
Well, Jack, you were earlier talking about peaking at the right time. Of course, Bleed has had this squad only for a fairly short amount of time, with DJ and Ice coming into Tour 2, and then that's when the team wasn't really clicking just yet. But they did come on top of Tour number 3. They've definitely have started to peak. How important is it for their first major as this squad to go well?
Obviously big. Like, you want to make TI. I feel like for this tour, at least, I feel like they kind of got away with, like, they had to play only a small pool of heroes from their 2 cores, and they were able to get away with that. I mean, maybe at the major that's going to be more of an issue and just harder to get away with against these top teams. And for LGD, if you think that if New helps this hero, then I would say that Xiaoid and Y are the spoon and the bowl with the heroes. I mean, I think this team always seems to be a contender. Like, they've been almost inarguably the flagship Chinese team for years and years. They always manage to get the best players. They have the best leadership. I think Y is probably the closest thing that among active players that the Chinese scene has to like a puppy. Like, this guy has a large hero pool. He's a very capable leader. And then when you have Xiaoid as well, like, probably one of the greatest, if not the greatest coach in the game. Just sort of pulling the strings, keeping people together, always drafting very well. Like, remember, our players always talk about drafting against LGD. This guy always seems to know. He doesn't waste bans. He knows what you want. And then he also gives them that versatility where they are able to put together any sort of draft that they feel they need that doesn't have that many weaknesses. It's just solid, fundamentally executed. It's a scary team, and you can see why with those components together, they're always a contender, it seems.
Yeah, I feel like Wings gets brought up a lot when we talk about PSG.LGD in general, but I think, it's been 7 years since the finals, Roman. I mean, I'm sure you remember it very vividly, being the one that lost in the finals against them. But was the finals? Yeah, right? Yeah.
Yes,
it
I
was
in the finals.
So if people are talking about the Wings flair, how would you describe it as a player that has experienced it firsthand?
I mean, it's just a team that it's really hard to prepare for because they have so much in their pockets that you don't really know what's gonna happen. Jack was like there during that time, right? So you can explain it from the inside.
I mean, you played against the Pudge Naga techies, the whatever. They just had all kinds of strats. They had this sort of mad scientist and Ice that would just be like, let's try this, let's try that. And the way Y described their drafting at the time was like they were a very counter-picky team. So they would look at what you had and try to find stuff to beat it. And so it's harder to prepare often for a team like that, but it's also harder to execute because they have to be very fundamentally sound on all of their heroes.
And they have to be able to play on many other heroes, right?
Yeah.
So in order to execute the counter pick and strategy.
Yeah, it takes a high degree of like confidence and skill to be able to execute that. Because if it looks bad and you lose, you start really doubting yourself and your ideas instead of this super flexibility. And I think obviously some of that DNA has carried over to this LGD team as well.
Also, the way they were counter picking also wasn't like as straight as some of the, for example, CIS teams would draft, because CIS teams they would counter pick heroes directly on the lanes, But for them, it wasn't only about laning. It was like about some small things in the game that would counter the hero completely. They would pick Naga into Faceless Void and put it on support just, to have like that song against Chronosphere, and that's it,
If anything similar to this team, I think laning was one of their weaknesses. The other Chinese teams at the time would try to tri-lane them to exploit that. And I think you saw that with LGD at Berlin. They really struggled with their laning. They got super far behind. They felt like they had to pick like big scaling team fight to even have a chance. LGD has identified that as a weakness, and they've consciously improved that over the course of this last TPC. That's why I think you're seeing Dream League in this critical time of the year, they're starting to perform a little bit better.
Yeah, let's talk about the draft, because we do have a Doom Batrider opening on the side of Bleed Esports. PSG.LGD will be on the Dire side and have managed to get themselves a Morphling together with the techies out there. And that, Brian, is looking pretty scary.
Yeah, I think what we saw during Dream League was Doom losing a lot to Morphling because the laning stage, Doom just wants to chill for like the first couple levels, and that's when Morphling is at his weakest, is level 1 and 2. So Morphling as a core becomes incredibly difficult to boot out of the safe lane. Even as a Doom, he'll usually have like treads into the Cornucopia, early Lincoln Sphere, and if Doom can't really control the area, because not only does Morph make it difficult to boot him out, but he's also an amazing like +1 to a gank. It's very easy to gank for a Morphling. He supplies you with a lot of damage in the early game. It's just, I'm not as confident as Doom as a hero when you see Morphling in the pool, and it's not like this hero's a surprise. This is something we've been seeing all the time.
Yeah, and to add Tech is on top of that lane, which has like huge damage output, huge range. It's gonna be a very tough lane for Doom, I think, and it's gonna get spammed a lot. Just huge magic damage with adaptive strikes and just mines all the time.
Yeah, I think if you're Zhao Aiden in this draft, you're thinking, just don't get cute, right? They left it in the pool, let's do it. We don't need to do anything crazy. They're probably thinking, this Shadow Demon actually just to completely change gears. It won a last pick game, a couple last pick games, I feel like, early in this tournament already. This hero could be one to look out for, I think, in this tournament. He has a lot of tools. He's got the break, he's got the save, he's got heal. He's just got so many tools at this point that you value on supports already, and he also counters a bunch of heroes so you don't really want to play into it.
Can Shadow Demon Shard ult himself?
I think it's it has to be an ally or enemy, right?
Like the Shard makes it so you have the consistent
purge
on your teammate.
Yeah.
But can you use it on yourself?
I don't think so.
Because what I'm wondering is that might play a huge role into why they're willing to pick a saving support into Silencer. Generally, you don't pick.
You mean to purge it yourself? Before?
Yeah, like you know how Oracles will purge themselves.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if that's how it works. I actually don't know. I'll have to ask
I think we saw that in either Dream League or was it the last major? I changed my. I think you can.
Okay.
You can?
Yeah, because if that's the case, that's pretty huge. If that's something I think it lasts for like 5 seconds, so you can definitely have a good sense of when the team fight's going to break out. And if he manages to pull that off one time where you just disrupt the guy that gets lassoed or doomed through global, that could just spell GG for that team fight. And we all know LGD's prowess in team fight execution.
It's pretty interesting Spirit Breaker pick.
A core Spirit Breaker, probably?
Yeah. It looks like it's 3.
I love it because all their 2 supports, most likely the Bat, most likely a support, 2 supports in offlane have no stuns. So, like, they have Lasso, but it feels really bad to cast on Spirit Breaker because he almost always will have Bulldoze going. Yeah, you can, like, Flame Break the charge, but I remember liking a similar Spirit Breaker pick. I believe it was from Collapse during Dream League, was that it was just a game where it felt easy for him to walk around. Just walk around the map. He was a nice +1 for things, and we're talking about the dynamic of Morphling versus Doom. As an offlaner, Spirit Breaker loves that. Like, he would love to either just go through the Twin Gate or even just charge from his lane. He's an easy +1 that can just go right back to where he was originally.
Yeah, that's also what I was talking about. New has such a pretty cool hero pool that he could play Broodmother, he could play a Visage, he could play, Beastmaster, Mars right now, he could play Spirit Breaker. Like, you don't know what's gonna happen, when you play against this guy. Like, he has a very large hero pool.
That's kind of the importance of leadership to some extent as well, because I think he looked like a very different player back when Vici Gaming, and then all of a sudden he's in this team. It feels like his playstyle has expanded from being this sort of farming, scaling core. It feels like, again, he has much more versatility. It feels like he plays well with the team.
Yeah.
It just looks totally different, like with his teammates' composition.
Or maybe he feels like he can rely on his carry player this time, so he can be Mars.
Shots!
I don't know. But they have pretty good chemistry in this team for sure.
Whenever I see their picks, what I love about LGD is they've really challenged me as an analyst to try to see the bigger picture. Because you were mentioning, they don't just one-to-one counter your picks. They have like this vision. And so like, I try when I watch their drafts to like establish a vision of like what they plan the game to look like. And obviously all I can do is give a rudimentary version of what it is. But my initial thought is just like, they have the team fight save. If that purge on yourself works, that's pretty sick. But then it's like, what Bleed's lineup is a single volley of ultimates. Lasso, Global, and Doom. And it's like, if they don't win the fight in that first few seconds, then it's just over for them. And so like, I see the picks coming out from LGD in the second round, the Shadow Demon Spirit Breaker, as so much of like chaos creators, literal disruptions of the team fight. And that to me is what's so exciting about them, is every pick just makes so much sense after I see it.
Yeah, and they don't have any cooldowns themselves. Like, they can fight constantly with their lineup if they want to.
Now, on the other hand, though, I have heard that Corden's Ember Spirit is by far his best hero. I have heard this, like that this guy is an Ember Spirit master. So maybe he can pop off, because right now, other than like the Purge from Shadow Demon, until later where Morphling might turn into him and Searing Chains him, there's really no natural counter from LGD for the Ember Spirit. So they might have to just focus him down in lane. Go for just pure lane counter. I even like the Legion Commander ban. That's like one of the melee heroes that absolutely owns Ember.
I'm surprised that Timber went all the way to the last ban in this series, because there is an Ice in this game. Like, come on, guys. What is happening? You know what I'm saying?
Well, it does look like we are looking for the offlane lead for PSG.LGD. Without the Timbersaw, without the Legion Commander, and what do we want you to play? Because it seems like Bleed has targeted his hero pool quite a bit, but we also mentioned that he has a very fast hero pool.
I think they're gonna aim for the Primal Beast for the... nothing to say.
Oh, my bad. Spirit Breaker already for new, yes.
I think so.
Yeah, Timber and Legion kind of baited you there, because those are heroes.
They did bait me!
Yeah, they're like pretty much always offlaners, but more recently,
Not
like
this patch.
a matter of like 2 weeks ago now. Come on, Chiefs.
Fair enough, fair enough. But Primal Beast, nothing to say, has of course played a bunch of that over the last 2 weeks already that we've seen, and is very good at it. How does it do against Ember? Never mind. All our ideas are wrong.
I think they leaned away from
Morphling
Primal just because it would have served a similar purpose to the Spear Breaker in the game. Like, it's just a hero that kind of runs in and creates a lot of havoc. But the Lycan, so you're thinking it's Lycan carry Morphling mid. Is that what we're almost certain is the case?
Yeah, surely.
Okay. I mean, I love Lycan against
Should
Doom.
be like this.
In theory, it's also amazing against Silencer. The reason why it's so good against Doom is because he doesn't slow. He's a slow. Like, he doesn't prevent you from being hasted around. And then you also pop all your spells at the very beginning. You push ult, push wolves, push howl. So even if you get doomed afterwards, it's like, okay, now what?
From what I see, LGD has a really good sense of like meta heroes right now, because you know this take is the Lycans right now. They're very good at you know, just being overpowered with numbers, basically, and that's what LGD is trying to exploit in my opinion. But the Terrorblade is such a good pickup this game.
This is a pretty sick TB pick.
Why?
Oh,
is
it's
it
a mid Spear Breaker, offlane Lycan carry Morph.
Yeah.
Okay, did not expect that. But does it make sense? Mid Spear Breaker? Going back to the, you know, Zhao Eight's like, no, I played mid Spear Breaker. I can do it, so you can do it.
Yeah, he actually did play it a while ago.
Played a lot of it.
He still loves it.
He does.
That felt more like we had to simplify the hero pool a little bit if he has to play mid, but in this situation, again, tons of mobility in the side lanes. These heroes might start off a little bit slower early in the game. Spirit Breaker gets his levels and can apply a lot of pressure all across the map. And then, yeah, again, talking about the roles and just being fun to they want somebody that takes hours, can be an aura carrier, just fills that gap. And so Lycan's pretty good there.
I'm gonna say this Terrorblade pick is pretty sick. Like, I like it a lot. My issue is that if like Morphling's lane goes really well and Corden maybe does a few slip-ups like we've been seeing him do so far, like you're gonna get Ags morphed into and you're going to get disrupted, and
it's
it's
very
just
hard.
impossible to
It's
solo
very
carry, right? So it's gonna come down to Corden for me this game. He's not really countered. Spear Breaker should give pretty much free farm to the enemy mid, and he's gonna be prioritizing picking on the early side lanes, so I'd like to see Corden's counter rotations and what he's able to do and pop off this game.
All right, we're going to find out who is taking game one of this two-game series here in the group stages for the Bali Major. We're heading over to our commentary duo. It's OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you, Shiva. Yes, we're ready here for game one of Bleed versus PSG.LGD. Fogged, what do you make of this series? What do you expect? And now that we've had the drafts come up, do you think Bleed, do they stand a chance here, or is this going to be a bit of a tough one?
For me, it does look like a tough one. I think the TV pick was probably one of the better last picks. I just have concerns when I see with exactly what they were talking about on the panel. It's just the Shadow Demon and the Morphling, what he's going to be able to do versus him. And there's just, for me, my one other big concern is just a lot of the single target that's coming out from Bleed. I look at this, the Spirit Breaker and the Shadow Demon. I feel like they can do so much work with their saves. Planner Pocket could be amazing versus Lasso Doom and stuff like that. A little bit of a meme spell, but actually something that's good now. And I'm going to talk about what Brian was talking about, of course, the Shadow Demon Shard. Yes, you can use it on yourself, of course. So you can preemptively use it. Of course, it's going to be able to dispel the globals, the Batrider stuff, etc., stuff like that. So it's actually super good, this game, in a lot of different situations, the Shadow Demon in particular.
And do you like the way that sort of PSG.LGD closed things up, having nothing to say, play the Spirit Breaker mid, and getting this last pick Lycan for the off lane, and Shiro, of course, the safe lane morph.
I thought they were going to do the SB in the off lane, right? And then Lycan it top and morph mid. So definitely something interesting, but something they've decided upon. So it must be something that he sees that he likes more, having that breaker in the mid lane. Maybe just rotations and stuff like that, but we shall see what's going to go down. And maybe Shiro, you know, it could just be a call where it's like Shiro's like, I'm gonna carry, you know, and he's like, okay, I'll take a step back.
I mean, how's the lane from up top? You know, up against what this Doom back combo of Ice and DJ. You know, can they threaten the morph early on?
From what I've seen, nope. I don't know what does threaten the morph anymore, really. It's a lot of magic damage, a lot of continuous damage, but Shadow Demon tends to be one of the better ones to. He's pretty good at stopping this type of aggression. So Shiro might be under the gun a couple of these levels, maybe the first 2 levels, but I think afterwards should be pretty okay. And we'll have to see what creep, of course. That's the other thing too, is what Duke is able to find.
See how much SSS and DJ can do early on. For a bit of a setup down to why you smile, but disruption. Being able to put a stop each and every time on these early levels that DJ and Ice try and get aggressive.
I mean, looking at mid and bottom a little bit more. Top, of course, there's like that kill threat, but I want to see how this mid matchup ends up going. I like what Brian was saying in particular about the TB. This could be a game where it is difficult for him to solo carry versus all these heroes that are going to prevent him from, with Shadow Demon, Disruption, Taser, Howl removing your damage, lots of different things that are going to be annoying. So I agree with Brian. I think Corden, he's got his work cut out for him. He needs to be a secondary kind of core. So I'm going to be watching how his performance is in particular, because this is one of his best heroes.
Is this a matchup mid that should go in favor of one of these heroes?
I actually have never seen Ember versus Spirit Breaker. You have good animation on the Ember, but Spirit Breaker hits hard, so not sure. I feel like Ember should be a little bit more of an advantage, but I'm not sure. I haven't seen it, so.
So yeah. 3 against the 4 and 2. Yeah, I guess at the least nothing to say with the charge. Pretty much what we always have to secure most of the range creeps.
This is going to come down to a bit of a skill one here, it feels like. And NTS, of course, nothing to say, one of the best mid laners in the world, so let's see if Corden can handle that pressure. Have a pause here.
Prepare for a lesson.
And that's on the bottom lane. As you said, pressure on Jackie to carry the Terror Blade, but definitely reason to believe the Terror Blade can be strong this game. Is he set for a good start?
Yeah, he just needs to, just has to watch himself versus this SD and stuff like that, and just whenever that Ags Morphling comes out and just preventing his, might be considering jumping, but they cannot go aggressive down here.
As Neo does fall pretty low, hits the curse.
Planet, he's just going to give some casual harassment. I'm sure there's Lycan can get these last hits. And yeah, Neo, that will be the helm, at least finished up for sustain.
And how does sort of the timings work with the line that the PSG.LGD is playing? Are they going to look to play it fast around the pressure of the Lycan, or is it just all about kind of the Lycan, the Breaker and the supports just making action and Morph just getting unlimited space?
Exactly that, yeah. I feel like it's going to be a lot around the Spirit Breaker and how much Corden's going to be able to match the movements and stuff like that. I have nothing to say to give that space for the Terror Blade to be able to try to carry. And yeah, of course, you know, we have to always mention, of course, like, you know, Rezo, everyone I think at this point now knows that the TB versus Lycan, TB versus Beastmaster, the gain that you get sometimes from being able to use Reflection on these heroes is insane. All the auras you get buffed up.
I mean, which carry do you think is going to be feeling safer coming out of the laning stage? Like, is it going to be easier for PSG.LGD to create space for the Morph, or is it going to be easier for Bleed to create space for this Terror Blade?
Not
lane.
Hey.
Corden. He's going in for this, and he should have it. Yeah, Sleight of Fist is there. Corden gets the first blood.
Nicely done. I mean, this is the one to watch really for me. I haven't seen this matchup too much. So far, it was pretty much like dead even. Corden, the Flame Guard. Just a level 1 Flame Guard even. Nicely done. Puts the point of the chains for this kill. The catch on the Morphling can be a bit difficult. They just don't really have any stuns. They have pretty much just the ultimates to catch him, right? They have Doom, and they have Lasso. That's the 2 big things. So I think for Shiro, he should be pretty free to farm. But I think Jackie also, like, he's just going to be playing with illusion, so he shouldn't be under too much of the gun of getting caught. He shouldn't be showing his real hero to get charged all the time or anything like that. Maybe Morph just slightly ahead, but I think Jackie should be able to be pretty good. Especially now that Corden, with this type of kill, he's going to be the one to be able to make space and match the rotations. And yeah, him getting an early kill is definitely really important.
having that little bit of lead now, I guess nothing to say. It's going to put him in this spot where he can pretty much bully back the Spirit Breaker quite consistently. I know that he's got a bit of a level advantage.
Yeah, and it's cool that he did go for like the 1-3-1 build. The chain's of course so effective versus the charge. He's been trying to stop the charge during the creep wave and stuff. Doesn't always connect it, but either way.
Put the meta down bottom, Jackie. Not really a kill that they can go for. Neo just a bit too tanky at this stage with the regen. He has his Lycan. Try and run him out of the lane, but Neo's going to be fine coming back in. Planet continuing to do what he can, throwing down the damage onto Jackie.
Decent amount. We'll be fine, but he's dropped low, and they've got no regen down here for Jackie. He could just die. He has to be pretty careful here. Planet's already getting clarity going, so...
Actually, yeah, one more combo from this Techies and Jackie's gone.
Yeah, he has to be careful how much he steps up here. Right now, they do have a ward at least on the side, so they do see the Techies playing further over, so he can play a little more confidently. Has to just keep tabs him, though, because, yeah, Jackie, 200 HP. Even just a sticky bomb might just kill him.
That's the meta gone.
Okay, good. Jackie does back himself up.
Radiant structures.
Yeah, they've got both couriers coming out. Imagine regen's going to be on its way back to the lane.
Yeah, let's see. Do we have rotations come out for the 6-minute power rune? Because Corden so far, he's level 6 by a good margin ahead of Nothing to Say. They could make some nice moves around here to shut down the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, he's going to head back, make sure he's fully fueled up to fight around that 6-minute power rune.
Yeah, it looks like they're too busy trying to go for the dive play bottom on the side of LGD. They can't actually help it.
You have to jump onto Dubu, and they'll get it. A successful kill. This mean around that mid lane. Same time up top, Ice. He finishes off Shiro's courier and starts to put the pressure onto the tower. And mid lane, it's going to be the power rune here for Corden. Not a crazy one, just the Invis rune.
But denying the hill up again from the Spirit Breaker. He's level 6.5. Spirit Breaker now making a charge move. Not level 6, but they probably have ice here.
Yeah, playing aggressive up top.
Too deep.
Was starting to soak up the creep waves. Got the courier from Shiro, but didn't get anything else other than losing his life there. Does mean a bit of attention's taken away from the mid lane, so Bleed as a team can put some pressure onto this tier 1 mid.
And he did get a lot of tower damage at the least, too. He actually almost got the whole top tower from him playing deep, cutting waves and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, it's decent space.
Decent space. And Nothing to Say, he's still not level 6. So he does get the kill, but still a bit behind this Ember Spirit. Doom looks like they're going to be going for the Wisdom runes, and in the meantime, there have been some stacks that were being done from DJ to enable this Ember.
Looks like Corden was trying his luck here with the Invis rune to maybe see if he could take this Wisdom rune, but as it was, Why You Smile was quick and ready to grab it as it spawned.
So might be able to get himself a kill.
Let's have a look. Yeah, with the chains. Should get this. He's still got mana to chase with the remnants if he wants to. See if he wants to dive for tier 2. He's going to opt out of it. Doesn't want to waste any more time and mana chasing for that kill, and at the risk of TPs coming in. He'll head back over to mid to join forces with Dubu. Continue to push Nothing to Say out of this mid lane.
Yeah, I don't blame Corden for stopping that chase. Too many resources you'd have to commit. Power rune, 30 seconds as well. And they're heavy emphasis on mid tower. They know how much NTS is shut down right there. Really bullying him. Half HP, his tower also half HP. I like the emphasis they're putting with these two supports right now.
Yeah, I mean, is there just not really the resources on PSG.LGD to bring in anyone to help Nothing to Say around this mid lane?
I mean, they should.
Let this go?
I really think that they should at least bring one of the supports. The Techies doesn't have TP. Why? I mean, why just looks like he wants to go for stack, so I mean, they're just going to give it up.
8 minutes in, tier 1 taken. Good start for Corden.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, 0 support help from the side of PSG.LGD from him. Charge on bottom. They have level 6 as well, too, DJ.
Should be pretty dead as Bleed. They're not going to bring any resources themselves down here immediately. TPs are now coming in, but it's too late. Top lane, same time Bleed, they make the play and they get the bigger catch.
Nice.
They're able to set up on a Shiro with Doom slammed down by Ice. They take Shiro out.
And Jackie gets the kill. That's a big one. He's able to kill the opposing core. Mid also, DJ, even though he dies bottom, he actually got the whole creep wave. His Firefly was set up, so pretty decent there. Bleed making some very nice moves so far here, taking out mid, taking out top. That opens up so much of the map for this very, I mean, kind of greedy lineup, right? You have a Doom and a Terrorblade. These two heroes occupy so much gold. Now they've got, I mean, the world is kind of their oyster when they have these two towers brought down so early.
And I guess if sort of this Terrorblade, Jackie's able to get a good quick timings on his first 2 items, it's a pretty decent lineup to just group up and look to push these towers. And PSG.LGD with their lineup, they might not do the best job of kind of turning up and shoving the waves back. The kind of the offensive potential of Bleed when they get ahead could be a bit too much for PSG.LGD to hold.
Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to see the Doom go auras, but Ice wants to go a bit greedier anyway because they're ahead. Could have been a game where they could have just punished super hard because of that.
has fallen.
Bottom tower will get brought down. Corden, he'll be okay as well. But yeah, I think it's something we talked about so much at Dream League that, yeah, just like the timings, right? It's like you have to get good timings on the Terrorblade versus the Morphling. You have to kind of be a bit ahead, getting the Scotty, getting the Lincolns, etc., to be able to play versus Hero, because eventually, yeah, he just gets the Aghanims and ruins your timings. Yeah, so far, pretty damn good from Bleed, and Corden, he's definitely impressing on his Ember Spirit.
Got 4 heroes pretty much around Ice. And well, actually just take the 3 of them to stick around from Ice has got backup of Dubus. They look towards Why You Smile. Ice living through quite a bit of the efforts, but nothing to say will turn back up. Make sure they can take Ice down. They knew that Dubu was also around it, but Dubu able to TP out in the trees.
Corden's coming.
Get away. See if Corden and DJ can find anything in return. Planet rather low. Corden get the chains onto the 2 of them. A little bit of protection here with the self-disruption. But Corden, he's going to go in to finish him off. But indeed, the remnant damage not enough to kill Why You Smile. He's out with a TP.
What was it, like 10 HP or something like that? Just barely survives. LGD striking back, getting a really good kill here, killing this Doom. It's a Doom who's been farming quite a lot, but he's gone 1-4-1, so his net worth is actually not as high as I feel like you would have expected it to be with the Doom who's at this type of lane. 2 deaths hurting him. Niu is actually almost 1,000 gold ahead. As this
is a rich Lycan. So likely, yeah, as you say with Ice, just going to Midas build in comparison to a Lycan that's having these items that can help push for objectives, that Niu is going to hit that sort of sweet spot where he'll just be able to have that bit more impact a little bit earlier than Doom.
Yeah. He's going to be annoying. Howl is a spell that you can never really disregard when you're playing versus these heavy right-clickers like TB. I always like to point that one out. So if he's having a good game, he gets more levels that you're able to put inside of it there, too. Nice. Let's get the Doom off.
Oh, they should put the Doom and the Global here to just turn things straight away. Immediate response there from Bleed. No hesitation. Shiro turns up to the fight, and they just say, all right, we'll go for you. They'll get the catch as well. See a bit of a save come out from Why You Smile, trying to bail Planet out of this one. Planet's going to look to jump back in. We'll be able to catch the TP of Dubu. Nothing to say in with the ultimate. Dubu's still actually alive. He's down on the low ground. Finally gets taken out with that final right click of Planet. Planet still living throughout it all, but the Remnant forward from Corden will finish him off. Does mean that Corden, that was his last Remnant, so nowhere else to jump to. He's getting bashed around by Nothing to Say. A final slide of fist, but the charge, it's there once more.
Oh, Corden killed. That was so not worth it at the end. Corden, he played it nice, and then he re-goes for the techies. He really wants to clean him up, but he gets himself killed for it. No way worth it.
Could have escaped, but yeah, stuck around.
Maybe does get brought down. Nice. Decent attempt at the Hurricane, not quite enough.
Sound of that.
A good start to everything there for Bleed, but yeah, I mean, I think if Corden gets out, I think everything is pretty okay.
Check it out again here.
He went back in for the techies to clean him up, and he killed himself.
As a clean opening, Global, Doom, very nicely executed there to start things off, and then obviously they killed them off, so Bleed, they're like, you know what, maybe we can get something more out of this. Unfortunately for them, that was certainly not the case. PSG.LGD turn up in the numbers, and they push Bleed back. Yeah,
now Corden, who did have that incredible start, he's actually a little bit behind. Nothing to say after that death. He's not really farming. He's moving a lot. He has 50 last hits. That's it.
They want to keep moving here with Dubu and DJ.
Break pushes a little bit away. Well, should be fine. And yeah, it's something that Corden is going to have to be a little bit careful of. Sure, there's not the craziest amount of stuns that he has to worry about, but Demonic Purge can be annoying. Instantly getting rid of the Flame Guard. Your Spirit, of course, is based off of your move speed. So yeah, we saw that coming into play. Yeah, nothing to say. Absolutely recovering. Phase Boots into the Vanguard, and of course the Octarine that's going to follow.
Got his eyes on Corden around the mid, but won't be going for any moves right now. Nothing to say. Legion, imagine. They're big time. He's waiting for those 2 big ultimates, the Global and the Doom.
Exactly.
That's pretty much the combo that can guarantee them a kill.
Yeah, they want to use that pretty much looking for the Morphling every single time. It's like anytime you see Shiro, that's exactly what the Silencer wants to kind of run to, set up for this type of kill with at least one of, like a +1 in particular, Corden or somebody. Corden looks like he was doing a little bit of a, I guess, a scouting move here since he's hasted. Does see some stacks coming out, and he is going to be able to take the Wisdom Room this time around.
They're definitely going to want to try and abuse this combo as much as they can. Bleed before like those core items are online for Shiro. You know, once the Lincolns and the Manta's done, you know, won't quite be the same situation when they go hunting for the morph as they have been.
Yeah, and eventually it's like when the 20-minute hits, if they do Tormentor on the side of PSG.LGD, they will have this. I mean, if the Shadow Demon gets lucky, of course, they'll have the Shard and stuff. They will get more forms of saving him. So for Bleed, they probably want to try to take advantage, but don't want to push the issue too far forward because they're farming well right now.
Yeah, I guess that, yeah, as you say, with kind of the Midas pumping on Ice, they're also interested in just looking to scale.
They almost have Blink on DJ. That could be an indicator because then you have a clear way to just Blink Lasso Global instead of just forcing your Ember Spirit or your Doom to just kind of run in. So maybe they'll wait for that before they make the next big move because they feel like they're farming fine. We shall see.
Go from Planet and New.
Okay. He's going to be the one.
See if they can maybe do something about bottom. They know that Dubu is trying to soak up some XP down here.
Oh, if this could be big Dubu. He's in position. Oh, what a dodge.
Comes a little too late there, and Dubu knows he immediately TPs out. This is not a move that's going to be successful. Jackie as well also able to bail out there.
Oh man, he tried to do the last word and then the global, and it's just the waveform is literally instant.
I mean, yeah, Shiro was very ready for that one.
He was so quick.
Unlikely to catch Shiro.
That's a big deal. Global down for, now another about 100 seconds, so LGD, they could look to punish this. But they could also just be content with being like, okay, now we can play on a lane and kind of push it down and also just let them more farm. They probably don't feel too rushed in this game by any means. Both teams do have some good scaling. See Planet, he's gone for... Actually, nothing to say in mid, getting gone on.
Down the tier 2, they've got the lasso, but Planet's ready to jump in and keep him safe. Holds him back and nothing to say, he's able to step back to safety.
And look at this, I mean, bottom,
it's getting pushed.
Pressure.
16 minutes in, this tier 2 tower in trouble.
It's dead. They're gonna bring heroes, and they catch Shiro.
There's no globe. See what they can do without it. Ice does have the Doom ready. Shiro, he's already out of there. Why you smile? He might get left behind. Still caught down with the ultimate, still has the disruption as well. But Bleed should be able to find him. So they'll get the Shadow Demon, but they lose the tier 2 and they don't find any of the big kills. Everybody else able to escape, just Why you smile going down.
That's big though. Tier 2 gets dropped down. At this point they can play aggressive, get some vision down there now too. That's
I mean, at the same time.
Mid lane? No way.
The bash, the ult, one more bash. Not going to be there. The slide's there. He's got the remnant. Gordon, he's out.
Oh my God.
I think there were 2 of those hits. If one of the 2 of those was a bash, he would have been gone. But Gordon will get lucky this time.
I mean, that would have been some BS right there.
I mean, sure. He'd already had a couple of bashes. Yeah.
That's one of those moments you're
one.
just like, come on, like. But yeah, he's able to get himself away.
We'll
what did he get?
Again. So it comes in with a charge.
Bash.
I think it was just the one, right? Yeah.
No, he got. Dude, he got a lot.
He got a couple. He got a couple bashes, and then those 2 last hits he does. So not quite as much as Nothing to Say would have hoped for.
60%. What, 60% bash rate or something there from Nothing to Say? Getting a kill that would have been unexpected. They're trying to set up for Shiro top.
Here's with the globe. It's back up, and indeed they're able to put the global, pop the Lincolns, follow up with the Dude.
And Jackie just is like, thank you very much. I'll come in for the last hit again, and that's right around Roche. Might just be able to do it here. Big kill. Lots of things expended there, though. And is going to come out. Shiro's back up in 30. They're setting up around here. They definitely want to fight with all that being down.
4 versus 5.
Does not die the fastest, Owen.
Nothing to Say is going to start things. They found Dubu at the start. They caught the silencer on the back line straight, and they go for Dubu. Not enough damage to burst him immediately. Dubu will live for now. 2 stacks of poison upon him. Translate's going to get the want to get chased by Ice and Corden Neo. He's in with the ult. Trying to look towards Ice. He's ready to get back in. He's trying to find the Doom charges coming in. Neo's just has the damage with the summons. He's able to find the crits, take down Ice.
Morph's back.
Buyback from Dubu. Nothing to Say. He's taking heavy damage here from Jackie and his illusions. He's out. Neo, he'll go for the TP away. He'll bail out of there. So Bleed still able to make that one work in their favor.
Nicely done.
They will just lose the 2 of them, right? They lose Dubu. They lose Ice. But they fight back. They kill off the sports. They kill off Nothing to Say.
I mean, they fight back, and they'd already used pretty much everything before the fight.
Yeah, that's without the global.
Yeah, they used global, Lasso, Doom before the fight kicked off. Jackie honestly just stood his ground. That was fantastic. He just literally cleaned up everybody, and I think Ice soaked every spell.
Oh yeah, Jackie's getting huge.
He's getting really big. He's gonna get these timings. Like he's gonna get this Scotty pretty much perfect timing to deal with this Morphling. This is pretty damn good stuff here. Some Bleed. 9 to 10 right now.
I mean, because I guess you look at PSG.LGD's lineup. I mean, who can kill this terribly? Especially once those guys are on the Manta, it's going to take a lot of focus from their lineup. Like, you don't really just immediately destroy this TB with this amount of farm.
It's isolate him, really. It's either, I mean, you could kill him in kind of one go.
You think you can?
With the SD, the techies, and everything like that. But
yeah.
They also just probably want to go for isolation and taking the longer fight, and then you focus fire him afterwards, because they have a lot of ways to kill these backline heroes. Like, Niu could cause big problems versus the Silencer and Bat Rider. Pretty much at any moment if he's able to find the angle on them. Why?
But, the catch on Dubu. ISIS is... I was thinking about maybe setting something up.
And that's the shard purchase now. So Innocence, while you smile, he will have that one. I mean, that demonic cleanse. This is a big item this game versus for himself, but also for his allies. You can actually do so many type of save plays.
According
bat and stuff.
He really wanted to kill that dinosaur.
He was dying.
But indeed, he was not winning that fight.
It hits hard.
So PSG.LGD can go for this Roche then.
Looks like they might be able to with those cooldowns still being down. I mean, Global's back up. But
we saw that last time, but yeah, Bleed was still able to bring quite a bit of a fight if they can get there in time.
LGD kills it way faster. Yeah. They have the auras that are provided from the Lycan and everything, so it's going to go down just infinitely faster than a TV hitting it.
Yeah, they've smoked up, but indeed, doesn't look like they're going to make it. In fact, they're not opting towards the pit. They made the indication to just sort of sweep through the middle of the map, so they're not going to go this direction at all.
Maybe thinking that there's been so much time for LGD to set up that if this is kind of this is a suicide area, you're playing with techies. If you kind of just force the issue there, you end up losing the fight, you could just lose the game. So I guess they're like, we're still in an okay spot. Do we carry? Just maybe not so much. So I like that call. That was a good call.
Dire's top tower is under
So Aegis on Shiro.
How are the auras looking across the board? I don't see any auras on the side of Bleed right now, and I'm seeing quite a bit on the side of PSG.LGD to enable these cores. I see techies with Mac going for Greaves. They've got, of course, the Lycan auras too. Things definitely add up inside these team fights. Tormentor, as I pointed out, the Shadow Demon already has his shard, so it is going to go to the Spirit Breaker. A pretty damn good one, honestly. I think this one is insane. Even if you don't redirect spells.
Sure.
It's just 75% magic resist.
But I guess what if you do, maybe you're going to be saving your Morphling.
Yep. He can catch a Doom. He can catch a Lasso. There's not really that many target spells, actually.
And of course, you know, with sort of Shiro being where he is, in good position with his farm, even if something does catch him, it's going to be hard to catch him. He's got the Lincolns, of course, now he's got the Aegis, and I believe what Manta Style's on its way out as well soon. So he's going to be slippery.
Yep. His timing's, he's having to go for all these like different items though, so his Ags is going to take a bit of time. So maybe the TB, you know, Jackie, he's going to be able to get Scotty, Lincolns and stuff to be able to prevent all that too. Close game, kind of neck and neck. We have some other pretty big timings too. Ice is now 15, so he can actually eat the Ancient now inside these fights too, which is, it could turn the tides. Could make it difficult for LGD to take any fight. He is just so farmed. 3K ahead.
Yeah, nice lane and just some really good involvement in those fights that we've seen.
And he got all the last hits on the morph kills. Like 2 or 3 of them.
Is under attack.
Got eyes on him here with the charge, but
okay.
See if they can push for this.
They're gonna see the the ward season now.
There's no tier 2 for them to easily get to him here. But does just sort of naturally just have DJ close by his side, Jackie. It's enough to stop them from going for Jackie. Ice should jump.
He's far.
Bit of a punch over the planet. It's going to get the BKB off, but they're going to go straight in onto him with the ult and the charge by Ice. Will try and tank at the Doom off, but he's gone. Out for 50. Corden take out nothing to say. Jackie's been caught by the stun. That disrupts him. But the setup, is there going to be any sort of follow-up? They've caught him with the disarm, and he's out. The burst is there. They've taken out Jackie. I mean, a whole lot of money going to Why You Smile there, finishing him off there with that final bit of burst damage. Yeah, they killed him. They were able to kill him.
I mean, the bigger you are, we talk about TB being so big, as we mentioned, you know, there's always the concern with the Shadow Demon. The disruption, the illusion just destroyed him.
They really did. This 15K net worth TB did not feel like that in that fight. just got completely handled by PSG.LGD. We'll see it again here.
I mean, playing Shadow Demon versus Morphling is versus Terrorblade and Morphling, these high edge heroes, is the literal dream.
And we're seeing it's just a great start. You know, they take out Ice, and then at this point just gets caught by the stun, into disruption, then I believe into the disarm. You know, Jackie, he just couldn't punch back at all.
No.
And as you say, the illusions for the disruption were out, and they were able to do a hell of a lot more than Jackie himself.
A big mistake from Ice, honestly. I think he felt like he was just like a bit tankier and kind of unkillable, but there is Disable, and there is just so much damage. Even if you have BKB, they will kill you through it on LGD. They have so much physical, so Ice definitely having to be a bit more careful. They need the Doom.
Couldn't quite get it off that fight. Tried to do so in sort of his dying breath.
Shiro did an excellent job there, of course, of turning into the Ember. Always one of the best heroes you can turn into. Sure, it's not before Aghanims. You know, you're just able to pretty much be 2 heroes completely. So, and now that does enable this Aghanims to get pretty close. He is caught right back up with the TB right after that fight.
We've seen these fights as well. You know, Neo, if he sort of goes unchecked, he pops the ult, and he's definitely causing issues for some of these squishier heroes.
Oh yeah, he eats them alive, really. And he just naturally can build items that are excellent this game. He can just go for the Manta Knights. It's so good this game. So good on Universals.
Set up here.
Push started with the stolen meta.
Shiro. To the TV form himself. It's a tier 2 gone. They're not able to hold these towers, Bleed.
No, they are not, and they are definitely going to start having some difficulties of getting to these backline supports. Yep. I mean, Shadow Demon now, he has a Blink with his Aether Lens. Philosopher's Stone's going to get him the farm. Techies, Greaves, Pavis. They're tanky. They're tough to find, too. Bleed.
They're going to try and go for it again. They've got their ultimates.
Okay, they got to connect with this one, and it's got to be... I mean, the Aegis is timing out, so it's got to be on one of these big cores.
It's going to be a fight where DD Rune is going to be in their hands. I believe, are they handing over a bottle to Shiro? Oh. They are, yeah. Bottle's handed over to Shiro. He's got a DD ready to play for the next fight. He's also very close to the Aghanims. Just needs a bit more gold for the point booster. See if Lee can find this fight. It's not going to be easy to start.
No, it is not. They need to get the jump on one of those big targets. And it's tough to ask for DJ. Like, DJ has to blink, break the link into the 4-step, and then lasso. And he's actually just going to go for a techies, but he's purged.
Right. I'm going to use the global as well. Quite the commitment, and it does not work out. DJ just dead.
He showed himself for a second. They're going to chase him full out.
That was the global and the lasso.
Oh, no.
That was not the move that Bleed needed to go for. As Corden, he's going to try and help sort of keep the area safe as Jackie attempts to back off, but they're chasing it, PSG.LGD. Neo closing the gap with the ultimate. They're in on top of Jackie. They get him with another strike into the stun.
Oh, devastating.
Micro there for Neo. Ice. He's also going to get caught by the adaptive strike. The TP's put to a stop. He pops the BKB, but he's dead. And, I mean, Bleed, they had a solid 20, maybe 25 minutes this game, but that fight, that was a worrying look, that fight. They went for it. They went for it in all the wrong ways.
I mean, why are they going for that anyway? What is that going to get you? A lasso on a
lasso and global onto a techies that's standing right by his buddy playing the Shadow Demon.
He's got Greaves. I mean, I don't even know if you kill him. Even if he's not next to the Shadow Demon, he's got Greaves. He's very tanky. That's a Rax and more. The TB, back-to-back nets. Shiro now ahead of him, and they're losing everything.
I mean, it looked all right from Bleed up until that point, but just like that, this game has come crashing down upon them as the mid-racks are gone.
The concerns we had for how much this Morphling was going to be able to kind of just withstand everything, and the concerns for the TB versus all these counters, definitely coming into play. Corden unable to have really the same effect too as this Earthbreaker that charges in.
DJ is going to try and get the jump in, gets the lasso off onto Why You Smile. Why You Smile, he's going to be able to live. He's able to turn and get the ultimate off onto Ice. They jump in on top of Ice. He's been disarmed. Will manage to put the BKB. Planet is still alive.
Oh my goodness.
He's walking away from them still. They don't lose anything on PSG.LGD. Everybody survives.
The Greaves and the Pavis saving each other. Amazing stuff. Can't even get the catch. Yeah, they'll just back it up. 8K lead now. How fast things have just become heavily into LGD's favor. Yeah, I really like. I mean, it's kind of standard items again. Techies. I love when I see this. I think Pavis is still continues to be one of the more broken items in the game, especially if you have these high agi heroes, because it works, of course, with reductions and stuff. So, yeah.
they're just using it excellently in these fights. It's just a bit too much for Bleed to deal with.
It's too much for Jackie. He can't do this on his own. As the panel talked about, as we talked about at the start, it's like Corden, he had an okay kind of like in the early game, but now he's continuing to get shut down. He's only 4-1-4, which is surprising, but it feels like he's not having the impact they need him to.
But they had the three of them here. It looked like they were trying to set up onto Nothing to Say with a sentry laid down, but it's just ending up turning into Nothing to Say, setting up onto them.
Oh, they could lose more.
As he turns,
Shiro's in.
Dubu burns out here in the flames of the dragon. And deep beyond the tier 1 tower they go. They're ready to chase for more. As they'll catch DJ, the final bit of poison, bringing him down.
Oh, how quick things have just become pretty much impossible here. Bleed just continuing to, by their name, I guess, bleeding out heroes over and over again and just losing any form of control of the map. Shiro just waltzes in. Tormentor's going to go down. Probably go for this tier 2 as well.
There's no reason to hold back now. If you're PSG.LGD, you know that you've got this incredible amount of momentum, and Bleed, they do not show any signs of being able to stop it.
Do they want to try to keep going? Nah, they're gonna back it up. They're still like getting a lot of big timings, and they're probably like, guys, we're in such a comfortable lead now at this point. This TB cannot solo carry, and this Ember is not doing enough that they need him to. Too many counters for poor Jackie to deal with, and it's only gonna get worse and worse as Why You Smile
it's close.
Almost has his Aghanims as well too. And Shiro getting more and more timings.
Got the Lincolns on Jackie, so a bit of protection for him. Blink Dagger done on Ice, so another way of initiating, as we've seen in the last few times, just kind of DJ going in on his own and trying to start the fights with the lasso is not boded well for them.
They need a dream kind of like double initiation, catching multiple heroes, like a Doom on one, a Blast on another one, killing a hero and just get that advantage and snowball with it. Problem is right now, they smoked and it was directly under a ward, so PSG.LGD completely aware of this one. Planet even setting up all the mines.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And the push is starting to go on top lane. Black Dragon. Nothing to say there, clearing out the creep wave for it.
Someone's going to have to come back to deal with this.
Yeah, Roche not quite up either, 20 seconds. Tower's going down.
Can't stick around outside of the map too much longer as the full 5-man.
I mean, they got it. Someone's got to go back. They're going to lose a Rax to this.
I mean, someone will head back soon. I don't think they can concede a set of racks for this play. They're trying to make around Roche.
They're scouting Roche now too, though, so they have wolves in the pit. They'll see the Roche spawn.
They'll TP back now, but not before they lose that tier 3 tower to push the dragon.
Gordon.
Okay, now further TP's coming. There's nothing to say. He's definitely caught their interest.
Oh, he's caught against the barrier for a second. But the scouts coming out, the wolves, they see Jackie. They see everyone moving out here from Bleed.
Dubu. Goodness, nearly down to the illusions on the way out. TP away in time, and they don't lose anyone here, Bleed. They do get back.
But they're forced back to the base of the push, and now the Roche, it's PSG.LGDs for free. And Aegis and Cheese going their way. Shiro, who seems pretty much immortal in this latter half of the game, now gonna have an Aegis.
A few times earlier, but not happening anytime recently. This is Morph that's ready to close this game up.
And that's the Aghanims as well, as you mentioned, for the Shadow Demon too. Their timings are getting pretty crazy, all the items they're being able to pick up here. The Doom now, he's actually the, I mean, look at the core in that one. It's like the Spirit Breaker and the Lycan are tied with the Doom, who's at Midas for most of this game. A very big deal. Ice 1 and 5 this game.
And what are sort of the big factors that are causing, Jackie on his Terrorblade, despite having pretty comparable farm to Shiro's Morph, to just not be able to have anywhere near to similar impact?
It's what we, like the panel talked about and what we were saying from earlier. It's just like there's too many counters, really. Shadow Demon is like the best hero in the game, really, it feels like. Best support in particular. And yeah, I mean, little things, of course, Lycan House, the Creeves and everything, the mitigation that LGD has to build for it.
So Sice
That's up.
wants to start the action here, but he ends up having to pop his BKB in an effort to not get caught by a jump from PSG.LGD. So tower gone. Shiro.
Going to work.
So anybody that can push this Morph back. So try again. Disruption's going to be there. Put the global. DJ gets the drag back with the last one of Why You Smile, but there's no follow-up. Why You Smile's going to be fine. Ice is taken out. Shiro turning into the Metamorphosized Terrorblade once again, standing his ground against Jackie. Jackie cannot fight this, and neither can Corden. Corden has to go back to base with a Remnant. Jackie's out without buyback. It's over. Yeah, this game one. It was a decent early game for Bleed. It really was. They were holding their own, but it this game crumbled so quickly.
Was,
that sort of one move that he tried to make in the triangle, like jumping the techies for the last on the global silence, it was just straight downhill from there onwards as PSG.LGD, they closed it up without any difficulties.
They played like just very kind of comfortable and everything. They weren't like over forcing anything. They kind of just played calm and careful, and they knew that they had this TB under control.
Yeah,
they definitely felt
they
it
did.
there. Like this Shadow Demon is just free playing every team fight because everyone's rushing in, giving him all this information. He has a Lycan charging in, Morphling waveforming in, Spirit Breaker charging, Techie suiciding, blast offing, whatever. Shadow Demon has free spellcasts, so he's just picking and choosing when he goes on Jackie, and yeah, a clean game really from LGD in that later half.
Yeah, maybe definitely a bit of underestimation with regards to what the Shadow Demon was able to do when Bleed were coming in with this draft against it. As PSG.LGD is shutting down this game very convincingly as they take game 1 against Bleed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ODPixel and Fogged. Game 1 to PSG.LGD, we'll see if Bleed can tie the series in game number 2. But first, we're breaking the game down. I'm here with Jack, Roman, and Brian. And Jack, I'm going to come to you first. This game, we thought it might go a little bit bad coming out for Bleed. We were not entirely sure about the draft they came out with, and they didn't do as bad as we thought. I want to start with that.
Yeah, the early game went okay. I would say that, especially coming out of the mid, Corden got that solo kill, obviously nothing to say, and so that did open things up a little bit for them. But I think this team sort of has a resource distribution problem. I think, just going to big picture for a second, I think like with Ice there and like how they play, it's almost like they want to play like that old EG team where you have Abed who kind of becomes like the sacrificial mid, and then they have this big carry from Jackie. Like that's how they want to win games. And I don't think it's working out because I think the reason Ember Spirit went unbanned for so long in this draft is he does not have good partners to play with this game, even if the lane goes well. You have a Bat and a Silencer. He doesn't have someone who's carrying auras because Ice is going to scale on his own. So he's not getting objectives, he's not getting things to keep him alive, he's not getting supports that enable his game and make him run free. So even though he gets that good start, he can't really take over this game, and it just becomes harder and harder down the stretch.
Yeah, I do think they have a really big problem with their supports and how they can't really able to play with their Ember and snowball out of there. And I think Ice also, I think he could have done much more like after the laning stage with his Blink Dooms, but they weren't really playing for that. Or maybe LGD didn't give them a chance to do so, but I did feel like they weren't really sure what they're playing for on the side of Bleed this game.
I gotta be honest, like, I don't know if it's everything you guys are talking about that's like leads to this, or if it's like an individual problem, but I mentioned it before this series that Corden, like, he solo killed Noob last series, and I'm like, this guy is gonna pop off. He's on a Spirit Hero, he solo kills the enemy mid, and then same thing happened here, and he's 6th in net worth at 16 minutes. Like, is it the support's not playing around him? I feel like that a lot of dominant mid players playing a hero like Ember, if they get that lead, even without the supports, they'd be like a vacuum of attention where they'd be applying pressure in the mid lane, maybe slowly chipping the tower down while using Flame Guard to farm a jungle camp and a creep camp at the same time, because they didn't have any stuns on the side of LGD, so I mean, it's like one of those things where there's probably a lot of little things adding up here, but how does he not pop off there? Like,
he could definitely play more aggressive this game because they can't really have a lockdown on him that much.
Yeah, he could have just been on their side of the map doing whatever he wanted,
100%.
really.
They need like Spirit Breaker and Morphling and Take is like to be able to, kill him.
And the most likely result would be to just boot him out. Like, they would have to chain stun like near flawlessly to get that done. And I mean, kudos to LGD. I really like the way they play into their draft. They play with the Lycan pressure a lot. All the good fights for them were in the bottom half. They were consistently forcing Bleed to react in a way that was, I'd say, a bit forced, like a bit like rushed. And this is like one of those fights in the bottom lane. That's exactly how you play off of a hero like Lycan. So it's definitely like LGD playing to their own strengths. You talked about the Helm of the Dominator too, making a lot of sense because of your carry Morph, who utilizes the Vlad Aura really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like LGD scouted Bleed. This is probably a bit harsh, but they scouted Bleed and was like, it's okay, we can give the mid lane a free game. Like, let's just target Jackie.
I feel
you guys
like
mentioned.
You were talking about sort of the big picture understanding that LGD has. I think they see the Ember this game as like, this is a fast hero into a slow game for their lineup, right? And if you look at the cores that Ember can go on, at some point, once they get levels, he can't really kill them by himself. And then he has these 2 cores that are farming to scale, including the Doom. So he doesn't really have that quick pace, like support that helps enable him, or core that enables him and comes to fight. And then if you look at it as this game progresses, how do they win a team fight? They basically have to like lasso and doom the Morphling, which becomes harder and harder as the game goes on, or they just have no way of possibly winning any of these fights. So it's just too hard to play off that.
Especially considering that you need to, get on top of SD every fight, because if you don't, then Turboblade is gonna have a really rough time joining the fight.
Yeah, and there was the big problem of trying to lock down the dog. Neo didn't die the entire game, and I mean we saw the final fight that was just on our screens. I feel like up until that point, I kind of still thought, they're going a little bit toe-to-toe. Bleed could potentially win a fight, and they do have a Terrorblade, so if they win a fight, they could potentially take a lot of buildings at the same time. But one fight was all it took that put PSG is like, okay, this game is going to go their way, because then it's all of a sudden their game to lose. And I do feel like Neo played I mean, obviously he didn't die, but he played a really good game this game.
He also took the tier 2 very early on with the Lycan. Like, was it 15 minutes or something even earlier? It was a very good game for him. But I do think that Bleed needs to have like a chemistry between their supports and the mid player, like the heroes. I think they need to aim for that for the next games. I don't know if Misery is listening, so...
Oh, and see, it's hard, right? Because if you get a good mid player, someone else is coming to poach him usually, whether it's the Chinese with nothing to say, or just other regions is coming for your mid players, even North America. So you get a good one, it's hard enough already, right?
I've been in that position. When I was in Empire, now he would just come and steal my players all the time.
I mean, for the longest time, that Empire squad was considered the academy team of Na'Vi. I mean,
yes.
There were so many players indeed poached from there. But we'll see. I mean, Bleed, they're still in the very young phases of this iteration of the squad. And the most thing I'm looking forward to from a fresh team, I know that there's veterans on the squad, but it's a fresh team, we can still say that. I want to see how they adapt and do better, because that's how you can recognize if a team is going to be having the potential of making it to TI and actually making it far into TI, which is obviously the goal of every Dota player. So is there potential? That's gonna be coming off adjustments, Brian, and adjustments need to be made. If you're looking at Bleed, what main adjustments would you like them to make?
I was really hoping you did that with "Is there potential?" because I was just gonna say that's a fantastic question, Sheeves. I think what Rezo said is like one of your supports needs to offer like the follow-up to your mid, like for instance a Mirana, right? Mirana Ember, one of the most classic synergistic things. Like if we're talking about Corden as a player, we see that he's relatively limited. Like they do like to pick from his small pool of spirit heroes. There's like natural synergies in Dota. Maybe they can start incorporating that into their drafts as a way to just naturally. The thing is, whenever you're a playmaking hero, you'll usually look at your hero, look at your ally heroes, and think, okay, what do I want to do? What are our options? And if you have Ever Mirana, you're just like, oh, I'll just go to that guy, and that might just be enough to simplify their plan.
All right, a playmaking hero, something a simplified draft.
Yes.
Easy to execute. We're gonna find out if Bleed will draft themselves a more easy to execute lineup in game number 2, which will happen after a break.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
We want easy to execute drafts. That's where we left off just now. Bleed Esports versus PSG.LGD. That's a series that we're watching right now. It's a series in Group B of day one of the group stages here at the Bali Major. And first game went the way of PSG.LGD, and Bleed Esports is coming in as the underdog. They just have to prove that they got what it takes to go toe-to-toe against the big guys, and PSG.LGD is one of those big guys. They've been doing very well over this season altogether, and Bleed, they just have to prove themselves. It's very simple. Maybe more importantly, Corden has to prove himself. He's been under a lot of fire from almost everyone. My panel didn't. I mean, it was more draft related rather than anything else. I know, Brian, you said you liked the draft, but on hindsight, do you feel like he might not have gotten the right support in that game on his Ember Spirit?
I'll just be honest. I'd have to watch it back because there is something wrong. Like I think that what's most important is you have to ask yourself the right questions, and then I'm sure these teams, like if they have enough time, they'll be able to figure out the answers. It's like, why is our Ember, who's getting solo kills, 6th in net worth at 15 minutes? That's the question.
I mean, I think it's because he's trying to, rotate to the side lanes too much, where he should be like snowballing from the mid lane, and supports should come to him to like snowball out of the mid lane more.
Yeah, it could just
they killed the tower this game, but they never like came back to that lane. They just translated to top lane. They start fighting there, and the fights weren't as good for them because Doom wasn't ready to join the fights yet. He needed some more time, and they could have just translated more to the bottom lane or like to keep snowballing out of mid lane.
There you go.
And I think for the next series, for the next game, they need to. I mean, I would go for the Timber Zone if I were them, because like ISSI is very good on that hero still, and like I think they need to aim for one of his signature heroes.
Well, they did open with this hero. Obviously, they opened the draft in game number 1 with the Doom, and the Timber Saw was still in the pool. It actually wasn't banned until last phase ban, so they could have gone for that. I guess comfort is key. Jack, what would you like to see in the second game?
I think it's less even just about the heroes. Like you have to figure out who you're playing. Like I feel like your draft has to be aligned, especially if you're going to beat LGD. I mean, one way to do it, I guess, is you still see they have some vulnerability in the lanes. So maybe that's why they struggle against teams like Game In or whatever later in the tournament. I think that's one weakness that can potentially be exploited. But other than that, I just think things have to be aligned. I think when you have, again, Ember Spirit, this fast hero, pressure hero, into a slow lineup on your team, and then your Doom is building to scale. He's building basically to be another carry. He's not being an aura carrier or any of that stuff. I think it just doesn't make sense. And then LGD will punish that more than anybody because they'll be patient. They'll realize at some point this game, look, NTS doesn't have much farm. We don't need to fight. Let's just spread the map out, get Roshan, and then wait till we hit our scaling and until our lineup starts to work together. LGD will do that to you every time if you give them the chance to. So things have to work together for them.
And of course, I mean, nobody plays the actual perfect game. Normally, nobody does that. That means PSG.LGD also have to have some takeaways from that first game. Roman, what do you think?
I don't know. They played pretty good overall.
They did.
They pressured when they could. They didn't pressure when they delayed the game when they couldn't. And I mean, one thing that was a little bit hard for them was a mid lane like matchup. But
yeah.
I think they were ready
knew
for
that, right?
They knew that.
Yeah.
They were going into this because they had like such a good matchups on the side lanes, and both of their cores were really fat this game. So all they needed is just some charge and Spirit Breaker to start the fights for them.
Sounds so simple. I mean, do you agree with Brian what he said before the break? He said that you felt that maybe there was a slight, maybe like I can't really call it BM, but confidence coming out from PSG.LGD is like, you know what? Spirit Breaker mid against Ember, we can make this work. Do you agree with him that they actually just thought like, okay, that's not gonna be a threat to us anyway?
I mean, it's just Shao 8 passion, I guess, for this hero. It's just overall he likes that a lot, and he's been playing it himself. But I think it's just like the way they formulated their lineup. It just made sense that this hero has to be in the mid lane. I mean, they could put different lanes, and it might have been better for them if they put the Morphin mid and Spirit Breaker offlane and just Lycan and carry. Could have been better for the laning, but I'm not sure if the later on it's going to be like the same transition as it was this game, where Spirit Breaker just rotated to the side lanes and he could just like, apply pressure from having high levels and runes as well.
Brian was talking about big picture. They picked the one hero or one of the few heroes that you don't really care if he wins his lane or not. You don't need to rotate to his lane because his job, he's going to get out of there. So even if you lose power, if you're not going to lose objectives off it doesn't matter, right? He eventually scales, he gets his items, eventually becomes a menace on the map. He does his job, and that's all he needs to do. He doesn't have to have some crazy game every time. So again, I think that's just big picture understanding thing, their lineup work together.
Yeah, I think Shadow Demon was a bigger part of that game than Spirit Breaker even. Like, he needed to have a good game. And he had really good cores to help him have that game, because they would just run in and make all the positioning he needs for the fight.
Well, we have a little bit of difference in draft so far, but not really in terms of who is banned, because the same heroes are banned. It's just that this time around, Bleed bans out the Undying, whereas... Bleed bans out the Enchantress, whereas... Am I wrong? Oh yeah, they swapped the cores around. They swapped the cores around, same bans, it's whatever. Bleed picks up the techies though, so that's a change. We have PSG.LGD on first pick last time, picking up the techies, and therefore PSG.LGD gets second pick, and they take Timber Morph. Oh no!
That's such a good opener.
It is such a strong opener. How do you deal with this?
Yeah, I mean, they were ready for the Ice 8 pick in the Timber, so that's why they just decided to take it away from them. But I'm not sure what is this Morph pick for. What do you think, Jack?
I feel like they're not getting cute at this point. They're just, if it's there in the first phase, they're going to take it. And I think they also play well against it, so I feel like teams are maybe a little bit more hesitant. Like if you're playing against them, then Morphling, you'll see some Elder Titan or something like that, right? Like they have answers for it, but you know, they're just like, here, show me that you understand how to beat this hero. We're just going to take it first phase.
I also think it's good against Timber, so they want to they probably wanted to prioritize Timber here, and then they also were like, well, usually when we pick Timber, people pick Morphling in response on 8, so they were thinking like, we can just steal that right away. But out of all the heroes in the entire game, I would say Anti-Mage is the only carry that is good against both of these heroes on paper. Like most of the other matchups that are bad for Morph are like Mana Burn Illusion heroes, like PL, and so those heroes tend to struggle against Timbersaw.
I mean, Timber usually doesn't really care that much against Anti-Mage, because he has a lot of mana and he can easily jump out of his initiation, and he deals way too much damage to Anti-Mage. He doesn't care. He has pure damage, right? He doesn't care about his shield.
But hear me out. I'm gonna go Nixus in mid.
Yeah.
And he is going to go first item Refresher.
Yeah.
He's going to Vendetta.
Yeah.
Boom, Vendetta again. Guy has 0 mana.
Yeah.
And then boom.
Blow up.
Yeah.
Think about it.
That's very cool. Probably unrealistic, but very cool.
Maybe not the Refresher, but the Nyx Assassin.
You should tell Misery you're coming for his job.
Yeah. I mean, Anti-Mage is a nice pick, but I'm not sure if you can open it this early. And they can also have an option to put the Timber mid, right? And they can, use some Legion or Slarlar to go in against the Anti-Mage lane.
There's also potentially a double flex, right? Which is like, you don't see double core openers very often, but if you have double flex possibility, then you can play with things even more.
Yeah.
When you want to.
And they're not gonna show where they're going until the very last pick as well.
Nice. He was one of the pioneers. One of my favorites for him to do, to TP out in front of the
Brian, I appreciate your active stance, but I think you have to sit back for your microphone to work properly.
I'm so sorry. Either way, he was nice. Where you would... It's like
still not working, bro. No.
You're a little bit crackly for us. It's okay. Back in the day, you mean also last week and the week before that. We've seen Anti-Mage offline quite a bit, right?
Yeah, back in the day.
Back in the day.
Misery heard that you were coming for him and he made some calls, so
you're out. You're deleted.
It's all good. We'll get Brian back.
Fear Breaker, another such a good hero against Anti-Mage. It's just very hard to show on the map and do your split push, I think, against the hero like this.
All right, so what do you do if you bleed? Are you gonna put it offlane or are you gonna put it safe lane? Like, are these bans tailored to protecting the anti-mage, or are we seeing a different strategy altogether?
No, I think these bans are just specifically for Neo, because it's like what his playstyle is for. Like he's known for his summon heroes, and he's been showing it a lot. The Broodmother, he's been one of the first who actually started using Broodmother in competitive scene again. The new Broodmother with a huge web on your whole screen. when I saw that, I played the first games on Broodmother. I love that. Like, it's just such a big advantage having that big web on the map like this.
You're a sick person if you like Broodmother. Am I better now?
Yeah, you are.
Nice. I did the turn it off, turn it back on strategy. It seemed to work.
Wow.
But yeah, the Spearbreaker pick, I'm looking for all the reasons you mentioned. Also, it is technically a flex again. It's like, could be core, could be support.
You think they would pick 3 cores like this straight up?
They could.
I mean, if they're too OP, yeah.
If they think it's that good, but like in this case, when you see the Storm Spear mid, you're probably just going to match it against the Timbersaw, right? Like we've seen Timbersaw do really well in that matchup twice already.
Yeah, I think they should put Timber mid because against Anti-Mage, it's not the best matchup for Timber.
I think Bleed are protecting the Anti-Mage with their bans. I think they're pretty all in on this Anti-Mage at this point. They picked the Storm. You have the Shadow Demon, the Brood and Lycan, obviously, who like build up these armies quickly and start taking your towers and pressuring you very quickly, even out of the lane. So I think they're pretty all in on this Anti-Mage, because Anti-Mage has to be the win condition. So I hope they can build the rest of their lineup around this to make that make sense.
I think they're about to get Visaged. I'm thinking a new Visage coming out here would be pretty sick. Like Spearbreaker 4, Visage offlane.
I don't think they will pick it right here. They would wait for the last pick.
That's true.
And I think they're gonna aim for 5 or 4 right now. That is good against Storm and Anti-Mage, something that can add to the catch.
You think the catch is important?
I mean, I think they need some damage from 5. They can't really afford to pick Shadow Demon here. It's gonna be... the Shadow Demon is banned anyways.
What do we think about the Willow?
Spicy.
Don't really see it too often.
Yeah, I don't really understand the purpose for the Will of this game.
I think they're trying to go for the lowest cumulative amount of HP between 4 heroes at 20 minutes.
Oh dear. Oh dear, we're at that territory, huh?
Like, look at the 4 heroes. They're all super squish.
All right, we said that we want Bleed to go for something that is easy to execute.
Yeah.
So far, all their heroes are pretty straightforward, right? I mean, easy to execute often goes hand in hand with comfort. This could be a very good comfort pick.
Oh, straight up Puck, huh?
So
they're gonna last pick the position 5.
Puck is one of the few end mids that's really nice against Anti-Mage, because unless you get the Abyssal, it's really hard to lock her down in any meaningful way. And she also
and when you
locks
do,
you down.
he's gonna have Lincolns by that time.
True, exactly. And she doesn't run herself out of mana all that often either, like in the mid to late game. Puck does rely a lot on mana, but usually her spells keep her around like 75-50% mana at all times. Kills the Storm too with Coil.
I feel like the Willow might be their like Spirit Breaker answer, like that against Spirit. And then, I mean, obviously you have the flex possibility, so you can just kind of move it off if you really want to. It's really annoying to charge through all that stuff. You have like the fear, just various things that make it difficult for him to move around a little bit.
Yeah, but do you really need to counter the Spirit Breaker and not the course?
There you go.
Well, it also gives Morph a pretty sick Ags target, so you got to be careful about that.
Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing that I'm worried about.
That is
the Aghanim's Willow turn.
That is scary.
It's very scary.
Skywrath Mage and Silencer removed on the side of Bleed. We are, of course, still expecting a support coming out from PSG.LGD.
Now, the damage you were mentioning, Rezo, that would have definitely been coming from the Skywrath Mage. The silence plus the damage follow-up. I think at this point, their only concern is killing somebody in Coil on LGD. Like, you've got all the catch you need, I think, with Spearbreaker scouting with a charge, Coil. It's like now that Storm Spirit or Anti-Mage needs to be brought down. Timbersaw and Morph are probably going to be doing their own thing for a while. So why not like a Lion, you know?
Yeah, get some disable. I mean, I also think the Pugna is still in the pool, which I'm surprised about. And I don't know how much you want to play it against the Storm, or sorry, against the Anti-Mage. But it's pretty good against Storm.
Yeah, I'm thinking about more of a melee strength hero for them. Actually, just or something that's paired good with the Timbersaw, like a Lion. Yeah, like a Lion would be nice this game. Just put Spirit Breaker Morph bottom and add some strong lane to the Timbersaw to deal with Anti-Mage.
How do you think Bleed rounds out their draft here? You think it's some like Underlord? Oh, there's the Visage.
Oh, they stole the Visage. That was my proposal.
Stole the Visage. But
yes.
They can't pick the Visage.
Yeah, they can't pick it anymore on Radiant.
I thought they support Morph thing.
Not, yeah, Strength Morph, Offlane Morph.
Frame Morph with a stun.
Support Timbersaw, Offlane Morph. Let's go. No, I think, what did I suggest earlier? I suggested
Lion.
I don't know if I like it as much anymore. Like, Visage usually really good against these backline stunners.
I'm thinking about Disruptor or Lion, to be honest.
You still like Lion?
I think it's alright. Yeah.
Okay.
I think Disruptor's an interesting choice. They already have a lot of vision to synergize with it, just a little bit more lockdown. Guarantee some of those early kills if you get caught, obviously, and also you eventually scale that as well. So I think that's a pretty solid choice too.
Good against AM too? That Storm?
Yep.
What about the Nyx Assassin?
On the side of PSG.LGD still, yeah.
Only the
stole
refresher.
Visage.
Very...
Yeah, they stole Visage from my pick. So
They're not gonna pick Visage.
What
They're
if-
not going to.
Never mind.
Come on, Nyx Assassin, baby.
You remember the days where Puck sometimes got picked as a 4?
I do remember that patch, and then they were like, we need to give her -4 base armor over like 3 patches so she can't be a support anymore.
That was a long time ago.
Come on, Nyx Assassin it up.
Looks like Zhao has made his decision. The
Maybe.
paper gets put to the side. And he leaves.
And the hero is
The Phoenix.
Yeah.
It's a white classic.
Damage I was talking about. And it also gives you good laning. For the Timber Cell.
Oh, you think, okay, because it like prevents the anti-mage from being able to land those mana burn hits?
Yep.
Okay.
And it's just overall a very solid team fight for the LGD lineup.
Good follow-up to the coil as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Probably shoring up
Yep,
the team
yep.
fight, you know, something
Did-
some synergy as well.
Did Bleed set themselves up for a better game than game number 1? That's all I need to know.
I
Yes
think they have
or
better
no?
supports this game, so it's gonna be harder for LGD to, you know, get out of from the laning stage. But this time, like, Nothing to Say has a better matchup into Storm, so they can actually make a move on Storm.
Okay. We're going to find out what will happen in game number 2 of this 2-game series. We're finding out together with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva, and welcome indeed to Game 2 of Bleed versus PSG.LGD. Fogged, what do you make of this? Do you also think that maybe Bleed's got a bit of a better chance this time round, or are you also seeing some difficulties that they might run into with a draft like this against PSG.LGD?
I'm seeing quite a bit of difficulty. I think so much of this game is just it's Jackie versus the world, really. I think this anti-mage has to get so much space from his allies. They do have a better support cast, I would say, to kind of enable him to do so, but I don't know if he can do it on his own again. I just feel like it's going to be a similar situation where even if the Sam's big, can he do it on his own versus this lineup? It's so much team fight that they've set themselves up for. This is tough.
And what sort of caused that difficulty? Do you think PSG.LGD, they responded pretty well to this AM coming out in the draft?
They went for like their typical kind of group up that LGD likes to do. Like they're going for like this timing thing, the Morphling's going to hit, and then eventually they're going to group up with this Puck, with this Phoenix and everything. And I think Bleed has very limited actual team fight. Theirs is more just like these pickoffs with the techies and Storm like that in the back. So I think it looks pretty hard again for Bleed. But we'll see.
So, yeah, let's find out, see if Bleed can give it a good shot here. Because last game, the opening, the lanes, the early game, it wasn't bad. It was a decent showing from Bleed. It really was sort of those mid-game movements that they did begin to greatly struggle with. So we'll see if they can have a bit of a better shot this time around. I mean, I think we heard from Rezo, he liked the support combo that Bleed had got going this time around, felt that they should be able to do a bit more and a bit easier this time.
Yeah, a bit easier. My concern really is just like this. This is a game now with Nothing to Say. Like last one, they kind of sacked him a bit, right? Like him having like a little bit of a rougher matchup, and he still owned. This is a game where he can pop off.
Yeah.
What are the actual disables for a Puck? That's what I look at. And I'm looking at the Morph too. It's pretty limited on. The stuns just, they're kind of telegraphed when they're going down from the side of Bleed. So that's my real big concern is these 3 cores. Actually, let me look at the whole lineup. 5 heroes that have escape mechanisms versus some limited type of disables. So I just feel like it could get to some points where catching these heroes could be very difficult for Bleed, but let's see how these lanes end up going down.
I mean, yeah, cause how does sort of the mid matchup go? Because we saw last game, game 1, Corden, he did pretty well against Nothing to Say. Bottom lanes, we're going to actually get first blood going in the hands of Ice as they finish off Why You Smile with the Soul Assumption. So first blood for Bleed. But the mid matchup, chance for one of these 2 mids to come out on top?
It's one of these back and forth kind of ones. I feel like it's just kind of trade even farm over and over again when I've seen the Puck and the Storm skill matchup. Some people like playing the Storm because you have slight, damage advantage. Some people like playing the Puck.
See what they do there.
I'm surprised they got that kill bottom. I mean, why tank both Brambles? He tanked 2 Brambles and a Blood Grenade, so did I think get hit by 2 different Soul Assumptions or so. But I'm still a little astonished that he was going to go down there.
And how strong did you sort of find the final pick of PSG.LGD going for this Phoenix?
I love LGD with Phoenix. I think is just one of their most staple heroes. I think of Innocence, I think Why You Smile, or Planet, and this hero just comes to mind. They absolutely love to play this hero. They round up so many drafts with it, and it's an interesting kind of pick too, because the egg hitters can be limited this game, and I think what Rezo talked about at the panel was a really cool kind of concept where, yeah, the AM versus Timber can be a bit annoying, but if there's Fire Spirits all the time on you, you're actually not touching this Timber in lane. So. I really like Phoenix. I think he's underpicked.
You talk about sort of the lack of lockdown for the heroes of PSG.LGD. When it comes to the lane itself as well, is this also kind of a free time for Shiro, or can he start feeling the heat against these two heroes?
It's a lot of damage that's going to be spammed out, but I think the purpose of the Spirit Breaker is to tank it. So I think Shiro should be just fine down here as the levels kick in again. Jackie might actually get more slowed down than the Morphling somehow, just because of the Fire Spirit slowing him. Niu having just a constant whirling death. Dubu, he just killed himself.
Yeah, that was
and Jackie
incredibly ambitious.
Said, what did I just witness?
I don't know, but I gotta be honest, it was pretty fun. What was that? Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
Oh, well.
I see people do this actually quite a lot with blood grenades.
Oh.
I feel like people do this and kill themselves a lot. You actually want to wait till you're like 1 HP and then you use the blood grenade a lot of times because you can't like kill yourself. Dubu killed himself.
No, they both did.
They both did.
Yeah, blink, right?
No, he went in.
I think it was back up. He could have blinked out. He stuck around.
Oh,
Either way, it weren't.
This is the weirdest.
Weren't a great look. That was rough. That was a rough few moments heavily in the top lane.
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, I was saying I think AM's gonna have a harder time, but I didn't think he was gonna kill himself.
Yeah, that was.
It's with you. Okay, well.
I mean, I guess you know the lane's frustrating, right? As you said, like these fire spirits. You know, he's not having fun.
I guess.
He's not having fun, so they feel that they have to push themselves for these kills.
But it's only been a minute and a half of those fires.
That's right.
Is he really?
You got to get used to it, yeah. Got to get used to it, yeah.
I mean, Neo now at this point, he's got Bracer, he's got Ring of Health. Look at his 16 and 4 to 9 and 1. This Phoenix is definitely working.
Yeah, that top lane. My goodness. Yeah, PSG.LGD are going to have quite the time. Bottom lane, though, Bleed. Again, they get why you smile. So, Ice and DJ doing some good stuff down here for Bleed.
Yep. And we're seeing mid. I mean, mid is a bit of that kind of like, it's going to be a skill matchup, and nothing to say. This is like one of his best heroes. The charge is even coming toward mid. They could just get Corden here, maybe.
Gonna have some TPs coming in.
Tanked, I think, like 1 or 2 remnants, and then was like, yeah, never mind. That means Willow TP'd mid, though, which means Shiro now. He already was free farming, but now he's under no pressure bottom for the next few minutes, for the next minute or so. Massive, yeah, I mean, this is what Timber's gonna have free time.
Yeah.
Every time he steps up, this time now he spends all his mana, and he can just actually trade right clicks with the AM.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it's not easy for Jackie now.
No.
Over in the mid, they get the kill onto Why You Smile.
Again, I mean,
and Corden's gonna live. All right.
He's just tanking the deaths. 3 deaths.
He is.
I mean, it's his job, I guess.
Sure, but I mean, yeah, Corden's gonna be pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
He's involved in a bit of action. We'll still have to walk back to base, though, Corden.
Sure.
So a bit of time out of the lane.
I mean, if there's any hero to die, honestly, like that, it's Spirit Breaker. Oh, TP's on cooldown. Charge. So, yeah, he's going to be able to get back on the map. But yeah, definitely levels that are being given up, which is important. DJ's already level 3.
Getting a bit of fun now, Jackie. Catching up.
Yeah, catching up. But they're never going to push Niu out of
they're never going to kill him.
Vanguard is online at pre-5 minutes on a Timber.
Sure. But they should also never die themselves now, right? You know, they had a bit of a rocky time on the first few levels, but now, like, you know, near out of mana consistently, you're not going to die as an anti-mage here.
Until the 6 comes down, you're going to get pushed out of lane, though.
Sure.
That's the one issue.
Sure, when you...
I definitely do see situations here where Planet, I feel like he doesn't even need to go up here anymore. I think Planet can sit stacking and stuff, playing around mid, waiting for Coil, and then he can set up with nothing to say, go for these kills. And yeah, I think Planet can kind of go anywhere he wants. The world is his oyster. He has his Urn finish, so I'd like to see him maybe put like an aggressive ward in the jungle to see where the Storm is going to jungle, and then look to play around mid. And I think that's, yeah, he's going to, I feel like that's exactly what he's going to do. Playing around that 6-minute rune as well, too. Because Niu is just going to have an absolute free time. Yeah, he's just going to TP bot. Okay. Going to set up for a kill. He has the Urn, so he wants to charge ASAP.
Finger fries those size. Get the setup with the charge, dive forward, Bash comes in. The stick charges Ice. The Curse Crown does hold back. The two of them, Fire Spirit does connect. And that might be enough to tick him out. No, he's gone. They get him with the final Adaptive Strike. There, Shiro gets the kill. Why You Smile does die yet again.
Yep.
You know, par for the course.
And the Urn, he doesn't get an Urn charge. They did force Planet away, so at the least they get a kill and they prevent an Urn charge from being acquired. But Ew, I can take PSG.LGD again. Happy, happy, happy.
Top lane,
No
the
way.
rotation comes in, nothing to say with the Dream Coils, got the setup, and Neo's able to kill off Jackie again.
Look at this creep wave for Neo right now, too. It is beautiful. Oh, delicious. Wow. Neo is a fantastic addition to this team, honestly. He just continues to impress me so much.
Yeah, and plays a good variety of heroes,
Plays
right?
everything.
Yeah.
Really does seem like it. Shutting down this anti-mage massively. Morphling's starting to get that free farm going. Puck's having a great time. Very comfortable first 7 minutes here from the side of PSG.LGD.
He's got the Soul Ring now in the air, so there is always that potential for that surprise bit of burst to come out, even if they do burn his mana down low. Not an easy lane for Jackie to return to.
Yeah, and like Shiro now at this point, he is fine being left alone bottom, so they can move anywhere they really want. They can come help him to get some kills and get all that kind of stuff, but yeah, Spirit Breaker and Phoenix, the two supports on LGD, they can kind of move anywhere they want. And for Bleed now at this point, kind of feels like they have to be ready for a movement that's going to come around toward mid, around these coils, but you have to play around coil constantly. It's just not going to be easy. Jackie level 4. Supports are also 4 on the side of PSG.LGD.
No, they're just messing around with Jackie under his tier 2 tower. He cannot catch a break here, Jackie.
Brutal.
Pressure's on.
Absolutely brutal. Yeah, he's just hitting 5. Morphling is going to be getting close to level 7. They're going to go for the play bottom. Shiro's fine.
Oh, he actually goes in aggressively to Dubu. Turns around with the waveform, tries to threaten the techies, won't quite be able to finish him on his own, but Why You Smile in with the charge. Shiro turns into the Vicious to throw out a Soul Assumption. Won't be enough to finish him with the Soul Assumption, but the Adaptive strikes back up, and that will get him. Shiro, the fast plays there, not afraid to turn and just fight aggressively into what was an attempt from Bleed on his own life.
Corden will get a regen rune. Yeah, you could see that Shiro had literally no cares. She just, no hesitation whatsoever, just waveformed so aggressively in. This is the kind of perfect start I feel like you could have here for PSG.LGD. There's 4 kills on the side of Bleed, but it's all on a 5 Spirit Breaker.
I saw Why You Smile.
Who cares?
Yeah, all part of the plan.
Yep.
As it seems to be here for PSG.LGD, and it's going to take quite the recovery for Jackie to have a game as an anti-mage this time with how slow of a start he's had top.
Ice isn't even 6. NTS, nothing to say. He's moving down bottom. They have 4 heroes set up to go for this Visage and for this Techies potentially.
I mean, are they aware of this, or do you think they feel that they've left this area?
They don't know this is coming. They're both likely to go down.
Got TP's coming in. He's going to try and burst. Ice will live.
Okay. Look at nothing to say could have gone in. He's waiting for the storm. He definitely could have gone in and gotten 1 or 2 of those with a orb coil combo, but he was waiting for Corden to show up. They don't get the kills, but they do force them away now.
They're looking at diving. I mean, both Ice and Duba are incredibly low. Coming in with the orb, jump forward with the Waning Rift. They won't commit the Dream Coil, nothing to say. They'll just settle for Dubu.
He's waiting for this storm.
I mean, he knows that Corden's going to want to try and fight here.
It's really smart, kind of the way that he's holding the spell, because the only thing, if Storm comes in this coil, he's 100% dead every time right now at this point of the game. So he knows he doesn't. He could get the kill on Ice there, but he's like, no. Save him the coil. Storm can't fight. Very smart plays there. 3K lead. All 3 lanes have kind of just been dismantled on the side of Bleed. Visage is kind of forced back to base. AM's jungling. Everyone's jungling, Owen. This cannot be good signs for Bleed right now.
It's tough.
The map is just too pressured at this point. Coil's available again, and he's going to find himself a shield rune. Jackie, be careful where you show yourself. He's going to go for mid. Neo's like, all right, I don't have any purpose top. Nothing for me to get. I'm just going to go for mid tower now. Should just be able to tank up and go for it here. Planet. Can you get him top? The TPs are coming in quick. Corden, be careful.
Catch him with the Vortex. So he's able to heal up here, Planet, and now the backup's here. Now Dream Coil's laid down. Corden low on the mana. He's trying to finish off Planet. Planet will step into the Bramble, causes his death. But at the cost of a Bleed of Corden and maybe him DJ. DJ will get the fear off onto Why You Smile. Nothing to say. And Why You Smile, they'll continue the chase. They'll get both of them.
Good God. This is a beatdown, really. They go for the Planet, but yeah, every time it's an instant TP. They were calling it. Like, he's like, yep, nothing to say. Hasn't used his coil. He's just waiting for the moment that the storm overextends, and that's exactly what happens. 3 cores free farming. Anti-mage the bottom of the cores by a significant margin. not an easy game for him to recover either. I mean, Brezzo even talked about it a bit on the panel. When you're playing versus Spirit Breaker, playing on the map as AM is hard. Try mid.
Let's try and bottom as well. Shiro. The aggression. Niu is getting gone upon with the mana point. It's not enough damage. He's going to live.
He's alive. No way.
At the same time, Ice will also survive the attempts that were being made by Shiro and Why You Smile. See Shiro. And they finish him off. Ice throwing out another soul assumption, but they just don't quite have the burst damage to destroy this Morphling.
Ooh, this is actually pretty decent here to turn into. The Grave Chill, when you swap back, is super nice with that attack speed. I mean, Shiro's just playing on his own, and oh my god, it's a solo.
He's done it on his own. Tough game for Jackie. Tough game. He's bottom of the net worth, except for the cause. And at this rate, he's probably going to stay down there for the whole of this game.
Yeah. I mean, Corden, they're helping him. It feels like they're helping him more this game of setting up the runes, but it feels like it's not really helping at all for the overall game. Everyone is just... I mean, it feels like they're just unable to play together. They're all playing separate. So I feel like now for Bleed, maybe it is a little bit of a time that you might have to group up as 4 to try to give space for Jackie.
Let's see what they can get with the smoke.
You got to try to do something like
if
this.
They can catch here DJ, Dubu, and Corden.
You need a big kill, though. You want...
And that ain't why you smile.
No, it is.
You killed this Spirit Breaker time and time again. It's not doing you any favors. You've got to find something bigger.
The scan.
This would be the big one.
They got the ward. This one they should get.
Shiro is farming in a safe spot here, bringing the...
He got the shift off. No way. Okay, so it's a level 1 shift. So.
They needed that. It's a good kill.
He was quick. I mean, he definitely saw of course, the blast off coming in at the last second there, but quick shift. But gets punished for his greed of his skill build. 4 points waveform, 3 adaptive. Usually you see just a second point maybe for the attribute, just to be careful, but Shiro gets punished.
Yeah, they get something good there, Bleed.
Yeah, much needed. I actually think this is what they need to do. Which it kind of feels bad because you're going to start losing efficiency around the map. But I do feel like they kind of have to run around as like 2 to 4 heroes to try to catch Jackie back up in this game. Which, I mean, it feels grim, but it might just be something they have to do to sack themselves to try to catch back up.
Get the coil set up on the Corden. He's gone, and so will Dubu going down as well.
Well, they got met with the numbers. Nothing to say, having a godly game.
And Shiro, he's got his eyes on DJ. Putting the chase down, he's been able to turn into the Dark Willow, drop the Cursed Crown upon DJ. Setups there for nothing to say to clean up a second.
Oh, man. LGD's like, all right, you guys want to stick together? We'll bring 3 or 4 heroes. We're way stronger than you, even with a number disadvantage. They easily clean up everyone. And yeah, Jackie, it's just gonna take too long. It really is. He needs so many items this game to deal with this Morphling.
Still, of course, trying to get that Battle Fury.
Yeah.
It's not coming anytime soon.
7k lead, 14 minutes. A blink now on nothing to say as well, too. So even easier forms to him to catch this puck, or catch this storm, catch this AM.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another smoke. Leader on the hunt. Corden and Dubu. Did find Shiro last time down here. Doesn't look like they'll find him again. Only the Phoenix Planet.
They barely even hit the towers on. Like, bottom towers only lost like 600 HP. A situation that they needed to be able to get some type of map advantage at the least to try to get some space. Because, damn, this is tough. Losing their 2 towers so early. Jackie doesn't have anywhere to farm. And he's going to have to show himself in a wave, and that's just potential to kill him.
But they're going to go straight for him. Yeah, they've got it. Dreamcore's there. Tried to save himself with the spell shield. Tried to get away with his own pig pole. But yeah, nothing else to be done there for Jackie. He's gone again. His tier 2 tower, 15 minutes in. It's going to be in a spot of bother.
Oh, and they even have the glyph up for the bottom tower that also keeps the creep alive top for a second there, so even more damage. Easy pickings continuously.
Full pipe now, Neo. And at the least, Bleed, they were able to snipe Shiro's courier. And they did have the Manta recipe on, so Manta will be slowed down.
Plays though, around mid. PSG.LGD already set up.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Nothing to say, almost level 13. Corden only 10.
I was thinking about trying for this. So we'll settle for the rune. Not a fight to jump into. see again here on the replay. Jackie in trouble.
So what can he do? He has
Blink,
to.
Blink was on cooldown, so he had to play for sort of the movement speed of the pig pole.
He's desperate to try to find farm. He has to like blink into creep waves, and when he shows on these creep waves with Spirit Breaker, you're gonna die. And speaking of Spirit Breaker, I mean, they'll get him again. That's 6 out of 8. But don't think he cares.
Not at all. Especially when they find something in return, they'll get DJ. Do pop the Supernova for that one, though. Still perfectly fine with that. Of course, PSG.LGD not really reliant on the ultimates to fight right now with how strong they are and the lead that they have.
Yep, no fuss whatsoever. Morphling's absolutely free farming. AM is just getting constantly pressured. Jackie's 0-4.
It's one of those games as well that one more kind of good play from PSG.LGD could put Planet above the net worth of this anti-maze. That gap it's closing.
It truly is. And he's got the Hex already kind of cute. His levels are insane too. Planet's level 9. He's the same level as Jackie. He's the same level as the carry, the mid, or the carry in particular on the side of Bleed.
Dubu hanging around here with Corden, but New is not a hero they can go for.
Corden and Dubu have literally just been holding hands for the last 6 minutes or so, which, yeah, I don't blame them at all.
Just sort of hoping they find a low strength shifted more.
Something like that.
It's not really happening. Shiro's been choosing some solid spots to farm in.
Just playing the map really nicely on the side of PSG.LGD. Niu always takes the spot that's a bit difficult for anyone to play in, and he's fine because he's so tanky. And Morph just chilling. And Manta being picked up, as you said, when the courier was dead. He's got it now. Yeah, just controlling the runes, and it just does feel like Bleed. After the lanes, they're just everything's kind of crumbled so much they don't really have anybody to play around nicely, and they don't want to stick together too much as like 3 or 4 because they're just going to get outscaled. As Ice, he's been found.
Shiro's going to start the play. TP not going to do it. With Adaptive Strike at the ready.
He knows he's charged.
There's nothing else to be done here for Ice. Maybe a deny. Not going to find it. Why is smart? Takes him out. At the same time, nothing to say. He took down Corden.
Planet.
Supernova in 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
It's going to be back up. He's going to be perfectly fine. He's not even going to need to use it. As Planet will live. Doesn't even have to use the Supernova.
They can't punish anything. LGD's playing everywhere. Timber's playing bottom, 2 heroes playing mid, 2 heroes playing top. They have full control of the entire map, and we can't punish it. And oh my!
It's been a tough one.
It might
we
be.
saw on the numbers there as well. 3 minutes and I believe 20 or so seconds slower than the average Battle Fury timing. Unfortunately for Jackie, this game it's been slow. I mean, it just wasn't off to a great start, right?
No.
You know, maybe one of those games that you blame the support. Like, yeah, Techies, what were you doing?
They did kill themselves top.
They
did get double killed and set this Timber.
You blame the support, you know.
Nah, the support blames it.
That's true. The support's blaming the core, the core's blaming the support. Yeah. It's a vicious downward cycle.
It's just LGD playing at the absolute greatest. I mean, they do have ideas and they know how to play. Like, they saw this anti-mage, and you know that Zhao 8 has so many different ideas that he was probably talking with his team about how they want to play around this, how they want to counter it. Because they kind of feel like they got like anything they wanted. And a Phoenix last pick, which I feel like no other team would do something.
No, adding that Phoenix to the Timber in the lane, it just sort of changes the whole dynamic against an AM.
Yeah, I mean, at least that's what it feels like as Shiro top.
Gonna have to get started. Oh, they do get the TP cancelled. Maybe. I mean, all right, they've got it. They've got him.
Give it to Jackie.
I was going to say Jackie was definitely hoping for the last hit on that. Doesn't get it. Corden takes it.
Okay, well, they just expanded a ton. They're already pinging the Roche, so they're probably saying, yeah. It made it when I respawned, go straight Roche on the side of PSG.LGD. A pretty decent kill at the least.
I mean, a couple of times, right, that they have killed Shiro. It's not really been enough to change sort of the whole dynamic of the game. Still 13k lead for PSG.LGD. But they're showing that they can bring down the cap.
Jackie, be careful, you're showing in the lane.
Dream Coil is on.
Farewell, my friend.
Going to get bashed out of the coil as well, into the snapback. That's another 30 seconds that Jackie is going to have to sit on the sidelines.
NTS popping off. There's just no stuns. It's such a hard game to play. This puck is such a free game. NTS is literally doing whatever he wants. He's got free reign. All 3 cores have ways to disengage versus these limited stuns. I mean, yes, they're stuns, but they're telegraphed, you know. People understand what I mean when I say that, but hard to set up. As yeah, hand holding now at this point, bleed. Oh, an ancient stack. Thank you very much. We will just steal that one immediately. Really impressed with this performance. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool to see like the concept of. I love when you just see how different some teams can be. Because yeah, like I said, I don't think like any other team in the world would be like, yeah, we're gonna put Timber offlane, pick Phoenix, and it's just so good for team playing Boa. So it's just really cool, and it's absolutely working this game.
Yeah, very few heroes, very few teams really playing Phoenix at all.
Yeah, I mean, who else is actually picking it really? Like, shit. We even have actually.
Yeah, what's been the picks
what
on Phoenix in this tournament so far?
I want to say this is probably.
Yeah. It's got to be only a handful, if that.
Yeah, this was the first.
This was the first.
Unless
one,
there's one of those happened like simultaneously.
Sure, at the same. Yeah, there might. That's true. But probably unlikely.
Unlikely.
If the results so far are anything to go by.
Yep.
Definitely something that teams are going to have to consider when going against PSG.LGD.
You always do. I feel like forever. It's like now the I want to say addition of Planet. He's been around for a while, but now they have both players that can play it. Boo. Because yeah, it's one of Why You Smile's most played heroes also for a very long time.
Sure, well so they can do it on both.
Yeah, they can just flex it around all the time.
I mean, yeah, no Niu, he could probably even play a banger offlane.
Honestly,
Phoenix,
I don't doubt it. This man seems to play everything.
I could see it. Well, still trying their best to go full recovery mode here, Bleed. Soon they are going to have to be forced to fight PSG.LGD as the pressure's coming in. Tier 2s are being taken.
And soon it feels like you were mentioning earlier, those supports on the side of PSG.LGD soon to surpass the AM.
I mean,
but even perhaps everybody, all the other cores too. It's a rough one.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
LGD, they're literally going anywhere they want. Like Why You Smile is farming neutral creeps as a Spirit Breaker. His team is playing as two heroes paired with the other two in mid, 2 and 2. Yeah, he's just doing they're doing anything they want on the map. And Jackie just so far from a. It's like even with Manta, it's not gonna. He's so squishy. He's just so far behind. Nearly like half, getting close to like half net worths of some of these cores. Scan comes out, Corden. Why You Smile just knows he's in the area, and they just catch him.
Oh, they do.
No.
They get him with the Dream Coil, nothing to say, reads him like a book, knows he's going to go for the Zip TP, and he stops it.
Yeah, Why You Smile is literally playing hunting duty. He stalked the whole top jungle, then he went bottom, stalked that whole jungle, and he's like, all right, someone's here, I know it. And yeah, they get the scan connection. Beautiful from MTS. Flawless puck performance. Cruising to victory. Aghanims now for the Morphling. Insult to injury. Just incredible. And I believe Planet, I think his Hex is pretty much done too. So I mean, there's so many answers for everything. Even if Bleed somehow does get some type of a miraculous type of kills, they've got now an extra form of Disable versus a Storm and an Anti-Mage with Phoenix.
Just very much being held at the mercy of PSG.LGD, whatever PSG.LGD fancy their next move to be. They'll try for a smoke. They'll come out here with the 4 of them.
Okay.
See if they can catch anybody alone.
Look at how much. I mean, I'm just gonna watch the gold lead during the smoke because like everyone's just farming, right? So they kind of have to play like this, of course, on the side of Bleed, like to try to make sure that Jackie can get some farm. But it just all feels bad.
I guess that's the good news for Jackie. He's caught up with the farm of the rest of his team.
Okay, okay. I was gonna say what?
He's getting into the realms of Corden and Ice.
So find Y again. That's 7 of the 10 deaths on the 5-breaker. And they're looking to catch them. Planet actually pinging in between.
Oh, this could get nasty. And a nice Dream Coil into a good position with Supernova.
They saw the Fire Spirit and they see the Orb now, so should be able to avoid them.
Yeah, they're getting right away from this. They know it's not just the puck. They know there's more. So they're out of there, back to the base. Whoop. I mean, nothing to say. He knows the angle that they're going to be coming back to the base in. He's able to cut them off, and they get Ice for that one.
And they actually have a catapult wave up top. They can go for this push. H is still in the hands of Shiro.
Pretty wild timings here from the puck. 7 minutes faster than usual. Nothing to say on the Octarine.
Literal, like, absolutely flawless game. Set up for success and playing it perfectly. The way that he held his coil, I love those type of plays. You can get kills, but he knows what he needs to hold coil for. And every coil was on an AM or on a Storm this game. Lead's going in.
What are they going to do? Jackie is going to try and focus the Timber, see if they can take him down. The Supernova's coming over the side. They're bursting Niu down low. They will get him. Niu's out, but Jackie, he caught in the combo. Is he able to jump back out in time? He's not. He's dead for 50. They've killed Niu, but can they get anything else? Cordon's caught by the silence. Dive forward from Planet. Cordon will live for now. So 1-for-1. So a defense of sorts, so they do push them back.
Shiro's going back in. He was waiting.
Oh, that's true. He's back on the Y-side side. Same thing to be said for Nothing to Say. Jumps in, does get caught by the brown ball, but the orb's already coming out. Shiro pushing I-side back towards the base. Corden zipping in and out, trying to find Nothing to Say. Jump forward from Dubu, but they'll turn towards the techies, force Dubu back. Adaptive strike and a waveform will take him out.
Committing absolutely everything to get this Timber. They almost don't get him. PSG.LGD continue their push. Still healthy. Planet waiting in the wings here with this Hex.
What do they do now?
The Rex is already gone. They can't chase them out either. The BD in the top lane, they can just keep going on the side of PSG.LGD. I feel like they need to hesitate.
And Niu's back with them. And the only thing they can find out that defense, killing off the Timber. Which, relatively impressive, seeing how tanky Niu was, that they were able to kill him. But still a whole lot more needed than that to have a chance in this game.
Looks like they'll back up, I guess, pick up their items that they're about to finish. They do have like 4K gold on everybody now after that last fight, so looks like they will go back and pick up those before they look to go for that next deciding push. It's soon to be coming in. A BKB now, also just in case on Shiro, being careful. And DD in level 18 is in.
This tier 3 is picked up, and then they can get back on with the push.
Yeah, and here the item timing just breaking so many records. I mean, this has to be one of the biggest pucks I've ever seen. 8-0-9, but also kind of keeping up with last hits. He has 250 last hits at 28 minutes. Oh, and he just got 2 familiars. Yummy. Nice. That was his resummon.
Got to do something on the defense, Corden. Trying to start things off onto Niu, but Planet's in with a Hex. He is immediately able to catch Corden with a Hex. They take him out. The buyback will be there. Corden zips straight back in over was Niu, committing him with the BKB, but the Supernova's out from Planet. Corden's got to keep his distance.
Charge forward.
They're going in deep. The Dream Core's there onto the 3 of them. They jump forward, bursting Dubu down low. They'll be able to take out DJ. The focus over towards Jackie. 3 dead. A buyback to be had here by DJ, but Dubu and Jackie, they're out. Jackie does have buyback available. And obviously whether that's going to actually matter at all is another question as the mid-racks are going.
Shiro's DD is just ripping heroes apart.
He's in again, turns into the Storms, able to drag back Ice with the Stolen Vortex. And that's Ice out for 70. The mid-rack's gone, Shiro's over towards the bottom.
I mean,
and there it's called. GG is called. This game 2 was a rough one. They managed to last 30 minutes, but it was definitely a painful 30 minutes here for Bleed. PSG.LGD, no struggles here in this game 2. They'll wrap up both the victories here, 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, this one I liked just the fact that it's like 3 elusive core heroes versus some very limited disables on the side of Bleed, very telegraphed stuns, and I think LGD just played perfect. I think the puck, I mean, I highlighted so many times, Nothing to Say, holding his spells, owning. I think top when they both get double killed like that, honestly, it's so early in the game.
It's a rough start.
It's such a rough start that it's like, well, now we actually can never touch Timber, can't push him out of the lane. Phoenix and Spirit Breaker have free roam. And yeah, they have 11 kills, but as we said multiple times, 7 on the Spirit Breaker, a full free game for PSG.LGD's course.
It really was a masterclass across the board there from PSG.LGD. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. This one ends 2-0 from PSG.LGD as they take that against Bleed. Of course, shout out to two of our sponsors, BizNet and the Ayana Estate. For now, we'll pass you back to the panel.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fog. That was a Pretty one-sided game too, and we're gonna start by we gotta highlight, not highlight. We gotta talk about this double kill up top because I want to know, Rezo, I want to know how much impact those 2 kills had in the rest of the game because, you know, up until that point, it kind of normally you say, oh, that blew the game wide open. That kind of blew the game shut.
I mean, it was pretty early in the game. It was like minute 2 or something, but it gave such a big advantage to the Timber. So to get this Vanguard super early and be completely uncontestable and let the Phoenix do whatever he wants in the lane. But I think it's like the same thing happened in game 1. Like, but Nothing to Say had like really good rotations in the side lanes, and this Storm wasn't really be able to do anything because the Timber was so big he couldn't rotate to that lane, and the Morphling bottom also is pretty uncontestable. And they tried to react multiple times on that Morphling lane with supports, but they couldn't really like do anything because Morphling was level 7 when Visage was level 5. He didn't even have birds to do anything on that lane. So it's kind of like it was like they lost 3 lanes and just LGD snowballed like heavily out of there. They got tier 1 tower top early on. The Puck killed like Anti-Mage multiple times in the top lane as well, and just like Jackie couldn't find a place to even like scale and do anything in this game at all.
I think my sound isn't working, but I also think there is nothing to say about this game after that point.
We can hear you just fine.
Okay, that's good. It was pretty rough. I think again, if you already felt like an outclassing in a sense, and if you also lose your lanes, you make those types of mistakes and just give a free lane up, then it's going to be rough, and that's what it was. It just became like a duck hunt at some point. Like this game was. Yeah, there was very little drama left in this game after like the early lane phase.
I also love the Phoenix pick in this game because I thought they needed they didn't need any more disables because they already had the Spirit Breaker and the Puck for all the disables in this game, but they needed the heavy damage, and I forgot about Phoenix that existed because I didn't see that hero for a long time in the games, but it was like exactly that hero that they needed for damage in this game.
I just like how they always secure their ability to scale on LGD. Like, the reason why this Anti-Mage came out is it's one of the few heroes in the game that outscales Morphling. The mana burn really debilitates him in the mid to late game with the mana burn against your morph, or attribute shift. But what I like so much about the way LGD approaches that is like, okay, we're not gonna like rotate morph to mid lane since it's a bad carry to carry matchup. We're just gonna make Anti-Mage entirely unable to play the map, right? So what they did was Spear Breaker to set up the ganks, Puck to steal the ganks, and then they have all the damage to follow up with all the other heroes. Like you said, he just has no way to play the game.
No way to play the game. It felt like a really hard game from the get-go. I do think that it was a joint effort. We can't really. I feel like something went wrong on all lanes, and even though they were not like groundbreaking things going wrong, maybe apart from that double kill getting the Vanguard early on the Timber, but like it wasn't groundbreaking enough to say, oh, you know what? That was why they lost. It's that all 3 lanes went a little bad, Jack, that they just, like, who's going to delay the game for the cores?
Yeah.
Because it's not going to be Willow techies.
Yeah, Visage was their top net worth, and there's no, like, with these cores and with that configuration, there's no tempo coming out in the game at all. There's really nothing to threaten anybody with on the side of Bleed, and it's just, again, it's just like a duck hunt at some point. And LGD, I think they've taken this approach recently against Morphling as well, right? It's not like they're going to paint themselves into a corner and force themselves to take some all-in type of strat where they put themselves on the clock. It's more like they can figure out ways to outscale these heroes and then eventually get there. And you have to be able to beat them, but before that point, like I feel like in the early mid-game is where this team is vulnerable, if at all, and this is just not, Bleed is not able to punish them there.
Yeah, I feel like they needed Orchid this game from the Storm like super early on to be able to do anything in this game. So this Puck doesn't have a free game. This Morph is threatened before the Manta, and they could play around the Visage to open up the tower, but it was the other way around. And if they won the bottom lane, which they could, in my opinion, the game would have been slightly different and they could apply pressure, but because Morphing was level 7 and Visage is level 5, there's nothing to do really on the map.
Nothing to be done.
Anti-Mage had 8 deaths.
Hmm?
Wow, Anti-Mage had an 8 death.
Yep, and nothing
really
to say is 0.
Yeah.
It was a tough game. I think that one of the weaknesses going into this game on the side of PSG.LGD was maybe they can't. I thought maybe they can't really hit enough towers, but it turns out that if you kill your enemy team and they're just not contesting, then it doesn't matter how little tower damage you have. Eventually, you'll whittle them down anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Morphling just needs some few slots to be able to hit the towers. And Timber with right now this big base damage, he can actually kill the tier 1 towers very easily. it's way faster than before.
Yeah. We did say that we were going to look out for improvements and adaptations on Bleed, and we definitely saw adaptation made from Game 1 to Game 2. Obviously, didn't play out the way they wanted to in a victory. But Brian, overall, what do you think about the direction of the differences they had in Game number 1 and Game number 2? Do you think they adapted in the right way?
I will say the few times they made the moves they did with Storm Spirit, it worked. So like their playmaking was a bit more straightforward. I did like to see that. You have the Storm Spirit pull into the Techie's Willow follow-up. Like those three as a unit are very good at finding reliable pickoffs. But the question, I mean, it just doesn't really matter. This doesn't really get to show its prowess there.
Yeah, it's because of the losing lanes. They didn't get to play the match.
They did not get to play the match, and unfortunately for them, they get this one 0-2 in obviously 2-0 in favor of PSG.LGD. We can take a look at what that does to the group standings, because for them this was their last series. For us, this was the last series as well. Keep in mind that there are still some games going on right now on the other streams. We're squad streaming. You'll be able to find them. When I last checked, there might be some delay involved. When I last checked, EG Nouns was still going on, as well as Gaming Gladiators versus Quest Esports. And for PSG.LGD, they tied with Nouns earlier today, so they end the day with a 3-1. And it was Bleed that was not able to get a win on the board, so they are 0-4 right now. And yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's also just day one, Jack. Can't really say too much about it other than that.
Yeah, you like to see those standings if you're a Chinese Dota fan. The 4 Chinese teams are all doing fairly well so far. Because there's potentially this scary scenario for that region where you could end up just having one automatic slot being fought for by all of these teams. And that would be, we talked about this earlier, but you could have 3 or 4 NA teams at TI and just one Chinese. That's unthinkable at the start of the year, right? So, again, if you're a fan of these teams in this region, you want to see this continue, and you want to see more teams clear that hurdle, including LGD, who are the closest so far in the region.
Doing good so far, and of course, day one means that there will be a day two. That's right, more Dota on your screens tomorrow. We are running 4 streams at the same time, and these are the games you'll be seeing on this very stream tomorrow. We are gonna start the day with Blacklist versus Beast Coast, Betboom versus Nouns, Team Liquid versus Aster, PSG.LGD versus Gaming Gladiators. Out of these, Roman, what do you think? What's the blockbuster of the day tomorrow?
I mean, the ones that I'm gonna be paneling onto the last 2 matches, they're pretty hype. I'm looking forward
both
to
of them, yeah. Liquid Aster, they're on top of
Super.
the standings. We just saw those. And Gaming Gladiators PSG.
Poppy Salt. It is absolutely the Betboom versus Noun series. As I there now with 2-1.
Yeah. True. Maybe.
So anymore?
No, I mean maybe also you gotta turn your thing on and off again, because I don't know what you did, but you busted it. A little French on there.
Started talking about North
It's all
America, and
good.
they just cut out your mic. So I'll pick up there. I obviously love to see Nouns doing well. My boy Lesta, all these NA players have been there for. Nice to see them come here and exceed expectations already. Let's hope they keep that up. Let's go.
Yeah, easy. I mean, you just said how you wanted maybe less NA teams and more Chinese teams, but it's good that you balance that out there as well. I do know that tomorrow is going to be another exciting day here at the Bali Major at the Ayana Estate. We hope you enjoyed today. Tomorrow we're going to start again 10 a.m. sharp. And it's, of course, Bali time, so you can do those calculations in your head. I trust you to do those. So thank you so much for tuning in today. Make sure to tune in to the other streams that are still going on with some Dota 2 right now. But for us, from here, we'll be back tomorrow with more Dota 2 at the Bali Major.